Chapter 218, The War Against Humanity begins. NGL Autonomous Country. Molaohu's expression at this moment was as if he was constipated. He looked at Rocky in front of him and didn't know what to say. The plan has not changed. At least in Molaohu's opinion, this plan is very good. Advertisement. But Rocky actually wants to meet the Ant King and send a letter of challenge before the war. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Isn't the plan to raid the capital? Is sending a letter of challenge considered a raid? And Rocky doesn't care at all. Anyway, a raid can't actually hurt the Chimera Ants. Ordinary soldiers are easy to deal with regardless of whether they are raided or not. Chimera Ants above the level of division commander are even more impossible to be hurt by a raid, and even Chimera Ants at the level of troop captain may not suffer much loss. So, since this is still a live broadcast, it is better to be more domineering and directly issue a letter of challenge to the Ant King. Let's have a head-on confrontation. It doesn't matter whether the Chimera Ants are prepared or not. Rocky's decision was opposed. Molaohu, Nobu, and others disagreed. But even if they objected, Rocky would not listen. The Chimera Ant crusade against Netero had been handed over to Rocky. Besides, Rocky was also the one who dealt with the Ant King. Opposition was useless. Rocky had already made his decision. At this moment, outside the capital, on a gentle slope with a wide view 20 kilometers away, 763 and his group looked in the direction of the capital. Molaohu sighed continuously. And Pyro comforted him, "Don't think about it. Rocky has never changed his decision. And this is not bad. Let Rocky test these Chimera Ants. As long as someone has seen them, Rocky can roughly estimate their strength. If there is anything wrong, we can make corresponding changes." With such comfort, Molaohu did not continue to sigh. On the other side, in the capital, Rocky shuttled recklessly. He moved directly in an instant and came directly to the sky above the palace. Seeing the entire capital enveloped by Neferpitu's aura, Rocky had now appeared within Neferpitu's perception range. And Neferpitu immediately opened his eyes and turned to look in Rocky's direction. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Advertisement. Rocky suddenly appeared without any signs before. At this moment, the snail on Rocky's shoulder blinked and carefully observed the surroundings. At the same time, television stations around the world broadcast the scene immediately. The creatures from the Dark Continent, the Chimera Ants, have completely occupied the Mitonai Federation. At least more than 40 million humans have fallen into the hands of the invading creatures, the Chimera Ants. The number of victims has reached an astonishing 10 million, and the specific number cannot be counted for the time being. Yesterday V5 held an emergency meeting to discuss in detail this biological invasion. It has been decided that the Hunter Association will send a special expeditionary team to kill the core of the Chimera Ants, the Chimera Ant King. According to the investigation, once the Chimera Ant King is killed, the remaining Chimera Ants will collapse. Then we will kill them one by one. Today, the expeditionary team sent by the Hunter Association has arrived at the location of the Ant King and is about to start the formal expedition. On the busy street, when the sound on the big screen stopped, all pedestrians stopped and looked up at the big screen. The screen flashed and the entire Chimera Ant King city appeared. The picture from the sky made everyone slightly stunned. Has the expedition to the Chimera Ant begun? It started in one day. The Hunter Association is still quite fast. Don't be careless. It's a creature from the Dark Continent. It has slaughtered more than 10 million humans. There will be more deaths. I would say just bomb them with modern weapons. What about the people who are still alive, idiot? It's better than all of humanity dying. Similar opinions always appear. That's a creature from the Dark Continent. Can the expedition team deal with it? So many humans have died. Yet, this creature must be very strong. The information about the members of the expedition team also appeared on both sides of the screen. The information about all members of the expedition team appeared. This naturally included Rocky. When they saw that the person in charge of the entire expedition was a 12-year-old kid. "Babe!" Someone yelled, "Hey, hey, hey! The Hunter Association is fooling people. Such a kid, even if he is a professional hunter, shouldn't be the general manager. Such a kid is in charge of the entire expedition, what a joke. Is he sent to die? Is there no one left in the Hunter Association? Do we need to let a 12-year-old kid be in charge of the entire expedition?" It seems that it was expected that ordinary people would question Rocky because of his age. Soon more detailed information was given. Looking at the displayed information. You must be kidding. Advertisement. The displayed information showed that Rocky had eliminated the notorious thieves group, Phantom Troop. Ordinary people also knew about Phantom Troop. They were wanted criminals, and they were a group of A-level wanted criminals. They were all perverted murderers. Such a terrifying group of people was actually eliminated by a little devil. Ordinary people were still questioning, but the Nen players had already begun to feel incredible. Some Nen players who gathered to pay attention to this crusade, whether they were professional hunters or non-professional hunters. Looking at these information, the Nen players were the most shocked. Phantom Troop was actually destroyed by such a little ghost. Impossible. They are all first-class Nen. Kurta tribe? This guy is a Kurta tribe. Didn't the Kurta tribe be wiped out by Phantom Troop? This may be the survivor of the Kurta tribe. Why didn't President Netero of the Hunter Association take action? Rocky's information is really surprising, but as a Nen, who doesn't know Netero? He is a legend. This incident is so serious, why didn't Netero, a legend, take action, but instead sent a little ghost? Amid the discussion, a person suddenly flashed on the screen. A Catwoman. Everyone was stunned when they saw the Catwoman appear. No matter if it was Nen or ordinary people, they were all stunned. But someone explained it the next second. This is the invading creature, the Chimera ant that was born after the Chimera ant obtained human genes through feeding and mating. They absorbed human genes, while retaining the terrifying power of the Chimera ant, and also possessed human wisdom, and even could speak and communicate. They are already a very terrifying creature. Catwoman jumped in front of Rocky, suddenly showing a terrifying expression, and waved her claws directly towards Rocky to tear him apart fiercely. However, Rocky didn't even look at her. The next second, the screen suddenly flashed. Directly appeared inside the capital. Coming to the hall of the capital, Yuppie, who was sitting on the steps, was stunned. This guy. How did he appear? At the same time, countless people were also slightly stunned. What was going on? Why did the screen suddenly change? Without any signs. Some of the Nen suddenly stood up, and they were already a little uneasy. This, teleportation. When the first person spoke out his guess, the other Nen were also stunned. Is there really such a power? Chapter 219, First Meeting with the Chimera Ant King. Impossible. How could anyone develop such an ability? All Nen users know how difficult it is to develop Nen. Even the simplest Nen is not so easy to develop. Not to mention the ability of teleportation. To develop such an ability, a special environment, special experience, the right timing, and a heavy price are indispensable. Advertisement. It's just a flash of the screen, there's nothing strange about it. That's it. In the screen, Yuppie slowly stood up. Rocky glanced at him. You are very good, fearless, but it's a pity. Rocky's voice sounded, and for some reason, the Nen users felt their heartbeats were a little bit when they heard Rocky's voice. They felt a strange sense of oppression for no reason. They were just looking through the screen, how could they have such a feeling? Intruder. Yuppie said to himself, but the next second Rocky nodded and said, yes, I am an intruder. Wow. Yuppie smiled and said, you admit that you are an intruder so straightforwardly. You are an intruder. It's a pity that intruders cannot appear here. You must die. Yuppie took a step forward. His strong body, tone, and terrifying eyes made people feel very scary even through the screen. I'm here to find your king. I don't care who you find. Anyway, you must die. Bang. Yuppie suddenly jumped up, and the terrifying energy on his body suddenly burst out, and he punched Rocky hard. Crack. The ground shook suddenly, and the smoke spread rapidly. However, in the smoke, Yuppie looked at his fist, and a huge hole was directly smashed into the ground. But there was no sign of Rocky. What is going on? Day. At this moment, Rocky has come to the king's position. Miriam was playing chess, and when he heard the sound, a figure appeared not far away. When he saw the opponent appear, the chess piece in Miriam's hand fell to the wrong position. Seeing this move, the chess player in front of him showed hope in his originally desperate eyes. He was excited. But the next second. Snap. This guy's head was directly separated, and he was killed by Miriam's tail. Advertisement. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast were also stunned. The screen suddenly flashed again, and this time, a real human finally appeared in the screen, but this human's head exploded in the next second. Blood splashed everywhere and fell to the ground without any breath. In the screen, Pufu appeared directly in front of Rocky. King. Sorry for our negligence, which actually allowed the intruder to come to this place. Pufu stared at Rocky, but did not take action immediately. His anger was already spreading and he was ready to fight at any time. Even Pufu was shocked by the way Rocky appeared. He appeared without any warning in an instant. This guy was still a human, so he was a real threat to the king. This strange ability instantly made Pufu think of countless possibilities of using this ability to hurt the king. But Rocky didn't care about Pufu. Instead, he took a step forward. But his figure disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Pufu's eyes suddenly shrank rapidly. Even he didn't notice how Rocky disappeared. Speed? But was the speed so fast that he couldn't see it clearly? Impossible. Even if the speed was fast, there should be some signs, but Rocky's movement showed no signs. Traveled through space. Teleport instantly. Pufu's mind gave the answer. The next second, when he looked back, the scene that appeared in Pufu's eyes was even more shocking. Rocky was less than 5 meters away from the king. This distance was a shame for all chimera ants. Letting a human come so close to the king in front of them, without the king's permission, was this a contempt for all chimera ants? Instantly. The butterfly wings behind Pufu opened suddenly, accelerated and went straight towards Rocky. He spread his hands and prepared to strangle Rocky directly. But the next second. Back off. Mirlem's voice sounded, and Pufu's figure froze in the air. King. I asked you to back off, and I don't want to say it a second time. Pufu fell from the air and looked at Mirlem helplessly. The human in front of him was definitely extraordinary, but the king was going to take the risk. Human. Advertisement. Mirlem also stood up and looked at the one who appeared in front of him. Rocky, your ability is very good, and your chi. You are also the strongest and most beautiful existence among all the humans I have seen. You are very good, I like you very much. I didn't expect Mirlem to praise me. This surprised Rocky. Thank you for the compliment, your chi also surprised me, you are worthy of being a creature from the Dark Continent. Asterisk. Rocky looked at the Ant King from a close distance, and the appearance of the Ant King appeared directly on the screen. And it was a close-up high-definition shot. For the first time, all humans faced this creature that could threaten humans. The Ant King of the Chimera Ant. Mirlem. You came here alone, and your chi does not have a strong desire to attack. What do you want to see me for? Rocky nodded and glanced at the dead guy on the ground, then looked up at Mirlem. Come to challenge. Challenge. Mirlem frowned. What do you mean? Well. It can be understood as telling you when we will attack you. Oh. Why do you have to do this? Rocky smiled. In the human world, there are many ways to fight, but issuing a declaration of war in advance and defeating the opponent head-on is the most upright way. Is that so? Mirlem held his chin with his left hand and thought for 2 seconds, for the so-called glory. You can understand it that way. It seems that humans prefer to take some unimportant things very seriously. But this doesn't matter to Mirlem. On the contrary, I think it's quite interesting. So when are you going to attack? In 3 hours, we will launch an attack on the entire capital. After hearing what Rocky really said, most humans were a little confused. Are you really here to issue a declaration of war? What a joke. If you want to attack, why can't you sneak attack? What kind of chivalry do you still have to talk to ants about? And it's been so many years, even the war between humans has long lost the so-called chivalry. Okay. I know. But I think you are going to die, because there is no suspense at all. Why do you still do it when you know you will die? You know the result before you even start. Mirlem turned around and walked towards the throne on the platform. Because no matter from the biological point of view or the structure of the race, the chimera ants have power over humans. To put it in terms that humans can understand, I was pushed to the top of the food chain by countless tribesmen from countless races. I am at the top of the food chain and humans cannot surpass me. From the perspective of the structure of the tribe, my will is the will of the chimera ants, and humans will not be able to reach a consensus because of various trivial matters, which undoubtedly hinders the development of the tribe. Chapter 220, Full Development of the Last 3 Hours. That's right. Rocky agreed with Mirlem's opinion. But... oh. As a human, you agree with me. I do agree. Advertisement. Since you agree with me, I might give you a chance to join the chimera ants. If you agree, I can promise you that I will set aside a place for humans to live in and only select humans for food regularly. Rebellion? Rocky smiled and said, sorry, I'm not interested in any of this. Then what interests you? Mirlem didn't look angry at all, but was very calm, which surprised Pufu. After all, the will of his own king does not allow anyone to oppose it. There are 2 things I'm interested in. One is where my people's eyes have gone, and the other is exploring the unknown. Hearing this, Mirlem frowned. Your people? Aren't they just humans? No. Humans are just a general term. Humans also have different races. My race is called the Kurta tribe. So that's it, so humans are also different, right? Right. Do you have any other people? Yes. Rocky glanced at Mirlem, not knowing why Mirlem asked this question. I'm curious about the flame behind you. I'm sorry, I can't tell you casually. Really? Are your people the same as you? Rocky glanced at Mirlem. If you mean the flame behind me, then it's the same. The people of the Kurta tribe will light a flame behind their backs after their bloodline awakens. As long as the flame is not extinguished, the people of the Kurta tribe will never be hurt. This made Miriam a little confused for a while, and the same was true for many people who were watching. Kurta tribe. Fornan, of course, they have heard of it more or less, after all, the world's 7 beauties are quite well known. But what is the flame? What kind of flame will the Kurta people light? The picture at this moment does not have Rocky himself, so no one can see Rocky's appearance. Okay, the declaration of war has been issued. In 3 hours, we will attack. You can be ready. Rocky glanced at Miriam. I have a good impression of you. If you hadn't killed so many humans, maybe we could be friends. Hearing this, Miriam was stunned for a moment. Friend? Puff was a little angry. Want to be friends with the king? The king does not need friends, and no creature is qualified to be the king's friend. I have killed people, so it's not okay. Yes. Advertisement. Have you killed anyone? Rocky smiled. Humans? Of course I have killed them, and the number is not small. Maybe I have killed more people with my own hands than you have. In that case, why can't you be my friend? It's different. Let's not talk about the reason why I kill people. Even if there is no reason, we are different. Rocky turned around. Humans. They are very strange creatures. They can fight themselves, but other creatures can't. After saying that, Rocky waved his hand. See you in 3 hours. Swish. Rocky moved directly outside. At this time, Neferpitou and Pufu rushed in. But they just missed Rocky. Miriam knocked on the handrail with one hand. Humans. It's really interesting. Pufu glanced at Miriam. King. I'll go and deal with the humans outside now. No. 3 hours, how can an appointment be changed so easily, not to mention that I have just agreed to his challenge. Neferpitou and Yuppie had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Rocky returned directly to the gentle slope. The surveillance snail on his shoulder shot the picture of Emolao and others. Watching all the members of the expedition team appear. The people who were watching the expedition against the Chimera ants were all stunned. The Nin who had previously suspected whether Rocky was teleporting were now somewhat certain. This is indeed teleportation. Can such an ability really be developed? Wait, look at those 2 people. As he spoke, the figures of Pyro and Kurapika appeared on the screen. Although they were not in the center of the screen, they could still be clearly seen. The appearance of the 2 was exactly the same as the posted information, and the other information was not mentioned. But the most eye-catching thing was the flames behind the 2. Although it was just a small flame. But at this moment, both ordinary people and Nin were staring at the flames behind the 2. Is this the blood awakening that the kid named Rocky just mentioned? The blood awakening of the Kurta tribe. There is really a flame being ignited. As long as the flame is not extinguished, the Kurta tribe will not be harmed. Advertisement. Are you serious or are you trying to trick the Ant King? It can't be true. Isn't the ability of the Kurta tribe that their eyes turn red when they are emotionally excited? The 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association are also watching from all over the world. When they see the moment the flames appeared behind Kurapika and Pyro, the members of the 12 earthly branches were all stunned. Even Jin, who was hiding in a deep forest looking for a relic, was the same. Although he had no contact with the outside world, he still knew the information he should know. Does the Kurta tribe really have this power? When Jin got the information, he had doubts. But the moment he saw the flames, Jin felt that it might be true. And there is a new idea. If the flames are not extinguished, the people of the Kurta tribe will not suffer any harm. Does it mean that they can resist all harm? Are the 5 major disasters of the Dark Continent also? There are many people who have this idea. Paristan is also wondering. If this is true, then this matter is interesting. However, whether it is true or not depends on the next battle. This makes him look forward to it. At this moment, Rocky does not know that the focus of some people's attention has shifted from the crusade against the Chimera Ant to the Kurta tribe. Now Rocky sat cross-legged, looking towards the direction of the capital. He closed his eyes and waited for 0.9. The reason why I said 3 hours. In addition to the idea of wanting to see the Ant King in person first, feel the opponent's approximate strength, and then take action. The most important thing for Rocky is to wait for the modification to be completed. His own Nin. 6 God Power. The last system, the ability of the characteristic system, the modification of the Sword God Power is only the last 3 hours. When the modification is completed, Rocky will not only have one more ability. More importantly, the development of the 6 Gods Power is completed, which means that Rocky can use the Gods Power of multiple systems at the same time. With Rocky's current 3.17 million Nin, the ability is set. For every extra 1 million Nin, Rocky can increase the use of one more God's Power. But the 6 Gods Power must be fully developed. Now Rocky's Nin is more than 3 million, which means Luo can use 3 systems of God V at the same time. Chapter 221 The Red Lightning Crusade begins. 3 hours is not too long, but it is definitely not short either. Miriam insisted on waiting for 3 hours, but that did not mean that Pufu and the others would not take any action. It was not 3 hours yet, only 1 hour. Rocky sat cross-legged facing the palace, and could clearly see the Chimera Ant soldiers covering the sky and the sun falling from the sky. They flew towards the capital. Advertisement. And landed outside the capital, surrounding the capital. The number was probably no less than 30,000. In just 1 hour, so many Chimera Ants were summoned. The dense black dots in the sky would make people with trypophobia feel numb. And an hour later, the Chimera Ant soldiers who could not fly also arrived. The number was even more terrifying. However, these were probably not just ordinary Chimera Ant soldiers, but also modified human soldiers. Soldiers who combined humans and Chimera Ants and then modified them. Even soldiers created through special abilities. The number was probably more than 50,000. 17 Meanwhile, the Chimera Ant soldiers who were attacking the human city in the Balasa Islands were still continuing. This meant that the number of Chimera Ant soldiers on the front battlefield had not decreased at all. How did so many soldiers come from? Emolawa was a little confused. And Rocky seemed to know what these Chimera Ant soldiers were about. Because Rocky saw a lot of familiar faces. For example, Zazan, the Chimera Ant division commander. He was here too. Rocky still had an impression of this division commander. The other party's none seemed to be some kind of injection. Being able to turn others into monsters, and being cunning, and Zazan, this is the ability of the emitter. Maybe Zazan contributed to these transformed human armies. After all, her ability is still very good, especially in terms of making soldiers. In addition to her, there is also the cheetah kiddo, who is really fast. He rushed over on the ground in an instant, with a puff of smoke behind him, and arrived in front of the capital in the blink of an eye. And he has locked Rocky's position. It seems that the perception ability is not bad. But it is true that after all, the speed is so fast. If the perception ability is very poor, how can it react? Looking at the increasing number of Chimera Ant soldiers, some people have begun to worry about the members of the expedition team. With so many Chimera Ants, can the expedition team do it with only a few people? Yes. Why not just use weapons to solve it? Nuclear missiles, I'm afraid that just one shot can solve the problem. But this will face another problem. Advertisement. There are still many captured humans in the capital. If such weapons of mass destruction are used directly, whether it is humane or not is not the point. The bombed places may not be inhabited by humans for hundreds of years. It is absolutely not allowed to be used until the last moment. Time passed bit by bit. Looking at the Chimera Ants who have already set up their defense, Rocky still has no expression on his face. At this moment, the members of the expedition team each brought a monitoring snail, and the screen suddenly increased. And after more screens appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on one person. That's Rocky. Rocky sat cross-legged on the ground, covered in a grey-white cloak. The blazing flames behind him were completely different from those of Kurapika and Pyro. The flames looked very fierce. Modification completed. Suddenly Rocky opened his eyes. Time's up. Emolawa, who was still preparing, heard this and looked at the time. It was indeed 3 hours. Is it really that punctual? Rocky didn't check the time at all. How did he know the time was up? Did he keep counting in his mind? That's not right. It's impossible to count so accurately. Rocky stood up and twisted his neck, and a crackling sound came. You act according to the plan. Hearing this, Nob frowned. There are so many Chimera Ants outside, and we still have to act according to the plan? How to act according to the plan? Once we enter the capital, we will be surrounded by countless Chimera Ants in less than 10 seconds. Rocky looked at Nob. Just go, don't worry about the Chimera Ants outside. As he said, Rocky looked at the Chimera Ants that gathered. You won't be able to see these Chimera Ant soldiers later. As he said, Rocky took a step forward. Instantly, red and grey lights appeared in his eyes. The red eyes opened. Instantly, the flames ignited on his forehead, and at this moment, Rocky's mental energy fluctuations became stronger. The mental energy turned into a red beam of light and instantly rushed into the sky. In just a moment, the sky seemed to be instantly divided by Rocky's mental energy fluctuations. Has it started? What happened to the sky? It seems to have changed. Ordinary people cannot see the fluctuations of the mind energy, they can only see that the sky seems to have suddenly become much gloomier. At this time, Rocky's screen suddenly rose. From the other people's monitoring snails, Rocky can be seen floating in the air. Advertisement. A strange translucent object appeared faintly around him. After Rocky floated up. At the same time, Miriam, who was waiting for Rocky on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. Is the time up? The boring time is finally over. Miruem is looking forward to how that human will attack. Miruem knows what Pufu and others are doing, but he didn't stop him. He just wanted to see what the other party would do. However, what happened next, even Miruem couldn't keep calm. Crack! Red lightning burst out from Rocky's body instantly. Black and red lightning burst out continuously. A substantial wave suddenly spread out. Domineering. Launch. Red 570 lightning fell from the sky and exploded directly above the main capital. At this moment, a roar came. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. The shocking scene in the screen made even ordinary people who couldn't see the air suddenly take a breath. Some kind of terrifying shock wave burst out from Rocky's body, and the wind swept around suddenly. Suddenly, the capital was completely covered. The next second. The moment the roar appeared, the Chimera Ant soldiers around the capital fall down one after another. Lost consciousness in an instant. Chimera Ant soldiers fainted in groups. Even the division commander was confused. Just now, what was that power? Suddenly, it was like being stared at by something terrible. The division commanders all felt the pressure, let alone the ordinary Chimera Ant soldiers. Just a domineering burst, almost half of the Chimera Ant King soldiers lost consciousness. This made countless people confused about what happened. Especially the Nin. What kind of ability is that? In an instant, half of the Chimera Ant soldiers fell to the ground instantly. How could there be such a Nin? Rocky looked up at the sky. This is not over yet. Only half of the Chimera Ant soldiers were dealt with, it seems that his domineering power is not enough. Then add some spice. Crack! Real thunder exploded. The sky was suddenly covered by layers of dark clouds. Chapter 222, Big Move clears the field. Rocky's Dragon Star Group. Everyone looked in the direction of Rocky. At this moment, Rocky's body was constantly emitting flashing electric light, and a strong storm was lingering around him. Rocky looked into the distance. More than half of the remaining Chimera Ant soldiers were quickly coming to their senses under the shouts of the Corps Commander and the Division Commander. They were preparing to rush towards Rocky and others. Advertisement. Looking at the densely packed Chimera Ant army that was rushing in like a tide. Facing a charge of this scale. Just the visual aspect would bring an extremely strong mental shock to people. Even ordinary people who watched the scene through the monitoring snail could not help but feel their heartbeats speeding up. Facing the army's attack was something that had never been seen even in movies. Looking at the Chimera Ants that were roaring and rushing towards them. Everyone swallowed their saliva silently. They were not at the scene. If they were at the scene, they would probably have been scared out of their wits and at a loss. Rocky's eyes shrank slightly. Suddenly, the mind energy fluctuations like the tides burst out. Watching the mind energy venting out, such a scene is invisible to ordinary people, but none can easily see it as long as they use condensation. The surveillance snail can even shoot and record the mind. Seeing Rocky's mind energy burst out, countless Nin had only one word in their hearts to describe it. Monster. A real monster. A person's energy can burst to this extent in an instant, what else can this be but a monster? Rocky's cold eyes swept across the entire battlefield. With a light wave of his left hand, when his index finger swept across most of the battlefield. Suddenly. The storm that fell from the sky suddenly fell, and the rolling storm tore countless Chimera Ants apart in just a moment. There seemed to be countless invisible swords in those storms. Directly tear these Chimera Ants into pieces. The roar of the storm slowly dissipated. Emolawu and others opened their mouths wide and stared in amazement at the ant frenzy that was sweeping in like a torrent a second ago. The next second, they were scattered all over the ground. Even the Chimera Ants at the level of Division Commander and Corps Commander were injured. As Chimera Ants, they have extremely hard shells, but it is still useless. Facing Rocky's Wind God power attack, there is no way to completely defend. After a storm, the remaining Chimera Ant soldiers are probably no more than 100. At this moment, not only the battlefield was silent, but even the people who saw this scene were stunned. As if they had not recovered from the previous scene. Now. Advertisement. They seem to understand why the expedition team only needs so few people. This is already comparable to the destructive power of modern weapons. This is the evaluation of ordinary people on this battle. But for Nin, they see more. This is the most terrifying move among humans in terms of destructive power and range, right? Ah. It should be. It's impossible for anyone to have a move stronger than this. No wonder President Netero of the Hunter Association didn't take action. This guy is the most suitable candidate. First, he used an incomprehensible move to directly make half of the Chimera Ants lose their combat effectiveness, and then used the most direct large-scale attack. All the remaining Chimera Ants were destroyed. Rocky. He solved hundreds of thousands of Chimera Ants by himself. This guy is equivalent to 100,000 human troops. Netero, who was lying on the hospital bed, also smiled on his wrinkled face. This kid has become stronger again. After saying that, he coughed a few times. Netaro's current condition is getting worse day by day. Nob was a little confused on the battlefield. Who is he? What is he doing here? These chimera ants were dealt with by Rocky alone, so what are they doing here? At this moment, Mo came to his senses and urged Nobu, don't stand there, get ready. At this moment, Rocky suddenly thought of something. I always feel that if I don't do it, it might be unfair to the scene. He suddenly opened his hands, and the mind energy gathered in his palms. The next second, the mind burst out with a strong light, and the extremely strong energy gathered. Rocky raised his hand and waved it towards the sky. An extremely pure mind energy wave flew directly out of Rocky's body. He rushed straight to Yundun. And the mind dragon, which was emitting golden light, roared with its fangs and claws. It quickly broke through the clouds and rushed directly into the sky. At this moment, Killua was stunned. This is my grandfather's trick. Rocky heard Killua's voice, looked back at him and smiled. This trick is pretty good, just right for the lead. The next second, the roaring huge mind dragon came to the sky above the capital. It suddenly made a sharp turn and dived directly towards the capital. The body instantly emitted golden streams of light. Dragon Star Group. Rocky opened his hands with a smile on his face. This move was a gift to the Ant King. And it was accompanied by thunder and lightning. Advertisement. At the moment when the Dragon Star Group was launched, terrifying thunder suddenly burst out from the clouds. Thunder wrapped around Nianlong's body, and the Dragon Star Group with the power of thunder and lightning attacked. The sky was full of golden streams, with blue lightning, like raindrops sprinkled on the capital. At this moment, such a scene is like a falling meteor group. It looks a bit beautiful. This scene made countless people stunned. But for Nen, their scalps have been numb. Just now, a super large-scale attack was used, and then another one came. And it was still such a super large-scale attack. Wouldn't Rocky be tired? How much energy does he have? Unfathomable monster. With such a huge amount of energy, is this kid still a human? Boom boom boom. As the Dragon Star Group fell, the entire palace building was instantly destroyed. Rocky looked back at Nob. Let's move. Nob was stunned for a moment, but nodded immediately. Okay, okay. The four-dimensional apartment was activated, and black wormholes appeared under everyone's feet. Then everyone disappeared and came to the four-dimensional space. Then he pushed open the door and appeared in the capital the next second. Above him, Rocky's Thunder Dragon Star Group continued to fall. But at this moment, as the picture came to the palace, people began to get nervous. Since Nob didn't have time to sneak into the capital, he could only reach the courtyard outside the palace. So when they appeared here, there were still many chimera ants at the level of division commanders and corps commanders around. The moment Mo Lao and others appeared, the division commander and corps commander of the chimera ants were stunned for only a second before launching an attack. The battle broke out. At the same time, Rocky instantly moved to the interior of the palace. It was not the Ant King Miruem who faced him. It was the three guards. Rocky frowned. Isn't the Ant King here? Where's Miruem? The three guards looked at Rocky and didn't answer Rocky's question. Instead, they took an attacking stance, and even Pufo's killing intent became very strong. Looking at this posture, it will not be so easy to find Miruem if these people are not dealt with. Chapter 223 The Importance of Direct Guard Intelligence. The scene focused on Rocky. After all, Rocky was now in a 1-on-3 situation. All of a sudden, people began to worry. Although Rocky seemed to be quite strong, was it really okay to fight 1-on-3? Even if they trusted Rocky, they were not without concerns about him. Advertisement. Puff. Bit. Leave this guy to me. Yuppie stood up directly. His size was amazing. Even before he made a move, his terrifying muscles were enough to make people feel scared. Add to that the terrifying eyes that people dared not look directly at. It was scary even across the screen. Rocky looked at Yuppie. Yuppie at this moment was a little different from 3 hours ago. He was obviously in better condition. In Rocky's opinion, Yuppie seemed to be a slow-heating Nen, and he could not burst out too much power at the beginning. But as time went on, he would become very strong. Although Yuppie did not start fighting for 3 hours, he was in a state of readiness at any time, which was considered to be the end of his warm-up. Now his fighting power has been released. Yuppie, don't be careless. He has the ability to teleport. Neferpitou said, and Pufu added, although teleportation is a difficult ability, it should not be an unlimited ability. Judging from Rocky's previous energy and the two terrifying attacks just now, Pufu's analysis is that Rocky has a huge amount of energy, so from this level, Rocky's use of teleportation should not be too limited. The energy determines the range of the ability. If the range of Rocky's ability is not too harsh, then there are only two possibilities that Pufu can think of. Number and range. He should not be able to teleport to anywhere at once, there is a certain range limit. The first time Rocky appeared, it was a series of multiple teleportations before he appeared in front of the king. From this point of view, Pushin's analysis is correct. If Rocky can really teleport at will, then he doesn't need to teleport multiple times to reach his destination. The range may be a little difficult to determine, but the number of times should not exceed 200 times. Pufu's words made Rocky slightly stunned. This guy is really smart. Each teleportation consumes 20,000 tem of energy, which is more than 300 tem of energy for Rocky. Even if all of it is used for teleportation, it can only teleport 150 times, including the recovery of energy during battle. Pufu was right. If Rocky keeps teleporting, the number of teleportations he can perform cannot reach 200 times. BHFB. But in other words, if Rocky can teleport more than 200 times in a battle, it means that the enemy is very scary. And this is not the case when the ability of the Lunaria tribe is activated. Advertisement. When the power of the Lunaria tribe is activated, Rocky's recovery is even more amazing. The number of continuous teleportations should be doubled. If it reaches 400 to 500 times, if it is used no more than 10 times in a minute, then theoretically Rocky can teleport infinitely. But now, Rocky looked at Pufu and said, the analysis is correct. I didn't expect that you have understood my ability after just meeting once. Hearing the official affirmation from Rocky, the Nen who were watching the screen looked at each other in bewilderment. The Chimera Ant actually guessed it right. No. How did he guess this? I only met Rocky once, and then I analyzed the limitation of Rocky's ability, although it was only an approximate data. Range limitation, although I don't know what the range limit of Rocky's teleportation is. But it is amazing to be able to infer that there is a range limit for teleportation. What's more terrifying is that this guy can also infer that Rocky's teleportation will not be used more than 200 times. Number limit. In the Battle of Nen, intelligence plays a very important role. If you don't know the ability of the opponent, you usually won't act casually. If you know the ability of the opponent, even if the ability is weak, as long as the plan is reasonable, you can defeat or even kill Nen stronger than yourself. This is the world of Hunter. Range limit, although I don't know how large the range is, but from the previous performance, the distance from the palace to the gentle slope is estimated to be 10 kilometers. This range is actually not limited at all. Number limit, 200 times. One teleportation can reach a distance of 10 kilometers, 200 times how far? This ability is already invincible. Advertisement. Anan suddenly spoke. But someone quickly refuted him, you can't count it that way. The consumption in battle is not only the ability to activate, but also various unexpected situations. If you encounter continuous attacks in a confined space, you can only use your ability to dodge if you can't avoid it. 200 teleports are not too many. Indeed. If Rocky can't leave the confined space, then the power of teleportation will be infinitely reduced. As expected, there is no strongest ability, only the strongest tactics. At this moment, the inner hall of the palace is not too small, but it is definitely not very spacious. For Rocky, teleporting and fighting with his direct guards should be regarded as not occupying the advantageous position brought by teleportation. This terrain is not so suitable for the ability of teleportation. Indeed, if it is in an open area, with the ability of teleportation, it is easy to kill the 3 people. Hit once and then teleport out of the opponent's attack range. This way of fighting is enough to wear the opponent to death. Pufu is really right. Yuppie looked at Rocky, and finally smiled on his serious face. Knowing Rocky's ability, the previously designated plan will be useful. In this confined space, your ability should be greatly reduced. Neferpitu lay down, ready to attack at any time like a cheetah. Pufu spread his wings and flew into the air to look at Rocky below. It remains to be seen what his attack ability is. Be careful not to be killed instantly. Seeing the 3 people preparing to fight, Luyi smiled. If it weren't for the rush, you would indeed be a good opponent, but now I don't have time to play with you. You 3 are not my opponent. As he said, Rocky raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The next second, crystal fragments emerged and spun rapidly beside Rocky. The next second, Nob appeared. The crystal fragments disappeared. Pufu was startled. Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also teleport others. Rocky nodded. Ah. That's right, it's very simple. As long as my ability covers the target object, any target can be teleported by me. Rocky said this ability casually, but at this moment, the Nen heard it and were stunned. It's okay for me, but I can also teleport anything? At this moment, in a dark room, Bai Yangde, who was staring at the TV, suddenly laughed and said, arrogant Kid Yuan is not afraid of anyone knowing his ability at all. So confident. But Rocky does have the capital to be confident. Such an ability is indeed difficult to deal with. Even if they know it, what does it matter? Chapter 224, the expedition team members' plan begins. And Rocky's ability is probably far more than what Pufu said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it directly without any taboo. This is a live broadcast for all mankind. Other hunters are a little reluctant to show their abilities. Although they show them, as long as they don't say the specific details, it doesn't matter much. You have helpers, and I'm not alone. Advertisement. Rocky smiled, and Nob's heart was beating fast at the moment. Facing the terrifying thoughts of the three people in the direct guard team, it was completely different from what Nob had thought before. The murderous intent that was almost tangible made Nob feel like he had suddenly fallen into an icy abyss. Okay, Nob, stop being in a daze, bring them over. Nob nodded and activated his ability again and disappeared on the spot. But Pufu frowned. Humph. Human, you will never see the king unless you defeat us. This was the condition Miriam promised them before. After all, as the king's direct guards, if the Ant King is allowed to fight the enemy directly, then what is the meaning of their existence? Pufu, Yuppie, and Bit all hope that Miriam will not take action. It is enough to leave these things to them. However, Miriam did not completely agree with the three's suggestions, but gave them a choice. If Rocky successfully defeated them, then Miriam would take action. The three of them fully accepted this condition. After all, if they were all defeated by Rocky, then the only outcome would be death. If they all died, there would naturally be no way to stop the Ant King from doing anything. And there was no need to stop Miriam. If they all died, then the king would have to protect his own safety. Is that so? Rocky smiled and his anger suddenly burst out, and in just a moment it almost covered half of the king's capital. At this moment, Rocky frowned. No one? There was no trace of Miriam? This made Rocky frown a little unexpectedly, but the next second Yuppie suddenly appeared and punched him hard. Due to the blessing of the blood of the demon beast, Yuppie's body structure is not fixed. The huge fist smashed down directly. The whole palace was shaken suddenly. The terrifying force directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. And Rocky walked out slowly from the smoke. Obviously, the attack just now did not hurt him. But from the picture, it can be clearly seen how amazing the damage caused by this blow is. Circle. Bit, this guy's circle is probably not inferior to yours. Yuppie said, and Neferpit nodded beside him, indeed. We must not let this guy perform the circle without any interference, otherwise the king's position will definitely be found. Miriam, who was waiting somewhere at the moment, looked at the aura that had swept to the door but quickly disappeared. Advertisement. Miriam's eyes flashed. Was it interrupted? But Miriam believed in that man, and they could not stop it with Pufu alone. And at this moment, Nob appeared. To be precise, he helped others to get to Rocky's location. Emolaou and Nicolo came out. Looking at the two, Rocky was slightly stunned. Emolaou looked at Rocky. The situation has changed a bit. There are a lot of division commanders and corps commanders, and their strength is not bad. Shoto stayed to deal with these guys. Rocky nodded. At this time, Yuppie went straight to Rocky, rushed over, his huge body, every step could make the ground tremble slightly. Seeing the target coming, Emolaou and Nicolo looked at each other. Suction. Emolaou took a deep breath and then spit out a large cloud of white smoke. The smoke instantly spread and swept to Yuppie's position. The smoke cage formed wrapped Yuppie in an instant. With the help of the hole that Yuppie had just punched, Rocky suddenly appeared behind Yuppie. A kick. He kicked Yuppie hard and knocked him directly from the second floor to the first floor. Emolaou and Nicolo also came to the first floor hiding in the smoke, ready to fight with Yuppie. The smoke slowly dissipated. Emolaou and Nicolo confronted Yuppie on the first floor. In the picture, the smoke cage has completely blocked the first floor, and there is absolutely no way out. Yuppie is now very angry. You two damn guys. Stop getting in the way here. Emolaou and his disciple Nicolo are quite experienced in cooperation. The smoke instantly turned into countless clones of the two people, and they fled everywhere. Yuppie's explosive attack mode was directly turned on. But Nicolo suddenly appeared behind him and punched Yuppie in the waist. A full-strength punch. Bang. Directly knocked Yuppie back 5 or 6 meters horizontally, but unfortunately it did not cause any substantial damage to Yuppie. After a punch, Nicolo ran madly towards the edge of the smoke cage. Hit. Hit. Wait for death, BD. One jumped out of the mouth of the smoke cage, while Emolaou hit himself with smoke on the opposite side. The plan has been completed. Advertisement. The next step is to wait. As long as the time to trap Yuppie is enough, Yuppie will be defeated. Although the two did not explain their abilities. However, after Yuppie was hit by Ku Lu, the small things and numbers suddenly appeared. Many Nen seemed to understand. Good cooperation. Emolaou, I remember that he is a very powerful ocean hunter, very powerful. The best among the first-class Nen. Yes. The number has changed, so it is this type of ability user. Then as long as the opponent is trapped, even if there is no direct confrontation, this chimera ant will be defeated. Ordinary people don't understand, but how can I not understand? The more I understand, the more I feel that the cooperation between the two seems to be a bit unsolvable. As long as you get hit by one punch, you lose. The rest can be left to time. Although Yuppie was very angry and madly bombarded the cage formed by the smoke, he could only be helpless and furious. He is not Pufu, there is no way to pass through the smoke. On the other side, when Emolao and Nico Lu disappeared with Yuppie, behind Rocky, Pyro and Kate appeared at the same time. Hisoka didn't come, obviously he stayed to deal with the division leader of the Chimera Ants. Based on Hisoka's personality, it is likely that he will not come, but has already started fighting. But it's not a big problem. Pyro looked at the cat girl Neferpitou. That's him. Ah. He is left to you. Sand flew out of the gourd behind Pyro instantly. Seeing the moment the sand flew out, this ability made many Nen open their eyes wide. What kind of ability is this? Release or operation? Or is it a manipulator? Suddenly, the flame behind Pyro increased a little. Then the sand turned into a big hand and flew towards Neferpitou. Neferpitou's speed was still amazing, and he could bounce and dodge easily. The sand didn't seem to be very fast. But the next second, the sand suddenly exploded, and Kate jumped out. The crazy clown in his hand turned, and a sickle appeared. Kate in the air looked at Rocky. With just a glance, Rocky understood what Kate meant. The next second, a clanging sound rang out. The room. It was neatly cut apart by the terrifying slash. 5. Chapter 225. The melee begins on the second floor of the palace. Waltz of the Grim Reaper. Although Kate's weapon only has this one move. But the power. It is indeed somewhat amazing, the entire palace was cut in half. The 4 giant stone pillars were also cut off in an instant, although the entire palace was not really cut open. Advertisement. But the collapse of the palace seems to have begun with the breaking of these 4 stone pillars. However, it will not collapse completely in a short period of time, and the first floor will not be affected too much. At most, the second floor and above will be affected. The weapon in Kate's hand changed again after landing. This is a change that is not controlled by Kate and is carried out naturally. This time, it was actually number 3, the same magic wand as in the original book. At this moment, Neferpitou was 20 meters away, looking at Kate in horror. If he had not dodged just now, he would probably have been cut in half directly, and even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. So strong. Looking at the collapse of the huge stone pillars, the Nen who were watching the 150 battle were all excited. This ability was within their comprehension, and at the same time, it was a very powerful attacking move, which instantly made them excited. This hunter named Kate was so powerful. Have you started yet? Another voice came at this time. At the same time, with the sound of chains, Rocky turned his head and looked at Kurapika and Biscuit who came out. Ah! It has started. Rocky looked at Pufu in the air. Where is your target? Kurapika slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Swish! Instantly, Kurapika appeared directly in front of Pufu, and the chain shuttled quickly like a snake in the blink of an eye. It seemed to form a circle around Kurapika and Pufu. Rocky watched Kurapika start, and turned his head to look at Biscuit. Advertisement. Then these people will be handed over to you. I'm going to start too. Rocky closed his eyes, and the air on his body suddenly began to spread. Instantly, the air swept out rapidly in all directions. This moment, the audience was stunned again. Previously, they only saw a flash of the circle, and they were not sure, but now there is no doubt that Rocky is releasing his own circle. Hey, hey, hey! Is this still a circle? It's not a regular circle at all. Idiot, the circle is ultimately the use of the released chi to perceive everything around, but there is no rule that it must be a circle. Only when the control of chi reaches a certain level can this irregular circle be released and the shape can be changed according to one's needs. A group of Nen began to discuss, and their words were full of admiration for Rocky. This kind of meticulous operation is impossible for them to achieve even if they practice for 100 years, not to mention how high the requirements for the amount of chi are. Watching the energy released by Rocky, it spread outside in a few breaths. Even Hisoka and others who were fighting with the division leader Chimera Ant could clearly see the expansion of the mind. Puff! At this time, Neferpitou shouted to Puff. Kurapika quickly retracted the chain, and while Puff responded to Bit, his body suddenly turned into countless tiny puffs and flew away. Kurapika was slightly stunned. It turned out that, it can still be like this. What kind of ability is this? This ability to instantly split the body made the Nen stunned. This is not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a very deep voice sounded, and the liberated Biscuit turned into King Kong Barbie. directly appeared at the place where Pufu's clones gathered, and RI blasted out again. Horrible air. It suddenly exploded. Pufu was forced to split again. This time, the distance was far away before merging. And Kurapika was running fast on the ground, rushing towards Pufu. It's really a bit difficult, but if he keeps doing this, he won't be able to hinder us at all. As he said that, the chain was smashed directly towards Pufu. The chain, which seemed to have no power, fell directly on the ceiling after being dodged by Pufu. Crack. The damage caused by the terrifying impact force was no less than the previous attack of Yuppie. Looking at the terrifying destructive power, the people who were watching the screen couldn't help but tremble. What kind of power is this? Emitter's ability actually has such a powerful attack. Advertisement. Emitter, yes, seeing Kurapika's chain, basically experienced Nen will mistake Kurapika for Emitter's ability. But this is just a wrong judgment made by people with some experience. The more experienced hunter narrowed his eyes and looked at Kurapika in the picture. Although the attack method is to control the chain, it does not mean that he is an emitter. It may also be a transmuter. At this moment, Kurapika in the picture maintained a continuous attack from a medium and long distance, creating opportunities for Biscuit. It made it impossible for Pufu to escape easily. The hall was collapsing, but it was still barely a closed space. Such an environment was also very restrictive for Pufu. Seeing that Pufu had no way out, Neferpitou was dealing with the annoying sand and avoiding the sudden attack from Kate. Kate waved the strange magic wand, but had not really used the power of this weapon. Neferpitou knew that this ability should not be weak. So he did not dare to buy a flaw easily. But as Rocky's circle continued to spread, the entire palace was infiltrated by Rocky's thoughts. If it continued like this, it would probably not take long for Rocky to find the location of the Ant King Miriam. This is absolutely not possible. Bit glanced at Rocky. Then he looked at the sand that was sweeping over him. This time, he seemed to be a little slow in reacting, and was finally caught by Pyro's sand. The moment the sand caught him, the air in Neferpit's body was gathering. At this moment, the sand quickly covered him, and Pyro clenched his hands. Sand coffin. The sand quickly wrapped Bit and squeezed him crazily. Can it be like this? Sand can actually be used like this? No wonder the operator chose sand. Although it is different from the abilities of most emitters, such emitters are also very strong. As an Nen, it is also clear that looking at Pyro's fighting style, sand can attack or defend. And it also maintains a certain distance. If you want to get close to Pyro, you must pass through layers of sand. The direct attack power of sand is nothing, but Pyro did not expect that he used the power of squeezing. In this way, you will never be easily touched by the sand. If you are touched, you may be able to use air to resist the force of squeezing, but then you will always be passive. After being wrapped by the enemy's power, what to do is not up to Pyro. And the next second. At the moment when the power of the sand coffin was activated, Neferpitou suddenly opened his eyes and burst out amazing power in his body. He broke through the shackles of the sand and rushed straight towards Rocky like a missile. And at this moment, Pyro was slightly stunned. Damn! This guy was not caught by carelessness, but wanted to take the opportunity to accumulate energy. Pyro glanced in the direction of Rocky. At this time, Rocky was still using the circle. The energy was not taken back, in other words, the defense was very weak. Everyone knows that as long as you attack at this time, the enemy is equivalent to using pure flesh to resist the attack. For the Battle of Nen, such a situation often means serious injury. Chapter 226 Bloodline Ability King vs. King Meeting. Now, Rocky is using the circle. His chi is basically in an outward state, and his defense in this state is almost the same as not using chi to protect himself. If he is hit in this state, the consequences will be disastrous. Crack. Advertisement. Neferpitou hit Rocky's abdomen directly with one claw. The sharp claws even directly tore Rocky's cloak. Seeing this scene, Neferpitou's face showed joy. Finally, it's solved. At this moment, the Nen were also worried about Rocky. He wouldn't be killed by a direct hit. But Rocky, who flew out the next second, didn't fly too far. After landing 5 or 6 meters, Rocky easily relieved the impact and stabilized his body. He looked up at Neferpitou, and looked down at the cloak that was torn open on his abdomen. But he didn't care and smiled, found it. Rocky looked up at Neferpitou. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses and carefully observed Rocky's abdomen, and found that not even a drop of blood was shed, and it could even be said that he was not injured at all. The flame behind him just shook a few times and returned to normal. Such a situation made the Nen stunned. How is it possible? With almost no defense, how did he manage to be safe and sound? The power of Neferpitou's attack just now seemed extraordinary. Such an attack hit a person who had no Nen defense, and the end would probably be torn into pieces in an instant. But Rocky was fine? Impossible. How could you be fine? Even Neferpitou himself found it difficult to accept. The attack just now was his full strength. No matter how strong Rocky was, he at least needed defense to block his attack, but Rocky had no defense at all. How could he block it? Swish! Swish! Sand suddenly appeared from both sides, and Neferpitou, who was in a daze, grabbed it again. However, this time, Pyro did not directly wrap up the entire person of Bit, but controlled the sand to wrap around his limbs. Strengthen the control of the sand. Advertisement. Idiot. You want to hurt Rocky. While Pyro controlled Neferpilot, Kate also directly used Amazing Chi to directly turn into a beam of light and hit Neferpilis' back. Blast him violently away. However, although this level of attack was not completely blocked by Neferpilot, the damage was not great at the time. After all, as a Chimera ant, its defense is very strong, and the defense of Mind Chi is even more amazing. It's unreasonable. Why is that kid okay? The members of the 12 earthly branches who were watching were also quite confused. As first-class Nen, they also knew that being hit in this state was equivalent to a state without Chi defense. But how could Rocky be okay? And Rocky's circle had clearly spread to this range, and he could clearly sense all of Neferpilis' movements. But he still did not choose to give up using the circle to defend himself, but let Neferpilot attack. A normal Nen would not choose this. But Rocky did it anyway. At the moment this guy was hit, the flame behind him became smaller. Although it was very weak, it flickered a few times before returning to its original state. Someone in the 12 earthly branches also noticed this slight change. This reminded me of what Rocky said before. The ability of the Kurta tribe. As long as the flames are not extinguished, he will not suffer any damage. And Neferpitou's powerful attack only made the flames behind Rocky slightly smaller. This. With such bloodline ability, combined with Rocky's terrifying aura, how terrifying will this guy's fighting power be? Now Rocky doesn't know what these people are thinking. But he nodded to Pyro and Kurapika, I'll leave it to you here. With that, Rocky disappeared instantly. The reason why he didn't cancel the circle just now was that he found Mirulem and was using the circle to spread his phantom to Mirulem's position. So he could use the phantom teleport directly. At the same time, Rocky also wanted to see how much damage he would suffer from being attacked by Neferpitou. And the result naturally made Rocky very satisfied. There was no feeling at all. It didn't hurt at all. At the same time, the flames didn't weaken much. It even recovered in a few breaths. With such ability, Rocky is more confident to fight Mirulem. Advertisement. Swish. Rocky's figure disappeared in an instant, and turned into countless crystal fragments and dissipated. The appearance of crystal fragments also made some Nen feel something was wrong. When Rocky used teleportation before, nothing similar happened, but it happened this time. This means that the ability Rocky used may be different from the previous teleportation. At the same time, new pictures came from the monitoring snail carried by Rocky. In the picture, it seems to be somewhere underground in the palace. A huge and very empty underground space. There is nothing here. In the empty underground space, only Mirulem is sitting against the wall in the center opposite. Feeling Rocky's appearance, Mirulem slowly raised his head. You are finally here. It seems that they still can't stop you. Rocky looked at Mirulem and looked around at the same time. It must be said that Mirulem may not be afraid of himself, but he also chose a place that is beneficial to him. To deal with teleportation, such a confined space is indeed needed. Otherwise, my 847 teleportation will be a headache. There is no chance to fight back and I can only passively take the beating. Mirulem stood up slowly. Are they all dead? Mirulem walked forward and asked at the same time. Shaking his head, Rocky said slowly, no, they were blocked by my people. Hearing this, Mirulem nodded, then no one will hinder us now. I am looking forward to fighting with you. Rocky also smiled, me too. Seeing that Rocky seemed to be looking forward to it, Mirulem smiled. I am very curious about one thing. As a leader among humans, why do you allow those incompetent people to have more power and higher status than you? This is a question that Mirulem doesn't understand. Strength should be the decisive factor in determining power and status. However, Rocky doesn't seem to intend to answer this question. This question has nothing to do with our battle, and I have nothing to say. Mirulem nodded, okay. I will find the answer myself. Now let me see how strong you, a killer sent by humans, are. Rocky raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, countless crystal fragments suddenly appeared. Then let's start. The king of the Chimera ants. Instantly, crystal fragments appeared one after another in the entire space. It seemed that the two of them were suddenly in the starry sky, surrounded by countless kangs. Chapter 227 Rocky and the Ant King's Violent Suppression. Let me correct you before we start. Rocky looked at Mirulem and said seriously. I am not a killer, but a member of the Crusade team. You are defined as creatures that invade the human world. My duty is to eliminate all of you. Rocky's statement did not make Miriam angry. Perhaps as a king, he did not care about what others said. This is just the human's own opinion. I think my tribe appeared to correct the wrong development of this world. Advertisement. This ant is quite narcissistic. It doesn't matter. Rocky looked at Miriam. The fiery red eyes opened, and the mind burst out with all his strength. The air that swept across instantly, just the waves it caused, directly caused the surrounding ground to collapse instantly. The entire underground space began to turbulent. This underground space, which is comparable to the venue of the sports meeting, was directly triggered instantly just because of Rocky's mind burst. Such a horrifying picture appeared, which made the Nan feel a little incredible. And the next second, the red thunder flashing on Rocky's body suddenly spread like a spider web. Instantly. Accompanied by a silver-white flash, Luo Qi came directly in front of Miriam. In a flash of lightning, he launched an attack directly. The Dowang sword appeared in his hand, and Rocky's other phantom swords also appeared at the same time. The phantom sword connected the phantom, and in an instant the whole screen was densely packed with Rocky's weapons. It looked very spectacular. Bang! One knife directly split the entire underground space in two. The neat cut on the ground directly formed a bottomless crack. Even the ceiling was cut open by Rocky. And this attack was only the first blow, but unfortunately Miriam dodged it. But the moment he dodged, Rocky suddenly turned back and more than a dozen phantoms swept over instantly, strangling Miriam madly from all angles. Advertisement. Miriam smashed these phantoms one by one. Although Miriam did not absorb the energy of Yupi and Pufu at this moment, his own strength seemed to have reached a level that was not much different from the peak state in the original book. Both of them moved very quickly. Even Nan could not see their movements clearly at this moment. The red lightning flashing on Rocky was very eye-catching, and the red lightning could be seen shuttling back and forth in the picture. What made people feel incredible was that Rocky's speed was combined with lightning. 6 gods, the power of the Thunder God. This power was integrated into the Phantom Sword, and all of Loki's Phantom Swords flashed with amazing thunder. If they were touched at all, they would definitely suffer serious damage. However, Miriam was able to dodge easily in the dense and almost tide-like lightning. He avoided every lightning attack just right. And facing Rocky's constantly changing weapons and continuous and rapid teleportation, although Miriam was at a disadvantage, he never showed any obvious flaws. The fight between the two seemed to be at a stalemate for a while. In the picture, the two kept colliding. Rocky was in the upper hand and suppressed Miriam fiercely. Although Miriam was very strong, he did not seem to have developed his own abilities. The thunder was running wild, and the ground was directly blown out with horrible marks wherever it swept. The Nan who were staring at the screen at this moment. They were all surprised at Rocky's ability. Teleport. It's so fast, and teleport again. If I face such an opponent, I'm afraid I will be killed in an instant. What kind of system is this guy a capable user of? Why does every weapon he materializes seem to be different? Although Rocky and Miriam moved very quickly, there are also capable users who can slow down such scenes. After slowing down the playback speed of the picture to 16 times, we can finally see some of the movements of the two people clearly. When we saw Rocky, who was teleporting continuously with the help of crystal fragments, everyone's back suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Does this guy need to use these strange crystal fragments to teleport? Hearing this, someone shook his head and said, no. Maybe not, his previous teleportation did not use anything at all. But what's going on now? The only possibility is that these are two different ways of teleportation. Advertisement. 2. This idea is a bit surprising. But soon someone continued to analyze it. The previous teleportation, the Chimera Ant also said that there are limits on the range and number of times, but now, this guy flashed more than 100 times in just a few tenths of seconds. This does not conform to the previous speculation. If the number of times is limited to only 200 times, it can't withstand such a high-intensity battle. So there is only one conclusion. This method of teleporting with the help of a fixed target is not limited by distance or number of times. But this kind of teleportation also has disadvantages, that is, there is no way to really teleport to where you want to go. Although that is said, the crystal fragments created by Rocky in the picture are floating in the entire underground space. Basically, it is not a problem for Rocky to teleport anywhere. I originally thought that the confined space would be a weakness of this ability, but if this ability is added now, then the confined space is not a weakness. Rocky's ability shocked the Nan. At the same time, it also vaguely made people understand why Rocky was not afraid of his ability being known. Even if he knew, what would happen? Is there a natural way to restrain such an ability? And Rocky can also release amazing thunder. With the blessing of thunder, Rocky's speed is amazing. It even vaguely reaches a certain speed of time compression, similar to Netaro's 100 style Guanyin. Pang! Mirlem was hit on the shoulder by Rocky's knife and fell directly from the air. And at this moment, damn, Rocky had no intention of stopping at all. He appeared directly in front of Mirlem and stabbed Mirlem's abdomen with the Yasha King sword containing amazing thunder power. The bullet that rushed out directly hit Mirlem at close range and caused a terrifying explosion. Then the sword stabbed over, leaving Mirlem with no extra reaction time at all. Pang! Another impact sounded, Rocky's figure stopped, and at the same time, the phantom swords around Rocky also aimed at Mirlem below. At this moment, Mirlem held the Yasha King sword with both hands tightly, which was only 2 centimeters away from his abdomen. Mirlem raised his head and stared at Rocky. Very good. Human. Your power is the most powerful among all the humans I have ever seen. It is no exaggeration to say that you have the power to threaten my life. A monster like you can appear in such a weak race as humans. Chapter 228 True Ability Phantom Sword. Ant King Mirlem. At this moment, his heart was indeed in turmoil. He originally thought that he was the existence that the entire tribe had jointly pushed to the top, as an existence that was born above all creatures and at the top of the food chain. He was the king that the entire tribe had spent endless time and energy to push out. As the king of the Chimera Ants, he was born with a mission, and he needed to be above all creatures. Advertisement. But he didn't expect that today, a weak human could force him to this point. In this situation, Mirlem's heart, which had never wavered, seemed to be shaken. Swish! Suddenly, the spike of Mirlem's tail pierced straight towards Rocky's head. But the next second, Rocky's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared above. He held the Fulong King sword in one hand, and was spinning at high speed, injecting the Fulong King sword into the minister. As the light suddenly burst out, accompanied by a whirlwind force, Rocky threw it directly. But the next second, before Mirlem could react, he suddenly felt that the Yaksha King sword he held in both hands disappeared. The phantom sword exchanged directly. The high-speed rotation gathered a lot of mental energy, and even carried the power of the 6 gods, the 753 Fulong King sword, which appeared directly on Mirlem's chest. Zzz. The extremely fast rotation brought a terrifying cutting ability. Mirlem could only choose to resist with both hands. However, facing the power of the wind god surrounding the outside, the terrifying whirlwind instantly cut countless small wounds on his hands. And the next second, with the power of the Fulong King sword bursting out, Mirlem directly felt something was wrong. If he continued, he might die. Crack! Concentrating on the mind, he blocked the Fulong King sword for a moment, and the next second Mirlem lowered his head to avoid the attack. But the Fulong King sword that flew by in an instant directly cut off his tail. The tail that was used to attack Rocky in the last second was directly cut off by Rocky with the needle at the end. Blood sprayed from Mirlem's tail. At this moment, Rocky appeared behind Mirlem, easily grasped the Fulong Wong sword with his hand, and continued to inject thoughts into it. Mirlem's eyes suddenly shrank. This is Rocky's true power? Advertisement. The previous fight was just a test. Rocky has figured out his fighting style, so now he starts to be serious. Teleportation. Mirlem also figured out Rocky's ability. Any location of the crystal fragments can be the location where Rocky teleports. But he didn't expect that Rocky's teleportation could actually work directly on his weapons. If the weapons can also change their positions, then this is quite bad for Mirlem. After all, Rocky's attack with any weapon is equivalent to facing the threat of all other weapons at the same time. What a terrible ability. The Nin who was watching the battle somewhere suddenly stood up. The companions around were stunned for a moment. What's wrong? What's so scary? That hidden weapon that looks like a dart is really good, but... Idiot! Didn't you see? The positions of the 2 weapons just swapped. This may be related to his teleportation. Others looked at each other in bewilderment. So what if you saw it? Don't you understand? This guy has more than 6 weapons. The speed was too fast and no one could see how many weapons Rocky had. After all, the footage taken by the surveillance snail is not a panoramic view and it is difficult to observe carefully at that speed. So it is estimated that there are no less than 6 weapons. And each of these weapons now seems to have different shapes, and even different abilities. Facing Rocky's teleportation, if he attacks you with any weapon, you must at least prepare for 6 different attacks. Otherwise, you will be like the Chimera Ant King, whose tail will be cut off directly. This is because Mirlem is strong enough and reacts very quickly. BHFG, if it were someone else, he would have died a long time ago. When the others heard this, they suddenly reacted. The weapons Rocky has have different abilities, and each weapon can be directly exchanged, which means that facing any weapon attack, it can be replaced with another weapon at any time. Combined with Rocky's own teleportation, it seems that this person's ability is indeed terrible. A perfect Nin. I am afraid of any Nin. I am surprised. I didn't expect your real ability to be like this. Mirlem turned around suddenly, and the Fulong sword in front of him at this moment burst out with amazing power again. Fist. He blasted out fiercely, and the chi was concentrated on his fist. This punch directly collided violently with the chi on the Fulong sword. Advertisement. The impact of the two chis formed a shock wave, which directly caused the entire underground space to be violently shaken again. At this moment, Rocky appeared directly in the distance. He was holding another phantom sword in his hand. Flying King's Bow. Raising the bow and arrow in his hand high, Rocky directly pulled the full string. The arrow formed by the gathering of terrifying mental energy was aimed at Mirlem's back. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow was shot out, and it directly formed a violent turbulence in the air, and the speed was very amazing. Mirlem had no time to resist at this moment. The next second, the arrow sank into the wall, and it seemed to leave a mark on the wall instantly. Then a series of ring-shaped light circles appeared, and suddenly spread continuously like water waves. It directly occupied most of the wall, and spread 100 meters wide. Bang! With the first explosion, the wall surface instantly sank in, and the terrifying mind energy fluctuations instantly left a spherical hole with a radius of about 50 meters on the wall. One hit. This hit made Meninan's teeth chatter. Is this still an arrow? This is more terrifying than a cannonball. This. XX. However, Rocky did not seem to intend to end, because the attack just now was dodged by Mirlem. Mirlem, who rolled to avoid it, just stood up, and the split Fulong sword turned into 4 daggers and attacked him from all angles. At the same time, more than a dozen phantoms around also rushed towards Mirlem. Rocky raised his hand and shot arrows again. But the number of arrows this time was very shocking. Just pulling the bow once, the arrows shot out directly exploded in the air like a group of dragon stars, turning into raindrops of arrows, instantly covering Mirlem. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds rang out, and several blood holes the size of chopsticks appeared on Mirlem's body. Mirlem looked down at the wound and looked up at Rocky. You have done a great job to hurt me to this extent, human. But you also succeeded in angering me. Crack. A strong wind suddenly rose from the ground, and this was only because of the terrifying storm brought about by Mirlem's sudden strength and powerful speed. Chapter 229, Strong Punches Can't Break Defense. Are you going to use force? Rocky narrowed his eyes, and then directly summoned the shield of King Mercy, which suddenly split apart. He formed a fist shield with one hand on each side. Then Rocky also took a posture of charging power, and instantly injected his mind into the shield. He took a step suddenly, and the next second Rocky also burst out with a terrifying impact force that was no less than Mirlem. Advertisement. A terrifying storm was set off behind him, and the wind that spread and swept across formed a fan-shaped posture. 2 black shadows flashed by in an instant. Then they collided straight together. Rocky held the fist shield in his hand, and his fist emitting silver-white light hit Mirlem's fist. The impact of the two forces caused amazing ripples. Buzz. The ground suddenly sank. Rocky and Mirlem maintained the posture of fisting, and then suddenly there were terrifying explosions one after another. Terrible cracks appeared directly on the ground. They kept appearing around the two people. At this time, Rocky was also looking at Mirlem in front of him. The fist shield in his right hand absorbed Mirlem's power, and the next second Rocky punched out with his left fist. The power absorbed from Mirlem suddenly exploded at this moment. Mirlem wanted to defend, but was knocked away by a punch. His body bounced on the ground like a ball. The ground he hit was broken. At this moment, Rocky took a step forward, and the next second he moved in front of Mirlem. He stepped hard on Mirlem who was rolling on the ground. Crack! A deep pit was directly stepped on the ground. The aftermath also spread to the surroundings. Rocky looked up at Mirlem who rolled over and jumped away quickly and stood up. At this moment, Mirlem's tail was swinging, and Rocky squinted at Mirlem's tail. The wound just now showed signs of healing. Although the blood was still flowing, there was not so much blood flowing out. Advertisement. This was obviously a sign that the wound was healing at a high speed. From this, it seems that Mirlem also has the ability to heal wounds quickly. It is not impossible for Mirlem, who is different from the original, to obtain some regeneration genes of geckos by relying on the genes of chimera ants. And with the blessing of mind, the recovery speed will obviously be more amazing. Absorb power and release it. This is the ability of your pair of weapons. Mirlem frowned and looked at the fist scraps in Rocky's hand. This weapon is a bit troublesome. But suddenly Mirlem raised his hand and a mind bullet appeared in his hand, and threw it straight at Rocky. It is needless to say how powerful the mind bullet is that broke through the air with a sharp roar. Just this movement shows that the power of this mind bullet is not small. Rocky merged his arms, and the two fist shields merged together to form a shield again. Crack! The mind bullet had no effect on the shield and was easily blocked. Rocky raised his hand and pushed away the King of Mercy's shield floating in front of him. His eyes fell on Mirlem behind him, who was running at high speed at the moment. The thoughts in his hand condensed into thought bullets one after another. They were thrown towards Rocky one after another. Looking at these thought bullets that were bursting like comets, the shield of the King of Mercy began to flash wildly to resist these thought bullets. Rocky raised his hand and the Holy King's staff suddenly appeared. He aimed at Mirlem, who was moving at high speed, and threw the Holy King's staff directly. The Holy King's staff burst out instantly, like a nail suddenly dropped from the sky, and directly hit Mirlem's back fiercely. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hit. The next second Mirlem's eyes shrank rapidly, and Rocky appeared in front of the Holy King's staff and threw the Master Sword of the Lightning Master in his hand straight at him. Close-range weapon throwing. Mirlem didn't even think about it and retreated madly. Why did he dodge to the left and right? Because on the left and right sides, there was the Yaksha King's sword on one side and the Fulong King's sword on the other. The two phantom swords, one on the left and one on the right, directly blocked his position. The Ghost King in the sky rotated, threatening him at all times like a gun tip. Mirlem did not dare to dodge upwards, and could only retreat to keep a distance. But the next second Rocky's body flashed rapidly with amazing thunder. The thunder and lightning were injected into the sword of the Sage King, and it accelerated instantly, and pierced Mirlem's left shoulder with one sword. Advertisement. Rocky's body flipped in the air, holding the sword of the Sage King in his hand, and pulled it out of Mirlem's body. At the same time, Mirlem, who was hit, also stared at Rocky. The moment the two looked at each other, Mirlem kicked directly. Dong dong. Rocky stabbed with a sword and was hit with a punch. Both of them shot backwards at the same time. But Rocky used the phantom shift instantly to forcibly remove the impact. And after landing, Rocky patted his chest, unscathed. It was just that the flames behind him were slightly smaller. Mirlem was different. His left shoulder was pierced and a huge wound was opening. Blood was constantly flowing out. Mirlem's face returned to normal at this moment, because the punch just now was a decision he made after careful consideration. It was not easy for Rocky to hit him. In addition to catching him by surprise, he could only hit him by catching his weakness. But just now he gave up dodging and collided with Rocky head-on, but he didn't expect that his attack hit Rocky and the other party was unscathed. 0. He is the king of the Chimera Ants. He is born with strong defense. With the defense provided by Chi, he is so strong that it is terrifying. And Rocky? He is just a human, but he has such amazing defense. The moment the attack just now hit Rocky, Rocky didn't use Chi to defend at all. But Rocky was still fine, which surprised Mirlem. I'm not surprised that you can block my fist, but why you are fine? If Rocky consumed some Chi to wake up the defense, then Mirlem still thinks Rocky might be fine. But Rocky didn't defend just now, but he was still fine. Could it be that his attack was too weak? Impossible. Mirlem is very confident in his attack. No matter who faces his attack, it is impossible for him to be unscathed. At this moment, not to mention Mirlem's surprise, even the Nen rushed to surprise. It's fine to block the attack of the direct guard team before, even the attack of such a terrifying monster as the Chimera Ant King can be easily blocked. Is the bloodline ability of the Kurta tribe so terrifying? Flame. It became a little weaker at the moment of being attacked. It can be confirmed that it really relied on the power of bloodline to block the attack without using Chi. Somewhere at this moment, a strong light flashed in Yangda's eyes. The bloodline ability of the Kurta tribe can actually reach this level. If he also obtains this bloodline ability, then wouldn't it be more safer to explore the Dark Continent? B. Chapter 230 The Last Divine Power of the White Light Curtain. In the picture at this moment, Rocky looked at Mirlem very calmly. Unexpectedly, Mirlem didn't care about being injured, but was more curious about his situation. There are many special bloodlines among humans. You are not the only one who has the power of bloodline. Advertisement. Hearing Rocky's words, Mirlem frowned. So that's it, I understand. Is this the power given to you by your race? You can say that. Stand up. The gravel on his body slowly rolled off, and Mirlem stood up again, looking at the blood hole on his left shoulder. Patting the dust on his shoulder, it seems that if I want to defeat you, the first thing is to find out why you are not injured when attacked. Can you do it? Rocky asked. Mirlem, the things I want to know usually don't take too much time. Nod. Rocky looked at Mirlem, then come again. 6, 5, 3 crackle. The figures of the two disappeared at the same time. Mirlem, whose energy was fully exploded, had no impact on his speed, strength and defense due to his injury. On the contrary, he seemed to be getting better and better. The speed of progress in the battle was very obvious. Rocky still maintained a super strong offensive rhythm. But Mirlem was able to seize a moment of negligence and counterattack. At the beginning, Mirlem was suppressed by himself, but now he was able to counterattack. Boom boom boom. Explosions and roars continued to come from the underground space. The movement of the two people fighting broke out one after another, and the terrifying storm continued to sweep. The air collided with each other and burst out a series of sparks. At this moment, Rocky looked at Mirlem. If this goes on, I am afraid that the time of the battle will be delayed for a long time. Then let's do a little bigger. The power of the 6 gods. The power of the giant god is activated. The invisible power spread and filled Rocky's body. The next second Rocky rotated at a high speed and quickly appeared in front of the opponent. The sword of the wise king in his hand slashed at Mirlem fiercely. The power is even stronger with the blessing of instant movement. Just as the blade was cut out, Mirlem's eyes shrank rapidly at this moment. Because from his perspective, he could clearly see the terrifying power of the weapon in Rocky's hand. The air was directly torn apart. The terrifying power was accompanied by terrifying speed. With such speed, a sword could easily create a vacuum state. This attack must not be hit. The next second, Mirlem retreated directly. Rocky's attack missed, but the damage caused was not reduced at all. Advertisement. The terrifying slashing wave suddenly erupted along Rocky's slashing trajectory. A horizontal slash directly cut the entire underground space in half. Clang! The sharp slashing wave swept across the head. At this moment, Mirlem frowned, not understanding why Rocky's power suddenly seemed to increase a lot. Looking at Rocky's eyes, golden light flashed. The scarlet eyes were like fire and golden light emerged, which was abnormal. Mirlem also muttered in his heart, did he activate a new ability? At this moment, Rocky continued to attack and once again showed amazing suppression. At the same time, the people watching the battle were all staring with their eyes wide open. The power of Rocky's sword just now was too amazing. Just one sword directly split the entire underground space in two. Such power is really incredible. Why didn't the previous slash have such power? In the previous slash, Rocky did not use the power of the giant god. Now he not only used the power of the giant god but also the power of the wind god. The power of the wind was used to strengthen the power of the slash. Clang! Clang! With multiple continuous roars, the entire underground space began to collapse rapidly. Rocky's powerful slash directly made the underground space overwhelmed. Collapsed quickly. At this time, Rocky had switched to a new weapon. Fighting King Sword. This phantom sword can increase Rocky's slashing speed by dozens of times. It is more suitable to use this phantom sword in the current state. The next attack. Rocky moved to Mirlem through phantom shift. The moment the two looked at each other, Rocky drew his sword. Instantly, countless sword lights appeared, and the dense sword lights seemed to directly converge to form a white light ball. It smashed towards Mirlem fiercely. At this moment, Mirlem had no time to dodge. Even if he dodged at the fastest speed, there was no way to avoid all the slashes. Swish! The white light spread towards the sky. The falling stone was instantly destroyed when it touched this light. The ceiling that collapsed suddenly was directly cut by Rocky's slash, and the sword light spread towards the sky. At this moment, the people who were still fighting in the palace suddenly felt something was wrong. Boom! A startling explosion sounded. Outside the palace, the ground broke open, and a white light shot up into the sky. The terrifying white light tore a huge hole in the ground, and Mirlem jumped out the next second. Advertisement. The white knife light instantly killed several unlucky Chimera Ant Division leaders. Everyone began to dodge to both sides. The roar continued. And at this moment, Rocky was still in the underground space, and at this moment, Rocky looked up. Wind God, Giant God. He has already activated 2 of the 6 divine powers. Now he can activate up to 3 divine powers at the same time, but he has activated the power of Thunder God before, and it takes a lot of mental energy to switch. But Rocky doesn't care now. Switch the power of Thunder God. The power of Sword God. This is the first time that the special ability is used. But the first time it is used is on Mirlem, which is good. Rocky closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then a white light appeared in his eyes. The next second, a shadow appeared behind Rocky. At this moment, the phantoms around him solidified and formed real long swords. Rocky looked up at the sky. With just one thought, countless flying swords flew directly towards the hole in the sky. Mirlem, who was still in the air, lowered his head and stared at the bottom. He felt an even more amazing energy bursting out. The next second, when countless flying swords rushed out from the underground space and flew straight towards him, Mirlem could only cross his hands to block in front of 2.6. All the energy gathered and condensed in front. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal colliding sounded. The next second, Mirlem was directly knocked out. The bursting sparks were still spreading in the air. The next second, Rocky held the Dowang sword in his hand. Swing the knife again. Even though the person is still in the underground space, this knife directly expand the gap cut out before, and even a knife directly cuts out a huge crack that exceeds the scope of the palace. The white light rushed to the sky, like a huge white light curtain emitted from the ground. The light disappeared, and Rocky's figure also came out and floated in the air. Looking down at the Dowang sword in his hand. 6 gods. The power of the sword god can strengthen the power of the phantom sword, but now it seems that the phantom is also amplified. It has directly transformed from a phantom into a physical weapon. Chapter 231. The huge shadow of the sword god's power. The power of the 6 gods. Sword god. The first and most important ability is to strengthen the ability of the phantom sword. And the specific strengthening effect depends on the specific weapon. Different weapons are used in different situations, and the strengthening effect is also different. At this moment. Advertisement. The power of the Dowang sword is probably strengthened by the power of the sword god by about 10 times. The original slashing attack launched by the Dowang sword was very amazing, and the effect after strengthening 10 times is clang. Rocky's sudden knife. After coming outside, Mirlem had more space to dodge and easily dodged the attack. However, he dodged, but the slashing wave swept away. Shua. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, a mountain, the peak was easily cut off. This position is about 1,000 meters away from the mountain in a straight line, and in this case Rocky can still cut the peak down with a knife at such a long distance. Such an amazing power has made these people stutter. Not to mention humans, even the 17 chimera ants couldn't help but tremble. If this kind of power fell on them, they would probably be cut in half. Humans. Can they have this kind of power? It's impossible. And Rocky felt the knife just now and saw the power with his own eyes. He probably understood how much the power of the sword god strengthened the phantom sword. Mirlem looked a little embarrassed at this moment, but his injuries were not too serious, and he was recovering quickly. A chimera ant quickly approached Mirlem. King. Are you okay? This chimera ant was probably just a chimera ant at the level of a soldier captain. But he had just finished speaking, the next second. Advertisement. Snap. The tail of Mirlem flew away instantly, and then Mirlem grabbed the flying head and bit it without hesitation. Crack. As Mirlem chewed, it was immediately visible that Mirlem's body was recovering rapidly. And the chi seemed to have increased a little. Human. You can leave many wounds on my body, which is very good for you. Mirlem threw the head that looked like it was gnawed aside. Mirlem, who had recovered, looked at Rocky and said, I still have the same conditions as before. If you think it's okay, I will accept your surrender at any time. At this moment, Rocky's expression was a little strange. At the same time, the humans who saw this scene also widened their eyes. This guy actually ate his companion without hesitation. And the wound recovered so quickly. This. What kind of ability is this? The Nen are more curious about what kind of ability the king of chimera ants has, and why he can instantly recover from his injuries after swallowing a chimera ant. At this moment, Hisoka looked at Mirlem with an extremely excited light in his eyes. Great. In Hisoka's eyes, he can clearly see the powerful aura that Mirlem released. Perfect. For Hisoka, this kind of energy is perfect. But the energy released by Rocky in the air on the other side made Hisoka feel as if he saw a black shadow looming behind Rocky. No wonder you are not in a hurry. Even though I suppressed you from beginning to end, you are not confused at all. I thought your character has been tempered to this extent. Rocky thought Mirlem could control his emotions at will. But now it seems that Rocky thought too much. This guy can't control his emotions at all. He is just fearless. Eat your subordinates in exchange for your own recovery. Is this how you become a king? After hearing Rocky's words, Mirlem looked around. Advertisement. These remaining chimera ants. He slowly raised his head and looked at Rocky. So what? I am the hope of the clan. Everything should serve me. I will remember his death and the contribution he made to the clan. Rocky nodded. As expected of the king of the chimera ants, your ability should be related to eating. As the top of the food chain, you don't need any other abilities. You only need to eat any other creatures to recover from injuries, or enhance your strength zone. After hearing Rocky's words, Mirlem did not hide. Because as the top of the food chain, he didn't think he needed to hide anything. You guessed it right. My ability, Feast of the King, can heal injuries as long as you eat, and your strength will be enhanced to varying degrees according to what you eat. Hearing Mirlem say this, many Nen who were watching couldn't help but take a breath. This ability is too cruel. However, from the perspective of ability alone, this ability is very powerful, and you can become stronger just by eating. Don't worry, I won't eat you, because your existence allows me to have more listeners to talk to, and you can also accompany me when you are free. Mirlem said as if Rocky had surrendered. Do I need to thank you? Mirlem shook his head. No, this is a gift from me to you, and you got it with your strength, so you don't need to thank me. It seems that there is no such thing as joking in the world of chimera ants. Rocky smiled. Swish. Instantly, Rocky's figure flashed, flashing 3 times in a row, drawing a strange arc in the air, and then appeared in front of Mirlem in the blink of an eye, suddenly pulling out the Dowang blade from his waist, and slashing fiercely. Mirlem turned over again to avoid. Are you still not determined to surrender to me? Rocky looked up and the Dowang sword in his hand was transformed into the Yasha King sword. The Yasha King sword, like a giant sword, was held in Rocky's hand, and he raised his hand and pointed the tip of the blade at Mirlem. Instantly, 3 terrifying thoughts formed into thought bullets, shot out from the sword body, and chased Mirlem straight past. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and Mirlem slowly put down his hand. Just now, he also released a thought bullet to block Rocky's attack. But the next second Rocky held the Yasha King sword in one hand and shuttled quickly. In a flash, he came in front of Mirlem and stabbed the sword in his hand directly forward. Then Mirlem grabbed both sides of the Yasha King's sword with both hands, and Shiluo's sword stopped directly. Since you are not going to surrender, then I have no choice but to kill you. What a pity, I gave you a chance. As Mirlem said this, suddenly a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Rocky. At this moment, Mirlem compressed his senses to the extreme, opened his eyes and looked at the giant behind Rocky who was like a knight wearing armor and spreading his steel wings. Then he slowly raised the giant sword in his hand, turning over the wolf below. Blink! The huge sword was suspended above Mirlem's head. The terrifying sword edge was emitting amazing mental fluctuations. At this moment, Netero, who was also watching the screen, sat up directly from the bed. This is... A familiar feeling appeared, which made Netero react so much. Chapter 232 Ability to activate after attack. What is this? Netero looked at the knight-like warrior swinging the huge sword and slashing at Mirlem fiercely. His eyes actually began to moisten. This kid. Is this imitating the 100-style Guanyin? At this moment, the movement of the huge shadow behind Rocky was almost extremely fast, just as terrifying as the 100-style Guanyin. Advertisement. Bang. Mirlem was smashed directly into the ground. A huge hole was smashed in an instant, and the ground also cracked directly with a huge crack. And at this moment, most people didn't see clearly what happened. It was an attack that was so fast that it was impossible to avoid it. When the dust and smoke dispersed, Mirlem jumped out and looked at Rocky in surprise. You really bring new surprises to me again and again. What was the attack just now? Although Mirlem saw it, he didn't understand why such a change occurred. And the answer to him was another sword from Rocky. The same 3 bullets were fired first, drawing 3 wind-breaking sounds in the air, and attacking Mirlem directly. And Mirlem waved his tail to block the 3 bullets. The moment the bullets were knocked away, Rocky appeared directly behind Mirlem, he swung the Yasha King sword and slashed directly at Mirlem's neck. One slash. This time, Mirlem blocked it with his tail. But the next second, the same thing happened again. Rocky kept the same action, but suddenly a shadow appeared behind him, and swung the giant sword in the same instant as Rocky, slashing at Mirlem fiercely. Crack! Mirlem was slashed and flew away by the huge sword. It hit his abdomen directly, and the terrifying force made him completely unable to resist, and flew away directly. Mirlem in the air couldn't understand why the huge shadow moved so quickly. And every time it seemed to appear only after Rocky's attack stopped. What was going on? Suddenly, Rocky appeared above Mirlem. The Flying King's bow in his hand was aimed at Mirlem, and an arrow was shot directly at Mirlem. Crack! The arrow was dodged by Mirlem. But the next second, Mirlem raised his head, and a huge cross flashed behind him. The phantom did not appear behind Rocky, but behind him. The knight holding the giant Flying King bow pulled the bowstring and a terrifying beam of mind energy rushed directly from behind. Advertisement. Mirlem was completely focused without any surprise, and the whole person flew hundreds of meters away in an instant. Under the impact of the light, a 5 or 6 meter wide mark was left on the ground. And it continued to extend for thousands of meters. At this moment, Netero's smile on his face became more urgent and intense. So that's it. This kid is not imitating the 100-style Guanyin. If it was just blindly imitating, then Rocky's ability would not be worth mentioning at all. Because the 100-style Guanyin is his and does not belong to Rocky, no matter how Rocky imitates it, the power will not be too strong. But Rocky did not imitate, but walked his own way. After many consecutive attacks, Netero has seen some clues. Just like the activation of his own 100-style Guanyin, the activation of Rocky's Night Phantom also requires prerequisites. Netero's prerequisite is to pray sincerely, or to put his hands together. However, Rocky is the same. However, unlike Netero, Rocky's action is to attack directly. After each attack, as long as the attack is blocked or dodged, the phantom will appear. In other words, if you block Rocky's attack or dodge it, the phantom will be activated. Just when Netero came to this conclusion, Rocky moved directly in front of Mirlem, and the Ghost King in his hand rotated and shot directly. The two Ghost Kings kept firing bullets. This time Mirlem did not choose to dodge. Instead, he directly resisted with his powerful mind. The moment the bullet transformed from the mind hit Mirlem, the disease did not cause much damage to Mirlem. But suddenly, the extremely huge muzzle appeared directly. The phantom appeared again. Rocky stood on the huge gun. He smiled. Bang! Fired, and the huge bullet shot out instantly. Mirlem was pushed by the bullet and flew straight into the distance. Boom! Flew hundreds of meters away and exploded. The flames engulfed Mirlem. At this moment, Netero was also stunned. It turned out that, it was not, what he thought. He had previously speculated that this night phantom would only be activated when Rocky's attack was blocked or dodged, but now it seems that this is not the case. There is only one prerequisite for Rocky's ability to be activated, that is, the attack action is completed. As long as Rocky's attack action is completed, no matter what kind of attack Rocky launches, the night phantom will appear. Launching an attack just like the 100-style Guanyin. Advertisement. Netero laughed. This kid. He's simply a monster. In this way, no matter whether Rocky's attack hits or not, the enemy will be hit. And once the enemy chooses to defend or dodge Rocky's attack, the phantom's attack is inevitable. There is absolutely no time to counterattack. This is not imitation, this is transcendence. Beyond the ability of the 100-style Guanyin. In the flames, Mirlem rushed out directly. Rushed straight towards Rocky. At this moment, Rocky raised the Fulong Wong sword in his hand, accumulated energy directly, and sent it towards Mirlem. The Fulong Wong sword broke through the air, and this time Mirlem chose to dodge. But after dodging, the next second, Mirlem was very alert and observed the surroundings. Sure enough, a huge phantom appeared above him the next second. The giant Fulong Wong sword also appeared, but the phantom did not throw it out. Instead, it was held in his hand, and the Fulong Wong sword began to rotate rapidly. There was a sharp sound of breaking wind. It was like a huge meat grinder stirring towards Mirlem. Soon Mirlem was directly sucked into it. After a few seconds, the phantom disappeared. Mirlem's body was now full of cuts. Although the cuts were not too deep, the injuries were already very serious. His breath was also much weaker. Rocky looked at Mirlem. Can you still hold on? Very good. Rocky smiled. Looking at Mirlem in front of him. Now Mirlem's eyes were very gloomy. Being forced to this point by the human he had always ignored, Mirlem was beginning to feel a little anxious. Mirlem had never felt this kind of emotion before, but now. He not only felt anxious, but even felt scared. Crack! Mirlem rushed quickly in one direction. Rocky took a look. Still want to recover by devouring others? Rocky would not give him this opportunity. He raised his hand and the shield of the King of Mercy appeared. However, a huge shadow fell from the sky the next second. The huge shield of the King of Mercy fell directly. It blocked Mirlem's way, like a wall of heaven that suddenly fell. Chapter 233 True, the Crusade team has an overall advantage. The huge shield of the King of Mercy fell from the sky. It blocked Mirlem's way directly, but Mirlem did not slow down. His body quickly turned in the air, and after the rotation accelerated, a large amount of chi gathered, and he kicked the shield of the King of Mercy hard. Crack! The shield suddenly shook. Advertisement. Mirlem looked at the shield of the King of Mercy, which did not move at all, and Rocky smiled in the distance. Doesn't this guy know the power of his phantom sword at all? The next second, before Mirlem had time to distance himself from the shield of the King of Mercy, a dazzling white light emanated from the place where he hit. In a moment, the white light that came directly focused on Mirlem, which was the chi he had just used in his attack. Now it all rebounded on him, causing Mirlem to fly backwards like a rocket. It instantly hit a mountain 1,000 meters away and stopped. Thick smoke billowed from the mountainside. At this moment, everyone opened their mouths wide. Ant King. He doesn't look weak. Judging from the energy released by the opponent, he is definitely a monster. But when it comes to Rocky, he was hung up and beaten. Hisoka stood on the wall, with his hands in his pockets, making Hisoka's signature move, but his expression at this moment was very wonderful. He looked at Rocky with a dull look, and kept a half smile, looking at 630 Rocky in the distance. You are getting farther and farther away. Mr. Rocky. Hisoka's expression recovered a little as he said this. There was a sound of breaking air behind him. The next second, Hisoka opened his hands directly, and the flexible love was activated. A group of thoughts directly stuck to the chimera ant that suddenly rushed out from behind. The opponent's attack on Hisoka was just incidental, and the main purpose was to rescue Mirlem. King. This soldier captain looked a little crazy. Knowing that even if he really rushed over, he would die in front of Mirlem, but he didn't show any fear at all. But now, he was stuck by Hisoka's stretchable love. Hey, Hey, hey! Little ant, your opponent is me. Advertisement. I will be very distressed if I am ignored. Swish. The cards flew, and the opponent's head was cut off in an instant. Hisoka looked at the opponent coldly, raised his hand and threw a thought directly to stick to the opponent's head, pulled it back and played with it in his hand like a pendulum. Watching Hisoka solve a chimera ant so easily, those who noticed Hisoka also shuddered. Although Rocky was very strong, but these members of the punitive team are not weak at all. After Gon and Killua entered the state, they cooperated with each other. 3 or 5 captains of the soldiers did not pose any threat at all. Even after Killua burst into a great speed, he directly competed with Leopard Captain Kido in speed. With such a fast speed, it is indeed difficult to defeat this guy. In the original work, even Emolawu and Nicolo could not do anything to the opponent together. They could only rely on Nicolo's attack to make the opponent directly locked. And now, Gon and Killua cooperated. Killua was responsible for the induction. After entering Gon's trap, he used scissors to pierce Kido's heart with a guessing game. Then Killua finished the knife and easily killed the opponent. This is a being stronger than the first class nin, but he was killed so easily. The performance of Gon and Killua also surprised many nin. The strength of these two little ghosts is not much worse than that of first class nin. What they lack now is just the final touch. But in terms of combat power, they are not bad at all. It seems that Zyujuo was also inspired by Gon and Killua. He fought back and forth with Lialu, the captain of the Lion Division, and successfully plundered Lialu's eyes. He has an absolute upper hand. If it weren't for the harassment of the captain of the soldiers on the side, Zyujuo might have solved the opponent. At this moment, the battle of the 3 guards on the other side was also jaw-dropping. First is Pyro. He was directly hit by Neferpitu's design, but when Pyro got up from the ground, sand fell from his body. The sand was used as armor to block Neferpitu's attack. In order to attack the difficult Pyro, Neferpitu was even hit directly by Kate twice. The injuries on his body were also quite serious. On the other side, Pufu. He kept playing hide-and-seek with Kurapika, using the 2 abilities of dispersion and reorganization to avoid Kurapika's attacks. Biscuit attacked from time to time, and each time he caught Pufu's flaws, hitting Pufu several times in succession, although it did not cause a fatal blow. But this situation led to a feeling. The expedition team seemed to have completely suppressed the chimera ants. Advertisement. Even in the case of Yuppie, Emolawu and Nicolo worked together to easily play with Yuppie. Both of them were not as strong as Yuppie in terms of hard power, but this battle was obviously a battle of IQ, which was not Yuppie's strong point. Being played around by the two, the debt is already very high. If it continues for a while, Yuppie will go bankrupt, and then Yuppie will not be able to use Chi. The battle seems to be developing in a favorable direction. But at this time, the Ant King Mirlem suddenly opened his mouth and howled wildly at the sky. This roar seemed to suddenly make all the chimera ants lose control, and rushed towards Mirlem frantically. It wasn't just the chimera ants around the palace, the chimera ants in other places were desperately gathering towards Mirlem. Rocky frowned. Looking at the gathering chimera ants. Raise your hand. Instantly, countless flying swords appeared around, lingering with the power of the strong wind, and fell directly from the sky, accurately hitting each chimera ant. Direct headshot. Countless swords fell from the sky, like rain. Although the chimera ants desperately moved towards Mirlem, no chimera ant could catch Mirlem. Crack. Mirlem seemed to want to break through in one direction, but the Ghost King who suddenly appeared the next second turned directly like a sharp ball. Beat Mirlem back intact. Then came a series of crazy attacks from Rocky. 17 consecutive attacks. Each time Rocky's attack ended, the giant shadow would appear and directly launch an unavoidable attack on Mirlem again. Mirlem's condition was even worse. Neferpitu rushed out of the room frantically at this moment, even though he had lost one hand, but the moment he rushed out, he noticed the direction of Mirlem. Feeling that Mirlem's breath was much weaker, Neferpitu roared. King! His legs swelled directly, and instantly shot out like a cannonball, flying straight towards Mirlem. And the next second, broken crystals appeared. 9. Pyro appeared. Pyro suddenly appeared in the air, raised his hand and countless sands gathered from all directions, directly forming a huge sand wall to block Neferpitu. Your opponent is me. Chapter 234, Sand Waves Sweep Pufu's Explosion. At this moment, Neferpitu was a little surprised. Why did Pyro, who was originally far away, suddenly appear here? He had already burst out at the fastest speed with all his strength, but how did he catch up with this guy? While Neferpitu was thinking, a huge sand wave had already gathered behind Pyro. The next second, under Pyro's control, Neferpitu was swallowed up. Even half of the capital was directly submerged by sand. Advertisement. During the battle, Pyro was not idle. He had been constantly controlling the sand outside the palace and constantly forming new sand. The amount of sand in the battle so far has been terrifying. And during this process, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Such amazing sand! It can actually be controlled. This control ability has surpassed most emitters, right? And the next second, Pyro landed and inserted his hands directly into the Sand King. The flames behind him suddenly burned wildly. Sandfall's funeral. Accompanied by Pyro's roar, the sand visible to the naked eye formed lines in the next second. And the sand was shrinking and squeezing wildly. In this process, many of the affected Chimera ant captains were directly squeezed into meat paste. For a long time, the sand slowly spread out, and Neferpitu's body slowly emerged. Covered in blood. The whole person has been completely crushed. All his hands and feet were broken, and the whole person has completely lost his breath. Dead. At this moment, many Nen were extremely shocked. Directly killed the guards of the Ant King. This strength is too amazing. However, for ordinary people, they saw the horror of dark creatures and the power of humans. Although dark creatures are strong, humans are stronger. Even this kind of monster-like creature can be easily dealt with by humans. Amid the cheers from all over the world, some Nen are now very worried. They are not ordinary people who only care about the results. They care more about the process. Even if one of the direct guards of the Ant King is killed, the process is very difficult. Moreover, at this moment, Pyro was obviously weak, and the attack just now had consumed a lot of his strength. Even at this moment, even the flame behind Pyro was extinguished. Pyro, sitting on the ground, was gasping for breath. On the other side. Advertisement. Kurapika's opponent Pufu was also trying to escape and rush to the direction of the king as soon as possible. Pufu's ability in combat was not too strong, but his chi was not weak. In the face-to-face fight, Kurapika's chain left Pufu with no room to fight back, not to mention that there was a biscuit on the side. There was basically no hope of counter-attacking with the joint efforts of the two. So, when Pufu started the face-to-face fight, first, he was attacked by Biscuit, and his breath was cut off by 3 punches. Following Kurapika's chain, Pufu was hit more than a dozen times in a row. He was directly seriously injured. There was absolutely no room for fighting back. Then Pufu decided to go all out. He was the weakest in the overall strength of the guards, and the only outstanding thing was his brain. In terms of combat ability, he had no combat-related abilities at all. Although the main ability of the scale powder was Iquan, it had the ability to hypnotize, but it was mainly to observe the enemy's emotions through the scale powder. Under Pufu's observation, the two humans in front of him were absolutely strong. Whether it was Kurapika or Biscuit, their emotions fluctuated very little during the battle. Even when he was hit, there was no big emotional fluctuation. And Kurapika's emotional fluctuations were even less. It can almost be said that there was no emotional fluctuation at all. In this situation, it is basically impossible to use the other person's emotions to do anything. So Pufu can only use the second method. It is also his second ability, the Lord of the Flies. That is, the clone. But this time, the clone is the same as the clones at other times. This time, Pufu intends to sacrifice half of his strength to get rid of Kurapika and Biscuit. Pufu, who has been severely injured, watched Kurapika attack again, and the chain was already wrapped around him at this moment. He used the clone to turn into countless tiny selves as before, and directly avoided Kurapika's chain entanglement. Then he quickly came to Kurapika's side, and the clones quickly gathered to reform Pufu's body. However, the next second, Pufu grabbed Kurapika directly, or to be more precise, he wrapped Kurapika tightly. At this moment, Biscuit seemed to realize Pufu's idea, and he accelerated and rushed towards Kurapika. Kurapika! Get out of the way! Biscuit panicked. Pufu wanted to self-destruct now. Does this guy want to die completely? And he wanted to drag Kurapika down with him. Humph! BD, don't underestimate my awakening and stop me from saving the king, then you will die with me. Advertisement. Can chi explode? The answer is of course no, after all, chi is not an explosive energy. But Pufu has his own way. Let your chi collide with each other to produce an energy explosion. The next second, white light emanated from Pufu's body, and it was too late to stop it at this moment. But Kurapika smiled. Boom! The terrifying explosion energy directly blew through the entire palace in an instant. Pufu jumped out, spread his wings and looked down with a pale face. Although half of his mind was consumed, he finally taught that guy a lesson. 0. At this moment, Gon and Killua outside the palace turned their heads and looked back at Pufu in the sky. Seeing Pufu alone, the two of them were slightly stunned. Did he fail? Kurapika and Biscuit, who were responsible for dealing with Pufu, failed to deal with this guy? But the next second, when Pufu wanted to fly away, he suddenly found that he couldn't fly. Where are you going? Pufu lowered his head and suddenly felt something was wrong. His feet were entangled by chains. Swish! He was directly thrown from the air to the ground. Kurapika, who was sitting on the stone on the ground, looked at him calmly with a black pistol in his right hand. Kurapika in front of him was unharmed. Nothing happened at all. Explosion. He was not hurt at all. How is it possible? How can you be okay? Even if Kurapika used all his energy to defend. Kurapika smiled and said, of course it's because I dodged it. Dodged? How is it possible? How could Kurapika dodge in that situation? At this moment, Biscuit suddenly jumped out of the smoke, and she was affected instead. But her eyes fell on Kurapika. At the last moment of the explosion, she saw a gun suddenly appear in Kurapika's hand. Then he fired a shot at a certain place, and then Kurapika's body disappeared directly like a crystal shattered. Maybe other people didn't notice this scene, and it was difficult to notice it, but Bai Tongji saw it. This guy can use Rocky's ability, at least he can use the same teleportation as Rocky, and the ability to move through weapons. Chapter 235, New Changes of the Last Member. But this ability belongs to Rocky. Why did it appear on Kurapika? How did he use this ability? Those who are involved are confused, but those who are watching can see clearly. Some of the hunters who watched the battle throughout the whole process have already seen some of the clues. Experienced hunters like Menkai have roughly understood it. Advertisement. Although it was just a flash of the picture, it was enough to see a lot of things. 3 people, jointly develop an ability. As a partner, Boera was a little confused. Menkai shook his head, no, not 3 people jointly develop an ability. Although such things are not uncommon among Nen, some guys rely on strange connections or special experiences. Can multiple people jointly develop an ability? For example, the Bomb Demon Trio. They are jointly developed abilities. But this is very limited, and the most important point is that once 790 develops a certain ability, this ability can only be used by one person. Most of the others cannot use it, and they don't have other abilities. Just like Ganshu, his 2 companions did not develop their own abilities. But the situation is different now. Kurapika and Pyro both have their own abilities. Not to mention Rocky. His ability is even stronger. If it is not an ability developed by the 3 of them together, then why can these guys use Rocky's ability? Xiaohala was even more confused. However, Menchi suddenly said, excluding these possibilities, what other possibilities can allow others to use other people's abilities? Boera was stunned and shook his head. And Menchi looked at him speechlessly, although it is incredible, I guess there is probably only one possibility, that is, Rocky has developed some ability to give his own abilities to his companions. This guess surprised Xiaohala very much. Is there such an ability? Why not? Menchi, there is the ability to seize other people's abilities, and the ability to borrow other people's abilities, so why can't there be the ability to actively share your own abilities? However, although it is said so, but it makes people feel very surprised. How can it be possible to develop such an ability? It must be quite difficult. But Rocky may really be able to do it. And at this moment, someone saw more things. That's Jin. Same blood, same skill history. Although not all of them are the same, these 2 members of Rocky's tribe can use Rocky's abilities. In addition to the possibility that Rocky actively shared his abilities, there is another possibility. The only thing the 3 people have in common is blood. If the way Rocky developed to share abilities is through blood. Advertisement. Then, the people who can use this power are not just the 2 of them, but also the entire Kurta tribe. Thinking of this, Jin was a little excited, and even wanted to rush to Greed Island immediately to see Rocky's Kurta tribe. The answer can be found from them. At this moment, Pufu, who was trapped by Kurapika with chains, fell to the ground like a zongzi. His eyes were fixed on Kurapika. How did you do it? However, Kurapika did not intend to answer his question, but pointed the pistol at Pufu's forehead. Go down with your questions. Maybe your companions can answer your doubts. Bang! Kurapika's phantom weapon is just a gun, and it has no special abilities. But now Pufu was tied up by his chains and completely in a state of death. In this state, even a pistol is enough to kill people. The bullet pierced Pufu's head, and Pufu lost consciousness directly. His body completely stopped moving. The second direct guard died. And the last direct guard, Wumi. At this moment, the debt has reached 370,000, but even so, it has not yet gone bankrupt. Such an unfathomable amount of mind energy makes Nicola feel incredible. And the other party lightly touched him and directly deducted 1/3 of his mind energy. It can be seen how terrifying Yupi's power is. In the guard team, his strength is also amazing. Nicola and Emolao have no way to break through the defense. They can only constantly deal with him through their abilities and defeat Yupi by killing time. Among the 3 guards, the strongest person should be Neferpitu. He has the strength closest to the king. You know, even Miriam hit Neferpitou hard with the awakening of the sure kill. It only made Neferpitou scratch a little skin. In comparison, Pufu was swept away directly, and Yupi slid a distance before stopping. Only Neferpitou stood still. Therefore, among the three direct guards, Neferpitou can firmly occupy the C position. However, as the battle continues to advance, Yupi also shows extraordinary potential. It has begun to evolve continuously, and it also knows what exactly is going on with Mo Lao's smoke. Yupi, who caught Mo Lao, stared at Mo Lao in his hand. I'll give you 1 second to unlock this damn cage, otherwise I'll crush you to death. Advertisement. And Mo Lao originally didn't intend to unlock his ability, even if he died, he had to delay Yupi. But Nicolo would not watch his master die. But he was caught by Yupi, and used Nikuxi to let Lao unlock the smoke cage. And the moment the smoke cage was unlocked, Yupi directly gave Nicolo a heavy punch. But fortunately, with the previous debt to help resist, Nicolo was fine. It's just that the debt is basically cleared. The ability is directly unlocked. After the attack, Yupi also continued to attack, and now saving the king is important. Yupi directly spread his wings and flew quickly in the direction of Miriam. Yupi flew quickly in the sky. At this moment, Yupi saw the bodies of Pufu and Neferpitou. Dead. This surprised Yupi. He didn't expect that the two of them were killed. But no matter what happens now, Yupi will never stop. He rushed towards Miriam at the fastest speed. King. Yupi's voice sounded in the air. At this moment, Kurapika, Pyro, and others who looked up suddenly frowned, feeling that something was wrong. And Rocky, who was still attacking Miriam frantically, suddenly stopped. Turning his head to look at Yupi who was rushing straight at him. Rocky sighed. It seems that Mo Lao and Nicolo still couldn't stop this guy. But 3.5 is right. They have been delaying for too long, and they underestimated Miriam, even though he has no power to resist now. But as the final crystallization of the Chimera Ant, it is not so easy to completely kill Miriam. At this moment, Pyro, who had stood up, wanted to chase Yupi, or at least help delay it for a while. After Rocky killed Miriam, he would have no problem dealing with Yupi. But the next second, suddenly, a black figure flashed behind him. The terrifying power made him feel that he was instantly knocked away, and the whole person turned rapidly. Crack! It hit the wall of the palace hard. The flame that had just been ignited behind him was also extinguished instantly. In an instant, Pyro felt a sense of powerlessness coming. What? Slowly raised his head and a face that surprised Pyro appeared. Chapter 236, Summoning the Immortal Sword God. Neferpitou. Pyro suddenly exclaimed. Hasn't this guy been killed by me? And Neferpitou is still in the miserable state of being squeezed by me when I used the sand waterfall to bury him. Even his head is flat. Advertisement. Q. But this guy is breathing again at this moment, and he can stand up and support his body with his broken legs. Is this an activated after death? There is only one reasonable explanation now. Trigger-type abilities can indeed be activated after the ability user dies. But now Neferpitou suddenly spoke with his mouth that can hardly be closed. I am indeed dead. But unfortunately I will only die temporarily, not forever. As he said this, Neferpitou suddenly remembered the words of the Ant Queen. Give them the characteristics of immortality. At that time, I thought the Ant Queen was just talking, but now it seems that Neferpitou understands the true meaning of this sentence. The characteristics of immortality are not just talk. It really prevents them from dying. Just now, Neferpitou was completely dead, and even he himself felt a terrifying cold air sweeping over his body. But the next second, he suddenly regained consciousness. This surprised Neferpitou. But although he was not dead, it did not mean that he would not be injured. Although his body was recovering at this moment. But the recovery speed was not too fast. Pyro looked at Neferpitou's legs, and the fractures began to recover, and he could even clearly hear the sound of bones rubbing. What's going on? Why not die? Could this be some kind of special nin of his? The same situation happened to Pufu on the other side. Pufu suddenly opened his eyes, slowly got up and looked at Kurapika who had his back to him. At this moment, Kurapika also realized that something was wrong. He turned back quickly, but the next second Pufu flew into the sky and rushed directly in one direction. Alive? How is it possible? Obviously dead, how could she be alive again? X. Immortality. This is the ability that the Queen Ant gave to these direct guards and Miriam. The Chimera Ant Queen is also infected with the immortal disease, but perhaps due to her special racial ability, plus her ability to continuously obtain genes from other races through feeding and mating. Therefore, she has strong resistance to the immortal disease. While resisting the immortal disease, she continues to increase the genes of other races. Advertisement. This leads to a new situation. That is, the Chimera Ant Queen is considered to be a perfect neutralization of the immortal disease infection. Of course, it is only close to it, not really perfect neutralization. If the immortal disease is really perfectly neutralized, then the Chimera Ant Queen will not die. No matter how close to the perfect state it is still not a perfect state, so the Chimera Ant Queen still died. But this near-perfect state is better reflected in the direct guards and the Ant King. Although they are not really immortal, they will not die permanently. And even if killed, he can be resurrected quickly. Of course, each resurrection is conditional, that is, the loss of part of the immortality. Once the immortality is completely lost, it is real death. The three people in the direct guard team did not realize that they have such ability. Miriam did not realize it either. And at this moment, Yuppie, who came, looked at the seriously injured Miriam, and his eyes were already red. Instantly covered with countless bloodshot, he rushed towards Rocky. How dare you hurt? Like this? Go to hell. A hole. The shadow of the huge fist covered Rocky's whole body. At this moment, Rocky looked up at Yuppie who fell from the sky. He smiled disdainfully. He raised his hand and the Fulong King sword flew out, directly turning into 4 daggers. The daggers, which were surrounded by wind, instantly cut wounds on Yuppie's body. Being injured so easily, Yuppie was also stunned for a short time. But there was no time to be dazed. The 4 daggers pierced his chest. Yuppie stared at Rocky who was close at hand with wide eyes. This human. It was so strong. No wonder even the king was beaten like this by this guy. But at this moment, Yuppie suddenly felt a little strange. Why did everything around him seem to be still? Suddenly, Yuppie's eyes shrank slightly. The whole person was suddenly stunned. 10 huge phantoms appeared on the right side of Rocky. The opponent waved the Fulong King sword and threw it into the air. Then the opponent's huge hand punched Yuppie. Bang! In an instant, Yuppie flew backwards, but this was not over yet. Yuppie, who was in mid-air, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and 4 huge daggers appeared from 4 directions, piercing his body at the same time. The picture was frozen at this moment. Advertisement. Yuppie stared at Rocky, and with one move, he was completely killed. Is there any existence of this level among humans? Even the Ant King was not enough to kill him with one move. Plop! Yuppie fell from the air, and 4 huge blood holes in his chest were bleeding crazily. And Rocky didn't look at Yuppie again after just one blow, and turned his head to look at Miriam. When dealing with Yuppie just now, Miriam took advantage of this gap to pull away a little. After that, he was mobilizing his own chi to wrap his whole body, and he had no intention of escaping but was preparing to have a final battle with Rocky. Even if I die, I will never retreat. This is the mission given to me by the tribe. At this moment, although Miriam also felt fear in his heart, he would not choose to escape because of fear. As a king, you must have the dignity of a king. If you just run away casually, what kind of king is that? And seeing Miriam's determination, Rocky is also ready to make the final blow. Raise your hand. All the phantom swords appear beside Rocky. Then use this trick to send you to death. Ant King. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, and Rocky teleported directly. Rocky teleported directly without any weapons. Appeared behind Miriam. The sword of the Wise King directly penetrated his arm, and then flashed again, and the sword of the Dragon King cut his thigh. The Yaksha King's sword cut Miriam away. Then came the double-edged sword transformed by the Flying King's bow. The head-on critical hit of the Holy King's staff, the violent collision of the Kind King's shield. The continuous slashes of the Fighting King's sword, and finally the headshot of the Ghost King's rotation. 8 consecutive flashes, each flash and each phantom sword launched an attack. At the moment when the 8 consecutive attacks ended, Rocky appeared behind Miriam. Miriam slowly raised his head at this moment. A huge phantom appeared in front of him. Rocky could summon the sword god to attack after each attack. However, this time Rocky used instant movement to directly attack 8 times. All the phantom swords attacked once in the 8 attacks. This was Rocky's strongest attack. At the same time, the sword god would also launch the strongest attack. A simple sword. It fell directly from Miriam's head. Boom! The earth suddenly cracked. A kilometer-long sword light instantly tore the earth apart. Chapter 237I. Standing at the top of the food chain, Rocky slowly put away the phantom sword and looked at Miriam who was directly split in 2. He also exhaled lightly. It's over. The problem of the Chimera ants was finally solved, and after fighting with Miriam, Rocky also roughly understood his own level. Even if it is the Dark Continent, he should be able to go there without any scruples. Advertisement. No matter how strong the dark creatures are, they will not be completely defenseless. Rocky turned around. At this moment, people were also cheering. The dark creatures were solved, so the next problem should be simple. Without the Ant King, the Chimera ants will flee in all directions. As long as they don't gather together, they will not be such a big threat. So the crisis is resolved. And Rocky in the picture is also considered a hero of mankind. Suddenly, Rocky turned around and another person appeared in the picture. Menthuth Yopi. Looking at Yopi standing in front of him, Rocky didn't react at first. Didn't I kill this guy? Why is he still standing? The next second, Yopi accelerated towards Rocky and punched Rocky hard. Bang! The shield of the King of Mercy appeared and easily blocked Yopi's attack. Yopi didn't expect Rocky to react so quickly and block his attack so easily. However, the next second, 4 swords fell from the sky and nailed Yopi to the ground. Rocky raised his hand and pushed the shield of the King of Mercy aside. Looking at Yopi in front of him. You are not dead. No. Rocky shook his head. Just now I was sure that I killed you, why are you alive again? Rocky looked at Yopi on the ground, who was roaring at the moment. The body could not move, and he had no idea to say anything to Rocky, but his body suddenly changed. The control of the body by the monsters was completely different from that of humans. The next second, Yopi broke free from control. He attacked Rocky like crazy again, and this time 2 huge fists hit Rocky together. Continuous crazy punches, Rocky blocked with the shield of the King of Mercy. Boom boom boom. After more than 10 consecutive punches, Rocky frowned. Although he blocked the attack, the light of the shield of the King of Mercy also dimmed a lot. It can be seen that Yopi's attack is also very strong. Rocky raised his hand and activated the power of the giant god instantly, punching Yopi directly. This punch directly knocked Yopi away, and he flew quickly towards the direction of the capital. Advertisement. After knocking Yopi away with 1 punch, Rocky went in the direction of Yopi. Yopi! Why didn't you die? When Rocky was really thinking about it. Snap! The sound of the phantom sword breaking sounded, and Rocky suddenly turned back and glanced at the back. The recovered Miruem directly stabbed Rocky's back with 1 hand. If it weren't for the automatic defense of the phantom sword, I'm afraid Rocky would have been hit now. Automatic defense. Miruem didn't expect Rocky to have such an ability. The next second, he quickly retreated. Rocky's knife was already slashing at him. Before the sword of the Dowang was launched, he had already retreated and avoided the attack. But Rocky looked at Miruem who had recovered. Rocky was even more shocked at this moment. Not only Rocky, but countless humans were also stunned. Isn't it this guy who was cut in half? The bottomless crack on the ground could still be seen clearly, but this guy was cut in half and was still safe and sound? This is not normal. Is it impossible to be unkillable? Rocky thought so at this moment, but Rocky didn't believe that there was really an unkillable existence. There can't be an unkillable existence, unless he is a god. But Miruem is not a god. Why are you alive? Miruem smiled when he heard this question. I am at the top of the food chain. In this world, only I kill people, and no one can stop me. Not even you. At this moment, Miruem seemed to have returned to his original state, that confident and arrogant state. This made Meninen frown, but Rocky was not scared by this. Unkillable? Is it possible? How can it be unkillable? Nothing is unkillable. But speaking of immortality, Rocky suddenly thought of the immortal disease. Could it be because of the immortal disease that the queen of the chimera ants was infected with the immortal disease, and then these chimera ants were hatched? Could it be that these chimera ants also have some power brought by the immortal disease? But the chimera ants I met before didn't have it at all. What's going on? Or maybe, when the direct guard team was created, they were infected with the immortal disease, so the direct guard team and Miruem both got some power from the immortal disease. Very likely. Rocky looked at Miruem in the distance. Advertisement. The resurrected Miruem now had a stronger chi. And Rocky's previous battle consumed a lot of chi. If he wanted to kill Miruem like before, it would probably take some time. But Rocky was still ready to give it a try. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the fiery red eyes opened again. The flame on his forehead was rekindled. The 2 powers of the giant god and the sword god were activated at the same time, and this time Rocky changed a kind of power, converting the power of the wind god into the power of the thunder god. The giant god provided Rocky with terrifying power and amplified the power of chi. The sword god brought the ability amplification of the phantom sword and the attack of the phantom. The thunder god. It made Rocky's movements extremely fast, and even the attack was accompanied by lightning. The next second, a red thunder exploded from Rocky's body. Rocky looked at Miruem. Immortal. I want to see whether you can live or not. A red lightning appeared and came directly in front of Miruem, but Miruem was not afraid and fought back with his fists. The fierce battle between the 2 broke out again. After each attack of Rocky, the phantom would burst out with an unavoidable attack like the 100-style Guanyin. Miruem was suppressed in an instant, and the wounds on his body increased. Although lightning did not have the cutting ability provided by the power of the wind god, every attack paralyzed Miruem's body, further compressing Miruem's reaction. so Mirlem had no way to effectively avoid Rocky's attack. After more than 30 consecutive attacks, Rocky stopped. Holding the Ghost King wheel in both hands, he fired a telekinetic bullet directly at Mirlem's chest. For Mirlem's level, even if he used a ghost energy bullet, it would probably be impossible to block Mirlem's energy without tens of thousands of bullets. So Rocky directly fired an ordinary telekinetic bullet with the effect of lightning. The bullet continued to hit Mirlem's chest with 2 blood holes. And the next second, a shadow appeared in the sky, holding a huge spear. It directly burst out with a more terrifying bullet impact. It fell from the sky. It directly bombarded Mirlem fiercely, and the explosion directly swept the surrounding area of 100 meters. Mirlem was also directly blown to pieces by the explosion. But this time Rocky stared at Mirlem intently. 10 minutes. It took more than 10 minutes to kill Mirlem. This guy is really tough. Looking at Mirlem's body, after more than 10 seconds, it turned into white light and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original appearance. Immortality. Really immortal? Chapter 238, The Immortal Ant King with Special Abilities. If he really doesn't die, then it will be difficult to deal with. Looking at the recovered Mirlem, Mirlem seems to have become stronger at this moment. At this moment, not only Rocky, but even Netero who is watching feels a little tricky. Seeing this guy resurrected with his own eyes, if this guy can always be resurrected, it means that Rocky will definitely be defeated in the end. After all, Rocky is a human, and he consumes chi. Advertisement. Mirlem will not die, but Rocky's chi will be exhausted. Everything you do is meaningless. After Mirlem was resurrected again, he did not rush to attack, but looked at Rocky. I can give you another chance. As long as you surrender to me, I can take a step back and set up a special area for human living, and will not let any chimera ants attack humans. This condition seems quite good to Mirlem, but such a condition is nothing to Rocky. And Rocky looked at Mirlem. Judging from Mirlem's performance at this moment, Rocky is a little skeptical. Can this guy really be resurrected infinitely? Hesitant. Mirlem sat down cross-legged. I can give you some time to think. Mirlem was also feeling the immortal power in his body. 803. This power has been consumed in part, and it will be reduced every time it is resurrected. In other words, although immortal, it is not infinite immortal. But Mirlem is not an idiot, so he naturally cannot show it. Now he needs to be tougher. Once there is any flaw, it will be hard to say. The human world at this moment. Countless people have begun to fall into panic. Dark creatures will not die. Then we have no hope of winning at all. Yes. Even if we use nuclear bombs, I'm afraid it will be. This is the Dark Continent. The creatures from the Dark Continent are such terrifying existences. It is indeed a place that cannot be set foot in. The fear of the Dark Continent deepened further. However, this is not what V5 wants, but there is no way for Song to watch quietly at the moment. The battlefield is too far away, and there is no way to contact the members of the expedition team. We can only see how they solve this problem. The opponent has the characteristics of immortality, but there are ways. You can't kill him, but you can catch him. However, compared to killing the opponent, the latter is undoubtedly more difficult. Advertisement. It is more difficult to catch the opponent than to kill him. In the picture, it is not just Rocky who is facing Mirlem. The situation in the direction of Yupi, Pufu, and Neferpitu is even worse. Especially after feeling the immortal power in their bodies, the attacks of the three have become more desperate. The three people who are already strong in themselves, recklessly launching attacks, are quite deadly for the people of the expedition team. Especially Yupi, who was knocked away, is facing Kate at this moment. Kate's attack can't even break Yupi's defense. And Yupi's speed and strength are stronger than Kate. Just one punch. It directly makes Kate lose her combat effectiveness. If Pyro hadn't acted in time, caught Kate with sand, and used apparition to distance Kate, Kate might have been killed directly. The person who took over Kate and Yupi's entanglement was Hisoka. Although Hisoka's speed was not as fast as Yupi, Hisoka had Nan's love that could be stretched freely. With the characteristics of rubber, Hisoka could quickly and freely shuttle back and forth between various locations. Yupi had no way to deal with Hisoka at this speed. He was even stuck by Hisoka's hand that was transformed by the flexible love and unparalleled transformation. This made Yupi very distressed. Kurapika faced Neferpitu. The recovered Neferpitu and Kurapika's battle became more intense. Kurapika, who opened the red eyes, still had the service life as a restriction. When the red eyes were opened, he entered the absolute time, and all the abilities of the system could exert 100% of their power. Chains were flying, fists were colliding. Neferpitu didn't expect Kurapika to be able to fight him on equal terms. And with the help of the chains, Neferpitu was even at a disadvantage. Kurapika was hit, but he was completely fine with the ability of the Lunaria tribe to resist. After 5 or 6 consecutive attacks, the flames went out, and then Kurapika would be more careful. If he held on for a few seconds, he could delay until the flames were reignited. He could collide head-on with Neferpitu without restraint. At the same time, Pufu's opponents became Emolau, Nicolu, and Biscuit. The three of them joined forces to deal with Pufu. Emolau was responsible for blocking and limiting Pufu's range of movement, and Biscuit cooperated with Emolau to create opportunities for Nicolu, so that Nicolu punched the opponent. Facing Pufu's attack, the three were not so timid. Pufu's combat power was not strong. Even if there was a head-on collision, even Nicolo would just hit him. Advertisement. Some of the other Chimera Ant Division commanders and corps commanders headed towards the other part rushed to Miriam's direction, while the other part seemed to have escaped quietly. Have you thought about it? Miriam looked at Rocky and asked. Suddenly Miriam's eyes shrank slightly, and at this moment Miriam saw a Chimera Ant Division leader rushing towards him quickly in the distance. The moment he saw the other party appear, Miriam was already thinking about devouring the other party. At this moment, Rocky was still staring at Miriam and wanted to see the subtle changes in Miriam, see if Miriam can really die. If so, then this is too abnormal. However, at this moment Rocky noticed a subtle change in Miriam's eyes. Suddenly Miriam burst out at the fastest speed and rushed straight towards Rocky. At this moment, a strange color flashed in Rocky's eyes. Is this trying to sneak attack him? And facing Miriam's attack, Rocky grabbed the Flying King bow that appeared in front of him, and the shape of the Flying King bow changed. It formed a double-edged sword, which looked similar to Thanos' weapon. The double-edged sword energy was concentrated on the double-edged sword. One knife. It directly chopped Miriam's waist, and Miriam flew out horizontally. The next second, Miriam smiled, and the wound on his waist did not concern him at all. Because the direction he flew was exactly the direction where the Chimera Ant Division leader was coming. Rocky also frowned. Is this guy doing it on purpose? Miriam faced the Chimera Ant Division leader who rushed towards him. Without any reason, he bit off most of the opponent's head in one bite. At this point in the battle, Miriam has been very clear about one thing: as a king, he is indeed above all creatures. But he lacks one thing, that is, experience. Although he also has the ability, the King's Feast, this ability can only make him stronger, and is not enough to help him fight and defeat enemies with special abilities. And now, in this process, Miriam longed for a powerful ability to defeat the enemy. In response to this, the King's Feast gave a new ability. Chapter 239: A Tug of War Special Dishes. Miriam licked the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Rocky with a weird smile. The black air instantly filled his body, and Rocky frowned at this moment. Is this the King's Feast? But it doesn't look like it. Advertisement. What is this guy doing? His injury is not serious, but why did he activate the King's Feast? Just to increase his strength? Does he really think that this little bit of increased strength can help him defeat himself? Rocky was a little confused, but when he saw that the wound on his abdomen had not healed, Rocky probably understood. This guy probably didn't activate the previous ability. It is likely that he has mastered some new ability. As for the temporary awakening of new abilities, Rocky was not surprised. After all, in the original work, the Chimera Ant also had a temporary awakening of new abilities. It is normal for Miriam, as the Ant King, to awaken new abilities when he was forced into a desperate situation. But I don't know what the new ability Miriam has obtained is. And this ability is likely to have some connection with the King's Feast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be activated in this way. Miriam felt the surging power in his body. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. The black air gradually disappeared, and then Miriam took a light breath. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. The terrifying Yingbo spread instantly. It swept towards Rocky at a very fast speed. Rocky flashed away to avoid it, and the Yingbo attack hit the ground in the distance. There was an amazing explosion. Seeing this scene, Rocky was stunned. It seems that the new ability allows Mira to directly plunder other people's abilities. And it should be the ability activated through the King's Feast. Before, it healed itself and brought some strength enhancement to the Ant King. But now it seems to target other people's Nin. This is quite powerful. Miriam's new ability is similar to what Rocky guessed. But it's not just that. Miriam's new ability is Special Dishes. Advertisement. It is indeed an extension of the King's Feast, but the ability of Special Dishes has three main aspects. By devouring the target, you can obtain the target's Nin and increase your own Nin, or you can strengthen Miriam yourself by devouring the target, or you can plunder the opponent's Nin. You can only choose one of the three. If the King's Feast is an all-round enhancement, but the amount of enhancement is very weak, then the Special Dishes are a fixed point enhancement. It depends on Miriam's will to enhance that aspect. It is worth mentioning that in terms of plundering abilities, you can only take away 3 abilities. If you want to obtain any new abilities, they will replace the previous abilities. And the new ability Mirlem has obtained now is Sonic Shock. The division leader of the Chimera Ant he devoured is a transmuter, whose ability is to attack the enemy by releasing shock waves through roars. And it can release two different sound waves, one is a sound wave shock that can cause substantial damage, and the other is a sound wave that interferes with the enemy. Although the speed of sound is very fast, Rocky is a person who has mastered the abilities of teleportation and phantom shifting. Even if the sound wave wants to hit Rocky, it is not so easy. Mirlem narrowed his eyes. It seems that he needs to close the distance with Rocky. The next second, he burst out and rushed towards Rocky. A series of explosions were heard in the air. Mirlem's speed was amazing. Looking at Mirlem rushing towards him, Rocky did not choose to counterattack directly as before. Instead, he stared at Mirlem. At the same time, phantom swords appeared beside him, with lightning wrapped around them. With a slight wave of his hand, Rocky threw the phantom sword directly over. The long sword broke through the air and strangled Mirlem. Mirlem roared directly, causing the phantom sword to be directly shaken away. And the next second Rocky looked at Mirlem who was rushing directly over. Is this trying to get closer to him, so as to use sonic attacks to attack him? Rocky smiled and the double-edged sword in his hand changed its form, turning into the shape of the Flying King Bow again. In response to this situation, he distanced himself. He flashed directly to a distance and attacked with arrows from the Flying King Bow. Rocky's sudden change caught Mirlem off guard. Several consecutive arrows shot at a very fast speed, causing Mirlem to retreat again and again. Want to close the distance and suppress me with the attack just now? Rocky smiled. It won't be so easy as you wish. Hearing Rocky's words, Mirlem was also a little angry. His intention was so easily seen through. Moreover, Mirlem felt good about this ability at the beginning, but now it suddenly seems that it is not so good. Advertisement. Even with the new ability, it still can't change the situation that he is beaten unilaterally. Oh. Especially Rocky's arrows become faster with the blessing of thunder and lightning. In this case, he has no way at all. It seems that he needs more powerful abilities to defeat Rocky. Boom. Suddenly an arrow fell, and although Mirlem dodged it, the arrow suddenly exploded when it hit the ground. The moment the roar sounded, Mirlem was directly engulfed by the flames generated by the explosion. Although the sudden explosion did not hit Mirlem directly, the flames of the explosion also affected Mirlem. It caught Mirlem off guard. Escaping from the flames, Mirlem was stunned for a moment, looking at Rocky in the distance. At this moment, Rocky has prepared for the second wave of arrow attacks. Just now, it was also a sudden idea to integrate Ganshu's ability, a pinch of gunpowder, into the arrows of the Flying King Bow. Unexpectedly, the effect is quite good. In this case, Rocky is even more impolite. Several consecutive arrows are directly integrated with the power of a pinch of gunpowder, and explosions occur one after another. Since even the power of a pinch of gunpowder can be integrated into the arrows, then there is naturally no problem with other attacks. Thinking of this, Rocky has a smile on his face. Zeno's ability, Mind Dragon, was also integrated into the arrows of the Flying King Bow by Rocky. The arrow shot out, turned into a Mind Dragon in the air, and it was still carrying the Age of Thunder and Lightning. This attack is not only extremely fast, it also has the ability to track. The moment Mirlem dodged, Mind Dragon turned and chased directly in the direction of Mirlem. Soon caught up with Mirlem. But one arrow of Dragon Mind is not enough, Rocky continued to shoot more than 10 arrows of Dragon Mind. At one time, more than a dozen Dragon Mind that are more than 1 meter long were chasing Mirlem. Even though Mirlem was very fast, he could only keep dodging. Facing these Dragon Mind, Mirlem had no way to break them with sonic attacks. But Rocky's next attack came again. Under the rapid and continuous attacks, Mirlem's mind was also rapidly consumed. And Rocky's attack speed was even more amazing. With the ability of the Lunaria tribe, Rocky's mind energy recovered quickly. However, the rhythm of the attack also needs to be well grasped. There is no doubt that it will be a tug-of-war next. And Rocky also noticed one thing, which made him more certain of his guess. Chapter 240, Undefeated and Immortal Out of Control. Rocky incorporated the power of the Thunder God into every attack. Whether it was the Mind Dragon or a pinch of gunpowder, they were all infused with the power of the Thunder God. A pinch of gunpowder with lightning, and a Mind Dragon with lightning. The constant switching of the two attacks made it very difficult for Mirlem to deal with. He tried to close the distance between him and Rocky several times, but found that he was getting farther and farther away. The farther the distance. Advertisement. The more advantageous it was for Rocky, because it gave him more time to activate more chi. At the same time, in order to control the consumption and recovery of chi, Rocky did not use the power of the Sword God. The Phantom did not appear. He simply attacked Mirlem with the Phantom Sword. At this moment, Mirlem was suppressed by Rocky and became a little anxious. Because just one ability alone seemed not enough to threaten Rocky, even though he had the characteristic of immortality. But Rocky's continuous attacks and the fluctuations of the explosion had already injured his body in many places. If 983 continued for 10 minutes, he would probably be killed by Rocky again. Although it doesn't matter if he dies a few times, but Mirulem also thinks that this is not a solution. Turning his head to look at the direction of the capital, all the turning points are now in the capital. If someone's Nen can provide the ability to restrain Rocky, then Mirulem will be sure to defeat Lucci. A turn. Mirulem, while roaring madly in the direction of Rocky, launched a sonic attack that can interfere with the enemy. Not to mention that this kind of attack really gave Rocky a headache. But Rocky recovered quickly. Continue to attack with the Flying King Bow. Shooting an arrow into the sky, the arrow emitted a red light in the air, and drew a very good parabola with lightning at a very fast speed. Then it fell in front of Mirulem. Boom! The terrifying explosion suddenly spread and swept, and the surrounding area of 30 to 40 meters was covered by the flames and lightning of the explosion. But Mirulem did not slow down or bypass it at all, but rushed directly through the explosion. Looking directly into the distance. After several accelerations, Mirulem was not far from the capital. Rocky chased him from behind, shooting arrows continuously. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosion slowed down Mirulem's speed a lot, and also caused Mirulem to be hit by multiple explosions. It was obvious that his body had been injured in many places. Rocky squinted his eyes and looked at Mirulem in the distance. This guy was obviously heading for the capital, looking for new abilities. Rocky frowned, and he definitely couldn't let him pass easily. Advertisement. Pull the full string. Rocky shot an arrow directly at the capital in the distance. And this time the arrow was condensed by air and was extremely huge. If Zeno was here at this moment, he would be able to clearly feel that Rocky's arrow was just a move released by the form of an arrow. Dragon Star Cluster. Rocky even incorporated the power of thunder and lightning. The next second, the terrifying dragon rushed directly to the capital, suddenly exploded in front of Mirulem, and turned into countless meteors falling down. Boom boom boom. The ground was bombarded continuously, lightning exploded and spread. Even if Mirulem could avoid the bombardment of the Dragon Star group, he could not avoid the attack of lightning. The paralysis of lightning slowed his movements a lot. And Rocky was waiting for this moment. An arrow. Nothing special, just pure speed. The power of this arrow was not very good, but the speed was very terrifying. It hit Mirulem directly. And the next second Rocky appeared directly in front of Mirulem, holding the Yasha King sword in his hand, and the sword pierced Mirulem's chest. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and Mirulem's eyes flashed with surprise. Not only can he move with the help of weapons, but even the arrows shot by the Flying King's bow can become the target of Rocky's apparition? Mirulem felt that Rocky's ability was too powerful. In terms of mind power, he and Rocky were on par, but in terms of ability, the other party could completely suppress him. There was no room for resistance at all. Thunder and lightning. Flowing on the Yasha King's sword. Mirulem's body was paralyzed by thunder and lightning, and he could only stare at Rocky and couldn't move. However, Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. A pinch of gunpowder. Boom. Explosion. Exploded in Mirulem's body, and Mirulem was blown to pieces in an instant. Killed Mirulem again. But this time Mirulem's recovery speed was also only a dozen seconds. Rocky also tried to prevent Mirulem from resurrecting, but it seemed to have no effect at all. Mirulem, who had recovered, looked at the distance between himself and Rocky and launched a crazy attack directly. With a roar, he used sound waves to affect Rocky, and the next second he closed the distance and punched him. Rocky blocked and his body was blown away for a distance. Mirulem took advantage of the victory and pursued him. Advertisement. The two began to fight again. And this time Rocky killed Mirulem and resurrected Mirulem again. This made countless Nen call him perverted. Why continue to fight with such an unkillable opponent? In this case, retreat is the only way. And the opponent can't be killed, no matter what you do, it seems to be useless. Now V5 has begun to panic and are discussing solutions. An unkillable monster, and a creature from the Dark Continent. How to deal with this thing? It didn't say before that this thing would become like this. Isn't it just a chimera ant? Eating and mating are already perverted enough, why is there an immortal situation? This is completely different from the original plan. If Rocky hadn't been able to delay, V5 would probably be even more panicked now. Even Netero began to worry. What are you going to do with an enemy that cannot be killed, Rocky? People think that the enemy cannot be killed, but Rocky doesn't think so. Mirulem, I already know your ability. In the fierce battle, Rocky suddenly said this, which made Mirulem stunned for a moment and stopped looking at Rocky. Oh. Do you know my ability? Rocky nodded. The so-called immortality is not really immortality. You just need to kill many times before you really die, right? Mirulem was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Rocky in surprise. Do you know my ability? Rocky smiled when he heard this. Do you have some ability to detect other people's abilities? Rocky shook his head. Of course not. I just tricked you, but now it seems that I was right. The sudden conversation made Countless Nin stunned. Is this okay? That is, Rocky's question will make Mirlem waver, but others will not work at all. But no matter what, it has been done now, which is very surprising. Humph. Very good. Mirlem was also a little annoyed that he was so easily deceived by the other party. But do you know how many times you have to kill me? Rocky shook his head. Mirlem originally wanted to say some exaggerated numbers to deceive the other party, but looking at Rocky's expression, he might have a way to distinguish between lies and truth. He smiled and said, I don't know, it depends on who can hold on to the end. This battle has become a contest of endurance. See if you can stay undefeated and exhaust my immortality. Or vice versa, my immortality will defeat your undefeatedness. Chapter 241 The last flame is extinguished. Fighting. It's still going on. But the next battle, every minute, makes everyone more worried. Because the fight between the two is too intense. The entire outside of the capital has become a battlefield for the two. Advertisement. Rocky and Mirlem kept fighting everywhere, whether it was Mirlem's counterattack or Rocky's suppression. Almost every attack and defense between them was the most perfect state that could be achieved at the moment. And the three guards tried their best to help Mirlem. But the corresponding members of the expedition team were desperate to stop them. The Chimera ants at the level of division commander and corps commander were almost dealt with. The members of the expedition team had an absolute advantage in numbers, and in this case, it was much easier to stop the three guards. They even played a round-robin battle, and when one team fought to the point of exhaustion, the second team would go up. But only Kurapika and Pyro could not be replaced. One was responsible for dealing with Yuppie, and the other was responsible for dealing with Neferpitu. These two guys are quite difficult monsters to deal with. Others don't have much to do against them. Only Kurapika and Pyro can barely stop them with the power of the Lunaria tribe. On the other side, the battle between Rocky and 17 Mirlem was even more intense. Wherever the two passed by was basically turned into a scorched earth. Rocky was more adept at using the two abilities of a pinch of gunpowder and Zeno's dragon mind. In ordinary attacks, the two abilities are interspersed. Mirlem felt very difficult. Even with the sound wave impact and occasional counterattacks, Rocky has mastered his attack rhythm. Basically, he was not hit. The battle lasted for several hours. Not to mention the expedition team, even people were tired of watching. But the battle continued. The three guards were also exhausted. Although they were not killed later, they were dragged tightly and had no way to support Mirlem. And after several hours of fighting, Mirlem and Rocky have fought to the top of a mountain. The terrifying attack even flattened the mountain. A huge deep pit was blasted out. The energy on Rocky's body was obviously much weaker than a few hours ago. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Rocky's condition had declined a lot. The frequency of his attacks also slowed down. On the other side, Mirlem was basically killed by Rocky every 10 minutes. In a few hours, Mirlem died dozens of times. However, he was able to revive every time. Advertisement. This has made many Nin feel desperate. It is unknown how long his immortal ability can last, but Rocky seems to be unable to hold on. Being able to maintain absolute suppression in such a high-intensity battle. He can even kill the opponent crazily and continuously. Rocky's combat power is amazing. But even a monster as strong as Rocky can't really defeat Mirlem. Is this guy really above all creatures? At the top of the food chain? The battle is still going on. The flying king bow in Rocky's hand has not had time to shoot an arrow. Mirlem rushed over first and knocked his flying king bow away with one blow. The next second, he roared and released strange sound waves to interfere with Rocky's actions. At the same time, he punched Rocky directly. This time, Mirlem's attack, without the interference of the phantom sword, directly knocked Rocky out. The next second, Rocky was knocked out. He hit the ground hard. Dust and smoke rose. At this moment, countless people's eyes became solemn. After several hours of fighting, this was the first time Rocky was hit by Mirlem. It seems that in this endurance contest, the undefeated still lost to the immortal. Even Mirlem stopped looking at his fist and looked at Rocky. Rocky came out of the smoke, although there was no wound on his abdomen. But the flames behind Rocky became much smaller. Seeing this, Mirlem also smiled. Can't hold on any longer. Mirlem said, finally smiling. Rocky looked at Mirlem with a gloomy face. It's still far away. It just hit me once. Hearing this, Mirlem smiled and said, do you still want to hold on? I have seen the end. Swish. Mirlem appeared behind Rocky in an instant and kicked Rocky hard in the air. The shield of the King of Mercy appeared. Boom. The power that blocked the rebound of the attack also exploded in the next second. Mirlem jumped away, but continued to attack, and turned the shield of the King of Mercy into a fist shield. While blocking with both hands, he counterattacked at the same time. The power of the giant god was activated. Advertisement. With the strengthened power, Rocky smashed Mirlem to the ground with one punch, which blew up Mirlem. But it was useless, the power of immortality did not disappear. After Mirlem recovered, his power increased again and he continued to attack Rocky. After hundreds of consecutive attacks and defenses, bang! A dull sound sounded, and Mirlem hit Rocky. Then Rocky's body flew backwards quickly. The second time. This was the second time Rocky was hit, but Mirlem didn't think it was the last time. Rocky got up from the ground. Switched to the phantom sword, but in the next battle, Rocky's movements were obviously much slower, and Mirlem seized the opportunity again and kicked him away directly. Rocky, who was rolling on the ground, was hit deeper into the ground by Mirlem, who fell from the sky before he could stand firmly. At the same time, Rocky's Ghost King also shot at Mirlem. At this moment, Mirlem took a deep breath and burst into a sound wave. The close-range sound wave impact exploded directly on Rocky's body. The roar of the explosion instantly resounded throughout the capital. At this moment, even Hisoka and others in the expedition team couldn't help but look in that direction. This feeling made them a little worried. Mirlem jumped away, and a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. But the next second, the lightning dissipated. Rocky, who crawled out from the ground, seemed a little unstable. After reaching the ground, Rocky looked at Mirlem. At this moment, the flame behind Rocky went out. This was the first time the flame went out. In the fierce battle for several hours, Rocky was in full condition, but now it was like a mountain torrent bursting a dam. His condition instantly became much weaker. The continuous multiple attacks made Rocky's Lunaria defense unable to withstand it. But Mirlem smiled. Your flame goes out. It's your turn next. Rocky. Do you want to change your mind now? Maybe if you agree, I can consider it. Hearing this, Rocky raised his lips. Although he was a little surprised that Mirlem could do this. But Rocky didn't believe it. Mirlem died so many times and still had no problems. And now Rocky had the last move left to use. He wanted to see if Mirlem could even block this move. Chapter 242, The Phantom Sword Shatters the Last 8 Swords. The extinguishing of the flames also made many people feel cold. If even a monster like Rocky can't defeat this dark creature, then is there anyone among humans who can solve the other party? I'm afraid there is no one. At that time, there may be only one way to solve the dark creature, which is to use nuclear bombs to attack directly. The area of the Midonai Federation will become a place where humans cannot live. Advertisement. And this situation is the most unacceptable. After all, there are only so many areas where humans live. If part of the area is uninhabitable due to this reason, it would be a pity. And there are still many humans in the Midonai Federation area. Once such a large-scale weapon is used, it means abandoning this part of humanity. Although there is no way to deal with it at that time, it cannot be easily decided. While people were thinking wildly, Rocky had stood up again. And the flame behind him was rekindled. Although the flame was not as strong as before, it was rekindled anyway. Rocky could also breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was relieved, but Mirlem frowned. After the flame went out, it was not enough to ignite. He thought that Rocky's flame would never be ignited again after it went out, and even if he wanted to reignite it, it would probably take a long time. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I haven't lost yet. Mirlem. Rocky looked at Mirlem and grabbed the sword of the Wise King that emerged. As the first phantom sword, the other phantom swords that followed had other abilities. But the sword of the Wise King didn't have it. It didn't have it before, but now it has it. It's just that this ability must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Waving the sword of the Wise King in his hand, the sword body suddenly turned red. Looking at the light emerging from the sword body, Rocky took a step and his body shot out like a rocket. He rushed directly towards Mirlem, and Mirlem didn't have any idea of dodging, and directly raised his hand and punched. He hit Rocky hard. The strong mind energy gathered in Mirlem's hand, and the mind energy was almost compressed to the extreme. The cross flash formed in an instant made the whole sky dim. Similarly, the sword of the Wise King in Rocky's hand also burst into a red light that shot up into the sky. The moment the two lights collided, a long and terrifying wave spread rapidly around the two people. This scene that appeared in the picture at that moment made many people stunned. Because Rocky's sword of the Wise King and Mirlem's fist did not really collide with each other, but their respective minds were colliding fiercely. The collision in the air seemed to be violently colliding with some invisible energy. Boom! Suddenly. Advertisement. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the spreading power fluctuations caused countless rocks on the ground to break into cubes, which were hit by the strong energy fluctuations. It seemed to fly directly out of the gravity. The next second, with the amazing light spreading, the whole world was rendered white. No other light could be seen. The figures of Rocky and Miriam also disappeared in the light. For 3 short seconds, there was no sound, nor any other light. The white light suddenly dissipated. What appeared in front of him was Rocky's figure. At this moment, Rocky, who was holding the sword of the Wise King, saw the light of the sword in his hand gradually fade away, as if he had completely exhausted all his strength after bursting out all his strength. On the other side, Miriam and Rocky stood back to back. There was also a wound on his shoulder, as if a huge centipede was lying on his right shoulder. A terrifying roar echoed in the distant mountains. Snap! The flames behind Rocky weakened a little, and at the same time, one of the phantom swords surrounding Rocky, the Yasha King sword, directly shattered. Looking at the Yasha King sword that exploded, it turned into countless crystal fragments and dissipated. Anyone who understands Nen will understand this moment. The manipulator's items shattered and disappeared directly, which is quite significant. In serious cases, Rocky may never be able to use this ability again, and cannot use the Yasha King sword. However, Rocky turned around, and the Xianwang sword in his hand shone again. Miriam also frowned, and the energy on his fist gathered again. The two did not make any fancy moves, and the next second they continued to collide head-on with strength just like the last time. And this time was just like before. There was not much change. The flame behind Rocky weakened again. At the same time, the Fulong King sword behind Rocky shattered. Another white light flashed. The Flying King's bow shattered. The Holy King's staff shattered. The Flying King's bow shattered. The Ci King's shield shattered. The Fighting King's sword shattered. The Ghost King's wheel shattered. 7 consecutive weapons shattered one after another. Only the last phantom sword in Rocky's hand, the sword of the Wise King, was left. Miriam looked at Rocky at this moment. Although he didn't know what ability Rocky used. Advertisement. But he could probably guess something. It was probably borrowing the power of other phantom swords to maintain continuous powerful attacks. And the price of each attack was that a phantom shattered and disappeared. At this moment, not only Miriam, but even some ordinary Nen probably understood it. After all, it has happened so many times, and every time a phantom sword shattered, it was already obvious. And now, only the last phantom sword was left. Wow! Suddenly, the light of the sword of the Wise King burst out again. And this time it was not a red light, but a golden light. After shattering 7 phantom swords in a row, the last attack will be sacrificed by the sword of the Wise King as a sacrifice of power. Rocky raised the golden lightsaber in his hand. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Miriam calmly. He didn't speak, and no language was needed anymore. Miriam had 7 noticeable wounds on his body at this time. If he had one more wound, he would have been almost dead. Rocky stepped out. Golden light rippled. At the same time, Miriam also attacked. Another confrontation. This time, Miriam appeared first, and stumbled and fell to the ground. Dead. Killed again. The sword of the Wise King, Jian Zhao, in Rocky's hand exploded the moment he dealt with Miriam. It also turned into countless crystal fragments and disappeared. Is it over? It should be. If it's not over yet, then... Rocky is afraid. On the ground. Miriam slowly stood up. He looked back at Rocky. You've done this, I'm really shocked, but it's a pity. In the end, you still failed. Rocky. If you can kill me again, you will be the winner. Miriam lowered his head and looked at his hands. The power that keeps me immortal has disappeared. But you can't kill me now. The flames behind Rocky were extinguished at this moment. And he also withdrew from the state of fiery red eyes, and his eyes looked a little scattered. This time he was really close to the limit. However, after hearing Miriam's words, Rocky smiled. Chapter 243 Offensive Ability 6 God Summoning. Rocky turned around. Looking at Miriam. At this moment, Rocky looked a little tired, and had completely lost his previous energy. Gon and Killua, who came from afar, came to take a look because they were worried about the situation here. Because of the two of them, the surveillance snail captured Rocky's appearance at this moment. Advertisement. Looking at his situation, we should not be fooled by human nature. Defeated? In the end, the immortal defeated the undefeated. And Rocky looked at Miriam. Although there was still a lot of energy flowing in his body, he was completely different from before. On the other hand, Miriam, although he looked very embarrassed, his powerful energy still made people palpitate. The result of continuing to fight in this situation is already obvious. Your ability is very good. I will make good use of your ability, and at the same time I will still fulfill the conditions I promised you before. Plan a special area for humans to live in, and don't let the chimera ants prey on humans at will. Miriam said as he walked towards Rocky. This is the reward for your hard work fighting for humanity. Everything you have done for your tribe is enough. Miriam has come to Rocky at this time. Raised his hand to grab Rocky's head. At this moment, many Nen were stunned. Is this guy going to 703 devour Rocky and gain Rocky's ability? What if this guy gets Rocky's ability? If that happens, it will be a disaster. Miruem has the ability to teleport, and even a nuclear bomb may not be able to kill him. What's more, the other party has the characteristic of immortality. This is simply invincible. However, when everyone was worried, Miruem suddenly reached Rocky's chest. A white light suddenly burst out. The invisible barrier seemed to separate Miruem and Rocky. The appearance of this scene also made Miruem stunned for a moment. Rocky had obviously reached the end of his rope, so how could he suddenly have new power? Not to mention Miruem, even Netero, an experienced nin, was a little confused at the moment. Why did this happen? Could it be resentment? Resentment is a constraint and a vow. Rocky is gambling his life and awakening or erupting some kind of power. Thinking of this, Netero looked at Rocky in the picture and suddenly became a little worried. But the next second, a figure slowly emerged behind Rocky. Advertisement. This figure was different from the previous one. At the same time, a thunderbolt, BHCF, flashed in the sky. A sudden thunderbolt seemed to split the sky in two. The terrifying thunder rolled in, and at this moment, everyone, whether it was the three guards who were still fighting hard, the expedition team and others, or the people who swallowed the monitoring snail and saw the battle situation. They were all frightened by the sudden thunderbolt. Killua's reaction was even more bizarre. Lightning and thunder appeared on his body involuntarily. He didn't use any ability, but he was out of control. Killua, what's wrong with you? Gon looked at Killua with a puzzled look on his face, thinking that Killua was going to attack. But Killua waved his hand helplessly. I don't know. I didn't do anything at all. At this moment, Miruem felt an unprecedented terrible threat. A bounce instantly opened up the distance. He was more than 10 meters away from Rocky, but even so, Miruem still didn't feel any sense of security. Instead, he was enveloped by a sense of danger, and he didn't understand why. Rocky was still weak, and it seemed that he didn't want to attack him at all. Rocky, who couldn't even ignite the flame, was in a state that could be imagined. How could he still be such a big threat to him? What did you do? Miruem was very confused. However, Rocky smiled at this moment. I didn't do anything. Didn't do anything? How is it possible? If he didn't do anything, why would he feel uneasy and dangerous? What ability did you activate? I can feel that terrible breath. Asked this question, Rocky smiled. Activate ability. I didn't activate any ability. Rocky paused and said, if you insist on saying that I activated any ability, then this ability has been activated since we started fighting. It's just that originally this ability song is a probabilistic ability. Probabilistic. Miruem frowned and didn't understand what Rocky meant. If the battle is not going well, as the battle continues, the probability of this ability activating will increase, but the maximum will not exceed 20%. Hearing this, Miruem frowned. What kind of ability is this? Hearing this, Netero was stunned for a moment. An attacking ability. Rocky's description is a situation that only an attacking ability can have. The highest probability is no more than 20%. Such an ability is completely a gamble. Advertisement. But often the greater the risk of such an ability, the more powerful it is, the more terrifying it is. What's more, the probability of activation is only 20%. But all my phantom swords are shattered, which leads to a situation. Rocky smiled. Every time a phantom sword is shattered, the probability of this ability being activated increases by 10%. All 8 phantom swords are shattered. There is no need to say more here. The shattering of all 8 phantom swords increases the probability of activation by 80%. And the duration of the battle has reached several hours. This kind of long-term battle may have already met all the conditions. In other words, plus the original 20% probability of activation. Now it has reached a 100% probability of activation. So it means this ability can be activated 100% in this way. Miruem. Rocky suddenly took a step forward. This is the real final blow. If you can withstand it, then I lose this battle. This ability is also my last song. 6 Gods Summoning. My abilities are divided into 2 abilities, Phantom and 6 Gods. It goes without saying what the Phantom Sword is, but the 6 Gods mentioned by Rocky make people very curious. But Rocky naturally can't say much about what it is, but it's okay to say it roughly. For the 6 systems of Nin, I have developed an ability to maximize the ability for each system. The 6 gods correspond to 6 Nin systems. Rocky raised his hand and pointed at his eyes. When the red eyes are turned on, each of my systems can exert 100% of its power. Hearing this, many Nin's breathing became rapid. Each system. Can it exert 100% of its power? This, can the red eyes bring about such changes? Rocky raised his head. He looked at the sky. Your luck is not good. This time, the one summoned should be Thor. Crack! Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderbolt, Thor holding a staff similar to the Holy King's appeared. He held the thunderbolt in one hand and the staff in the other. He lowered his eyes and locked his gaze on Miruem below. The next second, the countless thunderbolts in his hand flashed and burst out countless lights, falling straight down. It was like the Milky Way above the 9 heavens pouring down in an instant. Chapter 244, New Events Completed. Thunder and Lightning. It raged in an instant, covering the entire area. The surrounding area of 1,000 meters was almost completely covered by thunder and lightning in an instant, and Miruem was covered in thunder and lightning. He felt the thunder and lightning pouring into his body, and at the same time, he felt the terrifying power sweeping over his body. The last bit of immortality in his body was also destroyed instantly. Advertisement. In the thunder, Miruem looked at Lucci. BX. Standing at the top of the food chain. But in the end, he was defeated by humans. Humans. Why do such weak creatures have such a level of power? Now Miruem has a different view of humans, even though the power of individual humans is not very strong. In terms of survival ability alone, humans are not ranked low in the food chain without the help of any tools. However, once humans have tools, even in the simplest and most primitive Stone Age, humans have become the top of the food chain. From this perspective, humans are really a terrible race. Unlike the chimera ants, they absorb the excellent genes of other creatures to evolve. What about humans? They did not absorb the genes of other animals, but chose to continuously evolve their own genes. Defeated. This time I lost completely. With Miruem's final sigh, the thunder disappeared. Miruem disappeared with it. Of course, he did not escape, but disappeared without a trace under the thunder. Looking at the ground struck by lightning, there are still red lava flowing. The dark ground is still rising with heat. Feeling the oncoming heat wave, Gon and Kia, who finally escaped, are breathing heavily. If Killua had not suddenly burst out at an extremely terrifying speed and brought Gon out, they would have been killed by lightning like Miruem. And Rocky, who was standing in place, stumbled and fell to the ground. He was breathing heavily. The flame behind him slowly ignited. But it was only a tiny flame. Advertisement. Rocky would recover quickly when the flame burned, but it would take some time to fully recover even if it was fast. Gon and Rocky rushed back to Rocky's direction. When they arrived in front of Rocky, they saw Rocky's weak appearance and recalled that every time they saw Rocky before, he was very energetic. No matter what kind of enemy they encountered, no matter what kind of battle, it had never turned out like this. And now it turned out like this, which shows how fierce the battle with the Ant King Miruem was. How is the battle in other places? Rocky asked this first. The 3 guards are not so easy to deal with. Gon and Killua looked at each other and said, the direct guard team has been defeated. Although the direct guard team is strong, they can't always catch it with many people working together. Although they can't kill it directly, it's still very easy to catch it. Pufu was trapped by Karapika's chains, and Neferpitu was also temporarily sealed by Pyro with sand. Wait for Rocky to recover some strength, and then he will be able to go over and deal with these guys soon. The only one that hasn't been dealt with is Yuppie. But Mr. Molawu and Mr. Nicolu, together with Xiu Tuo, have trapped this guy. The next step is to wait for Mr. Nicolu's ability to be activated. When that happens, Yuppie will be able to enter the dead mode and can't use his mind, so he can be easily caught. Hearing this, Rocky nodded, I'll go over after I take a break. Rocky's condition at the moment is indeed not very good. The breaking of the Phantom Sword has caused Rocky a lot of damage. There is one thing Rocky didn't say, that is, every time a Phantom Sword is broken, Rocky will directly weaken 1/10 of his mental energy. And the duration is about 3 days. Every time a Phantom Sword is added, in addition to increasing the weakening of the mental energy by 1/10, it will also increase the time by 1 day. Continuously breaking 8 Phantom Swords means that Rocky will be weakened for 10 days. In 10 days, Rocky can only have 1/5 of his original strength. From a monster with 3 million mental energy, he suddenly became an with only 600,000 mental energy. For Rocky, it will take a long time to adapt. At this moment, the battle of the Mitonai Federation has come to an end for the time being. But on the other side, the world has been completely boiling, and the king of dark creatures has finally been defeated. For ordinary people, this not only opened their eyes to combat, but also made them understand something very important. The creatures in the Dark Continent are not invincible. Advertisement. Please give me flowers, 0. Yes. At first, it looked like the other party was really scary. No matter how hard we fought, we couldn't kill him. I didn't expect that he would be killed in the end. Not every creature in the Dark Continent is so strong. Many creatures are weaker than this one. Do you think there is any hope for the Dark Continent to be developed? I heard that there are countless resources there. If we bring all those things back. Ordinary people are excited about topics related to the Dark Continent. And then on the other side. They were deeply shocked. Rocky's two abilities. One is the Phantom Sword, which brings changes to Rocky so that he can perfectly deal with any battle situation. And the latter's ability, the Six Gods Power, is a different power developed based on 6 systems. 0. In other words, Rocky may have all kinds of abilities. The last 6 gods summoning is an even more terrifying killer. Fighting with such a monster, being able to force the opponent to the point of exhaustion and shattering the Phantom Sword is enough to show how powerful the opponent is. However, Rocky actually has a backup 6 god summoning. The last episode of the Thunder God, even the top nin will be terrified. There is no possibility of dodging, the speed is extremely fast. Even more amazing than the previous Phantom. An offensive ability, this ability is simply impossible to defend. But that guy's weapons are all broken. Whether they can be restored in the future is another matter. For ordinary manipulator ability users, once the manipulator items are destroyed, it is unclear whether they can be rematerialized or how long they need to wait before they can be materialized. And at this moment, Netero in the Hunter Association building has already walked down from the bed. Let others solve the next matter. Rocky, you really gave me a big shock. Netero turned his head and looked at the bean-faced man beside him. Since the foreshadowing has been completed, and it has achieved an effect he never thought of, then everything will be logical. Call all hunters to hold the election of the new hunter president. Netero said with a smile. The bean-faced man who heard this looked at Netero in confusion. What did you just say, President Netero? Netero smiled and said, I'm old. It's time to step down. The Hunter Association needs to elect a new president. Chapter 245 Hope and Disaster Dark Continent. The subjugation mission is over. After defeating the king of the Chimera Ants, the 3 guards could not cause any trouble under Rocky. Even Yuppie was easily captured. Other Chimera Ant division leaders and ordinary Chimera Ant soldiers were taken over by V5, and V5 was not without Nin. Killing these remaining Chimera Ants was only a matter of time. Advertisement. The captured 3 guards became a problem. Some people advocated killing them, but some people wanted to study the immortality of the 3 guards. In this case, someone was needed to make them unable to move. At least they could not use Nin. Kurupika, Pyro, and Nicolo took turns to use their abilities on the 3 guards, putting the 3 in a desperate state. In this way, the 3 had no power to resist, and Rocky also took over the treatment of many mind exorcists. 900. But even the strongest mind exorcist was surprised when he got Rocky. There was no way to relieve Rocky's weak state. The flame behind Rocky looked very weak. It even began to flicker as if it would go out at any time. And this was only temporary. Rocky was not worried, but others were. After all, Rocky's materialized objects had broken into 8 pieces in a row. Under such circumstances, ordinary Nin users would have lost their Nin long ago. Or even died. But Rocky was still alive, which was a miracle. Many people even speculated that Rocky had lost his Nin. Although he could still use Chi, he should not be able to continue using the terrible Nin before. And now sitting on the airship heading to the Hunter Association, Rocky was watching the TV. The scene of him killing the Dark Continent Chimera Ant King was playing, and it was indeed exciting. Is it really good for ordinary people to know about the Nin? Gon asked. Killua rolled his eyes. Ordinary people can't see the Nin. They can only see the noise caused by the destruction. But they can see the lightning. They will only think that Rocky has superpowers, and they still won't know about the Nin. Advertisement. Gon shrugged and said he couldn't understand. What's the point of doing this? This question is what everyone is thinking about. Hisoka looked at Rocky. Lord Rocky, why do you think V5 made such a decision? Hearing this, Rocky glanced at Hisoka. Why else? Biscuit said, to build momentum. To get the majority of humans to support going to the Dark Continent. Gon and Killua looked at each other. What kind of place is that? A place that humans absolutely cannot set foot in. Kate explained. Every time humans go to the Dark Continent, they will bring back unexpected disasters. The Chimera Ants were also brought back this time. Chimera Ants are creatures of the Dark Continent. Gon and Killua also knew this. Since the Dark Continent is so dangerous, why do we still go there? Gon was a little confused. Because the Dark Continent is also full of hope. Rocky looked at the 2. The 5 great hopes of the Dark Continent. The Unmanned Stone, a stone that can generate electricity when it encounters water. If Killua gets this thing, then Killua's combat power will soar. It's like carrying a miniature nuclear reactor with you. The vanilla that can cure white disease, this thing is probably what Leorio wants most. With it, humans will completely get rid of all kinds of diseases. Longevity food Nitolami, as the name suggests, can make the person who eats it live longer. Sanyuan water seems to be the prototype of all liquids, and its purpose is not yet known. Gold and silver ingots, plant weapons, have direct attack capabilities, and are very powerful. I heard Rocky talk about the 5 hopes of the Dark Continent. The first unmanned stone made Killua interested, a stone that can generate electricity when it comes into contact with water. Is there really such a thing? Rocky looked at him and said, of course there is. The Dark Continent is the attraction of the Dark Continent. Although it is accompanied by endless dangers and unknowns, it also has space for people to imagine infinitely, and all kinds of strange items. Hearing this, Gon and Killua seemed to understand why people want to go to the Dark Continent. The longevity food Night-Olamai alone is probably enough to attract many people. Longevity is an extremely attractive place in any world, and you may even wonder if you keep eating this thing, will you gain immortality? This is a very likely thing. So this alone is enough to make V5 excited and look for an opportunity to go to the Dark Continent. Now that V5 has begun to show a trend of decline, exploring the Dark Continent has become something that V5 has to pay attention to. Because if they don't go, they may be replaced by other countries in the future, and even other countries will bypass them and explore the Dark Continent directly. But it is also accompanied by terrible disasters. Kate seems to be somewhat repulsive to the Dark Continent. Advertisement. Papu, the human cultivating beast. Gold and silver ingots, plant weapons. Double-tailed snake. Hell bells. Gas life form AI. Zoba's disease, the immortal disease. The chimera ants we met this time, the Ant King and the 3 guards, are likely to be infected with the immortal disease Zoba's disease, so they show the characteristics of immortality. But Kate is a little confused when she said this, but in the past, those infected with the immortal disease would directly lose all biological characteristics. But the Ant King and the 3 guards don't seem to be affected. Not affected? Maybe it's not that there is no impact, but the impact is relatively small, so it is difficult to notice. At this moment, Rocky is thinking about the problem of the immortal disease. If the next generation born after being infected with the immortal disease has the characteristics of immortality, then the immortal disease Zaba seems to be able to be used. Here is a special news report. Mr. Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, passed away at 8 o'clock this morning. Suddenly Rocky came to his senses. Looking at the TV. The picture of Netero was still on it, dead. Rocky was stunned for a moment. Why did this old guy die when he didn't even participate in the Chimera Ant Crusade? And at this moment, before Rocky could react, the phone rang. Rocky. Rocky heard the voice on the other end of the phone. It was the Dumian man calling. It's me. Please come to the Hunter Association as soon as possible. The president recorded a video before his death, which is for you. Rocky frowned. Why did the old man die? Hearing this, Dumianran was a little speechless. Is it really okay to call an old man who is already dead? The president is already so old, and the previous battle with you has already consumed too much, so the president can be considered to have died of old age. Rocky was stunned when he heard this. The battle with himself was the direct cause of Netero's death? This made Rocky a little unbelievable. It was just a battle. But Netero used the zero palm. In this case, it is indeed possible to die. Chapter 246 Association Building Netero's video. Hunter Association Building. Rocky entered a room under the arrangement of the bean-faced man. After the door was closed by the bean-faced man, Rocky sat down and watched the TV in front of him. The picture flashed. Advertisement. Inside was Netero lying on the hospital bed, dying. Netero seemed to be able to see Rocky through the screen. Are you here? Boy. Rocky frowned. This feeling was a bit strange. I asked you to come, just 2 words to say. First, I hope you can become the next president. Hearing this, Rocky smiled. Rocky had no interest in becoming the president. He was not greedy for power. Besides, becoming the president of the Hunter Association did not have much power. From your look, I know you don't have this idea at all, right? But I think you must become the president of the Hunter Association. Why? Why must you become the president? Will you die if you don't become the president? Rocky curled his lips and was speechless. Don't think I'm just exaggerating. Haven't you figured it out yet, kid? Netero suddenly sat up and looked at Rocky. 17 He pointed at Rocky, or more precisely, at the flames behind Rocky. The ability of the Kurta tribe was fully exposed in this crusade. Aren't you worried that I'll know? Because you don't have to worry too much about your strength, but don't you worry about your people. Netero narrowed his eyes and said, Greed Island is not a safe place forever. If you don't become the president, the remaining Kurta people will become the target of many people. Rocky frowned. Although he had thought about this, he didn't think it was a big problem. The defense of Greed Island is enough to isolate most Nen from the outside, and if the remaining small group of people really want to die, Rocky will send them 10 miles away. If you only consider Nen, then you are totally wrong. Rocky was stunned for a moment. Could this old man guess what he was thinking, and guessed it before? Are you kidding? The one who is targeting you is V5. Netero stared at Rocky with a smile, and there were many things hidden in his eyes. As long as the flame is not extinguished, there will be no harm. Even the disaster of undead disease cannot affect the Kurta tribe. With such ability, do you think no one is jealous? Advertisement. They are probably thinking about how to make this ability of yours their own. Netero lay down again. Nan cannot be transplanted, but blood can be transplanted. Even if it is only a part, it is enough to attract people. He said with a slanted look at Rocky, do you understand now? Rocky lowered his head and pondered. It is true that the power of the Kurta tribe is indeed very enviable, and there is nothing wrong with him. The Greed Island is not a big problem, but if V5 really targets it, they will definitely get the blood of the Kurta tribe by secretly taking action. Preventing all day is not a solution. If you become the president, you will have two convenient conditions. First. Netero smiled. You successfully defeated the Chimera Ant King Miruem, and your reputation has spread among all the Nan. A new legend is about to be born. With your prestige, you will take over my position, and most people in the Hunter Association will not object. As the president, V5 will not be able to attack the Kurta tribe casually. Rocky didn't quite believe Netero's second point. After becoming the president, others would not dare to attack the Kurta tribe at will. Could it be that just a title could scare these people? You may think that the title of president is nothing, right? Netero was like an old naughty boy at this moment. That's because you don't know what the position of president means. It's not about how much power you have or how high your status is. These are not important, and you don't care at all. But when it comes to this, Netero's tone becomes much more serious. But after becoming the president, it means that you will be the person in charge of exploring the Dark Continent. Netero's eyes changed slightly. The action of conquering the Chimera Ants is to make people interested in the Dark Continent, and now it has succeeded. It is certain that humans will go to the Dark Continent. In this case, the person in charge of the exploration team must be able to win the trust of the people. And you were originally the best candidate, but if you were not the president, you might be blocked by the president, and at that time you would be given a position like deputy captain at most. Advertisement. Deputy and principal, although there is only a slight difference. But the feeling it gives people is different. If Rocky is the president, then he can't be the vice captain. If even Rocky, the president, who defeated the Chimera Ant King, can only be the vice captain, then who is qualified and has a higher status to be the captain? Becoming the captain of the Dark Continent, your people in Greed Island will not only be safe, but also. Netero's speech slowed down a lot. Heizo, your people, he seems to be in the Dark Continent. If you are not the person in charge, you may have a dispute about how to deal with Heizo when you meet him, and whether you can bring him back is also a problem. After hearing this, Rocky's face turned pale. Although Rocky knew what this old man was planning, he had to say that this was the only way this time. The president is not important. But Rocky must get the position of the person in charge of going to the Dark Continent. Otherwise, it will be a bit troublesome. Rocky could go to the Dark Continent himself, but then the people of Greedy Island would face certain risks. Only by becoming the person in charge of V5's exploration of the Dark Continent could he ensure that the people of Greedy Island would not be in danger if he left. And it would be more convenient to find Heizo. The most important thing about finding Heizo is to find out how the people he took away are doing now. Rocky stood up. Agree, kid. Rocky was stunned for a moment, looking at the screen, where Nishido's mental state was very different from before and was now dying. You win. Turned around and prepared to leave the room. When Rocky opened the door, Netero suddenly frowned. By the way, be careful of Bai Yang. Rocky turned around, and the screen had gone out. Bai Yang? Netero's son. He? Rocky was not worried. What was there to worry about with this guy? They were not on the same path at all. Mr. Rocky, the 12 earthly branches have arrived at the association and are preparing for the election of the new president. The bean-faced man looked at Rocky said. He nodded. Rocky had no way of intervening in the matter of the 12 earthly branches discussing the election of the new president. At this moment, the door of the next room suddenly opened. The person who came out made Rocky suddenly stunned. The person in front of him looked 70% similar to Bai Yang. You are. Chapter 247 President Election 12 Earthly Branches Meeting. Hey. We finally meet. Mr. Rocky. Thank you for taking care of my old man. Rocky was slightly stunned when he heard the other party's words. Bayang Netero. Oh? Mr. Rocky actually knows me. Bayang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Rocky to know him. You know, even many people in the Hunter Association don't know him. Advertisement. And Rocky actually knows him. Did he investigate it on purpose or did the old man tell him? Both are possible. But the most critical problem is that Rocky's look at him seems a little bad. It seems that he has some opinions about him. If this happens, don't even think about approaching him. It's probably difficult to win over an like Rocky with just a few words, unless there are common interests. And for now, there is no place for common interests. So. Byang waved his hand and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Rocky." After that, Byang left directly. The bean-faced man beside him was also confused. "Mr. Rocky, do you even know about Mr. Byang? What's wrong?" The bean-faced man shook his head. "You know, even he just knew about Byang's existence, but Rocky already knew about Byang?" The bean-faced man held the document and shook his head, not knowing what he was thinking. "Ah. That's right. The meeting of the 12 earthly branches is about to begin. I'll leave first, Mr. Rocky, but please don't leave, Mr. Rocky. Mr. Jin asked me to pass on a message. I hope Mr. Rocky will wait for him. He has something to say to you later." "Jin?" Rocky nodded, "Okay, I'll wait for him." As he said that, Rocky also left. In the rest area of the association building, he found a room and ordered a cup of coffee and waited for Jin to come. At this moment, the 12 earthly branches have gathered in the association building. Even Jin, who is often absent, is here. He should be studying the election plan for the president. Advertisement. Rocky thought. At this moment, in the upper meeting room of the association building, the members of the 12 earthly branches have basically arrived. Ugly, Nana, a 2-star criminal hunter, wearing a cow-colored white shirt and pants, and a black and white patterned horn hat. Yin, Kangze, a treasure hunter, has good fighting power. Mao, Pian, an ancient document hunter, the rabbit is also a member of the 12 earthly branches responsible for presiding over the election of the president in the original book. Chen, Giganti, a 3-star terrorist hunter, the one closest to the president in both reputation and strength, and has a long career. Si, Galu, a poison hunter, whose hands seem to be able to turn into snakes, and threaten the woman of Paristan with snakes. Wu, Kobayakawa, a 2-star trouble hunter, a guy with 2 big teeth exposed, like a groundhog. Wei, Yinda, a poacher hunter, the guy who cried at the 12 earthly branches meeting after the death of the president in the original book, has an afro. Shen, Sayu, a bounty hunter, who is careless with words, has strong fighting power and even dares to provoke Jin. Yu Crook, a plant hunter, directly told Paristan to die, saying that he was a disgusting woman, with a swan's wing decoration on his back. Suchider Yorkshire, a 3-star difficult-to-treat hunter, was teased by Paristan and Jin, but finally became the 14th generation president. Hyjin Freaks, a 2-star ruins hunter, was supposed to be a 3-star hunter, but he didn't apply for it because he didn't like the troublesome procedures, even though he met the requirements. But without applying, Jin is still a 2-star hunter. Sorry, too many things delayed me. Zi Paristan Hill, 3-star hunter, vice president of the Hunter Association, a guy hated by the other 12 earthly branches. As soon as he came up, he sat directly in the C position, and he was completely unscrupulous, as if he was hosting this meeting. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Why don't we hold the election for the president? Let me hold the president. This sentence made the other 12 earthly branches show murderous intentions. Paristan knows how to anger others. And Jin looked at Paristan helplessly. No one here will vote for you. Crook said without hesitation, not hiding his dislike for Paristan at all. But you only have 11 votes. Paristan smiled as if he didn't care at all, and his whole face even flashed with light. I decided to run for the election, and I will inherit the will of the president. Jin's sudden words interrupted Paristan's rhythm. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Jin, and they were also complaining wildly in their hearts. Paristan was hated by all the 12 earthly branches, and Jin was no less, but Jin was just not liked by the 12 earthly branches. Because of Jin's bad personality and style of doing things. Oh. Mr. Jin also has ideas about the position of president. Jin looked at Paristan. Of course, anyone can run for election. That's right, anyone can run for election, but if there is an election, I'm afraid the person with the most votes now should be that kid. Paristan looked at Jin. Jin also nodded. Probably. After all, he showed his ability in front of all the hunters, and in a sense, it's only a matter of time before his strength surpasses the president. No. Chider looked at Jin, that guy should have surpassed the president. Unlike the original, Chider was not led by the nose this time. But he took the initiative. The president passed away, and the election of the new president is crucial. The person they were talking about was Rocky. Chider had read Rocky's profile many times, although he was a little too extreme about Rocky's crazy slaughter of Phantom Troop. But considering Rocky's age and Rocky's current strength, Chider felt that if such a strong man became the president, with their assistance and guidance of Rocky, it would not be impossible to make Rocky a more perfect president in the future. And even if he failed, Rocky's character was at least not as bad as Paristan and Jin. Good Zhao. It would be easy to select a new president at that time, but if Jin and Paristan had an advantage in the election, it would be troublesome. Jin smiled and said, so the election of the president still depends on voting, right? The other 12 earthly branches had no opinions, and Paristan glanced at Jin. Unconsciously, he entered Jin's rhythm. Originally, he wanted to make a proposal to change the election method to internal election among the 12 earthly branches. But it seems impossible to do so now. It is worthy of being Mr. Jin. Of course it's an election, but I think there must be conditions for the election. Paristan said with a smile. This was his counterattack. However, facing this situation, Jin also nodded, of course. I also think that some conditions and restrictions should be set. Kijaor stood up and went to the side. It just so happens that there are papers and pens here. Each person writes down the voting rules on one sheet, and then ask a third party to draw one of them, which is the plan for this president election. Chapter 248 The Rival President's Son. Just like in the original book, the election of the president was ultimately based on the rules specified by Jin. There was nothing much to say. However, after the meeting of the 12 earthly branches ended, Paristan approached Jin. Mr. Jin. Wait. Jin had his hands in his pockets and had not walked far when he was stopped by Paristan. Although he knew that it was definitely not a good thing for Paristan to find him at this time. Advertisement. But Jin still stopped and turned around to look at Paristan. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? When asked this question, Paristan still had a smiling face. Mr. Jin. Nothing. I just want to ask, is Mr. Jin going to see Mr. Rocky? Jin frowned. What does this have to do with you? Or do I need to report to you before I meet you? Hearing this, Paristan smiled. Of course not, but Mr. Jin informed everyone in advance about the election rules of the president through Demianren. Isn't this a bit deceiving? After being told by Paristan, Jin didn't speak but just looked at him. Do you have any evidence? No. Just a suspicion. But suspicion cannot be used as evidence. Jin looked at the other party expressionlessly. Paristan raised his hand and touched his head. Of course, I know this, but if this matter is told to other people, Mr. Jin will be in big trouble. The 577 earthly branches are not people who regret easily. But if other people know that Jin wants them, they will definitely deliberately make things difficult for Jin. And it is different from Jin's original plan. So. Jin glanced at Paristan. This guy may not have any favorable evidence, and even his speculation is just a random fabrication. But there is no way to really accept this at this juncture. It is better not to have too many disturbances in the election of the president. If Paristan makes trouble, Jin will also be in trouble. Want to go with me to see Rocky? Jin asked tentatively. Paristan nodded. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Mr. Jin. Then let's go together. Advertisement. The two took the elevator to Rocky's floor and pushed open Rocky's door. At this moment, Rocky was drinking coffee and waiting for Jin's arrival. After seeing Jin enter the room, Rocky wanted to say something, but the next second Paristan appeared directly. Hi. Hello, Mr. Rocky, I finally see you. Paristan looked sunny and approachable. Ordinary people might really be fooled by his appearance and accidentally communicate with him. But Rocky would not, he knew very well who Paristan was. He glanced at Paristan coldly, and then looked at the hand that the other party stretched out. Rocky had no intention of shaking hands at all. Turning his head and looking directly at Jin, meet me for this person. This made Rocky a little confused. Jin and Paristan should not be able to PS on the same pot. He actually brought Paristan up on purpose. Jin smiled helplessly, no way. There is no other way. This perfectly explains everything. In this case, Rocky will not say more, but Jin's lack of a solution does not mean that Rocky has no other solution. I'm talking to Mr. Jin, and I don't like a third person here, so can you leave? Rocky looked at Paristan and said mercilessly. Paristan didn't expect Rocky to be so disrespectful, but it was normal. After all, he was young and powerful, so it was normal to be a little arrogant. Sorry, I interrupted Mr. Rocky and Mr. Jin's secret conversation, I'm leaving now. It just so happens that there are still many things to discuss with the 12 earthly branches. Paristan said and prepared to leave. What he meant by this was that he would tell the other 12 earthly branches about the special relationship between Jin and Rocky. It would cause trouble for Rocky's future election as the president. Jin opened his mouth to say something, but Rocky said nothing and watched him leave quietly. Why don't you keep him? If you want to become the president, he is a very troublesome factor. Hearing this, Rocky was even more curious about why Jin knew that he wanted to become the president. How do you know I want to be the president? I, BHDF, have watched the president's video. After hearing this, Rocky understood that with Jin's ability, as long as he watched Netaro's video, he would definitely guess that he wanted to be the president. But that was Netaro's video specially recorded for him, and Jin was able to see it. He is worthy of being the next president recognized by Dumianren. Advertisement. Even if Jin did not become the president, at least Dumianren has recognized Jin, and these things will naturally be given to Jin to take a look. So why did you ask me to wait for you here? To support me? Or to persuade me? Neither to support nor to persuade you. Jin sat down slowly. Personally, I don't want you to become the president, but you seem to have reasons to do so. If that's the case, Luo Qi doesn't know why this guy is here to see him. Jin looked at Rocky with a puzzled face. I want to ask about Gon's situation. Thanks to you this time, it's a rare experience for that kid to take Gon with him in the Chimera Ant Crusade. Forgot. Jin is a father after all. Although this father is quite incompetent, he still worries about Gon. After telling Jin some of the things he saw about Gon, Jin's smile has never disappeared. That kid did a good job. Rocky also nodded, although he didn't awaken directly to adulthood with resentment like in the original book. But Gon's overall strength has improved very quickly, and he will definitely be a powerful nin again in time. Okay, let's get back to the point. Rocky, it should have been easy for you to become the president. But it's different now. You have an opponent. Rocky glanced at Jin. You mean Bai Yang? Netaro's son. King seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect Rocky to know Bai Yang. You actually know. Even among the 12 earthly branches, many people didn't know that the president had a son. Ah. I know a little bit. Rocky avoided talking about it, and Jin didn't ask Rocky in detail how he knew. Since you know, have you thought about how to deal with them? Rocky shook his head. I don't need to take action against anyone. They should find a way to deal with me. Under normal circumstances, if there are no accidents, no matter what the election rules are, Rocky has a great chance of becoming the president. Then if they want to change this situation, the other party will definitely take action. The son of the president, with this title, will also make most hunters change their supporters. Rocky understands that the identity of the president's son alone is enough. But it should not be just that. Pariston came in just now, and left immediately after Rocky asked him to leave. Rocky always felt that things should not be so simple. If Pariston was a guy who could be sent away so easily, then President Netero would not have been so troubled. Chapter 249 Advantages and Disadvantages. Jin's speculations. Pariston, who had come to another room at this moment, took out the things in his pocket. Then he put them on the table, and across from him was Bai Yang. Sorry. I didn't get in touch with that guy directly. After all, he's not a newbie to Nin. Bai Yang glanced at Pariston, and then continued to close his eyes. Just like I thought. Rocky was not a newbie to Nin either. He wouldn't let a stranger touch him casually, and he wouldn't even say a word. Advertisement. After all, the Nin in this world are all kinds of strange. It wouldn't be strange if there were any Nin that could be activated with just one word. Probably because he saw Jin was there, he wasn't completely on guard. But he still kept his guard. As soon as I entered the door, the other party looked at me 3 or 4 times with his condensation. Even without a single move, his condensation was activated instantly, as if it had become some kind of instinct. Pariston said, and a tall and thin man walked out from the corner. The other party adjusted his glasses. It doesn't matter. As long as you can see the person in person, you can roughly know it. Pick up the stone on the table. This stone is the ability of another person with materialized ability, the recording stone. It can record the words of the person holding the stone, the person who sees it, and the person who hears it. Then, through the injection of mind, these memories are obtained. The general ability may be the same as Pak Nada, but there must be differences in the subtle places. The tall and thin man injected the air into it and saw Rocky's appearance. Slightly stunned. What's wrong? Pariston was a little curious. It's amazing. The tall and thin man opened his eyes and looked at Pariston and Bai Yang in front of him. It's surprising. I didn't expect this guy to have such a terrifying amount of mind at such a young age. At this point, Bai Yang slowly opened his eyes a lot. Ah, about 700,000 cold air areas. The tall and thin man, Nin, is an evaluator who can evaluate the approximate strength of a Nin through contact, smell, or even sound or image. Of course, the image cannot be too far away from reality. The longer the time, the less accurate it is. That's why Pariston left so decisively. 700,000. Bai Yang frowned. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. The strength that Rocky showed when he was fighting was definitely not the level that could be achieved with about 700,000 of mind energy. The amount of mind energy is not something that can be roughly estimated by NAQLU alone. Other Nin naturally have similar abilities. Pariston narrowed his eyes and then smiled. It seems that the battle with the Chimera Ant King has caused us, a monster who has surpassed the president, to suffer a lot of backlash. Bai Yang also smiled when he heard it. Logically speaking, Rocky's strength cannot be only about 700,000, but thinking about the previous Rocky's efforts to deal with the Ant King. But he shattered all 8 of his materialized objects. This is when he burst out with powerful strength and directly killed the Ant King. It is normal for such a situation to occur now. Is it really okay for you to shatter the materialized weapons on your own initiative? Jin looked at Rocky now. Although he was not as oppressive as before, he was not as strong as before. Obviously, Rocky's power was weakened a lot. You are asking me if those materialized weapons can reappear, right? Jin nodded after hearing this. You have to know that once the ability is lost, it is more difficult to get it back than to practice again. Jin didn't know if Rocky had any solution. It was set at the beginning, otherwise why would there be a setting that breaking a phantom sword would increase the rate by more than 10%? Jin nodded when he heard this. Although he guessed that Rocky might have thought about this situation. But imagining an ability and developing it are two different things. It is not so easy to fully develop the ability imagined in the mind. Advertisement. If you can develop any ability you want, then all Jin ability users are monsters. But even recovery will take some time. Rocky looked at Jin, it will take about 10 days. 10 days. This time is not too long, but it is definitely not short. At least during the election of the president, Rocky's power probably cannot be restored. Thinking of this, Jin seemed to realize something. I think they may know how those guys are going to deal with you. Rocky frowned, wanting to hear what Jin thought. Now, your reputation and strength have been recognized by everyone. The only shortcoming is your age. In this aspect, the other party has an absolute advantage, but at the same time, the other party also has only one advantage, that is, the son of the president. Jin looked at Rocky and raised his hand to show 2 fingers and 1 finger. In terms of advantage, you are 2 to 1, your advantage is greater. But if the other party challenges you and defeats you, then you will lose 1 advantage. The advantages are even. In this case, it depends on your shortcomings. Yangda's shortcoming is that he lacks fame, that is, reputation, while Rocky lacks age. Although Rocky is very strong at a young age, his work always makes people feel unreliable. The shortcomings are also divided into high and low. On the one hand, there is no prestige, but as the son of the president, he is a guy who inherits the president's will. At least in terms of age, he should be very mature in doing things and there will be no problems. 0. Advertisement. But in comparison, Rocky makes people more worried. So in comparison, as long as Rocky cannot crush the other party in terms of strength, then the other party has the advantage. After listening to Jin's analysis, Rocky nodded. So you think the other party will challenge me? Rocky frowned. Jin sighed, I'm afraid so. The other party is likely to make a fuss about this, or use something to slander you and reduce your prestige. The only thing I can think of is the Phantom Troop incident. Maybe the other party will find some excuses to say that you like killing or something like that. But it is more likely to be a problem with your strength. After all, starting from this aspect is really a one-shot kill. Rocky tapped the table lightly. Strength? Challenge. Even if I only have 1/5 of my strength now, I will not be afraid of anyone. If the Phantom Sword cannot be used, do I have no other abilities to use? Rocky smiled. Will Rocky have no way to deal with this situation? Of course not. If the other party really wants to question his strength, then Rocky can let these guys see his other ability. All the power of the king. The election will start tomorrow, and many people should vote for you then. Jin continued, it is expected that there will be only a few candidates left in a few days, and that may be the time for the other party to make a move. It doesn't matter. Rocky looked at Jin with a smile, I won't lose to Fan. Chapter 250 Election Troubles Paristan. Seeing Rocky so confident, Jin felt that Rocky might have underestimated the members of the 12 earthly branches. It is true that Rocky is a very strong person in terms of strength. But Hunter does not only require strong strength. Intelligence, planning, reaction, etc. are all abilities that a hunter needs. And these have no direct relationship with strength. Advertisement. Jin also knows that Netero hopes Rocky will become the new president. Netero's expectation for Rocky is very simple, that is, to prevent the Hunter Association from having any problems due to his death. And with Rocky's existence, the disaster brought back by the Dark Continent will be isolated to a large extent. Because the ability of Rocky's Kurta bloodline now will not be affected by any external objects. Even the existence that cannot be infected by the undead disease. The Kurta bloodline is like a natural existence suitable for exploring the continent. Wait. Jin was stunned for a moment, think about it from another angle. What if the Kurta people originally lived in the Dark Continent? Except when the Kurta bloodline had not awakened, it was very dangerous for the Kurta people to live in the Dark Continent at that time. Once the Kurta bloodline awakened, most things in the Dark Continent would probably not pose any threat to the Kurta people. This is not a question of whether the Kurta people are suitable for the Dark Continent, but it seems that the Kurta people are the natives of the Dark Continent. Is this possible? Jin was thinking about this possibility, and at this moment Rocky had already opened the door and left. It is worth mentioning that when Rocky and Jin were talking, the 3 captured guards welcomed their new guards. Hunter, Kurapika, and others sent by the Hunter Association were liberated. There was no need to guard these 3 guys every day. But for some reason, Kurapika always felt that the new guards sent by the Hunter Association seemed a little strange. The aura on the other party is so weak, can such a person guard the 3 guards? Forget it, there is no problem with the procedures, and there is also Molau, so he should not be a liar or something like that. But Kurapika instinctively felt that there was a problem. After the 2 escaped, they called Rocky as soon as possible. After hearing the situation, Rocky roughly understood. Advertisement. The Hunter Association sent someone to guard the 3 guards. This is actually a good thing. If someone else uses the 3 guards to cause trouble, it will be blamed on him. It happened to be the time period for the president election. At this point in time, Rocky did not want any accidents. You go back to Greedy Island. The safety of the tribesmen comes first. As Rocky said, Rocky was also very curious. He didn't know what the situation of the tribesmen on Greedy Island was at this moment. Last time, many tribesmen had flames behind them. If things continue like this, I don't know if these tribesmen will change. Don't you need our help? If you want to select the president, it shouldn't be that easy. Kurapika is obviously a very good assistant. After hearing this, Rocky thought about it for a while and decided, okay. Okay, then you can come. I can rest assured that Pyro and Huadushalang are on Greedy Island. Pyro went to Greedy Island, while Kurapika stayed to help Rocky with the election of the president. The next day, the election officially began. As expected, Rocky became the favorite for the new president with more than 50% of the votes. After all, he just defeated the Chimera Ant and even showed everyone his terrifying ability. Although he is a hunter, his strength also counts. Rocky's strength is beyond doubt. In the second vote, Rocky's vote rate even increased by 4.5%. In the third vote, Rocky's vote rate increased by 1.7%. The list of candidates has also been released. However, after a few days, Paristan finally made a move. After a passionate TV speech, Paristan explained 2 issues. Rocky is strong, but too young, and has no relevant experience in managing an association. Calling on everyone to vote rationally. Second, Paristan used his position as vice president to make a series of promises. Bring benefits to hunters. Such a situation naturally won a lot of votes. Jin looked at Rocky. Paristan is really good at picking the right time. After voting for several consecutive days, hunters' enthusiasm for Rocky was gradually fading at the beginning. And the first few rounds of voting were for this. After the enthusiasm was almost exhausted, without the influence of such emotions, rationality was restored a lot. As Jin expected, Rocky's age became a disadvantage. For the position of president, although Rocky is strong, there are many things that are worrying. However, unexpectedly, Chiter, who is also one of the 12 earthly branches, took the initiative to stand up. And said that although Rocky is still a child, with the help of the 12 earthly branches, he can definitely be trained to become a more qualified president. Advertisement. Cultivate. The word is cultivated. In Chiter's opinion, Rocky has already determined that he has no relevant experience. Even after becoming the president, many things will be handed over to the 12 earthly branches. Although the situation has been stabilized, it has also brought a new problem. That is, whether Rocky accepts or not. If he does not accept, then the vote will definitely change. On the 5th day, basically most of the hunters were present. The voting officially began, and if the president cannot be elected, then the meeting will not end. Many hunters were speechless. But there was no choice but to obey. In this vote, Paristan's previous doubts were answered by Chiter. Rocky still maintained the lead as the first candidate. If this momentum continues, Rocky should be able to take the presidency in 2 or 3 more rounds of voting. Everyone. Mr. Rocky, I have a few questions for the candidates. Here they come. Rocky glanced at Paristan, who stood up. Finally, he couldn't help it. First of all, the first point is also the issue that everyone is concerned about. Mr. Rocky seemed to have paid a great price to defeat the Ant King Mirlem. So I want to ask you, does it have any impact on you? Rocky glanced at Paristan, and did not directly ask whether his ability could not be used, but whether it had any impact. This guy really has a good plan. Of course it has an impact. Hearing this answer, Paristan looked very regretful. So that's how it is. Mr. Rocky did sacrifice a lot to complete the mission. It's a pity that Mr. Rocky was affected. I'm afraid he can't be as strong as before. This is not a question but a statement, which made many hunters bow their heads and think. If Rocky's strength weakens, then this kid will not have the capital to become the president. Everyone, I want to announce one thing, I withdraw from the election of the president. Chider turned his head and looked at Paristan. What does this BD want to do? Chapter 251 The President's son Bai Yang appears. Paristan's withdrawal from the election has made many hunters confused. Why did he withdraw from the election for no reason? I'm sure you're curious about why I'm withdrawing from the election. No one asked him at all. However, Paristan still held the microphone, obviously not intending to let go, and was ready to start talking. Advertisement. Because I've seen it, I've seen the future of the Hunter Association. Many hunters were stunned. Paristan has the ability to predict the future. Jin frowned and heard this. He already understood what Paristan was going to say. This damn guy. No matter how you look at it, the person who can become the president of this president election is probably Mr. Rocky. After all, the other party has just completed the crusade against the Chimera Ants and saved the entire human race. At this moment, Paristan seemed to be praising Rocky, but in fact he was belittling Rocky's contribution to the crusade against the Chimera Ants. His strength is so strong that he is close to the president. Although he may be a little worse than the president, he is younger than the president. In fact, Rocky's strength has been recognized by most of the 17 people, and they all think that Rocky has surpassed the president. But Paristan is so strong, on the one hand, he has to take care of the face of the former president, so no hunter will jump out to refute. This is the tone. Rocky is not as good as the president, but he has a promising future. But the president and Mr. Rocky seem to have fought a game. The final result is hard to say, but the president has been ill since then. Paristan looked heartbroken, which made many hunters stunned. Yes. After the fight with Rocky, the president became extremely weak and even lay down directly. The fight with Rocky consumed too much of the president's strength, and also caused the president's old body to be overwhelmed. Thinking about it this way, the president's death seems to be caused by Rocky. Of course, the president did not blame Rocky, and no one could say anything about the fight between the two. But Paristan's words made Rocky go from being a hero who defeated the Chimera Ants to the murderer who killed the president. It's a pity that Mr. Rocky had a good chance of surpassing President Netero in the future, but the battle with the Chimera Ants seemed to have affected Mr. Rocky. I don't know if there is still a possibility of surpassing the president in the future. Paristan glanced at Rocky, who was still sitting, without any change in expression. Advertisement. This boy was calm and composed beyond his age. If it were any other kid, he would have been furious after saying these two sentences. It can only be said that he is a monster who can cultivate his mind to that level. But none of this matters. What matters is that I don't think a kid can lead the Hunter Association well. So I withdrew from the election because I am very disappointed with the current Hunter Association. Have you all ignored the will of the president? Paristan's bewitching look at this time made everyone in the 12 earthly branches speechless. How could he dare to say such a thing? I am the one who inherited the will of the president. Even if I don't become the president, I will not leave the president behind. Hunter Association protects me, and I bet my life. Such a statement may not have attracted too many people's support. After all, Paristan has announced his withdrawal from the election. There is no sudden change of mind. This is just to erase the shining points of Rocky. The current hunters have shifted their focus from Rocky being a hero and powerful to the leadership of the Hunter Association and the inheritance of the president's will. Even when thinking about these, I can't help but think about whether the battle between Rocky and the president was the real reason for the president's death. But before I withdraw from the election, I want to introduce someone to everyone. In my heart, he is an existence that has absolutely inherited the president's will. Byang Netero. The president's son. Suddenly, the door of Hunter's meeting room opened, and Bai Yang strode in from the door, looking down at Rocky who was sitting on the stage below. The sneer flashed across his face, and soon disappeared without being seen by anyone. Then Bai Yang pretended to be angry, staring at Rocky. Then he walked towards the stage. At this moment, all hunters were wondering about one thing: the president has a son? What a joke! How come I have never heard of it? If you doubt whether Mr. Bai Yang is the son of the president, I think the members of the 12 earthly branches can testify that Mr. Bai Yang is definitely the son of the president. Paristan looked at Chider below. Everyone, do you need me to play the video? Hearing this, Chider stood up. Bai Yang is indeed the son of the president. The recognition of the 12 earthly branches made the originally noisy meeting place quiet. Chider stared at Paristan. Of course, it was impossible for this guy to play the video of the president in public. That would reveal too much information, which would make things worse. Even this is bad enough. Is he really the president's son? I've never heard of this before. How is this possible? When did the president have a son? Advertisement. As Byang walked towards the stage, he came directly to the center. At the same time, he looked at all the hunters. Byang Netero, I am here to announce one thing. I will inherit my father's will and will never let a little devil get involved in the Hunter Association. Byang's gunpowder smell was very strong, and the hunters were a little confused for a while. This guy seems to have a grudge against Rocky. So I want to participate in the election of the president, I hope you support me. As Byang walked down, thunderous applause suddenly broke out in the venue. Perhaps because of 827's support for Netero, these hunters did not hesitate to applaud. Looking at this situation, Paristan smiled. Then let's start the next round of voting now. I will definitely support you, Mr. Byang, you are the true successor of the president's will. And the next round of voting did not have the things about gone in the original book. There was no Leorio's move. The result of this round of voting, Rocky and Byang were evenly matched. Each of them took more than 40% of the votes. Strictly speaking, Rocky's support rate has dropped. The votes of others together were less than 10%. Byang and Rocky together received more than 80% of the support of Hunter. It's basically settled. The candidate for the president will only be born between two people. Who will be the final president is hard to say. However, at this time, Byang suddenly stood up. He didn't want to canvass votes for the next round of voting, but came directly to Rocky. Boy, your battle with my father led to his death. Don't you have anything to say about this? Byang looked at Rocky. Rocky frowned, and he really wanted to bring up this matter. In fact, Rocky was also very curious. Did Netero really die because of fighting with him, consuming too much energy and being old? Rocky felt a little strange in the middle. Chapter 252 Byang challenges to break the rules. However, facing Byang's question, Rocky couldn't avoid it. If he didn't say anything, wouldn't Byang completely control the rhythm of the election? Rocky stood up and looked at Byang calmly. Say. Do I need to say anything? Or do you think I killed Netero? However, Byang quickly asked back, isn't it? Although my father is very powerful, he is already that old after all. It's okay to fight with ordinary men, but fighting with you, he has consumed his limited lifespan to support himself. Byang's words made many hunters lower their heads and think. Yes. It must be very consuming for the president to fight with this kid. Advertisement. It seems that the president's death is really largely due to the kid in front of him. No matter what the reason is, the president is dead. If it weren't for the fight between the two, this situation would not have happened. So at this moment, the bonus brought by Rocky's hero component has been reduced a lot, and it is almost to the point of nothing. However, Rocky looked at Byang and said, Bean-faced man. Have you seen that battle? In the square in front of the Hunter Association building. Hearing this, many hunters suddenly came to their senses. No wonder the square in front of the Hunter Association needs to be rebuilt, and even several surrounding buildings need to be rebuilt. So it was because of the fight between these two people? What kind of fight can destroy the environment to that extent? Isn't it the president who has been attacking me? I passively fought back. I didn't even fight back in the true sense. It was the president who always wanted to see my true strength, so he attacked madly. No matter what the reason for the fight, Rocky has been passively defending. This makes people unable to find fault. Even if it is the president, he can't not fight back. That's the president and he has seen how the venue was destroyed. That level of attack is not a joke. If you are hit by accident, you will really die. We can't let Rocky just wait to die. Many hunters now looked at Byang with strange eyes. The goal was not achieved, but Rocky got more support, which made Byang and Paristan feel bad. If it continues to develop like this, once the second vote is over, if Rocky has more votes in the end, even if it does not reach the level required by the rules. But it has basically been determined. After all, people follow the crowd, and the president election cannot leave until the president is elected. The hunters have been here for a long time, and most of them don't really care who the president is. Advertisement. Seeing that someone may become the president, there is hope to end this meaningless vote, then they will definitely choose to vote. In addition, if they don't hate the other person, there is nothing to dislike about him. Then it's basically done. So the second round of voting must not start like this. Okay. Let's start the second round of voting now. Chider also saw the ending, so he immediately started to prepare to speed up the process, not giving Paristan and Byang time to react. They want to decide on the president as soon as possible. Rocky is better than Byang brought by Paristan. And they can't directly compete with Byang, after all, Hunter is promoted by the president. It won't look good if they press Byang step by step. Byang suddenly spoke. Our votes are almost the same. In fact, I feel that the second vote should not change every day. Byang turned to look at Rocky. Why not? Let's use another way, our way to decide the result. Hearing this, Kijaor was a little anxious. The election rules for the president have been determined, but you don't have the final say. Of course. We abide by the rules, but we also have our own rules. Bai Yang looked at Rocky and said, if the election continues like this, I don't know how long it will take to get the result. I have a new proposal. Rocky looked at him without saying anything, wanting to know what Bai Yangdijin proposed. Why not decide it by fighting? Bai Yang raised his fist towards Rocky. When he heard this, many hunters in the venue became excited. Compared with boring voting, they are more looking forward to electing the president through fighting, a simple and violent way. Didn't you understand what I said? The rules for the election of the president have been determined long ago, and you can't change them just because you want to. And this is an election for the president, not an election for a killer. Chider now feels that the situation is a little out of control. Looking at the excitement of those hunters, most people seem to agree with this proposal. However, Bai Yang turned around and looked at Chider. Of course. I respect the rules very much, but they are your rules. The rule between him and me is that whoever loses will withdraw from the election of the president. It doesn't violate your rules. And Bai Yang has a reason that everyone agrees with. Since you think my father's death has nothing to do with you, and your battle has not been decided, how about I, Bai Yang, continue this battle now? Rocky. Do you dare to accept my challenge? When this sentence came out, many hunters jumped up. One by one, they cheered and looked at the two excitedly. Advertisement. Great, this kind of election is interesting. It's too troublesome to keep voting. That's right, since he is the president of the Hunter Association, he must be a powerful guy. If he is not strong enough, we will not recognize him. The hunters are very excited. Chider wants to say something, but Jin said, give up. Everyone's emotions are mobilized. At this time, your voice alone can't cover anything. Jin turned his head and looked at Rocky. At this moment, Rocky's face was smiling. Okay. I wish I could do it, Zhao Hao. Seeing Rocky like this, Jin chose to believe him. There are not so many reasons. Sometimes the intuition of hunter is also very important. Although it is not clear how strong Bai Yang, the son of the president, is. But Bai Yang, who inherited the blood of Netero, is definitely not a weak person no matter how you look at it. So his strength should be very strong. So it should be difficult for Rocky to defeat this guy in his current situation. But since he agreed, it means Rocky should be certain. Looking at the hunters cheering. Chider was furious, what are these idiots shouting? The election of the president has been determined long ago. How can this be? However, Jin smiled, rules. Aren't they meant to be broken? The key is how to break them. Now they use people's emotions to break the rules, which is also within the scope of the rules. This is Hunter. The president's son seems to be very good. Chapter 253 The Battle of the Strongest Human Guild Leader. Then come on. Rocky smiled, I remember there is a very spacious space in the basement of the Hunter Association. Rocky looked at the bean-faced man, who nodded at this moment. Yes, but that is the training ground for the president. That's fine, let's go there. Advertisement. Rocky turned to look at Bai Yang, president's son, I really want to see if you have inherited the president's talent. Netero's talent. It can be said that Netero did not rely on any talent to increase his strength to the extreme. Instead, he relied on almost abnormal and almost crazy mental conditions to cultivate his strength to the extreme level. However, President Netero has cultivated to the extreme, and in this case, Qi will also have many changes and effects on him. As a son, Bai Yang may have very excellent talents. This is like changing his own blood through Qi. But Rocky is just curious about these, and the important thing now is to see how strong this guy is. Chider was shaking with anger. You guys, this is the election of the president, what do you think of this? They want to decide who will be the president through a battle. They simply don't take the position of the president of the Hunter Association seriously. These bastards. Bean-faced man, is there a surveillance camera at the training ground of the 190-meter-long club? Jin asked. Bean-faced man shook his head. No. No. Hearing this answer, Jin felt a little pity. Is that so? That's a pity. At this time, a hunter stood up. Leave it to me. My ability can help. He activated his ability directly. Non-annoying flies. A large group of flies flew out. This is the ability of the manipulator or transmuter. These little guys can play a role. As he said this, his eyes shone with light, projected directly on the stage for the president election. Many hunters were enlightened. Advertisement. This fly is indeed not annoying. Jin also clapped his hands. Very good ability. In the underground space. Rocky had already come here, and the bean-faced man reminded Rocky that he could change the battle scene at will if he wanted. And Rocky chose the desert. The desert scene is the most advantageous terrain for Rocky. But it doesn't matter if it's not a desert. There should be no problem dealing with Bai Yang. At this moment, Bai Yang also appeared in the picture. Bai Yang took off his coat and put on a tailor-made, Bef, armor, and strode into the venue. Looking at the desert around him, Bai Yang complained, "It seems too desolate to practice in this place. Under the desolation is the infinite vitality." Rocky's voice sounded, and at this moment, Bai Yang looked into the distance. This underground space was really unexpected. It was a bit too huge. It was completely enough to perform, and it was no less than the square in front of the Hunter Association building. Being able to create such a huge space under the city, my dad is really good at playing. Bai Yang gently moved his wrist. "Boy, I have seen your battle, your ability is indeed very strong, but can you still use it now?" When he spoke, countless flies had already flown in. All over the battlefield. Both Rocky and Bai Yang ignored these flies, and they also understood that this was probably the ability of someone in the Hunter Association. The ability used for surveillance did not affect the two at all. Rocky also untied his cloak. No need. Many hunters in the venue shook their heads after hearing this. It seems that the previous battle with the Chimera Ants has completely ruined this gifted kid who even had the hope of surpassing the president. In this case, it is even more worth considering whether to choose such a person as the president. You are quite honest. Bai Yang smiled and said, "If that's the case, you are probably not my opponent. Just admit defeat." Advertisement. If he can avoid taking action, Bai Yang does not have to take action. His goal is to become the president and then take the initiative to go to the Dark Continent this time. Because it is different from the original. In the original, there is no sign of going to the Dark Continent, so Bai Yang had to make that amazing statement, but he was also wanted because of that statement. But now, because V5's performance clearly shows that they are very interested in the Dark Continent, Bai Yang naturally does not need to speak or anything. It is naturally a good thing to be able to take the initiative of everything by becoming the president directly. "I'm sorry, the word surrender is not in my dictionary." Rocky twisted his neck gently as he spoke, "Stop talking nonsense, let's start." Bai Yang nodded, "Since you insist, let's start." Bai Yang directly took a horse stance. "From your appearance, although your strength is very strong, you haven't really touched the limit of your mind system." Rocky frowned when he heard this. "What does it mean?" Bai Yang smiled and took the starting position of Kung Fu. One hand turned forward and changed into a claw, and the hand was placed on the waist and abdomen. "I have the ability of a transmuter." He introduced himself before the battle began. "Foreign in battle, you should hide your mind system." Rocky frowned, "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" "No. I am not like my father, pursuing a one-on-one duel with others. What I want is adventure. In other words, telling you in advance what system I am a capable person, this is more challenging." Hearing this really made Rocky stunned. A man who dares to hunt taboos, this is indeed in line with his style. Rocky manipulator, but after opening the red eyes, all my systems can exert 100% power. One sentence. The whole venue became silent instantly. Are you kidding? All systems can exert 100% power. This. No wonder Rocky felt too strong when he opened the red eyes. So there is such a reason. All systems are 100% powerful? What a scary guy. Paristan was very surprised. It turned out that Rocky's ability can change in this way. What a pity. What a pity. Bai Yang shook his head. What a pity. Rocky asked. Although you have this unique talent, you haven't touched the true extreme. Well. Today I'll show you what the extreme is. Bai Yang suddenly took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and stared at Rocky. I will become the strongest human after my father. Today I'll show you what it means to cultivate to the extreme. Boom. Bai Yang just punched, a punch in the air, and the next second it turned into a stream of light and appeared directly in front of Rocky. This familiar feeling. Rocky's eyes shrank slightly, this was the feeling that Netero Baishi Guanyin had. This means that Bai Yang is basically in of the same realm as Netero, and what's more deadly is that Bai Yang is at the peak of his state. Chapter 254 Transmuter Ultimate, simple, powerful. Looking at the light in front of him, Rocky was stunned for a moment. Because this ball of mind light was vaguely similar to the mind dragon light released by Zeno. The appearance was golden mind light, but the inside flashed green light with some white flashes. Rather than saying it was a mind attack, it was more like a gem. Rocky dodged to the right. Advertisement. The next second, the mind hit the ground and exploded. The terrifying destructive power made Rocky stunned. It directly blew up a sand pit with a diameter of about 10 meters in the sand, and even raised a sand fog 5 or 6 meters high. Rocky frowned. Chi does not seem to have any other abilities. 18. If such a simple ball of Chi is hit, it is definitely not inferior to Miriam's attack. Turning his head to look at Bai Yang. Rocky seemed to understand Bai Yang's ability. He did not seem to have developed any particularly powerful abilities. Instead, he only has a very simple ability. It can even be said that the most basic ability of Transmuter is to throw out the ball of thought. However, the simpler the thing, the harder it is to achieve the ultimate speed. With Rocky's talent, this trick can be easily learned, but learning it does not mean that Rocky can achieve the ultimate. If the mastery of thought has a level, then Rocky can easily become a master, but it is not so easy to reach the king. It takes a lot of time and energy, and you have to devote yourself wholeheartedly to achieve it. And this is Bai Yang's current realm. The ultimate of Transmuter. Rocky dare not underestimate Bai Yang anymore. Once an expert makes a move, you only need to take a look to understand. Although Bai Yang may not fall into a kind of crazy mood like Netero, Bai Yang has definitely gone through thousands of trials to hone his Transmuter ability to what it is now. At this moment, Bai Yang smiled. Looking at your eyes, it seems that you have seen something. Advertisement. Very good. It seems that your talent is indeed amazing, but mind. Sometimes it is not just good talent that can reach the limit. As he said this, Bai Yang punched again. Every time he punched, the mind ball was launched. Basically, the mind ball was thrown directly to Rocky's face at the moment when the punch was completely thrown. Continuous dodges. There were continuous roars in the desert. Even the rhythm was particularly good, and a group of sand mist flew up. It was as if a sandstorm suddenly hit. It completely enveloped everything around. Bai Yang's attack still did not stop, but the continuous attack at this moment seemed to confirm one thing for many hunters in the venue. It goes without saying that Bai Yang is very strong. What they are sure of is that Rocky no longer has the ability to teleport as before. Otherwise, why can he only dodge awkwardly, but not intend to use his own teleportation at all? It seems that the battle with the Chimera Ant King really ruined Rocky's ability. A hunter without Nen, then it is impossible to become the president. What's wrong? Boy, is it the same when you fight my father? If you can only dodge, then I can fight like this all day long. Bai Yang's attack speed is completely maintained at a certain level, with very little fluctuation. This is also something that requires countless practice to achieve. Suddenly, Bai Yang's eyes suddenly shrank. Flaw. At this moment, Rocky's movements were a beat slower, and he was affected by his telekinesis a little, which affected Rocky's body adjustment and reaction time to the next attack. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for Bai Yang. He suddenly threw another punch, and this time the energy was no longer a telekinesis, but a beam of light. It shot out instantly. It almost brushed past Rocky's cheek. At the moment when the roar suddenly sounded, a strong fire exploded directly behind Rocky. The shock wave formed by the explosion rolled back quickly. It instantly blew Rocky's hair up. Bai Yang smiled and said, "What a pity, it was still dodged. The reaction speed is amazing." Boy! The failure of an attack did not make Bai Yang feel anything. On the contrary, the punch just now surprised many hunters. An almost instantaneous attack actually had such power. This is incredible. How much time does it take to achieve this level? What exactly is Bai Yang's ability? At this moment, Chi Duo was a little confused. After watching for so long, she didn't understand why Bai Yang could accelerate the air mass to this extent. If it were her, she would probably not be able to dodge the first attack. The other 12 earthly branches were also very curious. But Jin suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "I guess, maybe his ability is not special, or even just the opposite, his ability is very simple." Advertisement. Simple. Chi Duo raised his hand and pointed at Bai Yang in the picture, who could punch with terrible power at random. "Do you think this ability is simple?" Jin nodded, "Yes. Didn't you notice it?" "What did you notice?" The other 12 earthly branches looked at Jin. Although they hated Jin's personality, they still recognized Jin's strength. Bai Yang's ability probably doesn't have any special features. It's just simply throwing out the air mass. Jin said his own judgment. However, the hunters didn't quite believe that simply throwing out the air mass would have such a great power. But Jin continued to speak, "It is because Bai Yang's ability is so simple that it is more terrifying, because in order to cultivate this simple ability to this extent, you can imagine how much time and effort he has put in. The simpler the ability, the more unimaginable energy you need to put in to achieve the ultimate, and the power you get in the end is often stronger." Hearing Jin's words, many hunters were slightly stunned. It was the first time they heard this statement. Isn't it that the stranger and more difficult to defend against Nen, the stronger it is? However, if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. The simpler the ability, the less powerful it may be at the beginning. But the more you practice, the less powerful the more complex the ability, and the more amazing the power of the simpler ability. Bang! Suddenly Rocky raised his hand and gathered his mind energy, and turned directly into a mind dragon. Killa, who was sitting in the venue, smiled helplessly. Is it Grandpa's dragon head painting again? The next second, the mind dragon flew out and bit towards Bai Yang. Bai Yang also threw a punch. The released bullet hit Long Tu Huaxi, and the next second Long Tu Huaxi was directly broken. Killua looked at Bai Yang with wide eyes and some surprise. This is also possible? One punch broke Long Tu Huaxi. Bai Yang shook his head, although your talent is very powerful, but the ability that is not carefully polished is actually very fragile in my opinion. Rocky's eyes narrowed slightly. Very arrogant. Bai Yang. The sand under his feet slowly floated up. Rocky looked at Bai Yang, then be serious. Chapter 255 The Most Favorable Terrain King's Power. Boom. A bullet of thought came instantly. This time Rocky did not dodge, a wall of sand suddenly rose up, directly blocking the attack. Then the floating sand kept wandering around Rocky. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang stopped attacking and looked at Rocky in surprise. Advertisement. Sand. Rocky smiled yes. Sand. Bang. A sudden explosion sounded, and the sand under Bai Yang's feet suddenly exploded, and the rising sand instantly swallowed Bai Yang. At this moment, the surrounding sand was like a wave that rolled up instantly, sweeping towards Bai Yang. In a moment, Bai Yang was wrapped layer by layer. Rocky suddenly clenched his hands. TV. However, the next second, the sand ball exploded directly, and Bai Yang rushed out of it instantly, with amazing air wrapped around his body. The dark green air kept surging on Bai Yang's body. At this moment, Bai Yang frowned and looked at Rocky. This ability is not yours. At this moment, many hunters in the venue also stood up. Isn't the ability to control sand the ability of that guy named Pyro? Pyro was not in the venue at the moment, and the other hunters locked their eyes on Kurapika with flames on her body. Looking at Kurapika sitting in the third row, Kurapika was also slightly stunned at this moment. Rocky. Why can you use Pyro's ability? Although Pyro's ability was originally developed with the help of Rocky, it is not possible to directly use Pyro's ability. Is this ability developed by two people together? Awesome. But I remember that the ability to control sand is the ability that only the guy named Pyro has. Said the 12 earthly branches Pion. The 12 earthly branches Kangze nodded, yes, that guy's ability is good, the ability of the emitter, the object of operation is sand, a good choice of attack and defense in the body, and even using pressure to enhance the attack of sand. Very interesting idea. For Pyro's ability, the 12 earthly branches and even other first-class Nen gave high praise. This ability is not that complicated. There are only two core abilities, controlling sand and applying air to sand to increase compression. Advertisement. But with these two abilities alone, many offensive and defensive abilities can be derived. Almost perfect Nen. Can be used perfectly in most environments. Although I don't know why Rocky can use the ability of Pero, Bai Yang's situation is a bit bad now. Said Yinda, the 12 earthly branches. In the picture, although Bai Yang rushed out of the sand ball, his expression became much more nervous, because he also knew that the current situation was a bit wrong. This venue. Desert. For Rocky, who has the ability to control sand, it is simply the best venue. There are usually only two types of abilities that can use other people's abilities, one is to take it away directly, and the other is to borrow it temporarily. Whether it is taking it away in the fundamental sense or borrowing it temporarily, it should require very harsh conditions, and this ability usually belongs to the trait system. Bai Yang said and looked at Rocky. Your fiery red eyes are not open, which means that you are still a manipulator. But you can use special abilities, this is impossible. Although manipulator is very close to special abilities, it cannot break the limitations of mind abilities. How did you do it? At this moment, Bai Yang was more curious about how Rocky used other people's abilities than fighting. But Rocky won't say it. The sand he controlled instantly turned into a huge palm. When the sand on both sides of Bai Yang showed strange changes, Bai Yang ran away immediately. Bang! The palm formed by the sand did not catch Bai Yang, but then Rocky didn't need to move at all, and the sand around him began to move rapidly. Rocky's chi spread, and all the controlled sand began to chase Bai Yang frantically. Compared with Pyro, the sand controlled by Rocky seemed to be faster and more powerful. This is inevitable. Rocky's mental energy is more than Pyro, so naturally the power will increase more. At this moment, Bai Yang has thought of one thing. So that's it, I seem to have understood it. When fighting the Chimera Ant, those two people of your tribe also used your ability. Bai Yang punched the entangled sand back. Then he looked at Rocky. If they can use your abilities, then naturally you can also use their abilities in return, right? Rocky was slightly stunned. Did he think of it so quickly? But any ability requires a link, especially the ability to borrow other people's abilities, so there is probably only one medium. Advertisement. The characteristics possessed by all three people. It is easy to think of it at this moment. Even Zhuezajila, who was watching in the venue, was suddenly shocked. Kurta bloodline. You use the bloodline of the Kurta tribe, so you can borrow their abilities. Bai Yang also directly said the answer. At this moment, the hunters were slightly stunned. Can the Kurta people use each other's abilities? If this is the case, this race is too strange. It was actually guessed. Rocky also admired Bai Yang. The power of the king. Rocky waved his hand, and a huge wave of sand rose behind him instantly. Swept directly in the direction of Bai Yang. One of my abilities. This ability is mainly to connect the people of the Kurta tribe. Boom. The sand wave rolled, but still did not catch Yang. While attacking, Rocky said, at first, this ability was just to share my ability with my people, so that they could escape in times of crisis. Hearing this, Kurapika was slightly stunned. No wonder, after the Kurta tribe was exterminated, he also encountered danger alone, and several times he was suddenly teleported from one place to another. Did Rocky's ability have been given to him since then? But later. Rocky smiled and raised his right hand to look at the sand spinning at his fingertips. I didn't expect this ability to change in a certain direction. Not only can people of the same Kurta tribe use my ability to apparition, but I can also mobilize the Nin of all the tribesmen to use it at will. And it won't hinder him. Hearing this, Bai Yang, who had just escaped from the pursuit of the sand, looked at the distant Rocky. Share your ability with all the Kurta people. This behavior is really great. However, if you want to develop such an ability, the price you need to pay is probably not ordinary. It seems that you have accidentally developed an incredible and terrible ability. He can use the abilities of his tribe members at will without affecting himself. This means that if there are 1 million Kurta people, even if there are only 100 people with abilities, 100 different Nanraki can be used at will. What a terrible ability. Chapter 256, Bai Yang's abilities, Sand Bullet and Rebound. What a pity. Bai Yang shook his head. It was a pity that Rocky's tribe did not have many people. Even because of the problem of Phantom Troop, many people of the Kurta tribe were slaughtered. Otherwise, Bai Yang could not imagine how terrifying this ability would be. Boom. Advertisement. The rolling quicksand instantly slapped down from the sky like a huge hand. Bai Yang flew out directly and avoided the attack. But the next second, Bai Yang's counterattack began. A series of powerful mind bombs flew directly in the direction of Rocky. The sand wall blocked the front. Although these mind bombs hit the sand wall and exploded, causing several damages to the sand wall. But it still did not completely break Rocky's defense, and Bai Yang's attack was naturally not that simple. Speed up. Bang. Rushed out directly from the sand wall. Bai Yang has come to Rocky. At this moment, Bai Yang smiled at Rocky and said, the closer the distance, the faster my attack will be. Will you open your mouth this time? One punch. The spirit energy burst out from the fist, and suddenly turned into a ball of air, sweeping towards Rocky. However, this time Rocky raised his hand and punched out. Although he could only exert 1/5 of his strength now, 700,000 spirit energy was quite terrifying. Rocky did not think that his spirit energy would be worse than Bai Yang's. But the next second, when Rocky and Bai Yang's energy collided, Rocky was stunned. Because the terrifying impact force directly lifted him up and flew straight for dozens of meters. Rocky landed and slid dozens of meters before slowly stopping. Stand up. Rocky frowned and looked in the direction of Bai Yang. Bang. At this moment, Bai Yang was running wildly. But the direction of his running was not towards Rocky, but he was rushing to the right. Rocky frowned. Advertisement. What was he planning to do? Rocky soon understood. Although this was a desert, not all places were covered with sand. The ground in that direction was covered with stone, and there were large areas of hard stone. After all, it was just a man-made site, so it was naturally impossible to be like a real desert. He was worried that the sand would attack unexpectedly, so he hurried to such a place. It can only be said that he was more careful than Yang Di. Rocky frowned, and the broken sand armor on his chest slowly fell off. Covered it with sand again. A ball of sand instantly appeared under his feet, pulling Rocky directly into the air. Watching Rocky fly up. Gaining the advantage in the air? But this shouldn't be a big deal for Bai Yang. Bai Yang is a transmuter, so it's not too difficult to deal with targets in the air. If it were an from another system, it might be a little tricky to face an enemy in the air, but Bai Yang certainly wasn't one of them. At this moment, Bai Yang, who had already reached the top of the rock, looked up at Rocky in the air. Take off. Boy, you made a bad move. When he put his hands together and slowly separated them, a golden ball of thought appeared in his palm. Then Bai Yang raised his hands high, and then the golden ball of thought began to expand. The next second, it turned into the size of a football and rose directly into the sky. It suddenly exploded. Countless bullets of thought that fell like raindrops exploded. At this moment, Rocky raised his hand and a large piece of sand formed a barrier for defense under his control. But Bai Yang liked this kind of defense even more, because he had more time to make more attacks. Bai Yang's Nen. Transmuter's ultimate. Actually, he didn't have a name, but if the ability had a name, it would be this. And this ability is very simple. It can even be said that there is nothing fancy at all. It is simply the ability to throw out thoughts, and what Bai Yang can do is to express thoughts in any form. And it can basically ensure that the thoughts thrown out will not weaken in power, and will be infinitely close to 100% power. As long as Bai Yang is willing, his thoughts can be thrown out in any form. As an adventurer and an explorer, Bai Yang doesn't like to test dangerous things by himself every time. Advertisement. So his ability is outstanding in only one point, which is that he can test most of the dangers on his behalf. So the power of Transmuter is just right for Bai Yang. A beam of light suddenly shot out from Bai Yang's hand. The next second, it instantly broke Rocky's sand wall and swept straight across. The light formed by the thoughts at this moment, like the scissors used by Gon in the game of rock paper scissors, seemed to have become an infinitely extended sword in Bai Yang's hand. Directly cut Rocky's defense horizontally. Bai Yang kept smiling on his face, and this move made many hunters drop their jaws. At this moment, his face was very pale. He could concentrate his thoughts to this extent, and even use it as an infinitely extended sword. How did Bai Yang practice? At this moment, Rocky fell from the air, not because he was hit, but it seemed easier to avoid Bai Head's attack than landing in the air. Bai Yang threw the thought bullets madly with both hands. He smiled with his mouth wide open. It's the same for me whether in the air or on the ground. However, the thrown thought bullets came at a very fast speed. He slapped the ground with both hands, and 3 layers of sand waves formed in an instant, flying towards Bai Yang's direction. And Bai Yang thought that the thought bullets could easily break Rocky's defense. But the next second, the sand waves showed an extremely strange shape. The place hit by the bullet dented, and the sand was like rubber, being stretched, and seemed to be releasing force, and then rebounding. The bullets flew back to Bai Yang. At this moment, Bai Yang punched several times in a row, and the bullets were knocked down. But his eyes became a little different. He stared at Rocky's direction. What happened just now? Why? Why could Rocky's sand bounce off his attack and even rebound? Kurapika in the venue was also confused. Is this an ability developed by Rocky himself? He dared to guarantee that Pyro would never be able to do this, Qian Li. Although it is the same ability to control sand, Rocky can't develop it himself. At this time, the sky suddenly rained sand. When Bai Yang was considering whether to dodge, there was a sudden explosion, which made Bai Yang stunned. The impact of the rain of sand falling from the sky was nothing, but the sand seemed to explode. This little bit of sand actually exploded. And the explosion made such an amazing noise. Black smoke covered Bai Yang's head, and before he could react, countless sand fell in the next second, and explosions sounded one after another. At this moment, Kurapika understood. This is a pinch of gunpowder. Kurapika knew that Rocky had learned this ability from other Nen. But the sand just now was like rubber. Kurapika suddenly turned his head and looked in another direction. Could it be that ability is? Hisoka looked ahead and recalled the scene just now in his mind. Stretchable, love. Chapter 267 Proof of Identity Battle called to a stop. Although Rocky's thoughts were not seen, the sand at that time showed the characteristics of rubber. And the love that can be stretched freely can be completely hidden in the sand. However, the characteristics of chewing gum may not stick to the thought bullet because it sticks to the sand. Hisoka looked at Rocky in the picture. When did you master my ability? Advertisement. And then, Rocky manipulated the sand to directly form 2 sand dragons, but the sand dragons could be seen emitting a certain light. Thought light emerged from the gaps in the sand. Looking at the flying sand dragons, Bai Yang's counterattack was still carried out with thought bullets. After continuously destroying Rocky's 2 sand dragons, Bai Yang looked at Rocky. Combining multiple abilities. It's a terrible talent. Being able to use other people's abilities to this extent, this talent really surprised Bai Yang. The ability to manipulate sand belongs to Pyro, and the ability of Thought Dragon is surprisingly Xeno, although Xeno has not appeared in the previous crusade. But Bai Yang knows the ability of Xeno. Zaldik. At least he had seen the dragon head painting play. Although the dragon head painting play in Rocky's hand was not as strong as Xeno's, or rather not as pure, it was combined with the power of the sand. It improved Sharon's defense by several levels. 1 bullet was not enough to deal with it, and it took several bullets to solve it. This compressed his reaction time. Time is also very important in the Battle of Nen. It was like a turn-based game. He had 1 turn, while Rocky had already had 2 turns. This would not work. The venue was too favorable for Rocky. Once he entered the sand, he would be more passive. Rocky could directly control the sand under his feet to attack, although he could dodge it with his reaction. But the rhythm of the attack was firmly controlled by Rocky, which was not what Bai Yang wanted to see. There was no other way. It seemed that he had to use that thing. Bai Yang sighed. He had wanted to compete with Rocky fairly, but the other party had the advantage of the venue, so he had to borrow other powers. He took out 3 badges from his pocket and put them on. Advertisement. The 3 badges had different patterns. The 3 cartoon avatars looked familiar. However, Rocky didn't have much time to observe Bai Yang's badge, because Bai Yang's chi suddenly increased a lot. Almost at the same time, it increased 5 or 6 times. The original Bai Yang's chi should be around 500,000. The exact number can only be known by testing with Ku Lu, anyway, it should not be much different from Rocky's current. But now Bai Yang's chi suddenly increased 5 or 6 times. This made Rocky very confused. 5 or 6 times means that Bai Yang's chi directly exceeded 2 million. Feeling the large amount of powerful chi fluctuations surging in himself, Bai Yang gently clenched his fist and looked in Rocky's direction. Yes, this feeling of power is indeed addictive. Bai Yang said, frowning strangely. It is abnormal for a person's nen to suddenly increase so much. If Bai Yang has cultivated some nen that can stimulate power, like Gon's ability, there should be changes. But Bai Yang himself has no changes at all. What is going on here? At this moment, everyone in the meeting was staring at Bai Yang's badge. Isn't this, that guy's ability? But Jin wasn't sure, but this badge was indeed the same as someone he knew. Hunter's abilities are too similar. That guy's ability is called proof of identity. Through special means, he collects the target's chi and blood, and the target person agrees personally to lend his identity to the other person. The ability will be activated. After the ability is activated, a badge will appear. The person wearing this badge has the identity of the other person. And this identity, in the final analysis, it is the other person's chi. It does not include the ability, but just pure chi. But even so, wearing a badge means that there is one more person's chi on him. If this ability is really that guy's ability, at this moment, Bai Yang is wearing 3 badges, which means that he has the amount of mind chi of 4 people, including himself. Looking at Bai Yang, who is now wrapped in chi and powerful, forming a light column that rushes into the sky. Advertisement. Jin is very sure that this is the guy's ability. But where is that guy now? He looked up and looked around the venue, but he didn't see that guy. In the battle between the two, Rocky got the ability of others with his own ability, which can be regarded as Rocky's own power. But Bai Yang's behavior of relying on others' nen is completely different. Chider. Stop the fight. Bai Yang uses other people's abilities to enhance his own power. There is no need to continue like this. Chider frowned when he heard this. What do you mean by using other people's abilities? Jin told his guest to Chider. Chider also reacted immediately, this behavior is absolutely not allowed, this is cheating. What cheating, doesn't Rocky also use other people's abilities? Why can he, but Mr. Bai Yang can't? At this moment, Rocky was constantly dodging and defending in the picture. Facing Bai Yang's bombardment, it was indeed difficult to fight back. After all, Bai Yang's more than 2 million mental energy is quite terrifying. Combined with his ability, Transmuter is extreme, and the mental bullets thrown at will have destructive power. If Rocky could not use sand with the flexible love, although it would not be enough to bounce the mental bullet back, it would still be no problem to change the trajectory. In this way, he can barely hold on. Otherwise, Rocky might have been defeated. Chider picked up the microphone and began to tell everyone in the venue Jin's guess. As Chider's words fell, many hunters all started to shout. Bai Yang is cheating. Cancel Bai Yang's candidacy for president. Such voices are increasing. Paristan was a little surprised that Jin actually knew the guy's ability. This was an unexpected point. Everyone, let me say a few words. Since Rocky can use other people's abilities, then there is no problem for Mr. Bai Yang to use other people's abilities. However, even if Paristan said this, someone soon refuted it. Rocky got other people's abilities through his own abilities, so this is natural. Paristan smiled and said, oh. Is that so? It is understandable that he used the power of his tribe, but you also saw it just now. He still used Mr. Hisoka's ability, the ability to change the trajectory of the bullet. Mr. Hisoka probably lent his nen to the other party in some way. Since he can do it, why can't Mr. Bai Yang? At this time, Hisoka stood up and said, sorry to interrupt, I didn't lend any abilities to Rocky. As for how his abilities came from, you should ask him. I am also curious. Chapter 268 The World of Sand and Wind Genius. Paristan narrowed his eyes and looked at Hisoka. It seemed that Hisoka was not lying. But Hisoka didn't look like he didn't know how Rocky did it. *B. Jin stood up at this time and interrupted Paristan's words. Don't rack your brains to create trouble here, Paristan. The reason why Rocky used Hisoka's ability is very simple. I know the reason too. Pariston frowned and said, then please tell me, Mr. Jin, how did Rocky do it? Advertisement. Jin smiled and said, it's probably hard to imagine with your talent. There is a kind of person in the world who can easily master the opponent's moves just by watching the opponent's ability a few times. Of course, the prerequisite is that the opponent's ability is not a particularly complex ability. As long as there is no restriction in oath, then this ability can basically be easily mastered. Pariston frowned and looked at Jin in front of him. He didn't think Jin's words were really credible. But Jin would not say anything nonsense, otherwise he would not be helping Rocky, but harming him. You can learn it after watching it a few times? Is this possible? Sure enough, a hunter started to question it. After all, if this is true, what kind of talent is this? The ability that I worked hard to cultivate, others just saw it a few times and understood it, and even mastered it. This is too bullying. The real genius is incomprehensible to ordinary people. Jin smiled. Although I am not a genius, as long as the ability of the strike system is hit once, I can imitate it. And Rocky's talent is more terrible than mine. This kind of thing is not very special. Although Jin is not very popular, what he said still makes many hunters believe it. Is there really such a talent? Another hunter asked a question, but another voice sounded. That's because your talent is too mediocre. Rocky, that guy, even learned my grandfather's moves easily. This is Killua's voice. Killua stood up from his seat. Look at Rocky in this picture, who is controlling the combination of Mind Dragon and Sand to attack Bai Yang. The dragon formed by the mind is my grandfather's ability, not Rocky's own ability, but he has learned it. Is there really such a talent in this world? Seeing that there are still people who don't believe it, Killua looked at the man and said, why don't you show your ability to Rocky and see if he can learn it? Advertisement. Hearing this, the other party shook his head repeatedly. It doesn't matter whether this is true or not. Even if it is false, he is not willing to show his ability easily. Chider glanced at Pariston and said, we will know whether it is true or not after testing it. I will ask them to stop now. He turned around and looked at the bean-faced man, who hurriedly ran to pass the message. In the desert area of the underground space, a loudspeaker is installed to facilitate timely notification of news to people in the area. At present, the bean-faced man told Rocky and Bai Yang about this situation. And when he heard the question of stopping to test the truth, Rocky said directly, no need. Whether he uses other people's abilities or not, his companions are also part of his own strength. Who can let him find such a hunter to provide help? And Rocky's answer made many hunters stunned. Knowing that the other party may have the help of other people with special abilities, he still didn't take it seriously. It should be said that Rocky still didn't think it was a big deal. Such a broad mind won the favor of many hunters. Bai Yang frowned, not knowing whether Rocky's words were intentional or unintentional. Was this considered canvassing votes for himself? As long as the battle is over, the winner will be able to become the president. What's the point of getting the support of hunters at this time? But regardless of whether it is useful or not, Bai Yang can't just watch Rocky gain the support of hunters like this. Yet, there's no need to stop. It doesn't matter whether his power is mastered by himself with his talent or anything else. Anyway, he won't be my opponent. Bai Yang seemed very confident at this moment. He completely ignored the fact that he had such a strong power because he got the help of other people with special abilities. Jin had expected this result, but he was more curious about Bai Yang's identity proof, whose power was used. It can increase Bai Yang's power so much in an instant. Even if 3 IDs are used at the same time, Bai Yang will not suddenly become so much stronger. You should know that Bai Yang's own mental energy is very amazing. Who can provide Bai Yang with such a huge amount of mental energy in this situation? Even Rocky was somewhat unable to resist. The continuous bombardment directly forced Rocky to fall into passive defense. It is only a matter of time before he loses. Dash. Advertisement. If Rocky's Phantom Sword can be used normally, then Bai Yang's attack is nothing now. But it's a pity that the power of the Phantom Sword cannot be used yet. At the same time, the mental energy is not at its peak, Rocky sighed. Since this is the case, he can only do it in one go. Red eyes open. The next second, Rocky's forehead ignited a flame, although the flame could not be compared with the previous battle against the Ant King. But it was already very good. At least the opening of the red eye can increase Rocky's mental energy. At the same time, the power of the 6 gods is activated, the power of the wind god. The wind that was rolled up invisibly surrounded Rocky. He raised his hand as if he had directly grabbed the invisible air, and threw it hard. The next second, a violent tornado instantly swept the entire underground space. Oh! And the sand was violently rolled up to the sky by the tornado. Such an operation suddenly reduced the visibility of the entire underground space rapidly. Bai Yang frowned. Looking at Rocky, who had gradually disappeared in the sandstorm. Damn it! Do you want to hide here? I won't let you succeed easily. Just as Bai Yang was talking, a stream of sand swept towards him at the moment he wanted to chase Rocky. The long knife condensed from the sand almost hit Bai Yang. And there were also countless sharp air blades hidden in the sandstorm. Bai Yang frowned. Can you control the airflow to form a wind blade to attack? This is a very tricky ability. Especially in this situation, he can't lock the opponent's figure, but the opponent seems to be able to easily sense his position. Looking at the fine sand flying in the air, it is probably using sand to locate. Damn! At this moment, Rocky is not ready to attack Bai Yang with a wind blade. For Bai Yang, this level of attack is just a tickle even if it hits. There is no need at all. Now Rocky suddenly has an idea. Sand and wind. It seems that he can get that thing out. However, Rocky doesn't know whether it can be done, but at this moment, this feeling is very strong. It is normal for Nen to develop certain abilities before the battle. Rocky now decides to give it a try. Chapter 269, Sand Beast Wind Power Practice Aerial Bullet. The combination of wind and sand naturally made Rocky think of only one thing first. Shikaku. One-tailed Shikaku. As a tailed beast from another world, Shikaku's combat power would be quite terrifying if it were placed in the world of Hunter. However, it is not so easy to completely replicate Shikaku, at least it is impossible now. Advertisement. But if you just make a mind beast similar to Shikaku and can use your own wind god power, then it shouldn't be too difficult. Rocky has already started to act when he thought of this. It just so happens that there is also the ability of love that can be stretched freely. This ability makes the sand more condensed, so there is no need to worry about it being easily broken up. Ordinary mind beasts. They are all directly composed of mind, so the mind beasts have strong resistance to attacks, and even some special mind beasts can completely ignore all attacks. However, this situation is usually 1-2-0 when the ability user sets a unique ability. And now Rocky naturally doesn't have so much time. He just needs to piece together Shikaku first, and support the feeling of this mind. With the help of the special feeling provided by the mind, the ability was developed in one go. It doesn't need to be too strong, just enough to share some of the pressure with Rocky. Feeling that the general outline of Shikaku has appeared. The sand under the love sticking freely can even show the strange pattern of Shikaku located on the surface of the sand. It looks like a real Shikaku. Now even Rocky doesn't know whether this is a mind beast or not. If you want to say it is a mind beast, it is not a mind beast directly composed of mind. If you want to say it is not a mind beast, it is a kind of mind beast. However, this should be regarded as the ability of emitter, such as Shulnark and Ilmi who control others and control other creatures through their own. At this moment, Rocky's ability can only be regarded as controlling sand through mind, but the shape of sand is transformed into an independent individual. One-tailed Shikaku. However, having the appearance is not the key, the most important thing is to have a certain degree of attack means. To achieve this step, another element is needed. Resentment. That is, the so-called constraints and oaths. Although the simpler the ability, the stronger it will become in the end, and even much stronger than the complex ability. Advertisement. The enhancement of ability is also much simpler. But it does not mean that complex abilities are not strong. It can be understood that constraints and oaths not only restrict the use of the ability users, but also restrict the growth of abilities. There are advantages and disadvantages. But now Rocky is pursuing to make the one-tailed Morizuru have powerful abilities in a short period of time. If he is given 1 or 2 years, even if there are no conditions, the attack power of the one-tailed Morizuru can also become extremely powerful. But now, there is no time at all. As the conditions of constraints and oaths, the more stringent, the greater. With Rocky's current conditions, it is also okay to use the red eyes as a constraint. Only when the red eyes are turned on can the one-tailed Morizuru be used. And the red eyes will gradually lose their light every second. Until the light is completely lost in the end, Rocky will lose the power of the red eyes forever. For Rocky, who has the eternal red eyes, this is just a normal consumption. But the moment he made this rule in his mind, Rocky could clearly feel that Shikaku's power had become stronger. But this was not enough, because Shikaku's power had indeed become stronger. However, he did not have some other powers yet. It would be a dream to use pure physical attacks to deal with Bai Yang. Although Rocky did not think that Shikaku's movement speed would be slow for such a huge body, it was definitely not fast. Then add a little more. Rocky thought that since this was the case, he would add the power of the Lunaria tribe. Shikaku's attack would consume the power of his own Lunaria tribe, and each time he attacked, his flame would weaken a little. Shikaku's special ability would not be usable if the flame was extinguished. Make such a vow. Suddenly, Rocky felt the change in Shikaku. Not only was his power more violent, but there was even an unknown gust of wind around him. It was as if he was wearing the wind as a garment. A smile appeared on Rocky's face. If this was the case, then the storm would stop. With a wave of his hand, the storm suddenly stopped. Originally, Bai Yang was still searching for Rocky's trace, but the storm suddenly dissipated, the wind and sand slowly fell. A huge monster slowly emerged in the wind and sand. Rocky stood on Shikaku's head. Countless sands swirled around him. And Shikaku's body was also filled with strong winds, and the wind rolled the sand to form a circle of sand barrier on the outside. It looked impressive for a moment, and the appearance of such a scene had a great impact on the hunters present. Advertisement. What is this? Hunter looked at the huge monster that suddenly appeared in the picture. Mind beast. It is normal to guess that it is a mind beast in this situation. However, someone frowned, it doesn't look like a simple mind beast. If it is a mind beast, summoning a mind beast in this battle would be the wrong direction. Summoning a mind beast will consume a lot of mind energy, and once it is hit by Bai Yang's attack, it may not have such strong energy to defend. In this case, it is impossible to defend at all, and it can't stop Bai Yang's attack. As long as Bai Yang defeats Rocky, any mind beast will automatically dissipate. Such a battle plan is wrong. Bai Yang also thought so at this moment. No matter what the composition of Rocky's mind beast is, it doesn't matter. His only target is Rocky. Attack Rocky. As long as Rocky is defeated, no matter how fierce the mind beast is, it will be useless. With a smile on his face, Bai Yang looked at Rocky and said, "Your move is not a good one." Rocky did not say anything. A Shikaku under his feet suddenly opened his mouth. His belly bulged instantly, and the next second, he surrendered under Bai Yang's puzzled gaze. A storm suddenly blew out. Liankong bullet. The storm that was ejected instantly swept in front of Bai Yang in a moment. At this moment, Bai Yang wanted to escape. But the strong wind pressure seemed to distort the space for a short time. It made his body completely unable to move. In such a short moment. Boom! The Liankong bullet exploded directly, creating an amazing big pit. 1.1. The huge stone under Bai Yang's feet instantly broke and was easily crushed like tofu dregs. At this moment, everyone in the venue looked at the scene in silence. Looking at Rocky standing on Shikaku's head. The most surprised person at this moment was none other than Pyro, who was watching the election of the president on Greed Island. He jumped up. What kind of ability is this? Did Rocky create it himself? But that's my ability. He actually, can create such a beast. At this moment, Hua Dushilang shook his head and said, "This is not a tailed beast, it's more like sand condensed." Pyro was stunned for a moment. Sand? Can sand become a beast? It's just a nature similar to a beast. Besides, your ability is emitter. It shouldn't be difficult to turn sand into a similar shape and control it. Chapter 270, the final winner and new president. Hearing what Hua Dushilang said, Pyro thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true. But even if you control the sand to form the appearance of Rocky, a mind beast, you can't have the ability of Rocky. It's actually not difficult to create a mind beast. As long as you are willing to spend time and effort to practice, it's also very simple to cultivate a mind beast. But... Advertisement. If you are not a manipulator or transmuter, it's an idiot to cultivate this ability. Just like Hua Dushilang in the original book, he is obviously an enhancer, but he cultivated the ability of release and emitter. Isn't this a pure idiot? Even if you have cultivated the ability with great effort, it turns out that the opponent has a lot of flaws and can easily crack it. So if you want to cultivate a powerful ability, you need to fit your own mind system. After creating a mind beast, the next step is to practice and enhance the ability of the mind beast. You want to cultivate a powerful ability in one step, how can it be so good? Hua Dushilang shook his head and said. Thinking carefully, Pyro felt that what Hua Dushilang said made sense. However, it seems that there is no need for me to develop any new abilities now. Isn't it better to just take Rocky's ability as a direction to practice? The ability is ready-made and Rocky can practice it successfully, so it should not be impossible for me. Boom boom boom. In the picture. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. The hair of Bai Yang was blown away and flew wildly, and at the same time, a series of bullets were shot at Rocky. And all these bullets were blown away by Shikaku's tail. It was done easily without any effort. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang was preparing to launch other attacks. Suddenly, Rocky, who was standing on Shikaku's head, opened his eyes suddenly and put his hands together quickly. I got you. The sand around him suddenly began to surge wildly, and instantly entangled Bai Yang's hands and feet. Control Bai Yang tightly. Advertisement. With the love that can be stretched and retracted freely, the sand is not something Bai Yang can get rid of easily. Even as Rocky combined the two powers, the sand was able to have a certain stickiness, sticking to Bai Yang's body, making it impossible for him to shake off the sand. And failing to shake off the sand meant that he would be trapped by Rocky. Shikaku had already started to inhale, and the second round of training bullets burst out instantly. Suddenly, the training bullets were fired directly. The moment the roar sounded, Bai Yang was hit directly in the face. This time, even if Bai Yang had a strong qi to protect himself, he had no way out. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The qi on his body weakened a little. Even one of the 3 chest plates had cracks. The attack of the mind beast could be so powerful that many hunters couldn't help scratching their heads. This was completely different from what they imagined. Why was Rocky's mind beast so powerful? Careful people had already noticed something wrong. Every time Shikako launched an attack, the flames behind Rocky flickered and the flames became a little weaker. This situation was completely abnormal. After 2 consecutive attacks, Jin has discovered the secret of Shikako's strong attack power. The flame has weakened. According to Rocky, this is the bloodline ability of the Kurta tribe. As long as the flame is not extinguished, it will not suffer any damage. In the previous fight with the Ant King, Rocky had to resist the Ant King's attacks many times in a row. Now Shikaku only attacked twice, and Rocky's flames became much weaker. This can already show that Rocky has become much weaker than before, but even if he has become so weak, for ordinary Nen, Rocky is still not something they can look up to. Boom! Bai Yang was hit by 3 consecutive training bullets, and his body was completely unable to break free from the shackles of the sand. Suddenly Rocky slapped Shikaku's head with both hands and Shikaku also turned his hands into sand and placed them directly on the sand. Shikaku can control more sand faster, and even more powerfully. This may be one of the additional abilities provided by Shikaku. Rocky doesn't have time to study this now. Advertisement. The sand gathered quickly, and the sand in the entire desert area seemed to be flowing. It quickly flowed towards Bai Yang. The sand piled up and gradually formed a pyramid shape. Bai Yang's head popped out at the top of the pyramid. Then Rocky's eyes suddenly shrank, and the powerful mental energy was activated, with a direct and terrifying squeezing force, which almost instantly dissipated the energy on Bai Yang's body. The 3 badges were directly broken. The broken identity certificate could not continue to provide mental energy to Bai Yang. Bai Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I give up." Rocky's teeth slowly loosened, and he looked up at Bai Yang, "Are you sure?" Bai Yang nodded, "I'm sure." At this moment, looking at Rocky from another angle, there was only a trace of fire behind Rocky. If Bai Yang persisted a little longer, it might be hard to say who would win or lose. After all, Bai Yang's mental energy volume had an advantage. The power of the sand gradually disappeared, and Bai Yang got out of the pyramid. Rocky looked at Bai Yang. At this moment, in the hunter venue, Paristan also felt a little regretful. If he persisted a little longer, the ending might be different. Now there was no need to think about who the hunter president was. Paristan, who turned around and was about to leave, suddenly saw Jin. Then he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Jin, you finally won the position of the president of the Hunter Association. I hope that there will be no problems in the Hunter Association in the future." After saying that, Paristan left. 770 Jin was a little speechless. This BD wanted to make trouble for him before leaving. His reputation was not very good, but it could not affect Rocky. He also forced himself and Rocky together, as if he would be Rocky's supporter. Of course, Jin supported Rocky in becoming the president. But it does not mean that Jin will support everything Rocky does after becoming the president. These are 2 different things. And this sentence did make many hunters start to think about whether to choose Rocky as the president. If this guy and Jin mess around together, then the Hunter Association will definitely be in chaos. Jin has no time to manage the affairs of the association. Whether Rocky can become the new president or not, we, the 12 earthly branches, will definitely help the new president. Kijaor's words made many hunters feel at ease. Regardless of whether Rocky is reliable or not, at least the 12 earthly branches are quite reliable. With the 12 earthly branches, there shouldn't be a big problem. If it doesn't work, just elect another president. The next process is simple. Bai Yang left directly and withdrew from the election as agreed. Without Bai Yang and Paristan, the election of the president passed smoothly. Basically, after 1 round, Rocky became the 13th president of the Hunter Association with an absolute support rate. He is also the youngest president in the history of the Hunter Association. Chapter 271 Hunter, the youngest qualified guild president. In the coming year, if the Hunter Association cannot double the number of hunters and double the benefits of the Hunter Association, I, Rocky, will resign as the president. Hearing Rocky's promise, many hunters screamed loudly. It's a heavy news right at the beginning. At this moment, Jin opened his mouth slightly, but finally did not say anything. Just watched quietly. Advertisement. He understood Rocky's thoughts. Rocky had never thought about being the president of the Hunter Association for a long time. But he simply planned to use the position of president to get the leading power of this trip to the Dark Continent. Although V5 has not yet confirmed that they will go to the Dark Continent, Rocky can't help but guess. After all, who would broadcast the process of dealing with chimera ants to the whole world without other purposes? So it's not surprising that Rocky knew, but Rocky's idea might not be so easy to accomplish. Sure enough, after Rocky finished speaking, Chider stood up and said, "President, you are joking. If you want to double the number of members of the Hunter Association, it depends on whether anyone can pass the Hunter trial. Although the current Hunter trial still has some problems. But those who are selected are undoubtedly the elite among the elites. So the promise made by the president just now, just listen to it." Some hunters felt a little disappointed. Although they knew that it could not be completed, isn't it good for the president to have such ambitions? However, Rocky glanced at Chider and said, "I am the president. Can't I make the decision even on such things?" Chider frowned when he heard this. "Although you are already the president cannot do whatever he wants. From now on, the 12 earthly branches will assist the president in handling the affairs of the association. Is this considered assistance? You have already made the decision for me." Chider didn't understand what does Rocky mean by suddenly rushing to the 12 earthly branches? Does he want to abolish the 12 earthly branches? When he thinks of this, even if there is a slight possibility, Chider will not agree. A kid, no matter whether he can manage the association or not, once he is allowed to have the final say, it is hard to say whether the Hunter Association will fall to the Hunters organization or Rocky's organization. Given the president's current age, I am afraid he cannot make a perfect judgment on the handling of some things in the association. The 12 earthly branches will be responsible for handling the affairs of the association and teach the president how to properly manage the entire association. Hearing this, the hunters did not think there was anything wrong, but expressed considerable relief. And Rocky lowered his head and pretended to be thinking. At this moment, Jin sighed helplessly. Chider had just sent Paristan away, and now he met Rocky again. He must be furious. So that's the case. Are you worried that I can't handle things? I really don't have the experience to handle these things at my age. Chider was stunned again. This kid Lookie is quite self-aware. Why was he so arrogant just now? In that case, while I'm learning how to become a real president, the affairs of the association will be completely handed over to the 12 earthly branches. Rocky glanced at Chider, then turned and left. Chider was stunned after hearing this, and so were the other members of the 12 earthly branches. Advertisement. This kid. He wanted them. He pretended to be the one who had the final say, so that Chider had to stand up and use the 12 earthly branches to temporarily restrain the other party, but he didn't expect that Rocky would directly use Chider's words and become a hands-off boss. This guy's real idea is to not care about anything. He also used this to trick the 12 earthly branches in turn. If Chider hadn't said anything just now, then Rocky would probably take advantage of the situation and suppress the 12 earthly branches directly. And since Rocky is the only one who has the final say, then let some people handle the affairs of the association, and he can still be a hands-off boss. No matter which of the two methods, Rocky can achieve his goal. This. Doesn't such a kid know how to manage the association? I'm afraid it's not that he doesn't know, but he's lazy. But in a sense, Rocky is also a qualified hunter. He used his own way to get the results he wanted. This is Hunter. At this moment, Jin slowly stood up. Everyone, the association is in your hands. Speaking of this, Jin was also ready to leave, because Jin. The election of the president is over, and then we have to face Shura Field. I thought that during the election of the president, some people in the venue had been holding back and didn't get angry. Now that the election is over, they can't hold back anymore. Gon jumped out and called Jin. Jin sighed and slowly turned around. Yo. Gon, we finally meet. Looking at the other party's extremely bad way of greeting, Killua held back the 10,000 complaints in his heart and looked at Jin with dead fish eyes. Is this Gon's father? It really doesn't look that reliable. The following scene of the father and son recognizing each other naturally made many hunters shout and kill Gon. Many people in the Hunter Association wanted to kill this BD scum. Advertisement. A melee began. But at the same time, Rocky was checking all the information of the Hunter Association under the leadership of Demianran. For other hunters, if they want to obtain information from the Hunter Association's intelligence network, they need to pay. However, for the president, there is no such restriction at all, and it is not only the Hunter Association's intelligence network. Even a large part of the information from other intelligence networks is shared. Rocky was surprised. Kurapika and Rocky checked the information about the extermination of the Kurta tribe by Phantom Troop. There is nothing to say about Phantom Troop, but Rocky and Kurapika have always felt that there are other people behind Phantom Troop. And now it is time to see the real culprit. Sure enough, after the two of them searched, they found something wrong in the numerous intelligence. First, about the motives of Phantom Troop. On the surface, the group wanted to rob whatever they wanted because of the needs of the president. But in fact, it was not like that. Because money had no appeal to the people in the group, so why were they so keen on robbing things? And they also wanted to exterminate the Kurta tribe. If they just wanted money, the Kurta tribe's red eyes might not be the best choice. There are too many things more valuable than red eyes. In this case, it is obviously not cost-effective to exterminate the Kurta tribe in terms of time cost, and exterminating the Kurta tribe would not have much effect in improving the reputation of the group. Under the investigation of the two, with the help of the Hunter Association's intelligence network, an organization called the New World Research Association appeared in Rocky's vision. New World War. That's right, it's not called the Dark Continent, but the New Continent. This organization seems to regard the Dark Continent as a bright future, rather than thinking that the Dark Continent is very dangerous. And there seems to be the presence of the Kaken Empire in this organization. Sure enough, the extermination of the Kurta tribe is still related to Kaken. However, the specific connection still needs to be investigated further. Rocky Pariston announced his withdrawal from the 12 earthly branches. When the two were preparing to investigate further, Piorn suddenly rushed in and spoke directly. Chapter 272 Encountering an Invasion and Hunting Taboo. One of the members of the 12 earthly branches is missing. Why are you telling me this? Aren't the 12 earthly branches responsible for all the affairs of the association? Rocky asked Pion in return. However, Pion pouted his tongue playfully, but Chider said that it is good that the 12 earthly branches are temporarily responsible for handling the affairs of the association, but now that one of the 12 earthly branches is missing, it can only be considered as the 11th earthly branches. So there is no way to handle things for you, the president, and this is also a good opportunity for the president to learn how to handle the affairs of the association. Advertisement. This is to catch Rocky back. Rocky will not agree, and turned to look at Kurapika on the side. Kurapika, who was stared at by Rocky, frowned, and he instinctively felt that Rocky might be plotting against him. Are there any requirements for members of the 12 earthly branches? Pion was stunned for a moment. No requirements, as long as the president approves it. Is it the same now? Rocky smiled. If the rule has not been modified yet, then it means that he has the final say, and whoever he lets join the 12 earthly branches can be the 12 earthly branches. Pariston also thought of this. Instead of being fired by him later, it is better to quit now. After all, the reputation of quitting voluntarily is much better than 713. Rocky smiled and said, if that's the case, Kurapika will join the 12 earthly branches and replace Pariston. After saying that, Rocky lowered his head and continued to check the information. Kurapika was stunned for a moment. How could he be the one who got unlucky in the end? Pion was also stunned. He didn't expect that he could solve the problem by pushing one person out like this. Pion had no choice but to reply to Chider. Chider was furious when he heard the news. Well, since he asked that Kurapika to join the 12 earthly branches, let's let that Kurapika come over now. The other members of the 12 earthly branches thought about it. Kurapika? His fellow Kurta? Not bad. Kangze nodded, and still recognized Kurapika's strength. However, Chider looked at him helplessly. Even if he is strong, so what? Joining the 12 earthly branches is not just about strength. Galu agreed with Chider's statement. Joining the 12 earthly branches is not just about fighting strength. Fighting strength is only part of the ability, and there are other aspects of the ability that are strong in combination to enter the king's second earthly branch. Baitfa, that is to say, the association is still a mess now, and there is no change to the conditions for joining the 12 earthly branches. Theoretically, people recognized by Rocky can indeed join the 12 earthly branches. But that was the privilege left by the previous President Netero. After all, President Netero's ability is obvious to all, and he will not mess around with such things. But Rocky is different. Who knows if Rocky will mess around? But when after Kurapika came to the 12 earthly branches, he perfectly dealt with all the difficulties that Chider had to deal with. Kurapika's strength is not just in strength, but in terms of comprehensive ability, Kurapika is quite amazing. Advertisement. This made Chider unexpected. He originally looked at Kurapika with tinted glasses, but if Kurapika is really a rare talent, then Chider will not treat him differently. On the contrary, because of Kurapika's help, many things in the association are carried out in an orderly manner. Kurapika has done more than some people who have joined the 12 earthly branches for many years. This made Chider want to take Jin out of the 12 earthly branches. This guy has good ability and strength. But his bad personality makes it difficult for people to have a good impression of him. However, this matter cannot be done for the time being. There have been too many changes in the Hunter Association recently. It is better not to have too many changes. Otherwise, it is easy to cause chaos in the Hunter Association. On the other hand, Rocky arranged Kurapika to solve Mafana. It would take more time to check all kinds of information by myself. Rocky didn't miss any information about the Kurta tribe. Fortunately, Damian was there to help. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. First of all, there seemed to be someone behind the extermination of the Kurta tribe by Phantom Troop. It is very confusing what kind of personnel the New World Research Association is composed of. From the limited information, it seems that Krollo is a member of this organization among the people of Phantom Troop, but there is no clear evidence. And it seems that even the Kajin Empire is related to this organization, although it is not clear who the members of this organization are. But through the original channel of the Fire Red Eye, it can be seen that through Kajin's hands, the Fire Red Eye was dispersed to different people around the world. Some are just rich people who collect it. The other part is very strange. It feels like they want to study the Fire Red Eye of the Kurta tribe. Although most of the Fire Red Eyes have been recovered now. But there are still some eyes scattered outside. The most important one is the eye of the chief grandfather. It was not found. And we don't even know whose hand holds his eyes. Advertisement. No matter what, the next goal seems to be to go to Kajin and investigate what the relationship is between the Kajin Empire and this New World Research Association. Or is this research association formed by the Kajin Empire? Of course, everything is still unknown. While Rocky was investigating, two things happened at the same time. The first thing is that Bai Yang left the Hunter Association. He did not simply walk out of the association building, but directly gave up his identity as a hunter. As an adventurer, with the support of the Kajin Empire, he gave a speech to the world. The same situation as the original appeared, shouting slogans to hunt taboos, and with the previous human crusade team, defeated the creature Chimera Ant of the Dark Continent. So that humans are not so afraid of the Dark Continent. For a time, many people supported the exploration of the Dark Continent. And V5 did not want him, but it seemed to be a tacit understanding. In Rocky's view, Bai Yang still had only one purpose for doing this. It was to seize the control of exploring the Dark Continent. He cannot become the president of the Hunter Association. Although he can go to the Dark Continent, he cannot go west when Rocky says to go east. That's why he did this. Even if he can't seize control, he can still get a certain degree of freedom. For example, he can fight for a vice-captain. And the other thing is, Greed Island was invaded. Lei Jia was seriously injured. Even though he had a prop card to defend against foreign invaders, Lei Jia was seriously injured. Rocky even arranged terrible weather disasters outside Greed Island, so ordinary Nan can't break in. Just being able to enter Greed Island is not something that ordinary people can do. He is definitely a top master. And being able to severely injure Lei Jia is also a manifestation of strength. Pyro sent news that the other party was coming for the Kurta tribe. Because the way of invasion is to drop directly from the sky. Chapter 273 Bloodline Experiment, the key to unlocking the treasure. Greedy Island was invaded, and the enemy's target was obviously the Kurta tribe. But it seemed that the defense of Greedy Island was not expected. Not only did Lei Jia and others expel outsiders. At the same time, there was a terrifying natural disaster protection, and under the protection of Huadu Shilang and Pyro, there was no major problem in the Sky City. But this incident surprised Rocky a little, as he had become the president of the Hunter Association. Advertisement. There are still people who dare to attack the Kurta tribe. Is this looking for death? And they are looking for death so directly, without any regard. Do you really think you are made of mud? Did the enemy leave anything behind? After hearing this, Pyro thought carefully, what? What? Rocky, as long as it's the enemy's stuff, clothes, weapons, blood are all fine. Of course. Very good. Rocky smiled, collect these things, I'll send someone to get them. After hanging up the phone, Rocky felt his thoughts. In a few days, the power of the Phantom Sword will be restored. At that time, he will see who dares to attack Greed Island so arrogantly. Since he wants to attack the Kurta tribe, he must have considered facing his own anger. Time. Go back to 2 days ago. In the moment when Rocky and Bai Yang competed for the president election. In a secret experimental base underground. A group of people wearing white protective suits were conducting the final step of the experiment. The blood sample extracted from the Kurta tribe has been replicated. The target's blood has been converted. A man lying on a chair seemed to be twitching from time to time, with huge blood bags on both sides of him. The blood bag on the left has shriveled, while the blood bag on the right is constantly bulging. This is his original blood, and now it has been completely replaced with the blood of the Kurta tribe. There are too many problems to be solved for such a comprehensive blood exchange. But they have all been overcome. And now the last step is to be taken. That is the transplantation of the eyes. Advertisement. A pair of fiery red eyes were taken out from a special container, and then slowly transplanted to this man. The transplantation of fiery red eyes is complete. Everyone stepped out and stared at the experimental subject in the glass wall nervously. Now wake up the consciousness of the experimental subject. 3. When the countdown ended, the staff pressed a button, and then a strange green liquid the body was injected into the body of the experimental subject. Then the chest of the experimental subject began to rise and fall, and began to breathe. And everyone was not concerned about breathing. If the transplant was simply to keep the target alive, then this technology would have been mastered long ago. Now they want an artificial Kurta. Through acquired transformation, a person becomes a Kurta. And at this moment, the experimental subject slowly opened his eyes and struggled to get rid of all the detection equipment on his body. Then he staggered to stand up from the bed. He looked around with a blank face. What is this place? Where am I? The glass wall is a one-way perspective. People outside can see inside, but people inside cannot see outside. The man gasped for air, as if he was about to suffocate. This situation made people outside nervous. Is the experiment going to fail again? It took a lot of effort to get this pair of fiery red eyes. Every transplant will consume the power of the fiery red eyes. If the experimental subject cannot provide effective supply to the fiery red eyes, then the eyes will be damaged. Once the damage is excessive, the eyes will be completely broken. Release the anesthetic gas immediately. It doesn't matter if the experiment fails. We must keep these fiery red eyes. However, when the staff was about to forcibly anesthetize the experimental subject again, suddenly, a spark appeared behind the other party. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Crackling. Crackling. Just like the sparks that kept bursting out when the flint was ignited, such sparks kept bursting out from behind the other party. And the next second, boom! The flame was ignited. Although it was very weak, it symbolized the bloodline ability of the Lunaria tribe. Success, success! Someone said uncertainly, looking at the body data screen of another monitoring entity. All body data gradually stabilized and returned to normal. As the data continued to change, it finally stopped at a number that shocked many staff members. Perfect. The most standard health data. Is this the blood ability of the Kurta tribe? Amazing, all organ functions are in the best condition. The experimental subject's lungs should be slightly damaged, but the damaged position seems to be recovering after the flame was ignited. Dash. Advertisement. The wonderful changes one after another opened the eyes of these staff members. Perfect blood, this is simply the people of God. Yes. Such a perfect blood, if all mankind has it, then all mankind will never get sick. Get rid of all the troubles of diseases, this is too terrible. Release the disaster of the Dark Continent. See the effect. Faced with the sudden voice, the staff looked at each other. The normal process should be to observe first, thoroughly study the changes of the experimental subject at this stage, and then proceed to the next step. But the order above cannot be violated. Since this is the case, they can only obey. The immortal disease Zorba disease began to be released, and the appearance of the source of the disease formed a black fog, but the black fog did not directly wrap around the target body as usual. But it bypassed the experimental subject. Even the black fog seemed to be partially dispelled by the flames. Sure enough, it is immune. Try the others. The 5 major disasters of the Dark Continent can be tested except for gold and silver ingots and human-raising beasts. After the other 2 disasters were tested, the amazing data obtained showed no effect at all. The staff was shocked. This is simply the natural nemesis of the Dark Continent. If this bloodline can spread among humans, then in a few decades, humans will have the capital to settle down in the Dark Continent. For humans who are not afraid of these things, the Dark Continent will become the greatest wealth of mankind. And now there is a treasure mountain but no way to enter and explore it. This is the embarrassing situation of mankind. But unexpectedly, humans have already had the key to open the treasure. If it weren't for the previous test of the Kurta tribe, I'm afraid there would never be such a shocking discovery now. The experimental results are very good. There are still some Kurtas. We need more Kurta's blood and fiery red eyes. There are still some Kurtas on Greedy Island. Go. Go and catch them. I want more Kurtas. With an order issued, Greedy Island was attacked 2 days later. Although the Kurtas are fine for the time being, the enemy's first wave of attacks will surely not be so simple in the future. Chapter 274, Weird Numbers from the Mind Test. After a few days, the Hunter Association basically returned to normal. NAQLU. Come on. Rocky looked at NAQLU in front of him, and the other party felt very stressed at the moment. President, are you serious? NAQLU frowned and didn't understand why Rocky suddenly made such a strange request. Advertisement. What is a strange request? Because Rocky suddenly contacted him yesterday, and hoped that he could come to the Hunter Association headquarters building in the middle of the night. If it weren't for him being in a nearby city, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to make it this morning. Originally, I thought there was a special task for him. But I didn't expect that what I heard was Rocky asking me to fight him and use my ability on him. And the purpose of doing this is to test how much energy I have. This request made NAQLU speechless. What's the use of testing such things? Rocky's 063 has a rather exaggerated level of mental energy, so it doesn't matter if it's not tested. Stop talking nonsense. Come on. Hearing Rocky's words, Niku could only sigh, then I'm coming. A punch hit Rocky's face directly, and the ability was activated. Rocky looked at the number on Porter Klin beside him, which was still too small. Continue. Keep attacking, and try to increase your value. This way, he could calculate his own energy faster. But President, you have to think clearly. Once my ability is activated, you won't be able to use energy for 30 days. Although it's okay not to use energy, and it won't endanger your life, but if you can't use energy at this critical moment, it will be very troublesome. However, Rocky smiled and said, don't worry, the Hunter Association is not without a mind exterminator, and with you as a person with the ability, exterminator is even easier. That's right. Niku nodded, and he wouldn't be polite. He started to punch Rocky crazily. One punch after another hit Rocky continuously. And in the next 5 minutes, Niku's eyes were about to fall out. He had already piled up the capital very high, and the interest was also very exaggerated. But after 5 minutes, the interest had swelled to 5.7 million, and Rocky still didn't go bankrupt. What kind of monster is this? How much energy does Rocky have? Even Nicola felt a little sorry for this situation, watching the numbers keep changing. 15 minutes passed. The numbers have reached an extremely exaggerated level, but he still hasn't gone bankrupt. Nicola looked at the terrifying series of numbers, and the whole person was completely numb. Remove your ability. Nicola was stunned for a moment, but still agreed to remove the ability. Looking at Rocky, he was a little curious. President, how much energy do you have? How much energy do you have? Rocky smiled. If he knew, he wouldn't have asked Nicola to come. In fact, Rocky, who has the modification system, how could he not know his energy? Advertisement. But now Rocky can't understand. Originally, his Phantom Sword ability was restored, and Rocky just checked it as usual, but he found a change that Rocky felt a little incredible. Originally, Rocky's energy was about 3 million, and he could use the power of 3-6 gods at the same time. But when the ability was restored, when Rocky looked at it again, it was completely different. Mind energy, 5 million, the number behind it was constantly changing. This number made Rocky a little confused. What did it mean? All called for Kulu to test it. When the number exceeded 5 million, Rocky had a strange feeling, and every time Porter Klin calculated, Rocky's body seemed to have a stream of thoughts out of thin air. This means that as long as there is a need, Rocky's body can continue to produce thoughts. 5 million means that in normal state, Luo has at least this much thought. As for why the thought increased from more than 3 million to more than 5 million, Rocky also knew the reason. In the previous battle with the Ant King, he was really forced into a desperate situation, and when he was in a desperate situation, every time his state recovered, his thought would basically increase. And the state recovery benefited from the power of the Lunaria tribe, allowing Rocky's state to recover continuously. This situation also made Rocky's physique continue to improve Rocky's thought. However, this uncertain value made Rocky very confused. But no matter what, now his energy can be almost called infinite. But this kind of infinity is not really infinite. Basically, the maximum amount of energy he can use at one time is 5 million. But if it is used in batches, then no matter how much it is, it can be used. In other words, if a trick that consumes 6 million energy is needed, Rocky can't use it. But such a trick is probably enough to destroy a country. It's basically the same as rubbing a nuclear bomb by hand. Rocky walked out of the room, and Nicola behind him looked like he hadn't recovered at all. Until someone called him, he was still immersed in the numbers just now. What's wrong with you, Nicola? Looking at the person next to him, Nicola opened his mouth and wanted to tell what happened just now, but he felt that it seemed a bit bad to tell it out. The president's secret was leaked. Advertisement. Monster. Is the president not a human being at all? That's what Nicola thought at the moment. And at this moment, Rocky has come to the roof of the Hunter Association building. The bean-faced man next to him was talking. Rocky didn't listen at all, and Chider caught up with him. Rocky, where are you going? As the president, do you still want to leave at this time? However, Rocky didn't care about Chider's words. I have some personal matters to deal with. I will be back soon. Chider was stunned when she heard it. Private matters, as the president. However, as soon as she said it, Rocky teleported directly. Suddenly disappeared. Looking at Rocky's disappeared figure, Chider was also stunned. What ability was that just now? Teleport? Didn't they say that the president can no longer use the previous ability? How can it be used again? Is the ability restored? But why does it feel like it's even more terrifying after the recovery? Rocky left the city directly with a teleportation, and teleported several times in a row. Rocky frowned and didn't feel any pressure at all. Now maybe he can try to move directly to Greed Island. The distance between the location of the Hunter Association building and Greed Island can basically be said to cross half of the human world. However, Rocky just wants to try it. As Rocky closed his eyes, a strange arc of electricity suddenly began to flash around him, but if you look closely, it looks like tiny crystal particles spreading out. Boom! Accompanied by a strange flash of light, the space seemed to shatter directly, and a crack appeared. And Rocky's figure disappeared. Chapter 275 The Last Manifestation, King's Crystal. Greedy Island, Sky City. Accompanied by an astonishing roar, Hua Dushilang, who was in charge of defense, suddenly tensed up. Is there another enemy? But the next second, a light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, and then a figure appeared directly. Hua Dushilang was stunned when he saw the person who appeared. Advertisement. Lo! Lord Rocky! You are back! Hua Dushilang looked at Rocky, then looked at the crack behind Rocky, and swallowed his saliva silently. What kind of extraordinary nun is this? How could it suddenly appear without any signs? Rocky himself was also surprised. He didn't expect it to be successful, but the amount of mental energy consumed was a bit surprising. But for Rocky now, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Looking back, the crack that seemed to be caused by his instant movement was gradually disappearing. Rocky was slightly stunned. Teleporter? But it seems a little different. Lord Rocky, what is this? Nothing. How are my people? Hearing this, Hua Dushilang collected his thoughts and began to explain to Rocky the attack they had encountered before. The sudden fall from the sky did catch them off guard, but Hua Dushilang and Pyro reacted quickly, and the two of them joined forces to block the enemy's first wave of attacks. After that, Lei Jia rushed to expel some of the invaders, and then fought with the enemy. During this process, Lei Jia's GM prop card was knocked down, but fortunately it was not obtained by the enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Lei Jia was also seriously injured. Rocky frowned and listened to the whole process. The enemy was very strong. Nan is amazing. Even until the end of the battle, Pyro, Hua Dushilang, Lei Jia and others did not figure out what the enemy's ability was. But this is normal, after all, the enemy will definitely try their best to make their abilities not easily discovered when using their abilities. But basically the enemy did not break into the hiding place of the Kurta tribe. Even if they were repelled on the periphery. When they returned to the tribe, Pyro had been waiting for him. At this time, Rocky looked at the wound on Pyro's forehead. Can it hurt you? Pyro smiled helplessly. In order to protect Lei Jia, I had no choice but to go all out, but I was injured instead. The abilities of the Lunaria tribe are not omnipotent, and of course it is impossible to never be hurt. So it's okay for Pyro to be hurt. But... Advertisement. Rocky looked at the tribesmen who gathered around him. Almost all of them had flames on their backs, but the size of the flames varied. From this point, we can also distinguish the talents of these people. The flames of several of the little ghosts were stronger than those of adults. It can be seen that their talents are still very good. But the more this happened, the more worried Rocky became. Next, they must go to the Dark Continent. If someone attacks Greed Island again when they are on their way to the Dark Continent, it is hard to say what the result will be. Rocky frowned. If they could come up with some kind of defense to directly cover the entire Greed Island and not be afraid of any form of attack, that would be great. The moment this idea came up, Rocky suddenly thought of something. If it were me now, I would give it a try. Pyro. Rocky turned to look at Pyro. I might go to the Dark Continent later. If something happens here, I might not be able to take care of it. Pyro frowned when he heard this. He knew that Rocky wanted to go to the Dark Continent. Don't worry. I'm here. Rocky looked at Pyro. I just want to take you and Kurapika with me. Rocky didn't know what kind of trouble he would encounter when he went to the Dark Continent, so of course he had to take as many people as possible. The number of people didn't need to be too large, but they had to be people he could trust. Pyro frowned. What about here? Some of the tribesmen looked at Rocky. They probably understood that they had become a burden to Rocky. And Rocky smiled. I have a new idea. Maybe if it succeeds, then there will be no problem with safety here. New idea. Pyro was stunned for a moment. Is this another new ability? That's right. Come to the old place where the ability was developed before. Here Rocky felt more at ease and could devote himself to the development of his abilities. New abilities should not be said to be the expansion of existing abilities. The expansion of the power of the king. Rocky shared his ability of apparition with Pyro and Kurapika through this ability, and Rocky can also use their abilities. Advertisement. But perhaps it is not necessary to be limited to abilities, even the amount of mind energy can be shared. To achieve this, the first thing Rocky thought of was to create something, or to be more precise, to materialize something. After all, as a manipulator, Rocky is used to materializing something to achieve the ability he wants. And the materialized items appeared in Rocky's mind the first time he had this idea. Crystal. As a hub connecting all tribesmen, the crystal can share Rocky's mind energy and let all tribesmen use it. Of course, there are prerequisites for use. You must have seen the crystal and even left your mark on the crystal. At the same time, how strong the power and how much mind energy can be used also depends on the other party's talent and blood power. However, this crystal gradually appeared with Rocky's thoughts. In front of Rocky, countless crystals condensed around him, forming a washing machine-sized crystal floating in front of Rocky. This materialized object is a manipulator object made by 660 Rocky with the belief of protecting his people. It will not disappear easily. And every Kurta tribe member, as long as he touches the crystal, will gain his own unique weapon and power. However, according to past experience, it is impossible for a simple materialized object to be as strong as you want it to be. Something else is needed to ensure the power of the crystal. Needless to say, Rocky can directly limit it to Kurta tribe members, and secondly, they need to have touched the crystal. The important thing is the oath. In Rocky's current situation, he is fully capable of making a terrible oath. That is to bet on Rocky's almost unlimited amount of mind energy. Once the crystal is broken, Rocky's almost unlimited amount of mind energy will disappear. And then affect Rocky himself. But the disappearance of the unlimited amount of mind energy does not mean that Rocky cannot use the mind energy, but just use as much as he can. So if the crystal was broken, then Rocky would just continue to modify his own mental energy. It could still be strengthened anyway. The appearance of the crystal made countless Kurta tribe members feel something in the dark. When Rocky placed the crystal on a special altar, many tribe members seemed to gather around it involuntarily, wanting to touch the crystal. Chapter 276 New Modification Project begins creation. Rocky, what is this? Pierrot looked at the crystal in front of him with confusion. Even he couldn't help but want to touch it. However, Rocky smiled and said, the newly materialized item may be able to use its power to protect the Kurta tribe. Manipulator item. Advertisement. Protect the Kurta tribe? Pierrot was stunned for a moment. Can this thing protect the Kurta tribe? Although the power of the manipulator items is quite special, but it's hard to protect the Kurta tribe. At this time, as the first tribe member touched the crystal suddenly changed from the original blue to red, and then the red light shone. Many tribe members retreated, but the next second, the crystal returned to its normal color, and this tribe member felt inexplicably hot. The flame behind him suddenly flickered. A wave of mind energy suddenly emerged from his body. Seeing this scene, Pyro was stunned. What's going on? Touching the crystal directly awakens Nin? Rocky, what is this? Looking at the tribe member who was able to control the mind energy freely, it was different from the normal awakening mind, and there was no continuous burst of energy. In this way, there would be no danger. At this time, Rocky said lightly, with its existence, the tribe members can use my power. Even if they have not learned Nin, they can use the ability of apparition, and my energy can be directly transmitted to them. Pyro was stunned when he heard this. The ability is fine. The mind energy is also directly transmitted to the tribe members, this. If Rocky himself encounters a difficult battle, at this time, the tribe members use Rocky's energy, wouldn't it be? You. If you do this, what if you? Isn't it? Rocky glanced at Pyro and said, it's okay, don't worry. Although Rocky said it was okay, how could it really be okay? Pyro looked at it and his expression became very complicated. Rocky has done too much for the Kurta tribe. As the tribesmen touched the crystal one after another, they basically all received Rocky's chi. Rocky was staring at his panel to check. He found that the number on the column of the amount of mind chi was constantly jumping. That's right, it was jumping back and forth around 4.95 million. The recovery speed was not instantaneous. Instead, it seemed that the more mind chi Rocky used, the faster he recovered, and the less he used, the slower he recovered. Advertisement. And dozens of tribesmen were able to share his less than 50,000 chi. It can be seen that these tribesmen's talents are not very good. But it doesn't matter, at least if they can use mind, plus their own abilities, they have some means of saving their lives. More importantly, the barrier protection generated by the crystal can completely protect the entire Sky City. Once there is any problem, even if he is in the Dark Continent, he can directly use ultra-long distance teleportation to return to the Sky City. So for the matter of going to the Dark Continent, Rocky now has a means of escape that will never have any problems. If it is really that scary, Rocky can also directly teleport over a long distance to return to the human world. Even if the distance is not that far, you can still return to Greed Island by teleporting multiple times continuously. There is no problem at all. While Rocky was thinking, he kept looking down at his panel. The basic situation is exactly the same as before. Nin, mind system, talent, physique, bloodline ability and so on are all the same. Among them, the modification of Nen still needs a 3-month cooling time. This makes Rocky a little helpless. He has to wait for 3 months before the next Nen modification. Rocky already has a lot of ideas. He can start first, wait for the modification cooling time to end, and then modify it. It won't delay the time at all. At this time, Rocky frowned. Looking at the name that appeared below, Rocky was stunned. Moyer? Modifiable individual, more. Talent, intermediate. Nen, 470. Nen system, conjurer. Nen, none. Moyer is a member of the Kurta tribe, in his 30s, with a wife 2 years older than him and a 5-year-old child. What is this? A new modification item? Rocky frowned and looked at the panel in front of him with a puzzled look. Why can he modify other people? Advertisement. And there are more panels below. These panels are all other people's. Rocky looked at those people. Aren't these people the ones who just touched the crystal and established a connection with him? Pyro, you go too. Pyro, who was feeling impressed by Rocky's contribution, was stunned for a moment. Me? I don't need to. Go if I ask you to. Although he didn't know why Rocky suddenly became so fierce, Pyro still did what Rocky said. He came to the crystal and put his palm on the crystal. The moment he put it on, Pyro's panel popped up in front of Rocky. Modifiable individual, Pyro. Talent, advanced. Mind energy, 120,000, bloodline power burst can be increased to 500,000. Mind system, emitter. Nen, sand control, you can control the sand at will, inject air into the sand to deform it, and use air to increase the squeezing force of the sand. Seeing this, Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. The power of the king and the crystal. Rocky was a little overwhelmed to be able to form such a linkage. Wait, Rocky has a bold idea, but it's not urgent now, and he has to practice it a little. Let's start with the first more. Nen, none. Rocky wants to see if he can directly create a for others. Nen. While Moore, who was feeling the new power, was still discussing this thing with his tribesmen and asking Pyro about the problem of chi. Suddenly, flames burst out of Moore's hands, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. He turned into a fireman. No, Moore is on fire, hurry, hurry up. Pyro stopped the panicked tribesman and turned to Moore, don't panic. This is not a fire. This is ability. Moore looked at Pyro blankly. Pyro was asking him, do you feel the flame burning you? Yes, too. Moore shook his head, no, I don't feel anything at all, the temperature of this flame doesn't seem to be high. Not high? The tribesmen around retreated one after another, and they could already feel the scorching heat. Not high? Rocky. Come here quickly, Mor. What's going on? Pyro turned his head, Rocky raised his hand and a powerful flame instantly spread and exploded on his body, forming a huge skull flame in the air. Rocky is controlling the flame purchase. This feeling is really good. Pyro was stunned in place. Rocky, what are you doing? Hearing this, Rocky smiled and said nothing, don't worry. Moore is fine, he just got the ability from the crystal. Get the ability from the crystal? Pyro was a little confused. Rocky, the crystal you materialized can make people awaken their abilities. It's not an awakening, it's just using my power to merge his own abilities. It's not a lie to say this. After all, it was Rocky who helped the other party modify the ability of flame. Chapter 277, The Kingdom Sword Cave Luda Tribe. Rocky, will this do anything bad to you? Knowing what Pyro was worried about, Rocky smiled and said, don't worry. It won't affect me too much. I didn't expect that I could really modify Moore's Nen, and the effect was so good. Rocky looked at the dancing flame in his hand. Although this Nen belonged to Moore, he could use the power of the king to take all the abilities of the Kurta people for himself. This power was of course nothing in Moore's hands with his current Nen. Advertisement. But it was completely different in Rocky's hands. Nen, flame transformation, change the nature of chi into flames, and burst out the power of flames. Estimated countdown to the next modification permission acquisition, 32, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. Sure enough, the modification still needs a cooling time, but after 33 days, Rocky can continue to modify it. This is not modifying Moore's Nen. This is simply modifying his own Nen. And this means that Rocky can modify various powerful abilities without worrying about the time consumption. The only thing to worry about is not to exceed a certain limit and let the modification time become several years or months. As long as the modification can be completed in 3 or 2 days, it doesn't matter how long the modification cooling time is. And this is not only good for Rocky, but also can quickly make the people of the Kurta tribe stronger. Even, this time, the Dark Continent can bring a group of trustworthy people. With powerful abilities, the only thing that is lacking is the amount of mind energy. Moyer. Mind energy, 100,000. Time required for modification, 29, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. Does it take a full month to increase the amount of mind energy? It doesn't matter, this time is still acceptable. That's confirmed. But there are too few options for modifying others. Talent, intermediate. Modify. Talent, top, 429, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. This is too long. Talent, advanced, 129, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. Advertisement. It's not much different. But why does it take so much time to modify a talent, but it's so easy to modify an ability? Rocky frowned. Is it because of the connection established through the crystal? If you want to modify the other party's talent, it must involve washing the other party's blood and everything else. If you think about it from another angle, if the power of modification wants to affect the other party, it needs to use the mind or crystal as a medium. It is naturally the easiest to directly affect the power, followed by increasing the other party's large mind energy and mind system. The last talent is naturally the most difficult to affect. So the time required is a bit exaggerated. Even if these guys are modified with some heaven-defying talents, I'm afraid the time for modification is enough to wait until he dies of old age. It will be completely useless. Forget it, there is no need to modify the talents. Let's modify them all to advanced ones. Maybe it can still be useful. After dealing with more, Rocky set his sights on Pyro. Pyro's abilities can also be modified. How can he just control the sand? Didn't this guy want to ask me about Shikaku's ability? Then just add this ability to Pyro, making him stronger. Pyro's stronger ability can also make Rocky's journey to the Dark Continent safer. It's just to add a Shikaku ability. The modification doesn't take much time. It can be done in a few minutes. But the cooling time is longer than modifying Moore's ability. This makes Rocky a little confused, but the specific reason is not important. All the tribesmen Rocky modified one by one. For the tribesmen who don't have much talent, Rocky didn't modify them to have any supernatural abilities. After all, the talent is there, and modifying too complicated abilities is completely useless. On the contrary, simple and practical abilities are more important. It can also enhance their combat effectiveness and self-protection abilities. Enhancer directly refers to Uvigen and obtains the ability to strengthen oneself. V. Conjurer refers to Xeno, changing the mind into various forms to attack, not necessarily a dragon, but also a chain, and the chain of air is also good to attack. Transmuter is based on Franklin. Although that guy is a member of the Phantom Troop, his ability to use two-handed machine guns is powerful and convenient to use. Emitter does not refer to others, but directly controls the Phantom Sword. After all, if they touch the crystal, these guys will get their own Phantom weapons. Although they do not have special weapons. Advertisement. Manipulator materializes weapons that have special abilities. As for the special system, the tribesmen without special systems may also change to the mind system after opening the red eyes. But this is not the point. Among them, Rocky selected two guys with good talents. Their abilities are modified, which should be of great help to Rocky. And these two abilities should be very useful to Rocky at this stage. While Rocky is busy modifying the abilities of the tribesmen to enhance his strength. At the same time, regarding the actions in the Dark Continent, V5 and Kaken are also arguing with each other as in the original book. Although Chider contacts Rocky every day and yells for Rocky to get back quickly, Rocky completely ignores it. Since the 12 earthly branches like to deal with the affairs of the Hunter Association so much, I'll leave it to you. Rocky became the president for only one purpose, that is to get the command to go to the Dark Continent. Secondly, he needed the Hunter Association's huge intelligence network to collect the intelligence Rocky wanted. Rocky was not interested in anything else. Just let them manage the association. 7 days passed. Rocky looked at the three people in front of him. Uncle Moore, Sancho, Bird, you three are going to go with me this time. It's quite dangerous to leave the tribe. You all should be ready. The three nodded. Chief, we all know that when we leave this time, we are going to a place to find the tribe members who were taken away by Hyza. In order to find our former tribesmen, we have no choice but to do it. Moyer is a 32-year-old uncle with an ordinary appearance, looking like an inconspicuous passerby. Sancho, an 11-year-old girl from the Kurta tribe, admires Rocky very much because Rocky saved the remaining tribesmen. Bird, a 16-year-old boy like Kurapika and Pyro, also hopes to do something for the Kurta tribe. The three of them are considered to have the best talents in the Kurta tribe. Moyer and Bird's talents are both intermediate, and Sancho's talent is advanced. Now taking the three people away to the Hunter Association is also to let them get in touch with and adapt to the outside world before officially going to the Dark Continent. Pyro looked at the few people and said, "Okay, now it's not just me and Kurapika who are protecting the king. Pyro was just teasing casually. But Rocky suddenly frowned and said, that's right, then you are the kingdom sword, the sword that protects the king. Chapter 278 An Unexpected Discovery on Meteor Street. Coming out of Greed Island, Rocky watched Pyro looking at him from time to time. Pyro must be worried about the power of the crystal. A crystal can make the entire Kurta tribe possess Nen, and even have their own abilities for a short period of time. To achieve this, Pyro is worried that Rocky doesn't know how much he has paid. If Rocky has to bear too much burden, and wants to achieve this, the terrifying restrictions and oaths may cost Rocky his life. Advertisement. And at this moment, Rocky doesn't plan to explain more. After all, the more you explain, the easier it is to make mistakes. On the contrary, it's better to say nothing, the simpler the better. Let Pyro guess by himself. Lord Rocky, where are we going this time? Moyer asked. It was his first time in the outside world, and he had not yet mastered the outside world's language. He could only speak the most basic words when communicating with people from the outside world. Unlike Bird, who could already speak the outside world's language fluently, even Sankyande could understand it, but it was a little difficult to speak it. Now they were also using the language of the Kurta tribe to communicate. Rocky smiled and said, let's see who attacked our Kurta tribe. Rocky had not forgotten this matter. The first thing he did after leaving Greed Island was to find these guys. Rocky was very curious about what made these people dare to attack the Kurta tribe at this time. Are they crazy? The things left by these people before successfully launched the guiding arrows, and now the group was pulled by Rocky's phantom sword. It was flying fast in the air, moving towards a certain direction at a very fast speed. However, as the group continued to move forward, Rocky frowned. He was a little surprised that this place seemed to be Meteor Street. Looking at the guiding arrow pointing to the direction of Meteor Street, Rocky's eyes became even colder. Is it someone from Meteor Street? They attacked Greed Island and wanted to attack the Kurta people? Could it be that guy Krollo? Or maybe the Elders' Council of Meteor Street? Speaking of which, it was Rocky's first time to Meteor Street. Bang, bang, bang. The group of people who fell from the sky landed directly in a huge garbage dump. Meteor Street itself is a garbage dump. A huge garbage dump. Sancho frowned, looking at the dirty, messy, and smelly place around him. Brother Rocky, what is this place? It's too smelly. Advertisement. Pyro looked around and saw some people who came out of the garbage dump to check the situation. These people were skinny and even had dull eyes. This is Meteor Street, the world's largest garbage dump. Turning to Rocky, are the people who attacked Greed Island from Meteor Street? Rocky shook his head, the guiding arrow can't be wrong. Pierrot's eyes became sharper after hearing this, and the sand behind him slowly floated. Don't worry, these people can't be our enemies. Forget that those who attacked Greed Island are all first-class masters. Rocky said as he continued to move forward following the direction of the guiding arrow. However, what came into view was something that Rocky had never thought of. A huge nest with a strange shape. This is the nest of the Chimera ant. Pyro frowned, how could this place be? Rocky frowned. He was not surprised that there was a nest of Chimera ants in Meteor Street. Awesome. That Scorpion girl. Looking at this figure, it is exactly the same as in the original book. But the direction of the guiding arrow is actually aimed at this nest. What does this mean? Is it the greedy island that Chimera ants attacked? Rocky was a little confused. At this time, Moore suddenly frowned, get out of here, don't get close, if you get close, don't blame us for being rude. However, the people of Meteor Street seemed to have not heard the warning at all. They still approached. The next second, Bird drew his sword directly, and the samurai sword as tall as his was instantly pulled out, and he easily cut the opponent in half with one sword. Although he did not have much practical experience, Bird, who now had an amazing mental energy, could easily deal with an ordinary person. Pyro wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Don't kill people randomly, these people just want something to eat. Hearing this, Bird was stunned. But I told them not to get close, but they still kept getting close. Pyro also shook his head helplessly. Pa! Rocky crushed the arrow of guidance, and then looked in the direction of the nest, let's go. In the original book, the people who solved this problem were from Phantom Troop, but now Phantom Troop has been destroyed. I'm afraid no one in Meteor Street is capable of dealing with these guys. But the strange thing is why the guys who invaded Greed Island are also here. Could it really be Chimera ants, or did they use some kind of Nen to control humans and launch a sneak attack on Greed Island? Entering the nest, there are already many mutated humans on the periphery, transformed into various monsters, attacking Rocky and others. Advertisement. Bird and Moore were able to remain calm, but as it was their first time to see these things in the outside world, they were also quite shocked. However, these people can be easily dealt with by Pyro. Continuing to go deeper, the first chimera ant at the level of a captain appeared, the guy who was killed by Kalito Zaldik in the original book. The strength is not very good. Rocky glanced at Sankyande. I'll leave this to you. Hearing this, Sankyande was a little scared, but after Rocky encouraged her, Mikio took a deep breath and prepared to give it a try. Mikio. An 11-year-old girl. Nin talent is advanced. The amount of Nin is 70,000. Of course, if it is completely modified, the total amount should be 170,000. 00. Quite amazing. And Nin. As an enhancer, Mikio's ability was modified by Rocky with a lot of effort. Remember how to use Nin, don't forget it. And when you punch, just use the power you had before. With your power, it's easy to kill the opponent. Pyro reminded from the side. Mikio stepped forward and was attacked by the opponent before she could do anything. She was completely stunned by fear, but Nin wrapped her whole body. The opponent's attack fell on Mikio, and it had no effect at all, and she was still Enhancer's ability user. The defense of mind can be called abnormal. After being hit several times in a row and finding that it didn't hurt at all, Sankyunyo seemed to have confidence. Raised her hand to record the little pink fist. And the captain of the Chimera Ant soldiers sneered, this kind of kid's attack, even if you don't dodge or evade, you can't cause any harm to me at all. Bang! The fist stopped in front of the opponent. The fist didn't hit it, but it did hit something. The captain looked at the air in front of him and saw cracks. What is this? The air seemed to be broken. The terrifying power swept through the body in an instant. Bang! A ball of blood mist appeared, and Sankyunyo was stunned. A pair of big eyes blinked a few times. I didn't expect it to be so simple. These monsters are too weak, just like paper. And Moor and Bird swallowed their saliva silently. Sankyunyo's appearance and her ability are too contrasting. Chapter 279, The Novice Cleans Up Ants. Who could have thought that a cute little girl could beat a person into a bloody mist with just one punch? Sancho was also surprised, and turned back to look at Rocky with an innocent face. Rocky smiled and said, you haven't mastered your power yet, so you'll be fine if you use it more often. Sancho nodded and jumped back to Rocky's side. The small fish were left to Pyro to deal with, and he could basically deal with them easily. He couldn't even see the traces of the small fish, and they were almost dealt with. Advertisement. The other Chimera Ant at the level of a captain of soldiers encountered later was a Chimera Ant of the same control system as Shulnark. But unfortunately, he met Bird of Transmuter. Bird drew his sword and slashed in the air, instantly splitting the opponent in two. Then he crushed the head of the Chimera Ant with one hand and killed it easily. Moore also fought with another captain of soldiers. This is a good place for them to practice at 663. Pyro smiled. Mikio, Bird, and Moore, the three of them have the strongest Nin in the Kurta tribe. That's why Rocky brought them out. Although they suddenly have powerful strength, they didn't really practice it. If they want to use their abilities at will, they still have a long way to go. But if they use their abilities a few more times, they can use them well. It's difficult to use them skillfully. And Rocky is not in a hurry, just slowly walks into the nest. All the enemies they encounter will be dealt with by the three of them, and Pyro will assist them, so there will be no problems at all. And their goal of finding Meteor Street this time is also here. The opponent may have only two outcomes, either killing the division commander of this nest, Zazan, or being killed. But he should not be completely dead. If he is dead, then the guidance arrow should give a hint. No matter which situation it is, it doesn't matter to Rocky. Just find the person. He just wants to see who made the move. After that, they dealt with several Chimera Ants at the level of Corps Commanders. It was already several hours later. In terms of strength, the three of them were completely overwhelming, but they could not easily defeat these Chimera Ants at the level of Corps Commanders. It can be seen that not only were their actual combat experience very poor, but they were also not proficient in using their own abilities. Modifications can only change their basic abilities, but there is no way to directly give them rich combat experience. Advertisement. Fortunately, in a few hours, the three of them made good progress. With their powerful Nin, they were barely able to fight with the real first-class Nin. But their basic abilities were too poor. I won't talk about round, flow, hard, and so on. They were not proficient in the basic entanglement, absolute, condensation, and training. When they encountered any emergency or something wrong, they didn't know how to use condensation. It took many reminders from Pyro before they changed a little. When they encountered anything strange, they would consciously use condensation to watch. And the real first-class Nin no longer consciously used condensation, but instinctively used condensation. If anything is a little strange, the top Nin will automatically start to take a look. You humans who killed so many of my people deserve to die. Suddenly, after turning a corner, Rocky heard a voice. It was the division commander Zazan. However, when Zazan saw Rocky, he staggered. It's you. Why are you here? You actually come to such a remote place. Originally, after the death of the king of the Chimera Ants, Miruem, the Chimera Ants fled in all directions. Zazan specially chose Meteor Street as his hiding place. Unexpectedly, such a place would attract Rocky, a monster who could kill the Ant King. Do you recognize me? Rocky frowned, and Pyro beside him said, she was there when we conquered the Chimera Ant King. She seemed to be the head of a division. No wonder. If you recognize her, then so be it. Mal, go and try. Hearing this, Mal nodded and got ready to fight, but this posture seemed to be full of flaws in Zazan's view. But I don't know if this human is cheating. As Mal began to attack, flames attached to his fists and ignited on his body. The fighting was not small, but the movements were simply unbearable to watch. Mal's fighting talent was indeed not very good. It still looked like a street fight between gangsters. Although the speed was good, it was far behind Zazan. After a few minutes of sparring with Zazan, Zazan was very sure. The human in front of him was just a weakling, and he didn't show his weakness on purpose. Advertisement. Although he was afraid of Rocky, such a weak human dared to attack him, he was simply looking for death. Zazan's scorpion tail stinger instantly accelerated and stabbed directly at Moore's neck. However, the next second, the flames suddenly broke out, and layers of flames appeared around Moore like armor. The high-temperature flames burned Zazan's scorpion tail into charcoal in an instant. Zazan screamed, and the next second kicked Moore, who rushed towards her away. Moore lay on the ground for a long time without recovering. Although there was protection from the mind, Zazan the thought is not weak either. Pyro sighed, let Bird come on. Bird nodded and drew out his long sword, an invisible wave spread out. Just when Bird wanted to swing the sword, Zazan suddenly jumped away and jumped out of the range of his ability. This made Bird stunned. TTB. This is Ning's ability. The opponent can see your ability. Don't use it casually. Pyro shook his head helplessly. If this goes on, I don't know how long it will take for this person to be a little bit decent. Helpless. You can't say that. Rocky stood up with a smile. Zazan's power was too strong. If rookies like Bird and Sancho were to take action, they might be killed directly. So Rocky prepared to do it himself. If your power is strong enough, it doesn't matter even if the enemy sees your power. The next second Rocky just raised his hand lightly, and an invisible wave instantly enveloped the entire nest. At this moment, even if Zazan wanted to escape, he could not escape the coverage of such a terrifying power of 3.2. If you kill me, I surrender, I am willing to surrender to humans. However, the next second Rocky just waved his hand lightly, and Zazan disappeared and appeared in front of Rocky. Rocky grabbed his throat. Ding! Zazan immediately stabbed Rocky with his stinger, but the mind blocked her attack. Rocky's thoughts are not something that Zazan can break. Even if he stood still and beat her for a whole day, I'm afraid Zazan would not be able to break through his defense. Crack! Easily crushed the opponent to death, and Lucky put away his ability. And Bird was slightly stunned, so powerful. Can the range of this ability be expanded to this extent? Pyro smiled and said, Rocky is fine, but you guys probably don't want to think about it. Mikio, I also want to see what kind of scene it will be when Brother Rocky uses my ability. Will it be powerful too? Chapter 280 New information about Sky Arena. The answer. I'm afraid only Rocky knows. Pyro also wanted to see what kind of power would be unleashed if the power of Sancho was in Rocky's hands. The abilities of the three people were all very good and powerful. If the user was Rocky, how terrible would the power be? At this time, Rocky had already walked deeper. Because at this time Rocky was looking at the distance, his circle had completely covered the entire nest. Advertisement. The guy who wanted to find before was now hanging in the air by spider silk, half of his body was gone. But as an his vitality was also very tenacious. Although he was breathing less and exhaling more, he was in a dying state. But he still had a breath. Rocky looked up at the guy in the sky and frowned slightly. He snapped his fingers lightly, and suddenly a flame appeared and burned the spider silk hanging him. The guy who fell was caught by Rocky with his flexible love. After falling to the ground, Rocky looked at him. The other party seemed to sense the human breath, and some fluctuations began to appear in his lifeless eyes. However, when he saw Rocky, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he didn't expect that he could see Rocky at this time. It seemed that he thought he had hallucinations. After blinking, he found that he was not wrong. At this moment, he slowly came back to his senses and moved his mouth to speak, but it seemed that he could no longer make a sound. You are surprised to see me. It means you know me. Rocky looked at the other party. He was lucky to be alive after being injured like this. However, raising his hand, the shield of the King of Mercy and the staff of the Holy King appeared at the same time. One removes thoughts and the other treats. The two forces burst out at the same time and soon the guy's complexion improved with the naked eye. Even the severed body parts began to show new tissues. If the light of the staff of the Holy King continued to shine, perhaps this guy would be able to grow new lower limbs in a few days. But Rocky obviously would not give him this kind of treatment. It would be enough to keep him alive. Advertisement. The thoughts on his body were also removed, and he was no longer affected by Zazan's thoughts, and he regained consciousness. Speak now. Rocky sat down directly, ready to listen to what the other party had to say. When he heard Rocky's words, the other party's eyes moved a few times, and then looked at the four people behind Rocky. Pyro. Sankyande, Moore, Bird. There were flames burning behind the four people, although the size of the flames was different. But the strong fluctuations of the thoughts on the four people surprised him. Are these four people from the Kurta tribe? And they are all such powerful Nen. Although they are older and younger, Nen never look at age, strong strength is enough. I didn't expect that there are so many masters in the Kurta tribe. Rocky smiled and didn't say much. You know, a few days ago, these people were just ordinary people, but they suddenly became top Nen because of him. Why did you attack the Kurta tribe? What's your purpose? Pierrot asked directly from the side. He was sure that this man was one of the people who attacked the Kurta tribe. The other party looked at the phantom weapons floating on both sides of Rocky. Didn't the intelligence say that this man had lost his ability? Because of the battle with the Chimera Ant King. But I didn't expect that he would recover. It seems that he didn't lose his ability, but he was too exhausted to use it temporarily. Now it seems that he has recovered completely. The effect of the shield is to eliminate thoughts, and the effect of the weapon that looks like a staff is to provide treatment. With these two abilities alone, he can't pose any threat to Rocky, not to mention that Rocky looks very scary now. Not to mention the strong thoughts and fluctuations lingering around him, just sitting there is already a huge pressure on people. Sigh. I don't know, I only know that the order I received is to capture the Kurta people. Capture alive. The other party thought about it and added. Capture alive. This is interesting. It's not strange or surprising to massacre or kill the Kurta people. You don't need to capture them alive to get the red eye. Advertisement. You just need to kill the Kurta people when they open the red eye, and then the red eye can be preserved. In other words, these people are not going for the red eye. But they have other purposes. Rocky frowned. Could it be that the blood power of the Kurta tribe attracted some people's attention, so they wanted to use this method to collect some Kurta people for experiments or something? Rocky never doubted that this situation would occur. Because this is a 100% chance of happening. Okay. The second question, who are you? Don't answer, or hide it. Rocky believes that the other party will not be so ignorant. Now the other party does not even have the qualifications to negotiate with him. The only thing he can ask is not to torture him and kill him quickly. The other party looked at Rocky and said, I am a candidate for the owner of the Sky Arena. It's a pity that I didn't officially become the owner. Sky Arena. Rocky was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party would be from the Sky Arena. Are the other people who attacked the Kurta tribe also from the Sky Arena? Hearing this, the other party shook his head and said, I don't know. We all concealed our identities from each other, but I guess it's impossible. If it is someone from the Sky Arena, although no one uses their abilities, the way and style of fighting are not so easy to change. It's highly likely not. Rocky frowned. They were not from the Sky Arena. This meant that these 273 groups of people were probably gathered from different places to form a special team. Is the Sky Arena behind you? The other party shook his head. No. The Sky Arena is just a place to select people. I belong to another organization, but I haven't officially joined yet, so I don't know anything about it. I don't know the rest of the information. The last question, why did you come to Meteor Street? The other party smiled when he heard this question. The price of Meteor Street is very high. You can make money here. V5 will also pay for the reward of defeating the Chimera Ants. You killed the Ant King, but the Chimera Ants have not been completely eliminated. They appear from time to time all over the world. Defeat these Chimera Ants. Division Commander Chimera Ants are 50 billion each, and Corps Commanders are 1.5 to 3 billion each. Got it. Bounty Hunter, but this time he put his life in it. Rocky stood up and looked at Bird on the side. Leave it to you. He said, taking Pyro, Moore and Sancho outside. After leaving the nest, Rocky glanced at Moore and said, let's destroy this nest. Moore nodded and began to burst into a powerful flame that set the entire nest on fire. However, it took Moore more than 10 minutes to destroy a nest. Where are we going now? Pyro asked Rocky, and he had no idea who attacked the Kurta tribe. Hunter Association. Chapter 281 Rocky's Invitation. Hisoka returns. Return to the Hunter Association? Pyro nodded. Bird came out at this time. There was blood on his body and his hand holding the knife was shaking slightly. First time killing someone. It's like this. It will be fine after a while. Killing people is different from killing monsters. Killing chickens and fish may be scary, but you won't be afraid. Killing people is different. Advertisement. Are you okay? Hearing this, Bird nodded and looked at Pyro on the side. I'm fine. Then let's go. Rocky said, and the group flew directly in a certain direction. But this time they didn't return directly to the Hunter Association. After all, they still had to fly a long distance to return to the Hunter Association. Rocky didn't want to fly with a few people all the time. Arrived in a city, called Chider in advance. Didn't this guy always want to return to the Hunter Association by himself? Just let her arrange a spaceship to pick him up. Get on the airship. After settling more, Bird, and Sancho, Pyro found Rocky alone in the room. Rocky. Do you think the people who attacked the Kurta tribe this time are related to the group of guys who exterminated our tribe with phantom troops several years ago? Rocky shook his head and said, I don't know. On the surface, it seems that they are not related. After all, these people came for the Kurta tribe's bloodline, and the previous extermination was for the Kurta tribe's eyes. The purpose of both is different. But for some reason, Rocky always feels that it may not be as simple as it seems. The two groups may not have been together before, but they may be related. But I think they should be related. Rocky roughly told Pyro about his thoughts. Pyro also thought it was possible after listening. The reason why the Kurta tribe's bloodline was not targeted before was very simple, because there was no awakening of new bloodline power at that time. Sometimes, Pyro even felt that the awakening of bloodline power might be just Rocky. And Rocky passed the bloodline power to other tribesmen through some unknown method. Somewhere in the human world, in an underground laboratory. A man who looked very burly, with cold sweat on his forehead and a pale face. He held the wall with one hand and took a deep breath. Advertisement. The fire behind him suddenly ignited, and he slowly stood up. In an instant, he seemed to feel a lot more relaxed. All values are recovering and reaching their peak state. What a strange bloodline ability. Once the power is activated, it can put the human body in an absolutely perfect state. Such a bloodline ability will definitely play an incredible role in the exploration of the Dark Continent. A group of researchers were talking excitedly. But a researcher behind sighed, it's a pity that it's not a real Kurta tribe. The bloodline power is consumed too quickly, and it can only resonate with the bloodline power and burst out this power when the red eyes are turned on. It's impossible to ignite the flame in normal state. Hearing him say this, other researchers also smiled helplessly. Yet, I'm a little envious. People of the Kurta tribe, it would be great if we also had this bloodline power. Unlike thoughts, this is the power contained in the bloodline. Whether you can use it or not, enough to awaken this power. The core of bloodline power may actually be Nan. But I don't know what's going on yet. If you want to study the bloodline of the Kurta tribe, it will be as difficult as studying the 5 disasters and hopes of the Dark Continent. They don't force this. Now we need to figure out how to increase the power of blood and how long it lasts. The opening of the flaming red eyes is too much for the body. After non-Koluta people have the flaming red eyes transplanted, even after the blood is exchanged, the rejection reaction is still very strong. Only some physiques can overcome the rejection reaction. But the longest time it can last is no more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes is not long for the Dark Continent. While a group of researchers were busy, Bai Yang, who was standing outside the glass wall behind them, slowly stood up and said, "Can I start now?" Hearing this, another person beside him smiled and said, "Don't worry, let them come first." As he said that, 3 people came over not far away. At first glance, these 3 people actually look a bit like the 3 guards, just like a replica of the 3 human guards. There is no doubt that the 3 people are all human beings. Oh. This is. Bai Yang looked at the 3 people, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. No wonder he had to find a way to get those 3 ants away from the Hunter Association. It turned out to be to make this kind of thing. Advertisement. Thoughts. It can be transferred. The thoughts of the 3 guards of the Chimera ant are already very strong. If they are transferred to humans, then, it will be the same. Start the experiment with the 3 of them. If there is no problem, you can go again. Byangda had no objection to this. It will take a few days for the airship to reach the Hunter Association headquarters, and Rocky called Hisoka's contact number. The reason for calling Hisoka is because of the Sky Arena. How much do you know about the back of the Sky Arena? As a frequent visitor to the Sky Arena, could Hisoka know the back of the Sky Arena? Of course. Hearing this, Hisoka's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. It's really rare. I didn't expect the president to call me. Stop talking nonsense. Rocky still couldn't accept Hisoka's weird tone and accent. Okay, okay. The president is worthy of being the president. Even his attitude towards asking for help is completely different. Rocky rolled his eyes helplessly. Behind the Sky Arena, there seems to be an organization called Fighters. They once invited me to join this organization as a non-staff member. After I become the host, I can become a formal member. Non-staff? Formal? Fighter organization? What is this? I have never heard of it. There should be no intelligence to investigate this organization. They are a small team. There is nothing special about them in pursuit of fighting powerful enemies. Hisoka smiled, but I felt very bored at the time, so I didn't join. No, good, do you want me to try to join? It's too late to go now. Wait until Hisoka becomes the host? Then become a formal member of the other party and get in touch with the other party's core secrets? Don't be funny. It's impossible without a few years or even more than 10 years. Forget it, have you heard about the Dark Continent? Hisoka nodded, of course. Have you found any new fun recently? If not, how about going to the Dark Continent with me? Rocky's invitation? After hearing this, Hisoka thought carefully for a few seconds. With the strength of the president, he shouldn't need my strength. There is strength in numbers, and although the trip to the Dark Continent has not been confirmed, and V5 doesn't seem to have agreed yet, Chider has already gone to negotiate, which may be a big deal. More people means more helpers, and your strength is not weak, so you are a good helper. Hisoka thought for a while, since the president has said so, it seems that I am not giving face if I don't go. I accept the invitation of the president. Chapter 282 Before the Black Continent Trip. Speaking of the Dark Continent, Hisoka knows about it. After all, the previous situation was that V5 tacitly allowed the Dark Continent to be promoted to the world. Although it was only the Chimera Ants that were promoted, since humans defeated the Chimera Ants, which are dangerous creatures. This has invisibly strengthened the confidence of humans in conquering the Dark Continent. President. I'm curious, has the so-called trip to the Dark Continent been decided? Why does the president say that this action will definitely go? Advertisement. Is there no other possibility? Rocky was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Hisoka's focus to be on this place. You should have read the declaration of the king of the Kajin Empire and Bai Yang's words. This is natural. Of course Hisoka has read it. Kajin is not a member of V5, V5 cannot stop Kajin, and the only way to stop Kajin is to start a war. But Kajin has developed into a powerful country in the past few years after the previous changes. V5 will most likely not choose to go to war with Kajin, because even if it can win, V5 may become V3 or even V2 in the end. It is indeed impossible for a big country to defeat 5, but it is very easy to drag 2 or 3 big countries into the water. Hisoka nodded and agreed with Rocky's analysis. So the president thinks V5 will choose to cooperate with the Kajin Empire. Yes, of course, the scene must be acceptable, so Bai Yang is wanted. Advertisement. During the time when Rocky was developing the non-greed island, Bai Yang was officially wanted by V5, and the association had been secretly commissioned to capture Bai Changde. Hisoka frowned and thought about it. So the best solution is for the association to catch Bai Yang, but V5 wants to explore the Dark Continent with Kajin, so Bai Yang has to go to the Dark Continent again. That means the Hunter Association needs to go to the Dark Continent and monitor to ensure that Bai Yang will not have any problems. Complete Kajin and V5's requirements for exploring the Dark Continent. At this point, even Hisoka felt that this series of requirements might be difficult to do. It really takes a lot of manpower to do this series of things. As expected of the president, but... Rocky, but what? But this doesn't seem to be the president's style. Hearing Hisoka's words, Rocky smiled and it really didn't seem like his style. Because this series of things undoubtedly shows one thing, that is, continuing to be threatened by V5, BHBF. Although the various privileges of the Hunter Association are provided by V5, the Hunter Association is not something that can be manipulated by anyone. At least V5 can only rely on the Hunter Association for many things. In this case, the Hunter Association is also qualified to negotiate with V5. But now, V5's various demands on the Hunter Association only have one feeling, as if the Hunter Association has become a tool of V5. Don't worry. I'm still me. After hanging up the phone, Rocky smiled. Originally, he became the president to get more information and to ensure the safety of the Kurta tribe. But now, the safety of the Kurta tribe cannot be guaranteed, so the position of the president is only a burden for Rocky. Of course, it is not without benefits, that is, he can get a lot of good information. But now he is only a nominal president, and the benefits he gets are just intelligence. There are no other benefits. Hang up the phone. The phone rang again. Yo. What are you going to choose? The call was from Jin. Rocky frowned and asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. What does this mean? Advertisement. Although you have been on Greed Island recently, you should know what is happening in the outside world. This is natural. If you know, then what will you choose when faced with the two choices given by part3? Jin's question made Rocky smile. I am just a puppet president. The association is now ruled by the 10 lands. Jin sighed helplessly. Although this is the effect Rocky wanted, it seems that he still has a lot of complaints now. I am ready to withdraw from the 12 earthly branches. Why? In the original book, Jin withdrew from the 12 earthly branches in order to fight part3 in person. And what is it for now? No matter what choice you make, it is the best choice for me to withdraw. Withdrawing from the 12 earthly branches, even if you make an unexpected choice, I can make the situation less embarrassing. It seems that Jin has guessed what he is going to do. You want to join Bai Yang's team? You guessed it. Awesome. Jin was indeed a little surprised. He thought that only he could guess what Rocky might do, but he didn't expect Rocky to know what he wanted to do. This shows that Rocky is a very powerful hunter. Join Bai Yang's team. If I do something unexpected again, you can help the association stabilize the situation, right? Jin did not speak. Rocky nodded, okay. Since you have covered for me, I can do my job with confidence. Hunter Association Building. After Rocky arrived by airship, he took Pyro and others off the airship. At this moment, Kijaor had someone quickly take Rocky to a meeting room. And after Rocky was present, a video was played. The second video left by President Netero. About ordering the 12 earthly branches and the president to go to the Dark Continent and explore the Dark Continent in advance. And he did not want to implicate the association, so this task was issued to the 12 earthly branches. Jin quit the association, why did you approve it? After reading it, everyone had no time to analyze Netero's order. Kidor asked Rocky angrily. Rocky looked at Chidar and said, I am the president. Jin wants to withdraw from the 12 earthly branches. I respect him. Even if you want to withdraw, you can tell me now. I will definitely approve it. Hearing this, Chidar was furious. Although Rocky had no other power over the association as the president, the 12 earthly branches served the president, and the other party took the initiative to ask to withdraw from the 12 earthly branches. Rocky was qualified to agree. Okay, Chidar, compared to this, what is more important is the matter of V5 entrusting the arrest of Bai Yang. The other members of the 12 earthly branches spoke up to stop Chidar, who wanted to continue arguing with Rocky, but when it came to this, before others spoke, Rocky suddenly stood up and said, then catch him. It's easy for me to find a Bai Yang. Bai Yang is very strong. Although he lost to you, if you want to find his trace, I'm afraid, there is only one place to find him. My stun said slowly. And where is this place? Of course, it is the Dark Continent. Because except for the Dark Continent, the human world no longer has the conditions to capture Bai Yang. Bai Yang has the support of the Kajin Empire, so the Kajin Empire will not agree to let Bai Yang, the leader, be imprisoned. It doesn't matter whether Kajin is captured or not, but he cannot be captured in the human world. Rocky smiled and said, as long as I have fought with someone, or in other words, I have felt his thoughts, then I can find him. No matter where he is. Rocky raised his hand and the Flying King Bao appeared. Chapter 283, Informing is not asking Rocky's decision. As Rocky's Flying King's Bao appeared, the expressions of the 12 earthly branches became a little subtle. Because many of them also guessed that Rocky's ability should have disappeared. There is basically no possibility of recovery. But now they didn't expect Rocky to recover again. If the ability is restored, then the strength of this president may be even stronger than the original President Netero. What are you going to do? Advertisement. At this moment, Rocky raised the Flying King's Bao and pointed it at Shinsayu. This action made all the 12 earthly branches alert at the first time, and then looked in Rocky's direction. Rocky, stop, what do you want to do? However, no matter who asked Rocky to stop, Rocky's actions did not stop at all. The terrifying mind energy was gathering and forming a mind energy arrow. This moment formed a strong mind energy fluctuation, which made the 12 earthly branches feel very shocked. Feeling Rocky's strong mind energy fluctuation, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Even Bobate was slightly stunned. With such a terrifying mental fluctuation, this guy wants to kill Sayu with one blow? How did this guy provoke the president? Swoosh. Suddenly, the moment Rocky's mental arrow was launched, Sayu also jumped up directly, and a strong mental fluctuation burst out from his body. However, the next second, Rocky's arrow stopped in midair and turned directly into a crystal state. And the scissors changed direction and pointed straight down. Rocky frowned, oh. I didn't expect that the person I was looking for had already come to the Hunter Association. Everyone looked at Rocky with confusion. What does this mean? What just now was not an attack? How did this arrow suddenly turn into a crystal form? Don't be nervous, I didn't use the ability to attack people just now, but the ability to find people. Raising his hand, Rocky gently flicked the crystal arrow. Guiding arrow, one of the abilities of the Flying King Bao, can help me find the designated target. Rocky slowly lowered his head and looked at the floor. The person I was looking for just now was Bai Yang. And the other party has obviously come to the Hunter Association. Boom. The next second, the chi in Rocky's body suddenly exploded, and the terrifying chi instantly spread to the bottom of the Hunter Association building. In almost a blink of an eye, it directly enveloped the entire Hunter Association building. At this moment, all the people covered by Rocky's chi, including the 12 earthly branches, felt as if they had fallen into darkness in an instant. A terrifying will was constantly impacting their brains. Chi is thought, and it contains the will of the user. Advertisement. And now, the circle displayed by Rocky easily enveloped the entire Hunter Association building. Such a terrifying and perverted range is even an irregular circle. It is enough to show how exaggerated Rocky's use of chi is. Even the Catwoman in the Chimera Ants seems to be no less powerful. This kid is indeed a scary monster. The next second, Rocky glanced at the people of the 12 earthly branches and said, since the other party is here, let's go and see it together. Day. Rocky snapped his fingers lightly, and the next second, everyone in the 12 earthly branches felt a change in front of their eyes. They went directly from the office to the entrance hall of the Hunter Association. Everyone's eyes shrank rapidly. Teleportation? They were not surprised by Rocky's ability, but they were surprised by how Rocky managed to teleport with them. But at this moment, Rocky looked at Bai Yang who walked in slowly. Bai Yang also noticed the scene of a group of people teleporting collectively. Suddenly, his eyes shrank slightly. Awesome! As expected of everyone from the Hunter Association, did you know I would come? If so, then Bai Yang's assessment of everyone in the Hunter Association would have to be re-evaluated. However, Rocky looked at Bai Yang and said, V5 wanted you, so what do you mean by that? Bai Yang nodded and said, yes. You can announce to the public that you have captured me, Bai Yang. Go tell V5. Rocky smiled and said, boring, I don't accept surrender, get out of here. I will go to the Dark Continent to capture you. Bai Yang was slightly stunned when he heard that. However, Chi Duoer went straight up to Bai Yang and said, since you are here, let me come. She knew very well that since Bai Yang took the initiative to find them, he must have something to say. Rocky smiled. She didn't care. In the human world, the conditions for catching Bai Yang are indeed met. Because Kajin will stand up for Bai Yang, the final result is nothing more than escorting Kajin to the Dark Continent. If it were originally, Rocky would do the same. But after the Kurta tribe was attacked, Rocky lost the reason to do so. Since someone in this world is still planning to take advantage of the Kurta tribe, then a mere empty shell of a president will not be able to scare the other party. Advertisement. To really deter the other party, you need to become the real president, or give the other party some actual deterrence. Going to the Dark Continent to capture Bai Yang can take both into account. By borrowing this action, he can become the real president, and at the same time, he can also bring a strong enough threat. However, Bai Yang smiled at Rocky. Followed Chi Duoer into the Hunter Association building. And the subsequent conversation was basically the same. Bai Yang wanted to cooperate with everyone in the Hunter Association, go to the Dark Continent together, and then rely on their own abilities. Even at this stage, at least the reputation of the Hunter Association is preserved, so that Bai Yang can be captured immediately. No matter why the other party was captured, it is the credit of the Hunter Association. Chi Duoer was indeed very interested in what Bai Yang said. But, your president seems to have a different opinion. Bai Yang looked at Rocky, he was confused. He had already become the president, had a ticket to the Dark Continent, and had a considerable say. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be fully responsible for this Dark Continent operation. But Rocky's words just now were. I said, I will capture you in the Dark Continent, I will ignore V5's request. V5's idea is that Bai Yang is under the surveillance of the Hunter Association, and the Hunter Association is responsible for exploring the Dark Continent. In fact, it is a game between V5 and Kajin. Kajin invited Bai Yang, and V5 trusted the Hunter Association. That's why this situation happened. The choice that Jin said before was to agree to V5's request or refuse. And Rocky's answer now is that I refuse. And clearly stated that he wanted to capture Bai Yang, which shows one thing. Dark Continent. Without the Hunter Association, don't even think about exploring. Sending more people is to die. However, Chi Duoer and others frowned. You rejected V5's request, as the president, have you not considered the consequences? Rocky shrugged, of course I have considered it, but it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. This is my decision, not an opinion. I am just informing you, not asking. After saying that, Rocky turned and left. The 12 earthly branches and others were left helpless. Bai Yang smiled, your style of doing things is the same as that of your stinky dad. I can only say that he deserves to be the president he chose. Chapter 284 Selection of the 12 Vice Presidents. So, what are you going to choose now? 12 Zodiacs. Bai Yang looked at the others. This situation was somewhat different from what he had thought before. As the president, Rocky did not intend to accept V5's conditions. That is to say, once he stepped into the Dark Continent, Rocky could arrest him directly according to the treaty of not invading the Dark Continent specified by the former president. Advertisement. Of course, the prerequisite for everything was that Bai Yang set foot on that land. And Kajin needed him to be a guide to lead the people of the Kajin Empire to the Dark Continent. Because Jin did not want to explore the Dark Continent. But he wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Because Bai Yang promised that all the gains in the Dark Continent would be handed over to King Kajin. In other words, all the fame and fortune would be given to King Kajin. That's why he got the support of the Kajin Empire, and V5 and Kajin were about to sign a treaty to equally distribute benefits. That means that V5 also has a share of everything that Bai 013 Yang got. Of course, Dollar would not just sit and wait to receive things. So letting the Hunter Association monitor Bai Yang led to the current situation. On the surface, V5 still opposes the exploration of the Dark Continent, so they need to capture Bai Yang to give an explanation to the world. Then Kajin negotiated with V5 to include Kajin in V6 and the burden of exploring the Dark Continent would be borne by Kajin. Of course, V5 would actually provide help. So if there are any problems in the exploration of the Dark Continent, Kajin will have to bear the explanation to the world at that time. So V5 did not object to the proposal of Bai Yang's team. And in this link, the Hunter Association has completely become a tool man, without any right to speak, which is completely different from the past. At least when Netero exists, the Hunter Association cannot become a mere tool man. Otherwise, the Hunter Association would not pass a treaty that prohibits any hunter from exploring the Dark Continent. In the past, secret explorations were also carried out privately and on a small scale. And this time the scale is so large, but the Hunter Association has lost its voice in this action. From a maker to an executor. This is what Rocky opposes. If you want to explore the Dark Continent, you can talk to me, at least you have to get at least one vote. But V5 directly cancelled the vote, so Rocky's opposition was a complete break with V5. Advertisement. Without V5's support, many privileges of the Hunter Association would probably disappear directly. The Hunter Association would also fall from grace. And Chider was trembling all over now, not knowing why Rocky would make such an unwise choice. In Rocky's eyes, is it worth turning against V5 for something that is not important at all? This is the current view of the 12 branches, even when President Netero was there before, it was not the same. Once there is any dangerous situation, V5 still has to entrust the Hunter Association to deal with it. But they ignored that the process is different. Although it is still a commission now, it is more like an order, while it was just a commission before. At least the Hunter Association has the right to choose whether to accept or not. If the president does not accept it, do you 12 branches have the right to object? Bai Yang looked at the 12 branches who had not answered his question for a long time. Chi Duo frowned and turned to look at Bai Yang. At this stage, the specific affairs of the association are handled by the 12 branches. But as the president, if you disagree with the conditions, can the 12 branches violate them? However, at this time, Kongze curled his lips and said, just re-elect the president. That kid doesn't have the potential to become the president. Just re-elect the president? This surprised Bai Yang. In a trance, Bai Yang thought of another question. Rocky did not agree to his conditions. Perhaps he also had another purpose, which was to step down from the position of president. After becoming the president, that guy checked a lot of information. Compared with the affairs of the association, information seemed more important to that guy. So he became the president just to use this identity to obtain information. Now we have almost all the information we need. So that guy doesn't care about the global position at all. In addition, V5's special request seriously violates the purpose of the Hunter Association, so Rocky just took advantage of this incident and exploded directly. If he can seize power, then he will become the actual controller of the Hunter Association, which is indeed very good. If not, he can get rid of the title of the president who may be blamed. At the same time, he can act more recklessly. Bai Yang frowned, he felt that what Rocky wanted to do might be more shocking than what he wanted to do. Now that the president has been elected, if you change it at will, what do you think of the Hunter Association? Chider said to Kangze. But others looked at Chider, but the president will not agree, then even if we make a decision, it seems a bit unreasonable. Sayu, maybe we can elect a vice president, and let the vice president take the lead, so that we can have a reason. Advertisement. Indeed, the vice president has more power than the president in the structure of the Hunter Association. Because the previous Netero and Periston like to fight with each other, so they give a lot of power to the vice president. Now they didn't expect that it would become their solution to the problem. Let Chider be the vice president. Yinda said, he just thought Chider was smart and competent. However, in the eyes of others, this statement seemed to be a suspicion of pushing Chider out as a shield. Once there is any problem in the trip to the Dark Continent, then the person who will take the blame will be Chider. Okay. Although he knew there was such a possibility, Chider still didn't care. At this moment, Rocky has come to the rooftop and is taking the president's special airship, preparing to go to the next place. And more and others are naturally accompanying him. Kurapika looked at Rocky, are you really not going to agree? Of course. What is the reason for tearing up with V5? Kurapika was a little confused. Without any restrictions, we can do whatever we want. Rocky said, stopping at the entrance of the airship. Turning his head and looking at Kurapika, if the person who attacked the Kurta tribe was in the team exploring the Dark Continent and accepted V5's order, could I still kill him directly? Obviously not. But if he didn't accept it, as long as Rocky found out, no matter who he was, Rocky would have enough reason to take action to deal with him. Now the safety of the Kurta tribe is guaranteed by itself, and there is no need to rely on the name of the president. Then Rocky doesn't want to carry this shackle. Because there is no need at all. I understand. You found something, right? Rocky, not yet, there are too many suspects, and I am also curious about one thing about the Dark Continent, so I have to ask in person. In person? Kurapika was stunned for a moment, who was Rocky going to ask? You are a member of the 12 earthly branches, no matter what they say, you can judge it yourself. If you can, don't quit, it will also be good for us if you stay in the 12 earthly branches. Kurapika nodded. I understand. Chapter 285 Zaldik's Unconventional Journey. After Rocky left the association, Chider convened a meeting of the 12 branches. Of course, there are only 11 now, because Jin has withdrawn from the 12 branches and now joins Bai Yang's team. It is considered to be the last insurance for Rocky. What they are worried about is that if Rocky really refuses V5's conditions, then things will be serious. Advertisement. On the surface, Rocky is the president. If the Hunter Association refuses such conditions, then V5 needs someone else to do this openly. If the Hunter Association does not monitor Bai Yang, then Jin will join Bai Yang's team. Although he has withdrawn from the 12 branches, it does not matter whether he has the identity of the 12 branches at this time. As long as Jin is a hunter and joins Bai Yang's team, it is equivalent to the Hunter Association monitoring everything about Bai Yang. This is a statement for V5, at least what V5 wants to do to the Hunter Association. It will not take action immediately. At least it will wait until the end of the trip to the Dark Continent, and what the situation of the Hunter Association will become at that time will depend on what will happen on that unknown continent. This is Jin's bottom line. After hearing the news, Chider also roughly guessed Jin's intention. Does that BD-17 know Rocky so well? In Chider's opinion, Jin probably guessed that Rocky would not bow to V5, so he would withdraw from the 12 branches at this point in time and choose to join Bai Yang's team. In the meeting room of the 12 branches. Because of the lack of a member, Kurapika recommended someone at this time. This person is Leorio. Although it is a little different from the original, Leorio's strength is also very good. More importantly, Leorio is the person Kurapika can think of, and he has a good relationship with him. He is very likely to stand on his side, and at the same time he is not a member of the Kurta tribe. The best recommendation candidate is also the only recommendation candidate. This recommendation was recognized by Chider and Mike. The next meeting was very simple. V5 on the other side has formed V6 with Kajin. And the treaties after discussion have come out. Bai Yang needs to sign these treaties before he can go to the Dark Continent. Advertisement. The content of the treaty is nothing more than restricting Bai Yang's actions. All calls and inbound calls must be monitored by the Hunter Association. And the Hunter Association is also responsible for Bai Yang's supervision, and Bai Yang must not be allowed to escape. At the same time, all the gains of Bai Yang's trip to the Dark Continent must be handed over to V6, and he cannot reveal anything about the Dark Continent to any media. Bai Yang also signed and agreed to these treaties. But Kurapika felt something was wrong. As the president, Rocky expressed too much opposition to this matter. And let him do what he should do. So it means that Kurapika only needs to focus on two things now. The first thing is his responsibility as a 12 earthly branches, and the second is to collect the flaming red eyes of the Kurta tribe. If Bai Yang agrees to sign these conditions, then there may be many people in the association who are Bai Yang. There should be a lot of traitors. How to screen out these traitors? Otherwise, there is a high possibility that Bai Yang will escape during the journey to the Dark Continent. This is the responsibility of the 12 earthly branches. Rong Li Pika directly spoke out these speculations. The others were curious about Kurapika's guess, and after Kurapika's explanation, the 12 earthly branches were slightly stunned. Cai pulled Kurapika aside and told him not to continue talking. He and Kijaor had already been searching for the traitor in Byangd in the association. After all, he is not the only one who noticed this kind of thing. Rather than the traitor, shouldn't our president be more important now? Where did he go? Sayo looked at everyone. He clearly said that he disagrees with this plan, right? And as the president, he has the right to prevent anyone from setting foot on that continent. Turning his head, Sayo looked at Kurapika. You, the people of the Kurta tribe, should know where he went. Kurapika shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. I won't ask about the president's decision and whereabouts. Sayo frowned. What if that guy does something crazy just to stop us from going to the Dark Continent? Without waiting for Kurapika to answer, Chidar answered, no, before setting foot on the Dark Continent, it is not considered setting foot on the Dark Continent, so it does not violate the regulations of the Hunter Association, so now the president should use some method that we can't think of to directly reach the Dark Continent. Then wait in the Dark Continent. Once we set foot on that continent, he will directly take action. Kurapika didn't expect Chidar to know Rocky so well. This is indeed what Rocky would do, but when Chidar introduced the process of going to the Dark Continent, even Kurapika felt his scalp tingling. It is so difficult to go to the Dark Continent. Rocky. Advertisement. Using other methods means that there will be no guide, so how does Rocky plan to go to the Dark Continent? And Rocky prefers to achieve his goal directly rather than beating around the bush. So he rejected V5's conditions in order not to be bound, which also gave Rocky the prerequisite to achieve his goal directly. Once he finds someone with a problem, he can do it directly at that time, without having to consider anyone at all. He may be trying to find a way to go to the Dark Continent through some method we don't know, but whether he can succeed is a question mark. Chidar looked at everyone. At this stage, we just need to do our job well. After the trip to the Dark Continent, we can come back and decide whether the president will continue to serve or be fired directly. At this moment, Rocky on the airship frowned and looked ahead. 593 I am afraid that I can't go to the Dark Continent on the ship of the Kajin Empire as in the original book. If you want to go to the Dark Continent, you have to find a way yourself. But this thing may not be done casually, so Rocky is now going to find someone who knows how to go and ask. Although the other party may not know, but there is a high probability that he will know some unconventional routes. Kukolo Mountain. Zaldik family. Rocky fell directly from the sky, past the housekeeper, and came to the area where the head of the Zaldik family lived. Ilmi ran out of the castle after hearing the roar. Looking at Rocky who smashed a huge deep pit in the garden. Mr. Rocky, is this jumping directly from 1,000 meters high? It's totally unnecessary. Can't you be gentler? Mom likes this garden very much. Rocky looked at Ilmi. I don't want to knock on the door, so I have to use this method. Ilmi was helpless when he heard this. At this time, Zeno came out and said, Hey! See you again, kid, what are you doing in Zaldik at this time? Rocky looked at the other party. I want to ask you something. Zeno was slightly stunned when he heard this. About the Dark Continent? Yes. I don't know much. Just know how to get there. Zeno nodded. I do know something, come in. Chapter 286 Disaster Fusion Different Route. There were so many delicious dishes on the huge round table. Even Rocky felt like he had opened his eyes. Is this how rich Zaldik is? He is so extravagant? He is just eating at this level? Advertisement. Zeno put down his chopsticks, wiped the corner of his mouth gently with a handkerchief, and glanced at Rocky. What? As the president of the Hunter Association, have you never seen such a scene? He was not mocking Rocky, but just asking. Knowing Rocky's character, Zeno didn't need to pay too much attention to the wording, just say what he wanted to say. And Rocky shook his head. It's the first time I've seen a meal, and it can be so extravagant. I'm really surprised. Hee. Zeno picked up the wine glass. Are you criticizing your husband for being wasteful? No. It's your money, how you spend it is your freedom. Of course, I'm working very hard. Zeno put down the wine glass. Okay, let's get to the point. Are you here for the Dark Continent? Yes. Rocky looked at the delicious food in front of him and couldn't help but start tasting it directly. Zeno looked at the wine glass in his hand and said, Have you thought about it? Kid, that kind of place will subvert your common sense. Subvert common sense? Rocky looked up at Zeno and said, Keep talking. How should I put it? Although I haven't been there, but I know that the common sense in the human world may not work in the Dark Continent. How should I put it? Rocky became more curious. For example, the wine glass in front of me. He raised the wine glass in his hand. Zeno drank it all in one gulp. Advertisement. Normal understanding, this glass of wine is in the glass, I drink it, then it is gone. But it's different in the Dark Continent. Putting down the wine glass, Zeno continued to pour the wine. The normal phenomenon in the Dark Continent should be that the more you drink this glass of wine, the more it will become. Swallowing it into the stomach will not only not make it less, but it will become more. After speaking, Zeno put down the bottle. So you understand? Rocky nodded. I think I understand what you mean. The common sense of the Dark Continent is different from the common sense of the human world. But what is the reason for this? Interesting. There are only a few purposes for going to the Dark Continent. Find Hysa, find the tribesmen who were taken away by Hysa, and meet the dead. Secondly, capture Krollo and kill him. This guy can't live. Then investigate who wants to attack the Kurta tribe. These purposes are Rocky's original goal of going to the Dark Continent. But now the wonders of the Dark Continent seem to be one of the goals. Explore the Dark Continent. And more. Zeno clasped his hands and supported his chin. I, an old man, don't need to tell you much about danger and hope. You should know something about it. What you want to know from me is, how to get to the Dark Continent. Rocky was stunned when he heard this. You know it so soon. Don't underestimate Zaldik, kid. It seems that Zeno knows very well that Rocky rejected V5's conditions and dared to tear his face with V5 directly. This is something that Netero would do. Rocky is indeed as crazy as Netero back then. The way for V6 to go to the Dark Continent is to take a boat and then go to the Dark Continent under the guidance of a guide, right? Advertisement. Since you refused, you don't have this ticket. If you want to go to the Dark Continent alone, according to your ability, the probability should be 7%. It turns out that such an accurate probability can be obtained? Rocky looked at Zeno, waiting for Zeno's next words. Whether it's a group of people or one person, the hope of crossing the boundless sea and reaching the Dark Continent is very slim. Going by sea without a guide is basically like committing suicide. Zeno looked at Rocky and said, give up. Rocky didn't say anything. Zeno was a little helpless. This kid's energy is really too similar to Netero. The sea route is impossible, the only thing left is. Zeno raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Rocky, go to the Dark Continent from the air. Zeno nodded, but if you want to fly directly to the Dark Continent, even the most advanced airship in the world is impossible. Although the flying speed is faster than the sea transportation speed, it requires more fuel, and the airship must be larger. I'm afraid it must be more than 7 times larger than the ship of the Kajin Empire. Even Kajin chose to build ships instead of airships, which is enough to explain the problem. As for flying, don't worry about it. I can handle it. Rocky smiled, but isn't there any danger in the air? Zeno smiled, if the huge lake is to prevent humans from connecting with the Dark Continent and protect them, then the sky has always been connected. It has never been separated. In other words, the sky has always belonged to the Dark Continent. The only thing to worry about is whether you can break through the limit. Limit? Rocky frowned. Do you think there is only one island with extreme weather and climate like Greed Island? He raised his glass. You can imagine the whole world as Greed Island, and the Dark Continent is the human world. It is difficult to enter Greed Island, and it is also difficult to leave Greed Island without formal means. Even the coefficient of difficulty is higher. Okay, kid, I've told you everything you want to know. Although Zeno has never been to Greed Island, Zeno's father has been there. The last question. Rocky looked at Zeno. Nanaga, is it a creature from the Dark Continent? Zeno was slightly stunned when he heard it. Maybe. Maybe. Rocky smiled. Have you ever guessed it yourself? Zeno nodded. Of course, do you think we are really that stupid? Can you tell me your guess? This is not a request but a request. Of course, it doesn't matter if the other party refuses, because Rocky has already stood up. Zeno sighed, you little brat, you are really difficult to deal with. You know the 5 disasters, but have you ever thought that the 5 disasters can also merge to form a more terrifying unknown disaster? Rocky was stunned when he heard this. So that's it. I understand. Turned and left Zaldik. The fusion of 2 disasters, Zeno meant that Nanaga might be a disaster from the Dark Continent, but it was not just one disaster. Before, Rocky guessed that it was the Desire Coexistence body, the gas life form, but now it seems that it may still be the combination of the human cultivating beast Papu. Desire Coexistence, equivalent exchange of life. The combination of the 2 forces gave rise to Nanaga. Of course, this is just a guess. But Rocky thinks this possibility is very high. Desire Coexistence cannot realize other people's wishes, but the equivalent exchange of life is the basis for realizing wishes. Disasters can combine with each other, so what about hope? The Dark Continent is indeed a very strange place. Even Rocky can't wait to set foot on that continent now. Chapter 287, 1 month ahead. There is still 1 month before we go to the Dark Continent. What should we do during this time? Pierrot asked Rocky on the airship. And Rocky simply replied to Pierrot's question, you don't have to do anything. Do nothing? Pierrot was stunned for a moment. If we don't do anything, how can we go to the Dark Continent later? Advertisement. Rocky smiled and said, don't worry, I have a way, but now I can only go alone. Pierrot was a little confused. What do you mean you can only go alone? What are you talking about? Suddenly, Pierrot was stunned and turned to look at Rocky. You can't be. Rocky smiled and said, yes, you guessed right, I want to go to the Dark Continent alone. Looking at the Kukolo mountain below, Rocky stood on the deck of the airship. It will take 2 months to go to the Dark Continent by boat, but if you fly there, I think it won't take too long. From the shape of the huge beard, the shortest route to the Dark Continent is north or south. Before that, Rocky needs to go to the location of the gatekeeper so that he can accurately determine the landing point. After arriving at the Dark Continent, Rocky can directly use the ability of teleportation. Forced to return to the human world. In this way, no matter how far the distance is, he can even let these people drift on the ship for 2 months, and then Rocky will appear directly in the Dark Continent. 100. Wait for these people to arrive on the Dark Continent. Once he sets foot on the land of the Dark Continent, Rocky can directly start to investigate all the information he wants with the simplest and most violent means. Who exactly attacked the Kurta tribe, and who has the Kurta tribe's fiery red eye? They can all be made to hand it over in the simplest way. On the Dark Road, I believe no one can compete with me. That is a place that humans have not yet conquered. But Rocky, are you really going to do this? Fly directly to the Dark Continent? Pyro was a little worried, this is not a joke. That's the Dark Continent. What are you worried about? Pyro was stunned for a moment, of course I'm worried that you will encounter some terrible danger. Advertisement. Terrible danger, Rocky smiled. Without knowing anything at all, he began to evaluate the unknown things. Then based on his own evaluation, he felt fear for himself. Isn't this scaring yourself? Don't worry, even if there is any danger, I can come back in a moment. Pyro was slightly stunned, a moment? Yes, it only takes a moment. Rocky grabbed Pyro's shoulders. Suddenly, a strong thought spread and covered him in an instant. Before he could react, Pyro felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he had appeared in the Sky City. The land of the Kurta tribe. Before I come back, guard this place well and never let others attack here a second time. Pyro looked around blankly, listening Rocky's words confused Pyro. Yes, this is Greed Island. But weren't we just? Rocky smiled, so now you understand why I told you not to worry? If you encounter any danger, I can return to the human world instantly. Pyro nodded, okay. Since you have such ability, I won't persuade you. I hope you come back safely and be safe. Alone. Going to the Dark Continent alone is just like a madman. But Pyro still feels that Rocky has no problem at all. In the next few flashes, Rocky directly brought back more and others. Let them practice well for a month. I don't want them to become stronger. I hope they can become qualified nin. Pyro promised that there would be no problem with this. When Rocky was preparing to go to the Dark Continent alone. On the Hunter Association side, Chider had accepted V6's commission in the name of Vice President and officially started the Hunter test for this special operation. With the help of Kurapika, all the people that Paristan wanted to insert were screened out. Because Kurapika can use the soul chasing chain on the ring finger to screen out all the BHCF people of Paristan. Paristan felt very interesting about this. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in the 12 branches after he left. At the same time, Leorio also joined the 12 branches and became a new member. The succession war of the Kajin Empire has begun. The egg in the pot ceremony is basically over. Everything seems to be the same as before. Advertisement. But there are some subtle changes. Because Rocky, as the president, did not accept V6's commission, many different voices have appeared in the Hunter Association. It has become 2 factions. One side supports Chider and others' decision to explore the Dark Continent and accept V6's commission. But on the other side, many people have appeared, thinking that Rocky's decision to obey the president's will and not explore the Dark Continent is correct. Although the number of people in this faction is not too large now, it is enough to shock people. Some people began to support Rocky. Although it is not known whether Paristan arranged people to deliberately increase the strength of Chider and others. And it is worth mentioning. Jin. Jin was actually very surprised by Rocky's choice, because he did not expect Rocky to have no interest in exploring the Dark Continent. Or Rocky actually wanted to completely control the right to explore the Dark Continent. But he did not quite understand what method Rocky would use to achieve his goal. Is he serious about fighting V6 alone? And how can Rocky reach the Dark Continent without the ship of the Kajin Empire? It's impossible. It's impossible to do such a thing. But no matter what the final result is, Jin feels that the worst result may be that Rocky doesn't want anyone to explore the Dark Continent, so they will really stand on opposite sides. Joining Bai Yang's team, everyone also hopes to explore the Dark Continent. If it really comes to that, then Jin will go to war with Rocky. It's just that Jin doesn't want to go that far until the last minute. And now Jin, who has joined Bai Yang's team, is even the second in command. Paristan looked at the information in Jin's hand. Hey! Isn't this the information of the Kurta tribe? Mr. Jin seems to be very concerned about the Kurta people. Jin smiled, there is no way, the Kurta bloodline is probably the most suitable for exploring the Dark Continent. Ignoring the threat of the immortal disease, if such people join the exploration of the Dark Continent, then the process of exploring the Dark Continent will probably be much smoother. Paristan nodded, indeed, but it's a pity that the president obviously doesn't want to cooperate. Why do you think he did this? Jin thought for a while, maybe it's because the Kurta tribe's fiery red eyes have not been found, and the Kurta tribe was attacked before. Chapter 288 Arrival at the New World, New Discovery. The easternmost part of the human world, at the border of the explorable sea. There is a small continent, which is the new continent that the Kajin Empire will declare to the outside world in the future. It is an area for ordinary humans and Kajin people to survive. Although this place is not too big, it can also be called a new continent. It is enough to meet the needs of ordinary people, and in fact, the new continent that V6 wants to explore is the Dark Continent, but it is not here. It took Rocky 4 days to fly here. After arriving here, Rocky didn't expect that there were already people here. Advertisement. In the sky, you can clearly see a stream of cooking smoke rising from the east of this new continent. It seems that someone has established a base here. It is also not too far from the gatekeeper's position. This place can also be an outpost for exploring the Dark Continent, a place for secondary technical school supplies and the like. Rocky is a little curious about who is here. Falling from the sky, Rocky quickly flew in that direction. Come to the sky. Looking at the people below, there are quite a few people. There are about 100 people carrying goods, and the division of labor and cooperation is very clear. It's obvious that they are specially trained people. And there are many men among them. There are even soldiers. However, the clothes these soldiers wear make them look more like security guards, not soldiers of a certain country. Not V5's soldiers. Rocky frowned. If they were not V5's soldiers, that would be interesting. V5 did not come to build a base in this place, but it was occupied by a group of inexplicable people. This was quite surprising. Looking at the dozen security personnel, they were equipped with equipment similar to the special forces in the army, but they were missing one thing. Gun. These soldiers had no guns. They were all surging with the fluctuations of mind energy. Rocky frowned. It was not uncommon to train soldiers who could use mind energy. Even if it did not appear in the original book, Rocky was not surprised at all. After all, V5 was not unaware of the existence of mind energy, so how could they not train a group of soldiers who could use mind energy? Since V5 could train soldiers who could use mind energy, then naturally others could as well. Advertisement. It was just that these people belonged to what organization? Rocky thought about it and fell directly. Hide traces? There was no need for this. Rocky did not need to hide anything at all. Falling from the sky Rocky, everyone in the base was stunned. Falling from the sky. More than a dozen soldiers came over at the first time. Who is it? One by one, they took out their guns and pointed them at Rocky. As Rocky guessed, these soldiers could actually materialize rifles in an instant. Although the power of materialized guns is probably no different from that of real guns. If you want to increase the power, you can inject more thoughts. But the amount of thoughts of these soldiers can probably only materialize guns with the same power as normal rifles. In this case, why choose to materialize instead of taking a real gun? This is easier to explain. The materialized rifle can be fired continuously without loading bullets. And there is no need to worry about the problem of the gun falling out of your hand, or even overheating. You can attack continuously. Naturally, it is better than taking a real gun. Ask me who I am. I should ask you. Who are you? Rocky looked at everyone. The soldiers frowned. Now squat and surrender, or we will open fire directly. Rocky smiled. As soon as he raised his hand, phantoms appeared in front of these soldiers. The phantoms formed by the combination of white light and crystals turned into long swords. Aiming at the throats of these soldiers. You are the ones who should surrender. Tell me. Where is this place? Who are you? What are you doing here? The sudden change made these soldiers stunned. But the next second, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullets poured out crazily, but the phantom sword that appeared beside Rocky easily blocked all the attacks with just a phantom sword. After a period of sweeping. Advertisement. Rocky was helpless. Aren't these guys afraid of death? The phantom instantly penetrated their throats and solved these soldiers instantly. Glancing at these soldiers, Enhancer, Conjurer, Conjurer, Transmuter, Emitter, Emitter, Enhancer. Rocky frowned. These are soldiers from different systems. Why do they all manifest their abilities into rifles? Maybe there is a person who can help others develop NAN, and can also specify a certain ability to be developed. No matter what system it is, only the same ability can be developed. You can understand it by looking at the weapons manifested by these soldiers. Please give me flowers. Some guys' rifles look very delicate, but some soldiers' guns look a bit tattered, and even the power of the bullets they shoot is different. The problem that caused this should be that they are not manipulators, so the forced development of manipulator abilities has different degrees of defects. But even so, it would be good to develop this ability in a unified way if it is scaled up. At least it is convenient and fast. Rocky looked at the other people around him. These people are obviously not NAN users. Just about to catch someone to ask. The next second, a glass bead flew out and hit Rocky's forehead hard. Rocky's phantom sword automatically defended, and the thoughts on the surface of the glass bead dissipated instantly, and the glass bead shattered. Turning his head to look at the direction where the glass bead flew from, a blond man in a white suit walked out of the building. I really didn't expect it. The president of the Hunter Association would suddenly appear in such a place. It's really unexpected. Rocky looked at the other party, a first-class NAN user, who just attacked Transmuter or Enhancer. But it is not ruled out that it is a user of other systems. The power is quite good. Turning around and looking at the other party, I am the one who should be surprised. Tell me. Who are you and what are you doing in this place? It seems that the other party should be the manager here. Since the person in charge has been found, there is no need to catch ordinary people for questioning. The other party held a handful of glass beads in his left hand and 2 glass beads in his right hand. President, you are here alone. You are not going to the Dark Continent? Rocky walked towards him. You don't need to know what I am doing. I am the one asking the question now. Bang bang. 2 glass beads shot out like cannonballs. But the next second, they hit Rocky's phantom sword barrier and shattered instantly. At this moment, the other party frowned and his face became a little ugly. Although he knew that Rocky was very strong, he didn't expect that his attack couldn't even break the defense. Flame beads. The next second, the glass beads burning with flames flew directly. This is not the category of Enhancer, Conjurer. Rocky flicked the flame beads and bounced them away. They hit the ground and exploded a small pit. You have good abilities, but do you think you can beat me? Chapter 289, Forced Upgrade Research Association. Beat Rocky? Beat the president of the Hunter Association? The answer to this question couldn't be more obvious. Although Rocky is not very old, he does have many shortcomings as the president. But one of the important reasons why Rocky became the president is because of his strong strength. If you want to defeat the strong Rocky, you must first have the strength comparable to Netero. Advertisement. And Rocky's question also made the other party's face change rapidly. Although as a first-class NAN, he is quite confident in his combat power, but he can't be blindly arrogant. Rocky. That is a NAN who is comparable to President Netero, although it seems that he lost his ability because of the battle with the Chimera Ant. But in the subsequent battle with Bai Yangde, Rocky was able to use the abilities of his fellow tribesmen. With that strange sand ability, his combat experience is also not weak. And now, the Phantom 373 Shadow Sword that appeared around Rocky shows another thing. Rocky's ability has been restored. Thinking of this, the blond man's eyes flickered several times. The next second, several glass beads burst out in succession, and powerful thoughts entangled the glass beads. A ball of red light and 2 balls of green light burst directly towards Rocky. At this moment, Rocky smiled disdainfully. 3 phantoms appeared instantly, and directly broke the 3 glass beads wrapped with high-intensity thoughts. Seeing this, the opponent was stunned on the spot. He took a step back. But the next second, his body was directly pulled towards Rocky by Rocky. Look down. The blond man saw that his chest was stuck with a ball of thoughts without knowing when. This thought is retractable love. Rocky had learned Hisoka's ability a long time ago. When he came to Rocky, the opponent stopped. But he was instantly penetrated by several phantoms in his limbs, making his body unable to move instantly. Rocky raised his hand and picked up the glass bead in the opponent's hand. Materialized items. Interesting. Rocky had felt something was wrong with these glass beads before, but after a closer look, he found that they were manipulator items. And this ability was not the ability of the blond man in front of him. Feeling the other party's thoughts, Rocky raised his hand and injected a stream of thoughts into the glass beads. Advertisement. The next second, a red glass bead was instantly ignited, exactly the same as the flame bead released by the blond man just now. The other party's eyes shrank rapidly. How is it possible? How can you know my ability? Rocky smiled and said, this ability is not too special. As long as it is not a special nin, I can learn it with a normal nin just by looking at it. This is talent. If Jin's talent can do it, Rocky's talent is naturally no problem. Even Rocky's talent is more terrifying than Jin's. In fact, Rocky feels that, let alone learning simple nin, even slightly more complicated nin, Rocky seems to have a way to master it. It's just that Rocky has never paid attention to this before. With the ability of the Lunaria tribe, Rocky can use the ability of the Lunaria tribe to replace other abilities, no matter what the cost is. It is activated at the cost of consuming flames. However, slightly complex abilities require more observations or even personal experience before they can be mastered. Rocky has not studied this yet. And now Rocky looks at the man in front of him. What is this ability called? It should be Enhancer's Nin. The other party looks at Rocky and releases his ability casually. You know, even he can only enhance 5 glass beads at the same time in an instant. And Rocky seems to have no such limitation at all. Forced upgrade. Hearing the name of this Nin, Rocky probably understood. This ability is to forcibly enhance the power of the item that will be strengthened. The reason why it is used for glass beads is that the glass beads themselves are the abilities of others. Glass beads of different colors seem to contain very weak abilities of different attributes. Red represents flame, green seems to be poison gas, yellow is hardness, blue is electricity, and black is corrosion. These glass beads are quite interesting. What abilities do these beads have? Condensing the crystals of nature. This ability is pretty good, but it's a pity that I didn't see the other party use it. It's impossible to learn and master it. Rocky threw the glass beads aside. The forced upgrade was activated, and the next second, the love that could stretch freely suddenly burst out, directly tearing off the guy's limbs. So strong. Rocky couldn't help but sigh. This guy's ability can even improve the effect of Nin. The forced upgrade can not only enhance the power of items, but even the cold ability can be upgraded. This is a bit unexpected for Rocky. I didn't expect that I could get such a reward unexpectedly. Okay, thank you for giving me the ability. Now tell me. Who are you and what are you doing here? Advertisement. The blonde man now looked at Rocky with horror. Just now, Rocky actually tore off his arm with his mind. And applied the forced upgrade to Nin. This person is simply a monster. How did he know that this ability can work on Nin? What can you do if I don't tell you? Hearing this, Rocky frowned. I don't have the ability to force others to tell me information, but I should have developed one earlier. However, Rocky looked up at the other party. If you don't tell me, then I can only use the simplest calendar. Then the staff of the Holy King was activated, and the other party's limbs began to heal rapidly in the next second. Of course, during this process, Rocky also launched a forced upgrade, which strengthened the healing ability of the staff of the Holy King. The limbs of this guy were almost visible to the naked eye. They regenerated rapidly. But the limbs that had just recovered were violently torn off by Rocky in the next second. Blood spurted out again. Rocky looked at the other party. I can play like this all day, but I don't know if you can hold on for a whole day. The healing ability of the staff of the Holy King was activated again. And the other party's eyes at this moment were not just as simple as fear. The look he gave Rocky was like seeing a ghost. This guy was actually, so powerful. I am, from the New World Research Association. New World Research Association? Rocky was stunned. What is that? I've never heard of it. The New World Research Association was established 5,300 years ago. It has been secretly exploring the Dark Continent underground. Of course you don't know. New World Research Association. Is Bai Yang a member of this association? The other party was stunned for a moment. I don't know. We don't contact each other at all. He may or may not be. It seems that this guy is not a high-level person. Then did you attack the Kurta tribe? The other party frowned. You are wasting the blood of the Kurta tribe. He avoided his own question. It seems that these guys are right. Tino. While Rocky was talking, the other party's chest suddenly exploded. The mind blocked the exploding blood. Strengthen the heartbeat and make the heart explode. This guy is quite brave. Since he is dead, forget it. A ball of fire burned the guy's body to ashes. New World Research Association. Chapter 290, There is a spy inside the Makeover Association. An organization that appeared hundreds of years ago. I have always wanted to explore the Dark Continent, but such an organization surprised Rocky. I didn't expect that there would be such an organization besides the Hunter Association. And it planned an attack on the Kurta tribe. However, this research association does not seem to be an organization of V5. If it is an organization of V5, there should be no need to raid the Kurta tribe. Advertisement. At least V5 should first use negotiation means, at least talk to the president of the Hunter Association first. After all, I have become the president, and as a member of the Kurta tribe, those guys should want to go through me first. There is no need to sneak attack the Kurta tribe directly. From this point of view, this New World Research Association does not seem to be an organization of V5. But it is not completely certain. What if? Rocky thought about it and sent a message to Pyro and Kurapika first. The current location has not completely left the human world, so the other party can still receive the message. Let Pyro and Kurapika pay a little attention to 17, and at the same time start to investigate this organization. Rocky looked at the distance and said, we still have to go and take a look at the Dark Continent. Rocky doesn't need a gatekeeper or anything like that. But he still has to go and take a look. At this moment, the human world. Inside the New World Research Association. Several hours have passed, and a certain underground base minister. Advertisement. A group of people are wondering, it's been more than an hour since the scheduled contact time, and we haven't received any news from Outpost 1 at all. Let's report it to the higher UPS. On the other side of the base, a man in the room slowly stood up. A guy with an afro in front of him was looking at the man in front of him with a smirk on his face. Are you used to this body? The other party nodded when he heard it. No difference, it seems to be the same as my original body. This is a body that has been integrated with the blood of the Warcraft. Your current integration progress is only 80%, and there may be some sequelae. Sequelae. The man frowned and looked at himself in the mirror. No hair. The blood of the Warcraft clan, the veins are all hairless, but if you like, you can control it yourself and it should grow. Hearing this, the man tried it, and a long black hair soon appeared. It can even change color. Even the appearance can be changed. Looking at the purple skin in the mirror, although it is exactly the same as the original appearance. But the purple skin still looks a little different. You want to go out like this? I advise you not to do this. The man smiled and said, of course. This look is just a little look, and I miss my old self. As he said this, his appearance changed again. To be precise, it was by controlling the changes in the facial bones that his appearance changed. Okay, Krollo, now you have ushered in a new life. This trip to the Dark Continent, if you can get what the organization wants, you can go for revenge after you come back. Revenge? Krollo shook his head and said, I don't want revenge. The disappearance of the spider may have been destined. It's just that I really want to kill that person, but the reason for killing him is not revenge. The Afro man smiled and said, whatever you say, but at this stage, you are a weapon of the organization, so don't mess around. Understood. The organization will arrange for you to board the ship, and we will notify you when we know what to do after you board the ship. Krollo nodded. At first. After escaping, Krollo killed himself immediately. Yes, he killed himself. He knew that since Rocky could find Phantom Troop, Rocky could find him no matter where he escaped. Krollo was also very clear about the tracking ability, and the other party might be able to find his trace by sound or something else. So Krollo killed himself directly. Of course, before killing himself, Krollo also made preparations. He issued a lot of orders in advance and left thoughts. He handed his body to the so-called New World Research Association and asked them to transfer his consciousness and abilities directly to another new body. Advertisement. With the dual assistance of NAN and technology, the reincarnation process was very smooth. But the sequelae is. Now Krollo feels that he wants to destroy something, which is completely different from before. An uncontrollable rage seems to rush out of his body. The outpost is destroyed. Suddenly the Afro man picked up the phone and said with regret after listening. I was hoping to move the base with the help of the outposts, but it seems there is no way. Who destroyed it? Although Krollo didn't know much about this organization, he joined the organization after leaving Meteor City. At that time, he was only an extra staff member. Helped the organization to obtain some treasures and provided financial support. Later, due to the order of the organization, he went to the Kurta tribe to exterminate the tribe and captured the Kurta people for research. And now, he has completed the reincarnation and obtained a new body. But he was also put on new shackles at the same time. The process of reincarnation requires a NAN to activate NAN, and once this NAN uses his ability, the reincarnated person will become his slave forever. It's like being controlled by the emitter, although he won't be killed at any time. But he can't disobey the other party's orders. I don't know, but it's probably V6 who did it, it should be Kaken. The man with the afro complained, those damn guys, the organization helped them complete the country's progress before, and they became the current V6. I didn't expect that they would get rid of our own king in 10 blinks. Can they easily get rid of the control of the organization? Are the people of Kaken Empire so powerful? The Afro glanced at Krollo, because Kaken Empire itself is a member of the New World Research Association. But now they have withdrawn. I see. Okay, adapt to your new body. If there is no problem, leave the base. I have arranged your identity and prepared your ticket for you. Go to the Dark Continent to complete the organization's mission. There is less than half a month left to explore the Dark Continent. At this moment, the Hunter Association is actively preparing, and Kurapika is looking through the information about the New World Research Association. There is no relevant record in the Hunter Association. Kurapika frowned. This is a bit wrong. According to Rocky's way of life, this organization has been established for hundreds of years. Even if the Hunter Association knows very little, it should not be ignorant. Unless there are members of this organization in the Hunter Association, and all the information about this organization has been deleted from the Hunter Association's intelligence database. And to do this, I'm afraid only the 12 earthly branches or the vice president level can do it. Paristan? Kurapika thought of him first, but shook his head and felt that it didn't make sense. The other party's style of doing things was too eye-catching. Isn't he afraid of being investigated? It should be someone else. Chapter 291 Bloodline Connection Information Revealed. If that's the case, then there are too many things to do. But right now, Kurapika has one more thing to do, which is to protect the 14th prince. Like the original, Kurapika applied for the job, but not the target of the 4th prince. Instead, he became the guard of the 14th prince. Advertisement. It became a bit troublesome to get close to the 14th prince. In addition to the things Rocky asked him to investigate, there were too many things to do at once. There were also a lot of things for him to do with the 12 earthly branches. So Kurapika felt a little headache for a while. He could only choose to call Rocky. However, when he dialed the phone, he found that it was not in the service area. Rocky is not in the service area. The phone Rocky uses is a specially made phone. In other words, as long as it is not hundreds of meters underground, it is impossible for it to happen as long as it is on the surface. No matter where Rocky is in the world, he can dial it. But Rocky's phone is unable to dial, which means that Rocky is either deep underground, or has left the human world. And there is only one possibility for leaving the human world. Rocky. Going to the Dark Continent alone? After all, as the president, Rocky has clearly rejected V6's commission, and Rocky's refusal means one thing. He will not let these people bypass him and easily achieve their goals. So Rocky will naturally go to the Dark Continent in his own way to stop all this from happening. But Rocky goes to the Dark Continent alone, and the danger is quite high. And how did Rocky go to the Dark Continent? Fly over? Advertisement. Or use some channel? Should we tell the 12 branches about this? Suddenly Kurapika remembered Rocky's order, asking him to do what the 12 branches should do. So that means Rocky's whereabouts can be told to the other 12 branches. And is Rocky telling V6 by doing this to deter them? Perhaps it's not just V6 that he wants to deter, and this information should also be quite shocking to Bai Yang. Alright. Then tell the 12 branches. It's not long before the day of departure, and the 12 branches of the Hunter Association are all busy. But at this time, all the 12 branches received information from Kurapika. Rocky has probably gone to the Dark Continent alone through some special method. When Kurapika said this, all the members of the 12 zodiacs were stunned. Kijaor was the first to stand up. Didn't he want to go to the Dark Continent? Why is he alone? And how did you know? Did Rocky tell you and ask you to tell us? Hearing this, Kurapika slowly explained. I contacted Rocky, but Rocky's phone number could not be dialed. Normally, this kind of thing would not happen. No matter where Rocky is in this world, his phone number can definitely be dialed, and he would definitely not answer my call. This also means that he has left the human world. Rocky's only possible destination right now is the Dark Continent. I looked at Kurapika, these are all your analysis, but even if your analysis is correct, as a member of the Kurta tribe, Rocky should be the leader of your Kurta tribe. Why did you tell us his whereabouts? Let's not talk about whether the information is correct or not, the important thing is why Kurapika told them. Kurapika smiled. When Rocky left, he told me to complete the mission of the 12 branches seriously. In other words, he told me to complete the instructions to Door seriously. As a member of the Kurta tribe, the most important thing for me is to find the Red Eye, but this does not prevent me from completing my mission as a member of the 12 branches. At the same time, I personally think that Rocky asked me to complete the mission of the 12 branches seriously because Rocky is confident that it will not affect him at all. Kurapika looked at everyone and said, just like now, even if you know that he is going to the Dark Continent, can you stop him? The entire 12 branches were silent. Indeed, they had no way to stop him. At this time, Chiter frowned. You told us this information to help Rocky convey his intention? He refused the commission and wanted V6 to know that without his consent, the exploration of the Dark Continent would not be able to proceed normally, right? Kurapika nodded. I think this is why Rocky asked me to complete the 12 missions seriously, because even if I am included, if Rocky is waiting for us in the Dark Continent to stop us from exploring the Dark Continent. Advertisement. Then with the current capabilities of the 12, it should not be possible to proceed normally. Since you want to fulfill the obligations of the 12 members seriously, can you tell us whether Rocky's ability has been restored? This is Porter's question. Kurapika nodded without hesitation, recovered. I can even tell you the ability Rocky used last. Since Rocky didn't ask me not to tell you, it means I can tell you. His final move to defeat the Ant King, the loss of the first Phantom Sword, can increase the power of the attack. At the same time, the loss of the first Phantom Sword will cause the Phantom Sword to need 3 days to recover. In this process, Rocky can only have about 1/5 of his heyday. And every time he loses an additional Phantom Sword, the number of days required to recover will increase by 1 day. Rocky has a total of 8 Phantom Swords, which means that if all are damaged, he will not be able to use his abilities for 10 days, and his mind energy is only 1/5 of his heyday. Hearing this, the 12 people suddenly recalled that Rocky, who had fought with Bai Yang before, used the ability of Pyro. At that time, Rocky's mind energy was at the beginning, and when Bai Yang did not use the brooch, the two people's mind energy was basically equal. In other words, Rocky has now recovered his heyday's power. The Nin will be enhanced 5 times, so the Nin capacity will exceed Yang by 5 times. And with Rocky's Nin, it will be even more abnormal. Rocky can also use the abilities of other people in the Kurta tribe. Is this because of the ability? Kangze asked. Kurapika nodded, yes, the name of the ability is the power of the king. Through the blood connection, all people in the Kurta tribe can use Rocky's ability to phantom shift. But the phantom sword owned by the Kurta tribe does not have special abilities. Took out his pistol and watched the crystal emerge and turn into a pistol instantly. And the phantom swords obtained are different according to the different situations of different tribesmen. Mine is a pistol. By the way, I would like to add that the power of the king is only effective for tribesmen who have awakened their thoughts. Now, among the Kurta tribe, I only know me and Pyro who have awakened their thoughts. I don't know about the others, but this time Rocky brought 3 tribesmen. I don't know whether the 3 tribesmen have awakened their thoughts or whether they have none. Sayu suddenly said, if the 3 tribesmen have also awakened their none, can Rocky use their none? Yes, Rocky can definitely use their abilities. After the words fell, the breathing of everyone in the room became a little rapid. A person can use multiple abilities at will, and his thoughts are terrifyingly strong. Under the blessing of this kind of thoughts, a very weak ability may seem very powerful. Chapter 292 The most important I found on the sea. While the 12 branches of the Hunter Association were discussing Rocky's problem. At this moment, Rocky, who was on his way to the Dark Continent, was flying quickly in the air. Just as Zeno said, there might be many dangers hidden in the sea, but not in the air. All the way was smooth. Advertisement. Except that Rocky would occasionally stop to rest for a while, he was always on the road. And with the guidance of the Phantom Sword, Rocky was flying straight towards the Dark Continent. According to this speed and previous estimates, Rocky would be able to reach the Dark Continent in a few days, and once he arrived at the Dark Continent, Rocky could teleport to the Dark Continent at any time. The only problem was that the amount of mental energy consumed should be a bit large. It would probably be a big burden to teleport across such a terrifying distance. But even if it was impossible to teleport directly at one time, it could be divided into multiple times. This was about the same. However, after Rocky had been flying for a while, Rocky suddenly dropped from the air at night. It was not that he was attacked, but Rocky noticed a sunken ship on the sea that hit the island reef. And this ship, Rocky felt very familiar. Landing. 337 came to this island reef. Rocky looked around, everywhere was the debris of the collision of ships. There were still a lot of wood chips on the island reef. Only 1/3 of the hull of this sunken ship was left, and the rest of the hull was unknown where it was swept away by the sea. At this moment, Rocky slowly bent down and picked up a piece of clothing fragments at his feet. This is the clothes of the Kurta tribe. Could this ship be? Rocky's eyes suddenly condensed. Could it be that this ship was the ship that Heiza took another group of tribesmen away? They actually came to such a far place? This place is already very close to the Dark Continent. But the accidental shipwreck in this place made Rocky a little unexpected. If this is the case, then where are the remaining tribesmen? Have they reached the Dark Continent? Accidentally drifting to such a place, I am afraid that the tribesmen have stayed on the ship for at least half a year. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating all on such a ship, Rocky could not imagine how many tribesmen could survive until here. Rocky looked around and found no bodies of tribesmen. Advertisement. That's right. It has been so long, even if there are bodies, they would have sunk to the bottom of the sea and rotted. It is absolutely impossible for Rocky to wait until now to find them. However, during the careful search, Rocky found something more suspicious. That is, the ship did not seem to sink due to accidentally hitting the island reef. After all, such an obvious island reef, can't you see it? Even if you can't control the ship to avoid it, it won't kill everyone directly after hitting the ship. Looking at the bullet holes on the wooden board, Rocky picked up this piece of wood, and there were 7 bullet holes on it. It was attacked. There is no mistake, in addition to human guns, what else can cause such traces? But outside the human world, such a far place, a place that can reach the Dark Continent soon, it will be attacked by humans. Rocky's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be the New World Research Association? If they were able to establish an outpost in the New World, then they might have secretly sent people to the Dark World a long time ago. If they encountered the Kurta tribe on the way to the Dark World, then there would be only 2 results. One is to kill the Kurta tribe, and the other is to capture them. Uncle Yu had mentioned Haisa before, and he had also investigated some things at that base. Haisa was probably captured. But the people who captured Haisa at that time were the ancient Ganyu Kingdom. Could it be that the ancient Ganyu Kingdom was a member of the New World Research Association? Rocky held the relics of the tribe in his hand. His eyes suddenly burst into light. If the ancient Ganyu Kingdom really did something to the people of the Kurta tribe, then Rocky would definitely not be polite. Now Rocky wants to return to the human world immediately to investigate this matter. But the Dark Continent is in front of him, and it seems a pity not to take a look. After thinking about it, Rocky got up and flew towards the Dark Continent. After approaching the Dark Continent, there was nothing special, although the Dark Continent was very strange and was called a restricted area. But he had just arrived at the Dark Continent and had not yet been able to see the magic of the Dark Continent. But here, Rocky saw a camp left behind. Judging from the situation of the camp, it should have been a long time. This camp was established a long time ago, but after the human retreat, the camp was naturally abandoned. It is naturally impossible to find anything from such a camp. Advertisement. Returning to the human world, Rocky has no intention to explore the wonders of the Dark Continent. The most important thing is to investigate the tribesmen, and this information must be told to everyone. Rocky closed his eyes and his mind burst out instantly, and the violent mind spread wildly around. At this moment, Rocky's body began to twist continuously, and the light seemed to be bent. Tens of seconds later, Rocky suddenly opened his eyes. In these 10 seconds, he spent millions of mind energy. The next second, instant movement. Rocky appeared directly in the Sky City. Because he was worried about the noise, Rocky returned to the Sky City directly. Facts proved that the noise was not too big. Back to the tribe. Rocky found that Pyro was missing. More, Sankyande and Bird were also missing. Huadu Shalang told Rocky that Kurapika contacted Pyro and hoped that Pyro could help with something. So Pyro took the 3 away. Rocky took out his phone and called Kurapika as soon as possible. Kurapika, who was busy at the moment, picked up Rocky's phone immediately. "You finally called me, you're back." At this time, Chider, who was busy dealing with things, suddenly raised his head and looked at Kurapika. The word back instantly reminded her of Rocky. "Ah. Back. Have you reached that place?" "Yes. As soon as I got to that place, I immediately returned to the human world through my ability." Kurapika was a little surprised when she heard this. "Is it dangerous?" Rocky smiled. "That's not the case. Because I found news about Haisa and other tribesmen, I want to come back as soon as possible." Rocky told Kurapika about his discovery. Kurapika frowned. "The ancient Ganyu Kingdom? Okay, I will help investigate." Kurapika glanced at Chider. "I asked Pyro and the others to help me do something. You will know the specific details when you contact Pyro." Knowing that it was inconvenient for Kurapika to say it now, Rocky didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. Then he contacted Pyro. What Pyro helped Kurapika do was to serve as the guard of the 14th prince. In exchange, he could help them meet the 4th prince and promised that as long as they were safe, he would directly negotiate with the king of the Kajin Empire and ask the 4th prince to hand over the fiery red eye. The 4th prince only had a pair of fiery red eyes, but these fiery red eyes were the most important, the eyes of the Patriarch Grandpa. Chapter 293 New Capability Design Quantity Limit. Kurapika has confirmed through the information provided by the Hunter Association and the 12 branches that the only remaining red eye is the eyes of the clan leader. And these eyes seem to be in the hands of the 4th prince of the Kakin Empire. Pyro's voice came from the phone. Rocky frowned. "If it has been confirmed, can we directly negotiate with the 4th prince to let him hand over the red eye?" Pyro shook his head. "We have negotiated with the other party, but the other party firmly denied that they did not get any red eye. At the same time, since the Kakin Empire is about to explore the Dark Continent, all the princes have begun to prepare." Advertisement. "I don't know if the other party has a red eye." Pyro's words made Rocky frown. If the other party really has it, Rocky would like to go up and ask the other party to call it out. If he doesn't give it to you, just use other methods to force the other party to call it out. But the identity of the 4th prince is somewhat special. As a prince of the Kajin Empire, if Rocky attacks the fourth prince, then Kajin will not let it go. And if they really fight, the entire state machinery of the Kajin Empire will be in operation. Rocky is not afraid, but the other members of the Kurta tribe cannot help but be afraid. If it is just the royal family of the Kajin Empire, it will be fine. Rocky does not have a good impression of these people. But Rocky does not think it is necessary to attack some irrelevant military soldiers or bodyguards. Even the ordinary people in the outpost of the New World Research Association were not killed. These are just ordinary people. There is no need to care about a group of ordinary people. They may not even know why they are in this place. So we can only investigate secretly. Rocky said. Pai Luo nodded, that's the only way, so we accepted the 14th prince's employment and made an agreement with them. They will let us get as close to the 4th prince as possible, and then investigate the relevant matters. Once they find out that the Fire Eye is in the hands of the 4th prince, they will fully cooperate with us to get the Fire Eye. Rocky thought about it. Advertisement. Using the 14th prince's name, he attacked the 4th prince. If there is any problem in snatching the Fire Eye, it will be counted on the 14th prince. And this kind of internal competition in the royal family means that even killing the 4th prince is not a problem. As long as he is not caught with the handle. I want to be part of this matter too. Rocky wants to find the eyes of the clan leader himself. Pyro on the other end of the phone smiled and said, I know you want to come together, but as the president, you have clearly rejected V6's commission. If you still want to get on board at this time, wouldn't it be the exact opposite of your previous behavior? It's not difficult to make everyone unrecognizable. Getting on board requires strict screening, and ordinary disguises are simply. Then use Nen. Pyro was stunned when he heard this, do you have Nen for disguise? Rocky shook his head, not yet, but soon. After saying that, Rocky hung up the phone and asked about the location of Pyro and others. Rocky did not rush over immediately. Instead, he called up the panel. My ability cannot be modified, and the cooling time has not yet expired. The amount of mind energy is steadily increasing. Other modifications have not yet cooled down. But the last time I modified the tribe members, the cooling time had already passed. In addition to Moore, Bird, and Sancho, there are more than 20 people in the Kurta tribe who can be modified by Rocky. Last time, Rocky also roughly understood the specific situation. If the abilities are divided into 4 levels, General, Medium, Advanced, and Divine skills. Modifying General Nen can be completed instantly, and the cooling time is basically 3 to 5 days. For Medium Nen, the modification time is about 1 day, and the cooling time is more than 15 days. For Advanced Nen, the modification time is 3 to 7 days, and the cooling time is more than 30 days. For Divine skill level Nen, the modification time is at least 1 month, and the cooling time is more than 6 months. For example, Moore, Bird, and Sancho. Among them, Sancho's ability is equivalent to the Divine skill level. The modification is still ongoing, but unlike Rocky, it is not that Nen cannot be used before the modification is completed. You can use as much as you have modified. Moore's ability is advanced, while Bird's ability is more like between advanced and divine skills. Now it is almost time to calculate the modification. The modification of Mikio's ability is probably less than 1/3. Regardless of the modification time and the cooling time, Rocky actually has little impact. Please give me flowers. Because it doesn't affect Rocky at all. And now. Advertisement. You need to disguise yourself to get on board. So just modify a disguise ability. As for the disguise ability, it's simple. It's basically a normal Nen, because it doesn't have any attack effect, it's just auxiliary. But with some details, such as not only changing the appearance, but also changing the body shape, even the palm prints, etc., then it can barely be considered a medium level Nen. And what Rocky needs is the ability to store a certain number of transformed characters, let's set it at 3. The ability to switch between 3 different identities. If you want to change to the 4th one, you can choose to store the transformation or not. If you don't store it, you can only change once. After storing, you can switch at any time, but it takes up a storage position. If you modify this ability, it should be very useful after getting on board, and at the same time, you have to add something else. Rocky's imitation ability is relatively poor. Some people's habitual interjections, movements, and expressions cannot be transformed by transformation alone. This requires the assistance of abilities. If this ability is added, then such transformation ability can probably be considered a high-level ability. 3 to 7 days of modification time is completely enough. Of course, this is still the first ability, and the second ability required by Luo Zhou is the ability to read other people's memories. No matter how you look at it, this ability is a high-level ability at the beginning, and it can even be considered a magical skill. In Rocky's attempt, directly reading the other party's memory within a certain range is a magical skill. The modification time is too long, and Rocky may not be able to wait. As a second choice, read other people's memories through contact or questioning. Even so, the time required for modification is only reduced from 30 days to 3 days. The modification of the 27th day, the voyage is imminent, there is not so much time, and the time must be controlled within 10 days. Maybe we have to use some other methods to assist in reading memories. However, through continuous modification of conditions, Rocky's ability to read other people's memories is finally modified to be somewhat special. But this is not important. The important thing is that Rocky saw the new prompt. The current number of modifications has reached the limit, and the team needs to wait for the cooldown to end before continuing to modify. Chapter 294 Prepare to board the ship and the succession war begins. Rocky frowned, looking at the third person who was about to modify. Originally, he wanted to modify an ability, but it seemed impossible now. It turned out that there was an upper limit to modifying other people's abilities. If the abilities of the tribe members could be modified at will, then Rocky could basically get whatever ability he wanted. And if he was not satisfied with an ability, he could modify it again at any time. Advertisement. Counting the ability of Sankyande, which was still being modified, plus the 2 people who were modified this time, it would be 1 person. Then it means that the maximum number of modifications is 3. Side, since the maximum number is 3, there is no way to continue to modify. But don't worry. The modification time required for the 2 abilities modified this time is quite short. If there is a need on the ship, Rocky can continue to modify other abilities to use Kikai at any time. Don't worry too much. And the 2 abilities modified by Rocky have already been named. The names were not modified by Rocky, but appeared naturally. The first ability, I hide among 3 people. The effect of the ability is the same as the effect of Rocky's modification. There are 3 storage locations, which can store 3 different people. Rocky transforms. And to become the target person, you only need to look at the other person and hear the other person speak. It is enough to meet these 2 conditions. Secondly, there is a way for the ability to fail. This is not designed by Rocky, but it appears automatically after the modification is completed, just like helping Rocky automatically repair some designs of the ability. And the way to fail is to face the transformed object. As long as the 2 people look at each other, the ability will be instantly released. At the same time, you can never become the other person. This restriction condition surprised Rocky a little. The ability will fail the moment the eyes meet, and you can never become the other person. That means you can never meet the main body. The second ability, the mobile hard disk of 33 days. The ability of the manipulator, materializes a mobile hard disk, that is, a USB flash drive. If the target agrees, the USB flash drive can be inserted into the left temple of the other party. The other party will not be really hurt in this process. It's more like a USB flash drive access port is directly materialized on the left temple of the other party. Advertisement. Then, by plugging in a USB drive, you can read the other party's memory of the last 33 days. Say any of the 2 sentences, "Can I download your memory?" Or "I want to download memory from you." If the other party does not respond for more than 30 seconds after hearing it, or does not explicitly refuse, then the ability can be activated. The other party's head will materialize the access port. Of course, the other party can also resist during this process. However, if you want to read the other party's memory, you can also knock the other party out directly, and then say the keywords after the other party faints. Even if the other party faints, as long as the hearing is not damaged, as long as the keywords can be heard for 30 seconds, the ability will be activated. What if the other party has no hearing? Rocky himself did not think of this aspect. However, the modification system helped Rocky complete it. If the other party has no hearing, then through vision, such as writing or photos, anyway, as long as you see this sentence, it will be fine. And what if there is no vision and hearing? Then the memory cannot be read. Even if a person who cannot hear or see reads the other party's memory, no picture will be played. The memory read by this ability can only read the memory of one person at a time, and if you want to view the memory, you need to use another thing that is materialized by the ability. Memory Viewer. A thing similar to VR, you can view the memory by inserting the USB flash drive that stores the memory into VR. However, it only supports 16x playback at most. Of course, you can use your mind to control where the memory starts to be played. Overall, this ability is quite troublesome. People whose memories have been read cannot read again within 15 days. These 2 abilities should be of great help to Rocky in boarding the ship for investigation. And the first ability, I hide among the 3 people. The transformation of this ability even directly covers the flame of the Lunaria tribe behind Rocky. This is quite good. But Rocky thinks there is no need to hide this flame. On the contrary, the flame should be seen by everyone. So the first person to transform is directly a member of the Kurta tribe. At the age of 17, Nan talent is relatively poor. If it were not for the crystal, it would probably be impossible to awaken Nan in his lifetime. And the size of the flame is not Rocky's original flame. That vigorous flame is only possessed by him in the entire Kurta tribe. After the transformation, even the size of the flame was directly imitated. The weak flame seems to be weaker than more. Advertisement. Now Rocky's name has to change. Yuichi. And at this moment, Rocky, wearing a black suit, transformed into another member of the tribe. Arriving at the Kajin Empire, under the introduction of Pyro, he met the mother of the 14th prince, the 8th princess. Are you also from the Kurta tribe? Yes. My name is Yui. Hearing this, the 8th princess carefully looked at Rocky. Looking at Rocky's current appearance, he looks quite energetic, and his eyes are deep and calm. You are responsible for my safety on the ship, right? Yes. You Kurta people are quite surprising. No matter how many times I look at the flames behind you, I feel very curious. The 8th princess noticed that Rocky's flames were a little smaller than those of Pyro and others. But your flame seems to be smaller. What's the significance of the size of the flame? Rocky smiled and said, the size of the flame represents the strength of the bloodline. But don't worry, princess. I am not the main person responsible for fighting. My main task is to designate the plan to protect the princess and collect intelligence. Hearing this, Pyro on the side also said, we need to investigate the 4th prince, so we invited this tribe member to come with us. His ability is definitely above the standard. Please rest assured, princess. Hearing this, Princess Oit was also stunned. Okay. I choose to believe you. 0.2 We will set off tomorrow. Princess, go back and prepare well. We also need to prepare. Said Pyro and asked the princess and the bodyguard to leave first. After the other party left, Pyro looked at Rocky, who had become another person of the same tribe. Your manner, movements, and tone are exactly the same as you. If I hadn't known it in advance, I would have thought you were him. Rocky smiled and said, this is the ability of other people in the tribe, but this ability just happens to suit me. Pyro glanced at Rocky. Is it really the Nin that suddenly awakened in the tribe? Why does it feel like something is wrong? But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that we will set off tomorrow. The BW is almost ready. Rocky looked at the BW outside through the window. The succession war of the Kajin Empire, I thought it would have nothing to do with me, but I didn't expect that I would still have to come. Chapter 295 BW starts strengthening Nin. BW is a ship that looks like a huge black whale. Today is the day when BW sets sail. On this day, all personnel boarded the ship. A grand dinner was held on the ship. The ship is divided into 5 floors. Advertisement. The first floor is also at the top of the ship. This is the royal activity area of the Kajin Empire and the people of the Hunter Association. The second floor is for celebrities from all walks of life and the wealthy class. The third floor and below are the areas where ordinary voyagers are located. The communication channels on each floor are guarded by the Kajin King Army. In particular, there are thick partitions between the second and third floors, which divide people into different classes on a small ship. It is difficult for ordinary people to cross the channel and enter the upper area. The partitions between the second and third floors can only be opened from the second floor in an emergency, which means that if an emergency occurs, the people on the lower floor will be buried in the sea forever. Because they have no way to open the partition leading to the second floor from the third floor. So, this succession war of the Kajin Empire can only be carried out on the first and second floors. Each prince's living area is equipped with a partition, and all daily routines are completed in the area. Each prince has his own bodyguard, and these bodyguards have very few opportunities to contact each other. All the princes gather at the dinner party every Sunday where dignitaries from all walks of life are invited to attend on the ship. And now, Rocky is with Pyro and others here with the 14th prince. His main job is to ensure that the 14th prince avoids death in the succession war and can get off the ship alive. In return, the other party will give Rocky all the help they can provide, even if Rocky and others really don't find any evidence that the master has the fiery red eye. Or the specific location of the fiery red eye, then there is another way. That is to make the 14th prince the future king of Kajin. Once the 14th prince wins the succession war, everything of the other princes will belong to the 14th prince. That is to say, the mother of the 14th prince, the 8th princess, can directly order that if the 4th prince has the flaming red eye of the Kurta tribe, then it will be directly handed over to Rocky and others. Advertisement. At this moment, Rocky is thinking about how to ensure the survival of the 14th prince. If the flaming red eye in the hands of the 4th prince cannot be found directly or the location of the flaming red eye, then Rocky can only rely on the condition that the 14th prince survives and let the Kajin Empire hand over the flaming red eye. At this moment, Rocky is thinking about some special rules about this succession war. King Kajin has a total of 8 princesses, and the princesses who rank lower cannot take the initiative to call the princesses who rank higher. In other words, the princess who ranks first can call any princess at will. This rule is the most vivid interpretation of the three words unfair. And at this moment, the 8th Princess Oit looked at Rocky and said, now the neutral king's army is observing the succession war and monitoring various channels. In this case, it seems impossible to carry out assassination. So what is the king's intention of holding the succession war? Rocky looked at the 8th princess. Ordinary assassination is indeed unlikely, but considering the existence of Nen, assassination is possible. Nen is so strange that even saying one more word, making one more action, or listening to someone else's words can become a condition for the activation of abilities. In this case, even if you don't directly contact others, you can still assassinate. Unlike the original, the people responsible for guarding the 14th prince this time are the people of the Kurta tribe. Rocky, Pyro, Moore, Bird, and Sancho, a total of 5 people. Each prince has his own guards, but unlike the original Kurapika who fought alone, Rocky now has many helpers. But the most confusing thing about the succession war is the mind beasts obtained by each prince through the consciousness of Zhou Zhong's egg. This kind of mind beast feeds on the host's mind and is not controlled by the host. It will not activate just because the host wants to kill someone. The conditions and motivations for the activation of these mind beasts seem to be different. Although there are partitions between the living areas of the princes. But it can't stop the mind beast. Anyway, princess, you are with the 14th prince, there will be basically no problem in this room. Rocky looked at Pyro beside him. Nodded at Pyro. The gourd on Pyro's back immediately floated up. Spread into the air. Advertisement. A ball of sand mold formed around the 14th prince at a distance of 3 meters. Through these sands, it can play a role similar to a circle. Of course, it is not able to completely replace the role of the circle, because sand is sand after all, not all wrapped by air. It is naturally impossible to sense the surrounding situation at all times like a circle. But there are only a few things that cannot be sensed. For example, gas. Things like sand fog cannot be sensed. But there is one thing that sand fog is better than a circle, that is, for Nen, if they don't observe carefully, they will not notice it at all. Even if they notice it, they can't see the 14th prince's air through condensation. In other words, there is no way to determine the person in the sand fog, and when attacked, the sand fog can also defend instantly. Attacks like firearms can basically be stopped as long as they are not heavy machine guns. The 8th princess looked at the slowly forming sand fog and said, this is. It can provide protection. Even if you attack directly with a gun, the bullet will be blocked by the sand fog. Hearing this, the 8th princess smiled immediately. This way, it is much safer. But this is not enough. Pyro came to the center of the room, and Moore stood behind Pyro. Pyro sat down cross-legged. Then the sand flying out of the gourd began to condense into the shape of an eyeball. It floated directly to the corner of the room. At the same time, on the passage outside the room, the eyes that condensed silently also slowly appeared in the corner where it was not easy to notice. Soon, all the passages outside the 500 living areas of the princes were monitored by Pyro with the Eye of Sand. This time, the protection of the 14th prince mainly depends on Pyro's ability. Although Pyro's ability to attack is not very good, the protection is too strong. Then Rocky looked at the original guards of the 14th prince. There are a total of 7 guards here. The interesting point is, the princesses who rank higher can arrange guards for the princesses who rank lower for their own surveillance. This rule is not fair at all. In other words, none of these 7 guards belong to the 8th princess. But at this stage, Rocky doesn't care about these guys, because these guards may not have received any orders at all. But it's better to be on guard before it happens. Rocky looked at these guards. He raised his hand and dropped the chain from his hand. That's right. This is Kurapika's ability. And after Rocky's modification, Kurapika's ability has changed a lot. The biggest change is the terrible side effect when the ability is activated. And Rocky helped Kurapika cancel this side effect directly. Now Rocky also wants to try the ability of the ring finger soul chasing chain for lie detection. Especially the ability that Rocky learned before the activation, forced upgrade. This ability can strengthen the effect of Nen. Rocky wants to see what will happen if he uses forced upgrade to strengthen Kurapika's ability contract chain effect. Chapter 296 The first internal chaos begins. Using Kurapika's ability will inevitably be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. However, Rocky felt that there was no need to explain too much. As long as no one could find out that he was Rocky, that was enough. As for using the ability of his own race, Rocky could say that it was another ability. It was enough to just make up a fake ability at random. Advertisement. There were many abilities such as stealing, borrowing, and seizing, and they were not exclusive to Rocky. And Rocky's previous king's power was more like a sharing of the 3, far exceeding the 3 methods of stealing, borrowing, and seizing to obtain other people's abilities. The chain fell. Hearing the sound of the chain, Rocky was just about to use the marriage chasing chain to test these guards, and the next second the phone rang. He picked up the phone, it was Kurapika calling. Hello. And Kurapika called to tell Rocky. The current situation on the ship is very complicated. Due to the hasty departure of the Kajin Empire, the people on the ship are in a very chaotic state. Not to mention other floors, even the area of the princes and association members on the first floor has more than 150 quasi-association members. These people are those who have temporarily passed the exam and obtained the status of quasi-members of the association due to the exploration of the Dark Continent. And because these people were temporarily recruited, it is not known whether there are other forces behind them, or whether they have received other tasks. Among them, there may be people from other princes, or people from Byangd, Paristan, or even people from the New World Research Association. So the situation on the ship is quite complicated. And in this case, it is not difficult to protect the 14th prince and investigate these people. Pure combatability does not seem to be able to be exerted too strongly on the ship. However, it is not completely useless. At least it has absolute force and the enemy cannot hurt it. Then it should be easier to protect the 14th prince. But you need to pay attention to those strange nin. Once you get hit, it will be terrible. Advertisement. And now the situation on the ship is chaotic, and each member of the 12 branches is busy, including Kurapika. Now Kurapika is responsible for handling the criminal actions on the ship with me Cai, the man in the 12 branches wearing grey and white pattern corrosion. At the same time, Kurapika said that if there is chaos in the lower level, it may be possible to take advantage of it. But for now, we still have to try our best to ensure the safety of the 14th prince. In front of the eyes of the Patriarch, the attack of the Kurta tribe by the New World Research Association can be put aside for now. After all, that part of the tribe did not know when it was attacked, and the ship sank so close to the Dark Continent. It is hard to say whether there are any survivors. But the eyes of the Patriarch are very likely in the hands of the 4th prince. So this is the first task. Rocky said he understood. After hanging up the phone, he said to the little Princess Oiki next to him, I was mentally prepared for both of us to die on the ship before boarding. Hearing this, Rocky looked at the 8th princess and said slowly, don't worry, we will never let you and the 14th prince die. But even if Rocky said this, the 8th princess was still very worried. Although Rocky and his companions were guaranteed by Kurapika, they were definitely very powerful people, but looking at the appearance of Rocky and others. Rocky, Bird and Piro are all young people. Moore is a little older, but he has been silent all the time, and his body is not strong. The sense of security that can be given is very limited. Finally, there is Sankyande, a little girl who looks about 10 years old. If she is said to be powerful, the 8th princess feels a little unconvinced. However, at this moment, suddenly, a strange gas came out of the 14th prince's body. Rocky's eyes shrank rapidly. Looking at the gas, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. This surprised Rocky. This gas did not form any beast form, it was just gas. However, thinking of the 8th princess's panic just now, although Rocky did not fully understand the egg in the pot ceremony, he still had some impression. These prince guardian beasts born from the egg in the pot ceremony will not act according to the prince's will. They cannot be controlled. They will judge the prince's situation and act on their own. And this judgment is likely to be the prince's emotions, or whether the prince is in danger. Advertisement. A normal adult will judge by himself when he feels dangerous. But the 14th prince is just a baby, so he can't judge by himself whether he feels dangerous. And his standard for judging whether it is dangerous is probably based on the performance of the 8th princess. So Rocky said to the 8th princess, please control your emotions, the 14th prince has already performed the egg in the pot ritual, and he has obtained the mind beast. Whether this mind beast will attack others and who it will attack may be related to your emotions, so in order to prevent us from being attacked by the 14th prince's mind beast, please stay calm without leaving our protection. Since we have accepted the commission, we will never let you and the 14th prince suffer any danger. Unless we are killed. The 8th princess was stunned for a moment, and at this moment she felt a lot more at ease. Because Rocky added the mind when he spoke, the effect of the mind made Rocky speak very imposingly. And the next second, Rocky turned his head and looked at the guards. In order to ensure absolute safety, I want to test these guards. As he said this, Rocky dropped the ring finger soul chasing chain in his hand. The 8th princess was slightly stunned. These are all my guards, even they. Just in case, if any of these people are bribed, it's hard to say. A guard stood up and said, will you, the weirdos with flames behind you, not be bribed? Rocky smiled and said, yes, we will never be bribed. Why do you say that? Are you absolutely trustworthy? Rocky looked at the other party, because our Kurta tribe only obeys the orders of Rocky, the president of the Hunter Association, and Rocky dared to refuse the commission of V. King Zhao. 6. Do you think there is anything else in the world that can make Rocky compromise? Since you don't accept the commission, then why are you on the ship? Rocky didn't accept the commission of V6, and we accepted the commission of the 14th prince, there is no conflict. Rocky came to the guy and said, in other words, if we accept the commission, we will not accept other commissions. Rocky put down the soul-chasing chain on his ring finger and said, you start now. Forced upgrade started. The marriage-chasing chain on his ring finger trembled slightly, and the next moment Rocky looked at the guard. Are you not going to obey anyone else's orders except the princess's orders? Don't ask if he is loyal, because he may be loyal to the princess, but he can also be loyal to others at the same time. On the contrary, the issue of obeying orders is different. Even if he is not loyal to the princess, but only obeys the princess's orders, then others should not want to give him any orders. Chapter 297, Unfair Rules Clearing Obstacles. However, Rocky's question made the 7 guards suddenly stunned. They seemed not to want to answer Rocky's question directly. At this time, Moore stepped forward and raised his hand with a flame burning in his palm. The moment the flame was lit, Rocky looked at everyone and said, if the person I called does not answer the question within 3 seconds, he will be regarded as a spy. Once he is regarded as a spy, my companion will take action directly. Moore casually grabbed a teacup and put it in the palm of his right hand that lit the flame. Advertisement. The glass cup was quickly melted by the flame and even burned into a red liquid. Seeing this, the 7 guards immediately understood how terrible this flame was. And once I identify you as a spy, I don't need to say more about the consequences. At this moment, the 8th princess looked at her 7 guards. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that the reactions of the 7 guards were obviously a little strange, she did not speak. And Rocky continued, my chain can test whether others are lying, so you. While Rocky was speaking, Rocky pointed at the first guard, and at this moment the chain began to vibrate. Rocky frowned. He had just asked a question, but the other party did not answer. However, the chain had already responded. Forced upgrade, what new effects does it bring? As long as 940 asks questions, even if the opponent does not answer or does not directly answer Rocky's questions, the chain can directly respond. This is very good. Looking at the person in front of him, Rocky smiled and said, it seems that you are not on the side of the 14th prince. Tell me. Whose are you? The guard was stunned when he heard this. You. Why do you say that I am someone else's? I have nothing yet. And the next second, Bird had already made a move, and the cold samurai sword was directly across the opponent's neck. Facing Bird's sudden move, even the 8th princess was slightly stunned. This speed is too fast. Just now, Bird should be at the door, and he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the 7 guards. This distance seemed to appear next to the guards in an instant. And when did he take out the weapon? Bird looked at the guard in front of him. It's better to answer Master Yuichi's question. Mal and others knew that Rocky was Yuichi's. The other party frowned slightly and looked at Bird with a surprised look. Such a terrifying speed, this is the Hunter Association's hunter? Advertisement. Moyer, Bird, and Mikio are all quasi-association hunters. They have not really obtained hunter licenses, but because they have passed Chider's test, they have the status of quasi-hunters. As long as the trip to the Dark Continent is successfully completed, after returning to the Hunter Association, this approved hunter can obtain a real hunter license. Without any evidence, I am nothing. The guard seemed to be going to be tough again, but the next second Bird's knife directly cut across his neck and grabbed the other's hair. Take off the guard's head. At this moment, the other guards were stunned. Cutting off the head directly without saying a word, this is too. Even the 8th princess covered her mouth and couldn't help but exclaimed. But the next second, everyone's expression was instantly stagnant. Because the guard whose head was chopped off did not spray a lot of blood as imagined, and even his body stood firmly in place. And the head. Caught by Bird and turned to face Rocky. If you don't tell the truth, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your head back in this life. After Bird said this, the guard was already stunned. 2 euros. Is he beheaded? But why didn't he die? Faced with this situation, Rocky looked at the guard and said, you have one last chance to speak. Either answer my question seriously, my chain can tell whether you are lying or not. If the chain shakes again, my companion will throw your head off the boat. We didn't kill you, but whether your head can be found and connected to your body is none of our business. Hearing this, the other party swallowed his saliva. I say. What the guard said next made the 8th princess feel incredible. The 7 guards were sent by King Kajin, and they should be absolutely trustworthy. But there is a hidden rule here. That is, the 7 guards just correspond to the other 7 princesses except the 8th princess. They are sent by the top 7 princesses to monitor the 8th princess. In the kingdom of Kajin, the top princesses can assign a guard to the bottom princesses, and this guard can play a monitoring role. Advertisement. But they cannot directly issue an order to assassinate the prince. They will indeed fulfill their duty to protect the prince and the 8th princess, but while fulfilling this duty, they cannot do anything that will harm the safety of the princess and the prince who are assigned to them. After listening to this rule, the 8th princess said that she had no idea at all. Rocky looked at the 8th princess, because you are the princess with the lowest ranking, unless the 9th princess appears, you will not be able to get your own bodyguards. The 8th princess's face is very ugly now. Such a succession battle is not fair at all. Rocky has long felt the unfairness. But this is also a reflection of the actual problem, isn't it? The person who becomes the princess first will always have more advantages. As far as this rule is concerned, in other words, the first princess can monitor all other princesses, while the princess with the lowest ranking has no way to know the situation of other princesses. Looking at Bird, Bird took the other's head back. The guard who took the head back touched his neck and felt that there was indeed no problem. But the scene just now made him and the other 6 guards feel very incredible. Why can he do such an incredible thing? Bird continued to come to the door without saying anything else. Looking at these strange Kurta people with flames, the 7 guards felt a little terrified. Mal guarded the window, Bird was in charge of the door, and Sankyande stayed near Piro. Although Sankyande was playing with a rag doll, the guards looked at the little girl with an unnatural expression. Just now, when Bird took action, Mal, Piro, and Sankyande were not surprised at all. That is to say, these Kurta people may have special abilities. In view of this situation, it is probably best to control these 7 people. What do you think, Princess? The 8th princess nodded, knowing that these people were not loyal to her at all, and they were sent by other princesses, so she certainly would not have any opinions. As for the 7 guards, Rocky did not intend to use any judgment pinky chain to restrict their actions or something like that, because if they were determined to die, they could still pass on the situation here to the 8th princess. So a figure gradually emerged behind Rocky, and the moment this figure appeared, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a lot suddenly. Chapter 298, Instant Freezing of the First Victim. In the surprised eyes of the 8th princess, the 7 guards turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Rocky looked back at the 8th princess and said, freezing them is the best way. As long as they are not damaged during the freezing period, they will be able to resume normal actions after my ability is eliminated. But if their bodies are damaged during the freezing period, then after I remove my ability, they will also suffer the same degree of damage as the damage. So they need to be put in a relatively safe place. The 8th princess nodded. Advertisement. *7. But at this moment, the 8th princess seemed to have a lot to say. Rocky gestured to Bird to move the 7 ice sculptures away. Rocky came to the 8th princess and said, ask if you want to. Does your special ability only belong to the Kurta tribe? Rocky shook his head and said, the special ability of the Kurta tribe is the flame behind us. When we are attacked, we will not be hurt because the flame is not extinguished due to the greatly enhanced defense. As for all the special abilities you saw just now, they are all called Nin abilities, and everyone has this ability, but there are only 1 in 10,000 people who are qualified to awaken and use it among humans. After listening to Rocky's explanation, the 8th princess nodded and felt a lot more relaxed now. And it seems that because the 8th princess relaxed, Rocky could clearly feel that something seemed to be missing in the room. There is a hunter beside each prince. As for the 14th prince, because Kurapika asked many Kurta people to become the guards of the 14th prince, no hunter was sent to protect the 14th prince. The Nin of the Kurta tribe. In a sense, they have a fighting power that absolutely surpasses other Nin. So no more were sent. Kijaor also tested the combat power of Moore and his men, but even Kijaor, who was one of the 12 zodiac signs, was surprised by the strength of the 3. They were the Kurta people who had mastered Nin not long ago, but they were able to possess powerful strength in a short period of time. And they developed very amazing Nin, which was hard to understand. Perhaps this was the strength of the Kurta people. At this moment, the 8th princess felt a chill inexplicably. She felt that the surroundings seemed a little cold. Rocky smiled and said, don't worry, this is my ability. I have sent something you can't see to guard the 4 sons of Sheng. The 8th princess was stunned for a moment. Can't see. People who don't master Nin can't see the existence of such things. Rocky asked the maid to take the 8th princess and the 14th prince to bed. Advertisement. The room where they rested was guarded by the ice beast, which was condensed by Rocky's ice god power. The combat power of the ice beast far exceeds that of the first class Nin, and it can also think east. So there is no problem in guarding the 14th prince. Plus, there is the sand fog protection of Pyro and the surveillance of the Eye of Sand. The Eye of Sand can even easily see thoughts, so basically there will be no problems. After the 8th princess went to bed, Rocky frowned. Slowly looked at the floor. Below. A black eye suddenly appeared. The moment he saw this eye, Rocky frowned thought beast. Bird opened the door and walked in at this time. Sankyande and Moore prepared for battle at the same time. After more than a month of special training by Pyro, they have mastered the basic ability of thought very well. At least with the ability of the Lunaria clan, they are more sensitive to the perception of thought. Condensation basically uses it instinctively. It is easy to see the strange thought beast that suddenly appeared. Bird glanced at Rocky and took out the phantom sword, a long samurai sword, ready to attack at any time. However, Rocky raised his hand to signal Bird not to move. This black eye came out, looking like a gecko, but with a huge eyeball on its head. At the same time, more mind beasts appeared in the room. A huge rat popped its head directly from the right wall. However, it was not a complete rat, more like a cute rat head. Rocky looked at the rat, and the rat actually spoke. "Excuse me, are you free?" Rocky frowned, and naturally could not answer the question of such a mind beast casually. At this moment, Moore wanted to say something, and Rocky raised his hand to make a gesture of not speaking. Moore closed his mouth immediately after seeing this, and the others also kept silent. "Please give me flowers." When Pyro stood up, the sand began to surround him. It was also the first time he saw such a strange mind beast, and he didn't know whether he should take action. Advertisement. However, Rocky's eyes had begun to become indifferent. Because the mouse stared at him and asked again, "Excuse me, are you free?" The mind beast of the egg in the pot ritual. Although Rocky didn't know much about the mind beasts of the princes in the Succession War, after all, it was not made into an anime, so Rocky didn't know much about the positive aspects. But now, this mind beast actually targeted him. It has been a long time since Rocky was so angry. No matter which prince this mind beast is, and no matter whether this prince wants to attack the 14th prince or himself. Cold air came out of Rocky's hands, and another ice beast appeared behind him. To be precise, it was not just one ice beast, but the phantoms of all the other ice beasts, now appearing behind Rocky. With the power of these ice beasts, Rocky can also use the ability of freezing. Freezing can freeze the mind energy, so it can naturally freeze the mind beast. However, the mouse who felt Rocky's cold air seemed to sense something and slowly retreated. And at this time Rocky smiled. Now, it's too late to run. The next second, Rocky appeared in front of Bird in an instant, and behind him, white cold air spread. Bird was slightly stunned. At this moment, the mouse behind Rocky was completely frozen. However, Rocky raised his hand and gently tapped the frozen beast. Instantly, the ice sculpture broke. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in an instant, but there was a little surprise. Ordinary beasts would probably disappear directly when they encountered such an attack. But after the ice sculpture broke, blood marks appeared on the mouse's body, almost as if it was caught in a machine and cut by countless blades. This beast disappeared directly. At the same time, on the side of the 12th prince, the 12th prince who was originally resting suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and died directly in the next second. Other beasts appeared in the room one after another, but these beasts seemed to deliberately avoid Rocky's position. Even the 14th prince's room did not dare to approach at all. As Rocky's eyes swept over, these beasts disappeared one after another. Chapter 299, Absolute Advantage, the Great Prince privately sets up an army. Pyro looked at Rocky and asked, "What happened just now?" After carefully feeling the retreat of all the mind beasts, Rocky turned to Pyro and others and said, "These should all be the mind beasts born from the egg in the pot ritual. This kind of mind beast is a parasitic mind beast, developed by a Nen, who creates a container, and then people who have a blood relationship with this Nen can obtain a special mind beast through a ritual. This kind of mind beast is formed by the other party's mind, combined with the characteristics of each host, and feeds on the host's mind energy. Even if the host can't read, it doesn't matter. When the mind beast is activated, the host will feel tired." After saying this, Pyro was slightly stunned. Then the mind beasts just now are all parasitic mind beasts. Advertisement. Rocky nodded to confirm the way Pyro lived, and added, "This kind of parasitic beast is very uncontrollable, because it is not a beast generated by one's own chi, so the host cannot control their actions. Their actions are based on the rules set by the person who created these beasts, and they also perceive the host's emotions to make the basis for their actions. So even if it is the parasitic beast of the 14th prince, it may attack us because of the 14th prince's emotions." Hearing this, Pyro understood a little. In other words, even the 14th prince's beast must not be taken lightly. But Rocky has not seen the 14th prince's beast yet. I don't know if it is because the 14th prince's beast has not yet formed, or that the 14th prince is not in danger, so Rulu did not come out. No matter which situation is for Rocky needs to be careful. These mind beasts have extraordinary abilities. The Kajin Empire has been carrying out the egg in pot ritual for generations. The first guy who created the pot, how powerful must his mind be to allow it to exist for such a long time? Even if it is not because of the strong mind, there must be some unknown conditions that allow the pot to exist. Otherwise, it is the strong resentment after death, or the belief that is so strong that it surpasses everything at a certain moment, which makes Jin have some characteristics that will never disappear. The mind left in any situation is absolutely terrifying. Just now, Rocky used the freezing ability, but he was not able to kill a mind beast, which shows how powerful these mind beasts are. You know, even if the freezing just now was stronger than Yang Di, Rocky was confident that he would kill the other party instantly after being frozen. But the mind beast just now was only injured. Rocky believes that the mind beast will definitely appear again. And it may even hate him. On the other hand, because Rocky injured the rat of the 12th Prince Mumuzawa's mind beast, and Mumuzawa fell to the ground, vomited blood, and fainted. His bodyguards, that is, the guards and hunters of the Hunter Association, immediately reported this situation on the public channel. Not long after setting sail, the 12th Prince was attacked and assassinated for no reason. This also announced that the succession war had begun. Advertisement. As the 12th Prince was attacked in public, and no one saw what ability the murderer used, such shocking information spread. Originally, the guards of each prince were skeptical about the succession war, but now they began to worry. The unknown is the greatest fear. And this unknown attack method was not even seen by the hunter who was guarding the 12th Prince Mumuzawa. What ability or means did the other party use to attack? For a time, the atmosphere between the princes on the whole ship became weird. Because of this incident, the eldest Prince Benjamin, with his private soldiers and his position as the deputy military advisor of the Kajin Empire, has an absolute advantage in the succession war. Other princes only have guards, and perhaps no loyal followers, but the eldest prince is basically surrounded by his own people. Of course, this is when other princes do not infiltrate. But even so, he still has an absolute advantage. For the eldest Prince Benjamin at this time, the sudden attack on the 12th prince gave him a good excuse. He sent his private soldiers to monitor and protect the princes. Although they were Benjamin's private soldiers, he had no way to directly order the assassination of these masters. However, as Benjamin's private soldiers, they must have been hinted before boarding the ship. Once these private soldiers came to the princes, they would definitely find a good opportunity to assassinate these princes. After the assassination, they would definitely choose to commit suicide, so that there would be no way to find out who instructed them to kill the prince. And they had fully understood Benjamin's hint to them. The private soldier sent to the 14th prince was a man named Vincent. 0142100017 Fila 130122130. The servants outside the door had not opened the door yet, and Rocky had just learned that the eldest prince's private soldiers came to protect the 14th prince. For the arrangement of this eldest prince, Rocky thought it was interesting. It was a very reasonable excuse, and it was also a trick that was easy to see through. But for some weak princes, even such a trick was enough to give them a headache. There was no way to refuse. Advertisement. They could only defend themselves more hard to ensure their own safety. However, when Rocky was still thinking about how to deal with the private soldiers of the great prince, suddenly, the door of the entrance was opened, and the other party killed the servant outside the door, and walked in with the body of the servant. Claiming that it was the servant who took the initiative to attack him, because of the principle of defense and counterattack, he could directly kill the other party. This was a complete establishment of authority. Regardless of whether the servant really attacked him or not. Even if the servant really attacked him, it might be the man of the great Prince Benjamin. The servant received the order of the great Prince Benjamin without knowing anything and killed the private soldiers who came. Even so, even if everyone knew it, the private soldiers sent by the great prince had already achieved the effect of establishing authority. Next, if there is no powerful guy on the side of the 14th prince, then a private soldier alone is enough. The 14th prince's camp was easily disintegrated, even assassinating the 14th master. However, this prince may not have carefully investigated the intelligence of the Kurta tribe. 1.3. Which led to his judgment of the crop. The moment the other party entered the door, the moment the servant attacked him, Bird had already taken action. This time there was no pause, the blade directly passed, and the limbs of the prince's private soldier were instantly cut off, and the limbs flew directly to the wall. Vincent, the prince's private soldier who lost his limbs, was still in shock. But the next second his head flew up. There was a sound of breaking beside his ears, and the rotating head was flying in the air. When he saw his body, it was completely frozen and breaking. It turned into countless ice shoulders and disappeared instantly. At the same time, his body was destroyed, and he also lost his life history. Direct death. And Rocky grabbed the falling head and looked at the soldier named Vincent. At the same time, the mind energy turned into a needle, and the headset on the ear of the private soldier was instantly destroyed. Chapter 300, Direct Provocation. Hanzo appears. The fundamental reason for leaving Vincent's head behind was that Rocky wanted to try to use the 33-day mobile hard drive to view the memory of this private soldier. Rocky raised his hand and a USB flash drive appeared, and at the same time, a USB flash drive access port appeared on Vincent's head. The USB flash drive was connected and soon followed the fluctuation of the mind energy. The memory of this private soldier within 33 days will be read, and then if Rocky wants to watch it, he needs to wear another materialized device. And the memory reading does not take too long. Advertisement. As long as you wait for 30 seconds for the other party to acquiesce, the memory reading will be completed within 1 minute. At the same time, on the other side, the eldest Prince Benjamin and his private soldier Captain Barasa looked at Benjamin. Vincent has lost contact. At the same time, checking the surveillance, these surveillances located in the passages outside the rooms of each prince. Before Vincent was about to arrive at the room of the 14th prince, an inexplicable black screen appeared. 3 seconds after Vincent lost contact, these surveillances were restored again. The whole process did not take more than 5 seconds. Barasa looked at Benjamin and said, "It seems that someone among the guards of the 14th prince can interfere with the surveillance at will." The person who interfered with the surveillance was naturally Piro. The private soldiers of the eldest prince belonged to the senior soldiers of the king's army. These soldiers have enough strength and comply with the laws of Kajan. They can protect the princes and the power of the princes under surveillance, and even if the surveillance and entry of these private soldiers are rejected, at that time, the other party will have a reason to imprison the 14th prince and the 8th princess. The imprisoned guards are naturally the senior soldiers of the king's army, and they are all the people of the eldest Prince Benjamin. And Rocky had told Piro before that he should monitor everything outside at any time. If someone goes to the 14th prince, the surveillance can be blocked immediately. Even if someone knows that someone will deliberately block the surveillance of this area, it doesn't matter. Anyone who wants to come here is either an enemy or someone seeking cooperation. It doesn't matter whether they are enemies or people who want to seek cooperation. Whether to kill them or let them go, the initiative can be in Rocky's hands. Because even if these people were killed directly, as long as there was not enough evidence to prove that these people entered the room of the 14th prince. Advertisement. Then the 14th prince and Rocky and others did not need to make any explanation for this. No one had the power to arrest them. Since they had an absolute advantage in strength, they had to make use of their strength advantage. Playing intelligence warfare with other princes? Psychological warfare? It was when necessary. Not when it was not necessary. Now that the private soldiers of the eldest prince were killed, there was still one thing to do. Rocky came to the phone and dialed the number of the eldest prince's room. But at this moment, the captain of the private soldiers of the eldest Prince Benjamin, who was about to contact the 14th prince, was also about to pick up the phone and call the 14th prince's room. However, Rocky got ahead of him, and the other party hesitated for a second before answering the phone directly. "Excuse me, has the eldest prince sent a guard to protect the 14th prince?" Hearing this, Barasa frowned and said, "Yes." "Then please send another guard over. This person is too weak. He was killed by someone unknown. Only a head is left. When we rushed out, we didn't even see the murderer. I'm very sorry." Rocky's words directly told the prince that we have no witnesses, and you can't prove that we have witnesses, so the presumption of innocence is presumptuous. The prince had no reason or excuse to trouble Rocky and others. On the contrary, Rocky asked for another guard to be sent, which fully showed that he welcomed the prince to send private soldiers to protect the 14th prince. But at the same time, he was also telling the prince one thing. If he didn't want his private soldiers to be killed in vain, he could just send someone to monitor. At this moment, Barasa's face was extremely ugly. "By the way, do you want us to send the remaining heads to you? Or you can send someone to get them yourself?" The content of the phone call was completely heard by the prince. At this moment, the Prince Benjamin was on the verge of exploding. As the prince, when had he ever been ridiculed like this? And Barasa saw that the prince's mood was a little wrong, and hurriedly said, "No need, the dead are of no use to us, you can deal with it yourself. Whether to continue to send guards, I will ask the prince before I know the news." After that, he hung up the phone. Turning to look at the eldest Prince Benjamin, it seems that there is a very powerful guy on the side of the 14th prince, and he doesn't even care about going to war with us. Advertisement. But there is no reason to go to war now. After hearing what Barasa said, the eldest prince calmed down. With Vincent's strength, he was killed directly when he was completely unable to resist. This means that the opponent is a very powerful man. Investigate the guards around the 14th prince and take their all-green uniforms. Benjamin didn't care about the last prince like the 14th prince. After all, how could he win over a baby and win over any powerful guy? Of course it was completely impossible. So he didn't care too much. This last prince could be killed at will, but he didn't expect that the development of things didn't seem to be as imagined. In the room of the 14th prince, Rocky put on the materialized memory player, inserted the USB drive into it, and began to watch the memory of this private soldier Vincent. And adjusted the speed to the fastest, but how could the memory of 33 days be read so quickly? Let Pyro and others continue to protect the safety of the 14th prince, and 813 he wants to take a good look at the memory of this private soldier to see if he can find anything. Even if he can't find any useful information, but Rocky can also use this guy's memory to understand Kajin and the princes of the Kajin Empire. In this way, he will have a better judgment on how to act on the ship next. Instead of staying in the room of the 14th prince and defending and counterattacking like now. Compared with defense and counterattack, Rocky prefers to take the initiative. While Rocky was watching the memory, on the other side, because Rocky found the mind beast, he did not notify others immediately. Instead, it was the guard of the 12th prince, Hunter Hanzo, who found the dying mind beast. And called other hunters in the public channel to ask if they saw the mind beast on the prince. And Hanzo's behavior made the concept of Nen known to his brother prince. And this is bad news for the eldest prince Benjamin. Because as the master of Nen, other princes have mastered the concept of Nen, which makes his intelligence advantage flattened. Now other princes are sending their guards to inquire about Nen. And the first choice for inquiring about Nen is naturally the guard of the 12th prince, Hanzo. After all, he asked about the mind beast. So it means that he knows about the mind beast. Chapter 301, The Strongest Hired Hunter in the Open Class. The third prince Jiao Lai looked at his guards and listened to his private soldiers' reports. Nen beast. Can you see that I have such a thing? However, since the third prince Jiao Lai did not hire any hunter, no one on his side could see the Nen beast. This also made the third prince Jiao Lai feel that he had made a mistake. As a prince in the upper position, he had a great chance of competing for the throne. Advertisement. But at the same time, he was conceited and felt that hunter would not bring him any effect at all. So everyone around him was not a Nen. And now the third prince Jiao Lai personally called the 12th prince. Of course, it was Hanzo who answered the phone. After Hanzo answered the phone, the third prince stated his intention and hoped to get all the information about Nen. In exchange, Jiao Lai could start a truce agreement with the 12th prince. In other words, he could promise that he would never attack the 12th prince. Of course, it is unknown how credible this promise is. The third prince was taking action, and the other princes naturally did not stop. Nen. The emergence of this concept suddenly changed the nature of the battle for the throne. The original undetected assassination method seemed to be achieved through this power, and almost all the princes understood one thing. That is, the eldest prince has many Nen, and his private army is still the most powerful force on the ship. The 7th prince Lazulus is now asking his guard, the hired hunter Bajiao. How long does it take to learn some Nen? Bajiao thought for a while and replied, it will take about a year to awaken Nen initially. Of course there is a quick way, that is to awaken the mind by force, and awakening the mind by force will be accompanied by life-threatening. Hearing the life-threatening, Lazulus hurriedly shook his head. That's not necessary. After thinking about it, the 7th prince asked all his guards to guard him 24 hours a day in batches. Moreover, the 7th prince looked at Basho and asked, what is your strength among Nen? After hearing this, Basho shook his head helplessly and said, I can only be considered a second-rate Nen, at most a little stronger than a third-rate Nen. Advertisement. Basho has developed his own abilities and found a suitable way to use them. Let's not talk about the amount of Nen energy for now. Just developing an ability that suits him and knowing how to use it in the right way is already considered to have escaped from the third-rate level among Nen. And the abilities developed by third-rate Nen are not very good, and the way they use them may be wrong. Just like the blonde man Rocky met, he obviously has a powerful Nen and force to upgrade. But he didn't expect to use it to enhance other people's materialized items. His direction of use is completely wrong. Although he is an enhancer, his ability is obviously biased towards assistance. So he should not be responsible for the content of the battle at all. Only as an auxiliary personnel. At least a strong combatant should be arranged to act with him. In this way, the power of Nen can be reasonably exerted. But obviously he didn't do that. On the other hand, Hanzo introduced Nen to the 3 princes and even taught them how to practice Nen. But he passed on a false message, saying that it would take several weeks to master Nen. In this case, the other hunters did not expose Hanzo's statement, and Hanzo did this to delay time. If it takes 1 or 2 years to master it, then the princes will probably have little interest in Nen. So 1 or 2 weeks is attractive to the princes. Because of this, the princes hope that Hanzo will teach them Nen. Each prince will send one of his guards to participate in the study. The open class of Nen is held in the room of the 12th prince, but not in the bedroom, but in the staff compartment next to it. In the lounge of the staff, maids, or servants. Hanzo saw that each prince sent a guard to study, but only the 14th prince did not send anyone. Hanzo certainly understood this. The 14th prince hired the most hunters. Advertisement. There are 5 hunters in total, all of whom are from the Kurta tribe. Although 4 of them have obtained temporary hunter status, they are definitely good at Nen. And one of them is a person who participated in the Chimera Ant Crusade, Pyro. Pyro's Nen is definitely a top Nen. Each prince sent his guard to study, and the main purpose of the guard of the eldest prince was not to study, but to collect intelligence. After all his guards can use Nen. As Hanzo began to explain, he told everyone the basic concept of Nen. After listening to the basic 4 elements of Nen, someone started to ask questions. Is the strength of Nen based on ability? Such a question made Hanzo frown. These people knew nothing about Nen. There are indeed differences in ability, but Nen will be strengthened as the ability user continues to practice. There are many factors that affect the strength, such as the amount of Nen, and the strength of the body, etc. Among the hired hunters, what level of strength do you rank? Such a sharp question made Hanzo speechless, but since he accepted this task, Hanzo would naturally not hide anything. I'm probably at an average level. Average? Everyone was slightly stunned. Then among the hired hunters, who has the strongest Nen? This kind of question should not be answered easily, but in fact, if these people from the Kajin Empire collect intelligence themselves, they can also collect it. Hanzo has no reason to avoid the question. There are 2 hunters who may be of similar strength. One of them is the 13th Prince's Guard, Miss Biscuit. Although I don't know her specific abilities, her strong aura is definitely ahead of other hunters, and it is a gap level lead. A gap level lead? The guards all blinked their eyes. In their opinion, Hanzo's strength is already very good. At least in a one-on-one fight, good no Zhao, they may not be Hanzo's opponent. But Hanzo said that he was only at an average level. If this is just modesty, then Biscuit, who said that she was ahead by a gap level, must not be modest. There is another one. Hanzo smiled. The other one is the beauty hired by the 14th Prince, Pyro 10pi. Pyro has participated in the subjugation of the Chimera ants. Her ability is to control sand. Compared with Miss Biscuit, she should be stronger than her. Stronger than her? The hunter hired by the 14th Prince and the 13th Prince happens to be the strongest hunter. Is this a coincidence? Or is it a deliberate arrangement by the Hunter Association, or is it the arrangement of King Kakin? But if the two fight, I think the winner will definitely be Pyro. Hanzo smiled. Because even if they are of equal strength, Pyro has an advantage that can definitely win. He glanced at everyone. Pyro has the blood of the Kurta tribe. Chapter 302 The Immortal Flame of the 5 Kurutas. Kurta bloodline? Many guards laughed disdainfully at this adjective. Speaking of noble bloodline, the bloodline of the princes of the Kakin Empire is even more noble. The idea that one can win because of bloodline is too ridiculous. However, although no one said anything, Hanzo could guess what these people were thinking. Advertisement. The Kurta tribe is a very special race, because it is the tribe of the president of our Hunter Association. The strongest 5 Nen, Rocky's tribe. The Kurta tribe has a very obvious feature: once they are excited, their eyes will turn red. And there will be a ball of fire behind them. Flame? The guards were slightly stunned. Why is there a flame behind them? Without waiting for them to ask, Hanzo continued, the flame is the blood symbol of the Kurta tribe today. The Kurta tribe before did not have this feature because their blood was not fully awakened. But now the Kurta people have a ball of fire behind them. And as long as the flame is burning, no matter what kind of attack they suffer, they will not be hurt at all. When Hanzo said this, many guards looked much more solemn. But he hadn't finished his words yet. The flames will not go out, the Kurutas will not die, the flames will not die. So when attacked in the same way, Lord Pyro's flames will offset the damage from the attacks, but Lord Biscuit will just have to take the damage. Walking forward 2 steps, Hanzo looked at everyone, so I said that even if the two are equally strong, the winner must be Lord Pyro. Because he has the advantage of blood. At this time, the guard sent by the eldest Prince Benjamin suddenly spoke. It seems that all the hunters around the 14th Prince are from the Kurutas. Hanzo nodded, yes, but only Lord Pyro has a formal hunter license, and the other 4 have temporary hunter licenses. Are these Kurutas Nen? Hearing this, Hanzo smiled. Let's put it this way. If you want to take the Hunter Association exam to participate in this trip to the Dark Continent, the first requirement is to be able to use Nen. Advertisement. The second is to assess professional knowledge in medicine, biology, and so on. That is to say, all hunters on board, whether they are quasi-hunters or formal hunters, are Nen. The other guards were shocked. So many people with extraordinary abilities? The flames of the Kurta people have a special effect, which is to resist the Nen applied by others. If you want to apply Nen to the Kurta people, the first thing to do is to extinguish the other party's flames. Hanzo looked at everyone. That's all I know about the Kurta people. But this information is actually not rare information. At least for Nen people, basically they all know it. But for these ordinary people, it is probably still very shocking information. Even for the eldest Prince Benjamin, when he heard this situation from the headset. The eldest prince's eyes became very gloomy. The inextinguishable flame can directly resist the Nen of others. If you want to apply Nen to the Kurta people, the first thing to do is to extinguish the other party's flame. But this kind of flame cannot be extinguished with water, but it really needs to consume the opponent's physical strength to extinguish the opponent's flame. In other words, in the Battle of Nen, the Kurta people naturally have an absolute advantage. How strong are the other Kurta people except Pyro? Han Zhang, who was originally planning to continue explaining Nen, glanced at the guard who asked the question without leaving any trace. It seems that he is very interested in the Kurta people. Want to attack the Kurta people? Or do you want to attack the 14th prince? No matter what the purpose is, Zhang can only hope that the other party is lucky. Except for Lord Pyro, I don't know what the abilities of other Kurta people are, but their strength is definitely not bad. At least they are all first class. After listening to Hanzo's evaluation, all the guards began to evaluate. Advertisement. Think carefully about the guards of the 14th prince. 5 Kurta people are responsible for protection, and there is a top ability user and 5 first-class Nen. Hanzo thinks he is at a medium level, which means that he does not think he is a first-class Nen. In other words, the most powerful security force on this ship is the 14th prince. The last prince. This makes the guards of other princes a little unbelievable now. The most inconspicuous prince now has become a necessary target for cooperation and winning over. Just because he recruited a few hunters, he directly became a strong enemy in one fell swoop. Some guards suddenly asked, "Can we continue to recruit hunters now?" There seemed to be other hunters on the ship. Hanzo smiled when he heard this. Is it too late to think about recruiting hunters now? It's basically impossible. Every hunter on the ship has his own responsibilities. It's basically impossible to recruit hunters now if we didn't do it before. We can double the price. The guard of the third Prince Jiaolei suddenly said to Hanzo. However, Hanzo sighed, maybe you don't understand hunters very well. Although there are many kinds of hunters, bounty hunters, gourmet hunters, ruins hunters, and so on, all hunters abide by a common condition. If you accept the employment, you must complete the employment task. It is impossible to accept the same employment from a second person at the same time. If it weren't on the ship of the Kajin Empire, Hanzo might have taken action directly now. Do you think hunters will have no bottom line because of money? At this moment, in the room of the eldest prince, Benjamin looked at Barasa. The situation of the 14th prince is more complicated than expected. It seems that he is no longer an object that can be easily solved. Barasa nodded, then do we still have to send private soldiers over? Of course, Barasa did not say the last sentence. If we continue to send private soldiers over, we may still be killed. It is too easy for the top Nen to kill the Nen at the level of their private soldiers. However, if the private soldiers are not increased, then the other princes will have some impact on the authority of the eldest prince. It is not conducive to the subsequent succession war. Then send the private soldiers over and guard the corridor. There is no need to go in. Benjamin made a judgment. When the private soldiers came outside, Pyro glanced at Rocky. Another one is here to die, but he seems to be very polite to guard the passage. At this moment, Rocky was still checking Vincent's memory. He nodded when he heard Pyro's words, then let him go. What can be observed in the corridor? There is no substantive meaning at all, so there is no need to care at all. Several hours have passed. Rocky has roughly finished reading Vincent's memories and has a better understanding of the Kajin Empire. The princes also roughly know something. And didn't the princes just know about the mind? Then give these princes some hunter shock. Chapter 303, the title Energy Shocks. Here, Hanzo is still explaining the basic issues related to Nen. The reason why Hanzo dared to say that people could learn Nen within 1 to 2 weeks was because he knew a hunter who had a special Nen. Help people develop Nen. It can directly awaken Nen, but there is a restriction on these awakened Nen. That is, within 3 hours of awakening, the Nen can only reach a certain level in this life. Advertisement. In other words, it is taking advantage of other people's potential, and even the fact that it will never be possible to increase their strength. To force the Nen to be brought out as a price of exchange. At the same time, the fourth prince, Caledonic, is learning Nen with the help of the hunter Tita he hired. And only half a day later, the fourth prince has begun to grasp the condensation. But the fourth prince is in a very bad mood at the moment. Didn't you say that it would take at least half a year? But that guy said it would only take 2 weeks, so who is lying? Tita looked at the fourth prince, I'm right. However, the fourth prince didn't seem to believe what Tita said, but asked again, are you sure? Tita frowned and continued, there is indeed a way to quickly awaken the mind, but this method is accompanied by danger. The method I said is the most correct, and it is not ruled out that they have the ability to help people awaken the mind forcibly, and can awaken the Nen in 2 weeks. Celadonic turned his head and looked at Tita, I hate lying women the most, can I trust you, Tita? However, facing the sudden question of the fourth prince's mind beast also came over. At this time, the terrifying face of the mind beast was already staring at Tita. Tita's forehead was slightly sweaty, and he opened his mouth gently, of course. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying mind energy swept the entire BW. The thoughts that suddenly swept in like the sea filled the entire BW. Whether it was the area where the princes and others were on the first floor or the area at the bottom of the fifth floor. The entire BW was filled with air. At this moment, all the men on the entire ship fell into extreme panic. The eldest prince's private soldier who was sent to the 14th prince also looked at the direction of the door in horror. The new private soldier was called Babama. The moment he felt the air, he understood what this air meant. Advertisement. This is, circle. As Babama is also good at using circles, his circle can only cover an entire room at most. However, this circle not only began to expand crazily in an irregular form, but even spread to this distance in an instant. And he didn't know where this circle would expand to. At this moment, Hanzo, who was in the room of the 12th prince, was explaining the circle. Circle is to separate the chi from the body, and then control it to expand the range of chi, so as to detect other people's movements, enemy attacks, and even. Just when Hanzo said this, the terrifying circle swept over instantly. Suddenly, everyone was enveloped in it. At this moment, the prince's private soldiers were still observing Hanzo. This person was Sholikov. His ability was to find out what kind of nin others were through observation, and even to judge other people's nin. But this was not his nin, but based on his powerful nin experience, as a powerful nin. Sholikov was able to find out who was a nin and what abilities they had just by observation. If the ability was relatively simple, he could even analyze other people's abilities. And at this moment, Sholikov was also observing Hanzo, judging what system of nin Hanzo belonged to and what nin might be. Through the thoughts entangled in Hanzo, the weak fluctuations and changes could investigate Hanzo's nin. But when he was observing others, a violent thought suddenly swept over. At this moment, Sholikov even felt as if he had suddenly fallen into cold water. He couldn't breathe at all. Of course, this was just a mental impression, not that he really couldn't breathe. The thoughts continued to surge. In just a few seconds, the entire BW was enveloped by this thought. Everyone on the ship, everyone's breathing, everyone's heartbeat, are all easily controlled by Rocky. Kurapika, who was investigating the crime on the ship with the 12 members, frowned slightly. He knew very well who this thought belonged to. The circle could be spread to such an extent that even the 4 underground cities could be easily explored. Then there is no doubt that only Rocky can achieve such an exaggerated level. But what makes Kurapika feel incredible is that if it is just Rocky's thoughts, it is not strange, but the strange place is in the king. The aura released by Rocky made him feel completely unable to feel Rocky's aura. Advertisement. Even this aura made Kurapika vaguely think of a tribe member in the tribe. It seems to be called Yuichi. But he didn't know whether it was him or not, but Kurapika was very surprised why the aura released by Rocky did not have any of his own aura at all. In this way, no matter who it is, he will never doubt that this ability is used by Rocky. On the contrary, the more people who know Rocky, the more they will believe that this is not Rocky's thought. Because Rocky's nin gives people a completely different feeling. This is Rocky's new ability. I'm hiding among the 3. Not only can the appearance and body shape be changed, but even the way of speaking and the tone of voice and movements will be reversed under the effect of nin, and they will be exactly the same as the other party. Oh! Even the most critical nin chi seems to be covered with a thin false phenomenon, becoming exactly the same as the other party. So Rocky dared to release his circle unscrupulously. But the circle lasted for about a minute, and then disappeared, and every corner of the 14th master's room was filled with Rocky's circle. Of course, the floating chi that seemed to be coming out at any time can still be seen at the door. The eldest Prince Benjamin looked at Barasa in front of him, that just now. Barasa's face was also very ugly, no longer as calm as before. No doubt, it's the circle. The eldest prince. Circle? Benjamin himself is a nin, but he thinks it's impossible. How can someone's circle expand to that extent? It has been reported that among the private soldiers in the lower level, there are also the existence of nin. The private soldier on the 4th floor reported that he felt the circle, and it spread to the 5th floor. Even he couldn't tell where it spread to. Benjamin sat down slowly, and his eyes showed shock, surprise, and horror that he hadn't seen for a long time. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying nin in the world. And who is this person? The news came from Babama, the private soldier of the eldest prince at the door of the 14th prince. Chi! It broke out from the room of the 14th prince. And the nin who used such a terrifying circle is probably the hunter hired by the 14th prince. And the first suspected target is Pyro 9. Chapter 304, The Prince's Visit. Barasal looked at the information in his hand. According to my investigation, and the information sent back from Kaikin, the only person who could perform such a large-scale circle is the legendary hunter president, Rocky from the Kurta tribe. But there are other Kurta tribe members on the ship, and the most likely one is Pyro from the Kurta tribe. He once participated in the crusade against the Chimera ants. And he destroyed a Chimera ant nest in an instant with his own strength. If it is compared with human buildings, it is equivalent to a 300-meter-high skyscraper. Hearing these descriptions, Benjamin's eyes also became a little surprised. A skyscraper of more than 300 meters can be destroyed by one's own strength. Advertisement. Is this a thought? Can it be done? As the prince of the Kakan Empire, he had heard of the Chimera Ant incident before, but he didn't know much about it. It was just regarded as an ordinary biological event of 087. At that time, the Kakan Empire was preparing for the BW, and was also busy preparing for the succession war. In this case, he didn't know much about the specific situation of the Chimera Ant War. Pyro. I remember this name. Benjamin's eyes turned slightly, and he glanced at Barasa. I'm going to the room of the fourth prince. Barasa was slightly stunned when he heard this. Are you sure? If an of that level suddenly attacks, I'm afraid. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't feel at ease, and even if it's an enemy, I have to confirm it with my own eyes before I know how to deal with it. Without confirming the opponent's strength, it is very likely to backfire if you make a rash move. So it's better to see it in person, and Benjamin has a plan. Barasa called the room of the 14th prince. And Bird answered the phone. After learning about the other party's request to come over, he turned around and notified Rocky and the 8th princess. There was no immediate reply here, because the 8th princess needed to discuss it with Rocky. At this moment, the 8th princess looked at Rocky and asked, why did the eldest prince suddenly ask to come over? Does he want to attack us? Rocky shook his head and said, no. No one on the entire ship dares to attack us now. What is the eldest prince doing here? The 8th princess seemed to be very afraid of the eldest prince. However, Rocky said, don't worry, he will never attack us unless he has no other choice. The main purpose of coming here this time is probably just to test the enemy's situation. 11. There is also another purpose. Win him over. These are the only two possibilities Rocky can think of. If he were the eldest prince, he would not be able to tolerate a powerful guy watching him covetously. Advertisement. It is necessary to first figure out whether he is an enemy or a friend. Rocky asked Bird to reply to the eldest prince that they could meet but only bring one guard. The eldest prince said there was no problem. After the eldest prince Benjamin's call ended, the second prince and the fourth prince called at the same time. At this time, Bird asked Rocky whose call to answer first. Rocky thought for a while and said, answer them all. After answering, tell them that we are meeting with the eldest prince. If you have anything, please contact them again in an hour. Bird will Rocky told the two of them exactly what he said. No matter the second prince Camilla or the fourth prince Caledonic, they both felt very bad the moment they heard the news. The fourth prince Caledonic looked at TT and asked, how much do you know about this Pyro? After hearing this, TT thought carefully, I don't know much. I haven't worked with him. Although we are both members of the Hunter Association, Pyro is a newcomer. That means you don't know him. Yes. The fourth prince, Caledonic, sighed helplessly, it seems that through your relationship, there is no way to bring too many advantages. After hearing this, TT looked at the fourth prince. In fact, for the hunter who accepted the commission, any relationship is not very useful. All the decisions and actions made by the other party will be based on their employer to the maximum extent, bringing convenience to their employer. After hearing this, Caledonic looked at TT on the side, what about you? Is everything you do and every decision you make for me? Of course. You are my employer. I may not be as loyal to you as your private soldier, but I am loyal to my mission. Since I have accepted the commission, I will do my best to complete it. Understood. Caledonic nodded. Advertisement. On the other side, the eldest prince Benjamin had already brought a guard to the door of the 14th prince. The eldest prince's private soldier Babama, who was located in the corridor, saluted the eldest prince at the first time. However, Babama's first words were, Sir, the 14th prince's room is occupied by the circle, and anyone who breaks in will be detected immediately. Hearing this, Benjamin looked at the surging mind energy at the door. The circle that just covered almost the entire BW has now shrunk to only the 14th prince's room? Is it because it is impossible to continuously release such a large range of circles? Obviously impossible. The biggest possibility is that the other party deliberately expanded the range of the circle for the first time, just for demonstration, or to show strength. The current contraction is to prevent anyone from catching a handle. While the eldest prince Benjamin was still thinking, the door had already opened. Moore came out and motioned for the eldest prince Benjamin and his guards to enter. However, when Moore appeared, the guard Barasa behind Benjamin and the private soldier Babama master who was sent here before instinctively felt a faint sense of danger. And it seemed that the temperature around him had slightly increased. Moore was a middle-aged man who looked honest and simple, and his eyes were not sharp. But the aura of mind was not weak. The strong fluctuation of the mind energy, even in the state of entanglement, is still as eye-catching as the scorching sun. First class Nin? No. Perhaps it is already a top-level nin. After a brief moment of distraction, Benjamin regained his composure and walked into the room. Barasa followed him in, and Babama at the door became the person responsible for the response. 2.4. As soon as he stepped into the door of the room, Benjamin was stunned. Because it was completely different from what Barasa had guessed, the person sitting in the middle of the room, wearing a black suit, released aura that filled the entire room. Not far away, Pyro sat on the sofa with his eyes closed and a lot of sand floating beside him. It seems that the person in charge of this conversation, or the person who really released the terrifying circle, was not Pyro, but the person in front of him. According to Barasa's previous information, Benjamin remembered the names of these Kurta people. The person in front of him is called Yui. And looking at the flames behind the 5 Kurutas in the room, there is no doubt that the strongest is Pyro and the weakest is Yuichi. But at this moment, feeling Rocky's thoughts, Benjamin didn't understand why this level was still the weakest Kuruta. Chapter 305. A tricky situation with all the experts. N.A. Rocky pointed to the seat opposite, signaling the eldest prince Benjamin to sit down. Benjamin's eyes quickly swept over everyone in the room. The first thing he noticed was Pyro. Pyro was sitting on the sofa at the moment, closing his eyes and obviously activating his ability. A lot of sand was flying around him. It even covered his eyes. Advertisement. This made Benjamin confused as to what kind of ability Pyro was activating. Benjamin sat down and suddenly keenly observed that there was a layer of dust on the coffee table not far away. On the BW, it was a layer of the prince's living area. How could there be dust? This was still on the sea, and there was so much dust in this room. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than a month to accumulate so much dust. Combined with Pyro's ability, the other party has the ability to control sand, but sand is not necessarily only sand. If the other party's ability can even control fine particles of dust like dust, then all the dust in the entire room can be controlled by the other party, and looking at Pyro's current appearance, it is obviously some kind of remote ability. Surveillance? Perception? Or some other ability. Benjamin turned his eyes to another person. Another Kuruta tribe member standing behind Pyro playing with a doll. Sankunyo. Although Sankunyo looks like a harmless little girl, the terrifying aura on her body can be said to be the most powerful in this room except for Pai and the Zio who was about to talk to him. And even compared with the two of them, Sankunyo's aura is obviously wilder, as if her lack of skills makes her entanglement impossible to be too perfect. Or because of a certain ability of hers, her entanglement cannot be too perfect. Instinct tells Benjamin that this seemingly harmless little girl is absolutely terrifying in combat. Because of her position, in this room, Moore stood at the door, according to Benjamin's observation and guess. The other party is very skilled in the use of aura, obviously an experienced nin, and his ability is definitely good. It may have several abilities at the same time. Fighting, assault, defense, etc. It must be an ability related to combat. The prince's room, the door is an important passage, and it can also be said to be the only passage, unless unconventional means are used. Advertisement. The only way to enter and exit is through the door. And this key point naturally needs to be assigned a fairly comprehensive nin to guard. It may not be easy to break through here by force, and Moore alone can stop or even solve most of the nin. Because this guy has first-class strength. And the next is the little girl, Sankyande. Her position is behind Pyro. Sitting on the ground playing with her doll, this position has two very good places. First, the view is blocked by the sofa. If someone sneak attacks Pyro, they may ignore the position behind the sofa. And Pyro's current state is obviously activating a certain ability. It is well known that when activating a certain ability, the ability user should usually be quite vulnerable. But Sankyande is obviously protecting Pyro as a guard, while facing the room where the 14th prince and the 8th princess are resting. In other words, if Pyro is attacked, Sankyande can take action at the first time and attack the enemy. If there is any problem in the direction of the 14th prince and the 8th princess, she can also rush there at the first time. Isn't the 8th princess coming out? This was the first thing Benjamin said when he sat down. Rocky shook his head. The 8th princess had known about the arrival of the eldest prince, but she had authorized me to talk to the eldest prince. That is to say, the 8th princess trusted these hired Kuruta hunters very much. If this is the case, things will be even more difficult. At the other end of the prince's living room on the right, there are windows and ventilation ducts. And below here, there are also several sofas and tables against the wall. Bert is sitting on the sofa in this position, silently wiping the samurai sword in his hand. There is a cup of coffee in front of him. And his position is about 15 meters away from Rocky and others. The master's room is quite spacious. Benjamin just glanced at it lightly and retracted his gaze. Because he did not observe the other party carefully, he could not judge the other party's strength, but one thing was clear. First of all, the weapon Bird held was a samurai sword. He did not choose weapons such as firearms, which means that the power of the knife in the other party's hand is even more powerful than the gun. As a melee weapon, the katana should not have a wide attack range, so he should be closer. Advertisement. Although he is located near the window and the ventilation duct, it is obviously to defend against enemies or other things that may invade from here. But he is so far away, and if he wants to attack with a melee weapon under normal circumstances, the distance of 15 meters will become a headache. Sitting so far away openly also indirectly indicates a problem. The opponent has some means to close the distance instantly, or although the opponent's weapon is a melee weapon, it can launch a long-range attack. Although there were not many people in this room, Moore at the door was guarding the only entrance and exit, and also monitoring the situation in the staff lounge at the entrance. If there was any problem with those maids and servants, they would not escape Moore's eyes. Pyro. The nun who had been completely confirmed to have top-level strength should be monitoring or sensing the entire 14th Prince's room, and even the situation on the entire floor. It was the first insurance. And Rocky, who Benjamin now thought was called Yui, was the second insurance. Rocky's circle covered the entire 14th Prince's room, and any disturbance could not escape Rocky's idea. 963 What's more terrifying is that Rocky's circle is an irregular shape, which shows that the control of Qi has reached an incredible level. The little girl Sankyande, who is responsible for guarding the safety of Pyro, is also responsible for supporting the rooms of the 14th Prince and the 8th Princess. Once something happens, she can be dispatched at the first time. And the position of Sankyande makes Benjamin feel incredible. There is no doubt that this position should belong to the most powerful, the location of the nun. 3 routes. The room of the prince and the princess, the main entrance, the right window and the ventilation duct. Sancho can be dispatched at the first time. And Bird, a nun who uses melee weapons, may have long-range attack means, and can be regarded as the second echelon to support the rooms of the princess and the prince. Finally, there is Yuichi, who is responsible for talking to me this time. A monster that can release terrifying energy and cover the entire ship, and now it seems that he is the core of this hunter team. The private soldiers I sent before can never be the opponent of this group of monsters. Any one of them is first class. Even some of them may be top-level nin. The 14th Prince, an inconspicuous kid, didn't expect to find such a group of people. Benjamin now feels a little pity. If he had hired some hunters at the beginning, maybe, these people would be his. Chapter 306, The Best Choice of Winning Over and Threatening. Benjamin felt even more strange about Rocky's observation. The man in front of him had no rules for his chi. When using the circle, a large part of the chi would be in the body, so it was natural to use the entanglement to control the chi. Normally, when using the circle, the chi itself is more active. And through the form of the chi, it is possible to roughly infer what type of the opponent is, and even the nin of the opponent. Advertisement. But at the moment, Rocky's chi is terribly stable. There is basically no fluctuation, as if it is in a static state. Even the circle that is cast, the way it spreads and explodes, does not fluctuate too much. This almost extreme control of chi can no longer determine what type of ability Rocky is, let alone determine Rocky's ability. Then why did the prince come here? If it's because of the private soldiers before, then we still answered before. The other party was assassinated before he came in. We don't know who the murderer is. Benjamin's face changed slightly when he heard this. From Rocky's tone, he heard that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. This made Benjamin quite angry. As the prince of the Kajin Empire, he never compromised or accepted negotiations. Once he made up his mind, he would never give up. And the identity of the prince of the Kajin Empire did allow him to cultivate such a character. But Rocky didn't care. If the other party took action now, it would be perfect. Just suppress it directly. Rocky also thought it was good to kill the prince on the charge of killing the 14th prince. It's just a soldier, I don't care. Benjamin said coldly. Rocky nodded, that's right. After all, the prince has a lot of private soldiers. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 die. The 2 consecutive sentences made Benjamin sure of one thing. The guy in front of him seemed to want to anger him thoroughly. So that he can attack himself. And in the room, I don't know when, the eyes of Moore, Bird and Sancho have all focused on him. For a moment, Benjamin felt a huge pressure. Advertisement. This has never happened before. The 3 people just stared at him and made him feel so much pressure. How could this be possible? As the eldest prince, he himself has mastered Nen, and his strength is not weak. Song actually felt an unprecedented sense of oppression just because of the master's gaze. It's incredible. At this moment, the eldest prince Benjamin just wanted to open his mouth to say something, and Barasa on the side said decisively, we came here to seek cooperation, or to see if you are likely to accept our employment. Benjamin was slightly stunned when he heard this. Hire these people? This is a good idea. These people are very strong. If you can hire these people under his command, Then Benjamin can say that the suspense of the next succession battle is basically reduced by half. However, Rocky shook his head regretfully, sorry, we will not betray the 14th prince. This sentence has blocked all that Benjamin wanted to say next. But Barasa seemed to have something else to say, we want to hire you, not to let you deal with the 14th prince, but just a suggestion. Can you accept our employment and do something for us without hurting the 14th prince, threatening the 14th prince's safety, or causing inconvenience to the 14th prince? This restriction is very good. If the 14th prince is completely removed, will Rocky and others be willing to accept the employment? This is also a way to test the attitude of the hunters. Sorry, in addition to hiring, the association also gave us an order. Protecting the target prince is our entire mission. Rocky squinted at Benjamin, it's a pity that the eldest prince did not hire a hunter, otherwise he should have known about this. Is this a mockery of his lack of foresight, thinking that he did not hire a hunter, but now he regrets it? Benjamin clenched his fists, I don't need any hunter. Then why did the eldest prince come to the 14th prince? Since there is no need for hunter, then why did he come here specially? To see these people? Although this is indeed the real purpose of the eldest prince, he will not say it so easily. The eldest prince smiled, I came here to form an alliance with the 14th prince. Since you represent the 14th prince and the 8th princess, then you agree to this matter or refuse it. Rocky was slightly stunned when he heard this. Alliance. This is a surprising proposal, and the 8th princess in the room at this moment obviously heard this. If they can form an alliance with the eldest prince, it will naturally be very good for them. Advertisement. Because the strength of the eldest prince is so strong, if they form an alliance, the safety of her and the 14th prince will be guaranteed to a great extent. However, after thinking for a second, Rocky gave the answer of rejection. Your employer may not agree with your decision. It has been discussed before coming here. I will be responsible for all negotiations with the eldest prince. At this moment, the 8th princess still wanted to come out, but she thought of what she promised Rocky before, so she sat down again. It seems that there is no problem with the safety of this group of powerful hunters, and there is no need to form an alliance with the eldest prince. For the safety of the employer, forming an alliance with the eldest prince is not the best choice. Because the eldest prince himself is the person that all princes want to deal with the most. Once a prince wants to compete for the throne, he will naturally regard the eldest prince as his #1 rival. If he forms an alliance with the eldest prince at this time, it will be directly involved in the most intense struggle. There is no need for the 14th prince now. Even if there is no alliance, does Prince Yin really want to be the first to deal with the 4th prince? If he has time, he should think about how to deal with the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince and the 4th prince. It is not only not a good decision to form an alliance with the eldest prince, but it is also a very wrong decision. Benjamin slowly stood up and said, in this case, forget it. Promised. He was about to leave, and at this time Rocky suddenly said, alliance is not possible, but a truce agreement can be agreed upon. Prince Benjamin was slightly stunned when he heard this. This guy is really not easy to deal with. He wanted to use the alliance to drag him into the water. Unexpectedly, the other party not only saw through it, but also used the truce agreement to make a fuss. I am not interested in this. The eldest prince was about to leave. However, Rocky smiled and said, no. You will be interested, because if the eldest prince disagrees, then from today on, we will always monitor the eldest prince and share every word and everything the eldest prince said and did with other princes. Threat. Direct threat. Benjamin suddenly turned back and looked at Rocky. Want to monitor me? With your ability. From the moment you walked in, everything about you is under our control. Every particle of dust floating around you can sense and monitor everything about you. Chapter 307, Forced Restraint Stress Response. Benjamin stared at Rocky. For a moment, the strong killing intent almost burst out. But Rocky seemed to ignore the killing intent and continued to say to Benjamin, it's too easy to monitor the prince when we can control even the dust. So if the prince disagrees, we will use this as our bargaining chip to trade with other princes. The prince seemed to want to take action immediately after hearing this. Advertisement. However, Barasa suddenly said, Sir, do you want to fight the prince head-on? At this moment, the 8th princess in the room was very nervous. She was even a little worried for a while. If the prince really attacked desperately, would they be able to stop him? However, Rocky said slowly, I don't mean that, but we are not afraid of anyone. As he said that, Bird had stood up and released his energy without hesitation. He looked like he would attack directly as long as Rocky said to attack. And Sancho and more were also like this, and even Pyro slowly opened his eyes, and the surging sand behind him jumped rapidly. Chi. It is the standard that can really see how strong a person is. The chi that everyone burst out at the moment, each one gave Benjamin a very strong sense of oppression. These. They are all first-class nin, and Barasa 580 broke out in cold sweat. A team composed of 5 first-class Nen masters. This kind of match cannot be dealt with by more than 3 or 5 people, and even among Nen, there are differences in high and low. It is very difficult for a first-class Nen to kill the opponent if a specific method is not found. And now there are still 5, and the team composed of 5 first-class Nen is afraid that the ability will be quite comprehensive. Treatment, assistance, intelligence gathering, tactical formulation, mutual cooperation. In this case, the combat power that 5 first-class Nen can burst out is completely greater than that of an entire army. Advertisement. If you want to destroy such a team, I am afraid that even if the private army under the command of the prince sends out 50 people, it may not be able to deal with it. Dare to threaten me? You are the first one. Benjamin stared at Rocky. Rocky smiled faintly. That may be because the prince is only in the Kajin Empire and has not gone out. If he goes out for a walk, he will find that there are actually many people who dare to threaten you. But let's not talk about this now. I hope the prince will make a choice. There is no way. The information of the prince is coveted by other princes, so it is valuable to use the information of the prince as a bargaining chip. Like monitoring the 13th prince, the 12th prince, etc. is completely worthless. There is no way. Rocky looked at Benjamin while speaking. It also shows that the prince is a very valuable person. Isn't this good? Rocky said calmly. Barasa was quite nervous at this moment. Once the prince made any unwise moves, I am afraid that things would not end well. At this time, the mind beast behind the prince stared at Rocky. It seemed that it might take action at any time. However, facing this kind of gaze, Rocky was quite confused. The moment he raised his hand, the Ghost King wheel appeared in Rocky's hand. Compared with other phantom swords, the Ghost King wheel is a very rare weapon. People who don't know Rocky probably haven't seen the Ghost King wheel. Even in the previous battle of the Chimera Ant, many people saw the battle. But the scenes of the Ghost King wheel are pitifully few. When being wrapped in the mind energy, it is hard to say how many people can see the Ghost King wheel. Now he took out the Ghost King wheel. One reason was that almost no one recognized it, and the other was that the Ghost King wheel could use ghost energy bullets to directly destroy thoughts. If thoughts can be destroyed, then so can thought beasts. I'm not used to looking at me like this again, and it may cause some stress reactions. Don't blame me if there are any bad consequences. At this moment, Rocky's gun was aimed at the air above the prince. The prince was slightly stunned, and Barasal looked up at the prince's thought beast. This guy is a manipulator, threatening the prince's thought beast with a gun? How could a thought beast, or a parasitic thought beast, be threatened? This guy's doing this seems to have no use except exposing his own abilities. However, the next second, the thought beast that was still staring at Rocky fiercely suddenly lowered its head and even turned its eyes away, no longer looking at Rocky. The thought beast is a collection of thoughts, and it is a derivative individual of the user's thoughts. No consciousness? No fear and terror? Indeed, but they can also feel the power of the other party. Rocky slowly put down the gun and looked up at Benjamin again. Does the prince want to agree or leave? At this moment, the prince looked at Rocky and turned to look at Barasa. Barasa nodded. Okay. I agree. Will not compromise? Not accept any negotiations? Advertisement. Rocky sneered at this. What does it mean to not compromise? That's because the fist is not big enough. What does it mean to not accept negotiations? That's because the bargaining chips in hand are not attractive enough. Or the deterrent power is not enough. I thought the prince's character would never change. Now it seems that he will still change. He will still compromise. He will still accept negotiations. Since the prince agrees, we will not monitor the prince. The armistice agreement is valid until the 2 people except the prince and the 14th prince are alive. If the prince violates the agreement, there will be serious consequences. Benjamin no longer cares about the verbal threat. He looked at Rocky and said, Koluta people, I will remember you. Benjamin was about to leave, but Rocky frowned. The prince is going to leave now. Benjamin turned around and said, what else do you want to do? Since it is an agreement, it naturally requires strong constraints. It is impossible to just say it and forget it. Benjamin glanced at Barasa and said, I will send it after the agreement is reached. Rocky shook his head and said, I never believe in any agreement. It is better for me to do it myself. The next second, the chain pierced Benjamin's heart directly. Since the agreement has been made, everyone must abide by it. Bang bang. Benjamin wanted to attack suddenly, but the next second, the flames broke out in the back, and the terrifying flames instantly enveloped and emitted a terrifying high temperature. Moyer's whole person seemed to have turned into a fireman. And Bert on the other side also put a knife against Barasa's neck. Barasa, what a quick move. Benjamin slowly turned his head and looked at Morel, whose whole body was burning with flames. Is this guy's ability to turn air into flames? Don't get excited, because any reaction of yours may cause my companions to be overexcited and thus have a stress reaction. It's hard to say what they will do at that time. And this is just a means to restrain each other. There is no danger. Don't worry. You won't die if you fulfill the agreement. After saying that, Rocky took back the chain, but the chain of judgment had already remained in Benjamin's body. Chapter 308, A Prince Elimination Battle begins. The eldest prince Benjamin returned to his room angrily. On the other side, Rocky and others looked at the door with a smile on their faces. The 8th princess asked Rocky to go in and see him. The question the 8th princess wanted to ask next was very simple, and Rocky probably knew it even if the other party didn't say it. She probably wanted to ask if it was not good for him to be like this with the eldest prince Benjamin. Advertisement. Rocky's answer to this is very simple, this is to show Benjamin that we have the ability to kill him. But isn't a cooperative truce the best choice? For the 8th princess and the 14th prince, you don't want to be involved in this succession war, so I followed your wishes and chose a truce. Hearing this, the 8th princess didn't say anything, but was very curious, how do you ensure that the eldest prince will really keep his promise? And Rocky smiled, because I left my thoughts on the eldest prince, you can understand it as a kind of restriction. Once he violates the agreement, he will suffer a very strong backlash, and the most serious result is death. Hearing this, the 8th princess was a little surprised, is it really okay? As you said, you left some kind of restriction on the eldest prince, but won't this power be lifted by others? The 8th princess is a smart woman. Although she has never been exposed to thoughts, because she has never been exposed to thoughts, the 8th princess's thinking is completely unrestricted. She can think of things that ordinary non-people can't think of. You are right. There are indeed many people in this world who can remove other people's thoughts. This ability is called removal of thoughts among us non. Not to mention others, I can remove thoughts, but the thoughts I planted in the prince this time are different. Rocky smiled. Advertisement. That was the chain of judgment left behind by the forced upgrade. If a removist wants to remove this kind of thoughts, I am afraid it is impossible. There is absolutely no way even if he sacrifices his life. Unless this removist has a very amazing amount of thoughts, which is several times more than Rocky, then he may be able to remove thoughts successfully. Otherwise, no matter what the prince does, he will never be able to remove thoughts. In the prince's room, 2 removists among the private soldiers were kneeling in front of the prince in fear. This thought is too strong, it can't be removed at all. I've never seen such a strong thought. The words of the 2 thought removers surprised Prince Benjamin. The thought removers couldn't remove the thought on him. That guy actually set such a strong thought for him. When he thought that his heart might be crushed at any time, Benjamin felt even more fearful. He said to Barasa on the side, tell everyone not to do anything to the 14th prince, and don't do anything that may harm the 14th prince. Barasa also understood the current situation of the eldest prince. The constraints of Nan are not only constraints on the person himself, but also based on the conditions set by both parties. Since the eldest prince agreed, then anyone with the label of the eldest prince who did anything to the 14th prince could be considered a violation of the oath and would kill the eldest prince in an instant. Barasa did not dare to be negligent and hurried to convey the order. At the same time in the room of the 12th prince, Hanzo was explaining the various techniques of Nan. And the caster of the terrifying circle just now seemed to have been found. Advertisement. It was the guard of the 14th prince, Hunter Yuichi of the association. This was a name that surprised everyone. Because Hanzo had said before that the 2 strongest Nan users were not this person. But now this person directly cast that level of Nan. Can you be considered a top-level Nan user if you can expand your mind to the entire BW? The guard of the 9th prince asked. Hanzo pondered for a few seconds and then looked up at them. This is no longer a top-level Nan user, but a level beyond the top. As far as I know, there is only one person who can do this, and that is Rocky, the president of the Hunter Association. And now another monster who can do this has appeared. And he is also a member of the Kurta tribe. Hanzo's words made everyone present seem to fall into deep thought. There was already a pyro beside the 14th prince, and now there is another Yuichi. It seems that the 14th prince has become a hot candidate for the winner of the succession war. The reason is very simple. Among the guards present, those who have mastered the mind will know very well that how abnormal power is needed to be able to exert it to that extent. Because of Rocky's circle, the guards now don't have much time to study seriously. Please give me flowers. Hanzo also saw it, so after explaining the general theory, he asked everyone to go back and rest for a day, and continue to practice mind tomorrow. At this time, the 2 guards of the 9th prince came to find him. The 2 guards of the 9th prince had feather-like signs on their hands. According to the 2, all of them, including the 9th prince, had such signs. The 2 guards also believed that this was a symbol of the 9th prince's will. Hanzo also agreed with the 2, but this was obviously the ability of the emitter. According to the 2, the strange symbol that suddenly appeared on the back of the hand is likely to be the ability of the 9th prince's mind beast. And this ability may be determined by their will, and often such harsh conditions for activation mean that the ability will be very strong. 0. It also means that all people with the sign will bear common risks. The stricter the restrictions, the stronger the ability, and the greater the risk. Is there no ability that can be used without restrictions? The 9th Prince's guard just asked casually, but Hanzo suddenly thought of someone. Maybe there really is. Hanzo looked at the two of them. Our President Rocky seems to have no major restrictions on his ability to activate, but the President's energy is probably the strongest human in history. So his limit is probably that his energy reaches a certain level, so it cannot be said that he is completely unrestricted. As they were talking, suddenly, a scream came from the 12th Prince's room. Everyone rushed to the 12th Prince's room as soon as possible, but the 12th Prince Mumuzawa had completely lost his breath. Lying quietly on the bed. Assassination. The 12th Prince Mumuzawa died. On the first day of sailing, a prince was eliminated. The guards knew about the succession war, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. And they could assassinate the prince right under their noses. Hanzo was very angry at the moment. Under his protection, they killed the 12th prince. These guys were too bold. Did the two guards of the 9th prince deliberately attract his attention? Hanzo was a little confused at the moment and didn't know what to do for a while. It was too strange. Who killed the 12th prince? Chapter 309 The one who deserves to die among the millions of reincarnation cats. At night, Hanzo, who had already rested, was ready to use his ability to use the power of the clone to investigate the murderer of the 12th prince. At the same time, Biscuit, who was on the lower bunk, took care of his physical body when he went out using the power of the clone. If the main body was greeted or touched by others, the power would be instantly lifted. So he needed someone to help guard his body. Biscuit, who was also a hunter in the association, also agreed readily. Advertisement. It was a very safe choice to hand over his body to Biscuit. After all, Bai Tongji was quite strong. Hanzo didn't think anyone could touch his body without alarming Biscuit. Hanzo left. At the same time, the second Prince Camilla had already walked out of his room in a swagger, looking at the eldest prince's private soldier Musser who was guarding the door. Musser was about to get up, and if the second prince needed anything, he could 380 to help. But the second Prince Camilla said directly, I'm going to kill Benjamin now, and you have only two choices, either follow me or die. Musser frowned slightly, then immediately stood up and pointed the gun at Camilla. This kind of words is not a joke. What I said just now has been recorded. Second Prince, please don't move or make any offensive moves from now on. I need to detain you and investigate what you said just now, whether it is true or false. However, Camilla didn't care at all and still took a step forward. At this moment, Musser also roughly understood that the opponent's ability should be a counterattack ability. The second Prince Camilla is a woman, and she has also mastered the ability early. Although she is very beautiful, she is quite cruel. She will be keen to kill the enemy in a more cruel way. At this moment, Camilla's action of walking forward made Musser make a decision in an instant. The opponent is likely to have a counterattack ability. Once he launches an attack, the opponent's counterattack will be more powerful. However, for the prince's private soldier, Musser, even so, it didn't matter. If he was killed because of the opponent's ability to counterattack, then there was at least 90 points to help the prince understand the second prince's ability. So, Musser fired without hesitation. With 3 gunshots, the second Prince Camilla's forehead and the heart position in his chest were hit directly and accurately. However, with the sound of gunshots, the second Prince Camilla fell to the ground instantly. Directly dead. Advertisement. Musser was a little confused. He died just now? I thought it was the ability to counterattack at the moment of his attack. Is the ability not activated, or is it that his attack was too fast and the opponent didn't have time to gather the conditions for the ability to activate? Musser squatted down and checked the pulse of the second Prince Camilla. But the next second, a huge cat suddenly appeared behind him. With a clap of his huge palms, he killed Musser instantly. Then the cat hugged Musser's body as if sucking something. The tail emitted a bright light and turned into a shape similar to a pacifier, feeding Camilla with some liquid. Camilla slowly woke up, and all the injuries on her body recovered. Million Reincarnation Cat. A counterattack type mind beast. Once Camilla is killed, the Million Reincarnation Cat will appear, kill the person who killed Camilla, and absorb the opponent's vitality and then revive Camilla. However, this ability is not completely flawless. If she is killed indirectly instead of directly, then this ability will have no effect at all. But Camilla seemed to think that this ability was enough to help him ascend the throne. So he went directly to find the eldest Prince Benjamin. However, at this time, the phone rang in the room of the 14th Prince. It was a call from the guard of the 12th Prince. Bird picked up the phone. After the other party explained his intention, Bird looked at Rocky, the guard of the 12th prince wants to get rid of us and get information about the 6 suspects who killed the 12th prince. Because the lower prince, whether guard or princess, must not take the initiative to contact the upper prince. So the guard of the 12th prince can only make calls to contact the guards of the 14th prince and the guards of the 13th prince. However, Bird looked at Rocky and waved his hand casually after listening. Not interested. And Bird also directly relayed Rocky's original words to the other party. But the other party continued to say, if you can provide information, then we can send the guard of the 12th prince, the association hunter Hanzo, here. After hearing the other party's words, Rocky took the phone from Bird's hand. No need. Sending Hanzo here, do you think that you and others can't guarantee the safety of the 14th prince? Using the association's hunter as a deal. Now Rocky is still thinking about the strange thoughts he felt at the bottom when he used Yuan during the day. Advertisement. Those thoughts seemed familiar. Should I send Hisoka to check it out? Yes, Hisoka is also on this ship, but it's not the right time for him to show up yet. While Rocky was thinking, the phone rang again. But when he saw that it was the call from the guard of the 12th prince, Rocky chose to hang up directly. The death of the 12th prince was not interesting to Rocky. As long as no one set their sights on the 14th prince, he would just wait for these princes to kill each other, and then he would take action according to the situation. Kill the last prince. There was no need to be so troublesome. But soon a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This guy was Hanzo, and his appearance made Moore attack immediately. The flames suddenly enveloped Hanzo, but Rocky stopped it in time and Moore released the flames. But Hanzo was also scared because the flames just now seemed to be able to swallow him in an instant. Before Rocky asked Hanzo what he was here for. The next second, the door was knocked. Rocky frowned. It seemed that many people liked to come to the door tonight. Let Moore open the door, and the next second an unexpected person appeared in front of him. The other party had a gun in his hand, and the bullet was shot directly at Moore as soon as Moore opened the door. However, Moore didn't even need to use his ability to attack with guns. He could easily block the attack of bullets with his chi. The bullet was bounced away. Moore looked at the person in front of him expressionlessly. The second prince Camilla. At this moment, Rocky was a little confused. Why did the second prince suddenly come here alone? As a prince in a higher position, shouldn't her target be the eldest prince and others? However, Camilla didn't kill Moore with one shot, and she didn't even intend to fire a second shot. Instead, she turned around and shot at the other people in the room without hesitation. Accompanied by the sound of several bullets being bounced away. Bird split the bullet in half, Sancho blocked in front of Rocky and bounced the bullet with his body, and Pyro was protected by sand and the bullet couldn't hurt him at all. The people in the room were able to block the gun attack. Camilla smiled immediately. That guy really didn't lie to me. You guys are the ones who deserve to die more. Chapter 310, The Crazy Prince Who Strengthens His Reading Skills. The second prince Camilla. Female. In the hunter world where monsters are everywhere, Camilla's appearance is considered good. But this prince is extremely self-centered and hysterical, arrogant and insolent. He doesn't care about anything except his father's words. At this moment, Camilla came straight to Rocky. Advertisement. And raised the gun directly to Rocky's forehead. Are you the one who can influence the entire succession war that Benjamin said? The strongest man on this ship. The arrogant tone made Bird and others a little unhappy. If Rocky hadn't signaled them not to do it, Camilla, who spoke to Rocky in this tone, would probably have been beheaded now. At this moment, Camilla glanced at everyone in the room and then said to Rocky. I'll give you a chance to pledge your loyalty to me. I heard that you Koluta people are very special. You won't get hurt unless the flames behind you go out. Not bad, very interesting. Camilla's eyes turned, looking at everyone in the room. Pledge your loyalty to me and become my guards. I can make all of you my princesses in the future. In the Kajin Empire, regardless of gender, they are all called 17 princes, but Camilla is a woman. If she becomes the king of the Kajin Empire in the future, then the princess will naturally be a man. But after she said this, Rocky was speechless. Is this woman's brain broken? What? Don't you think the gift I gave you is not enough? If it weren't for the fact that your Kurta bloodline is a little special, it would be great if you could be absorbed into the Kajin Empire. It's not so easy to become a princess. Camilla seems to think that giving Rocky and others the status of princess will make Rocky and others grateful. How arrogant this guy is. A woman who is more arrogant than the eldest Prince Benjamin. Sorry, I'm not interested. Rocky said calmly, completely ignoring the other party's black muzzle. If there is nothing else, the second prince can leave. Being rejected, and being rejected so decisively, Camilla was a little angry. Since you don't want the first choice, then I have to let you all die. It seems that you don't plan to do anything to me, right? Then I'll kill the 14th prince and see if you idiots will do it. The purpose is too obvious. As long as it is against those who known and well will know that if the other party isn't an user but wants to attack them, there are only two possibilities. Either the other party wants to die, or the other party's NAN is a counterattack type NAN. Advertisement. Ordinary NAN users may not think that counterattack type NAN is a big deal. But Rocky knows it very well. For counterattack type NAN, the stronger the attack suffered by the ability user, the more powerful the counterattack. Even if the ability user dies, the counterattack type NAN may be able to revive the ability user. Rocky looked at the second Prince Camilla coldly. Seeing that no one in the room moved, the other party turned around and rushed towards the room of the 14th prince. However, when she kicked the door, a thought surged on the door instantly. The powerful thought rebounded and directly bounced her out. Camilla, who hit the wall, felt that her body was about to fall apart. Although she wrapped her whole body with thoughts in an instant, the reaction force was too strong to be blocked by a little thought. Rocky tilted his head and looked at Camilla, who was lying on the ground. Sorry, you can't get through that door without a specific method. Rocky had left his own words on the door. This word strengthened Rocky's intention. Only those who Rocky recognized or agreed with could open the door. However, the effect of this kind of reading text is not weak, but even Rocky's reading blessing is not enough to achieve this level. At most, it cannot be opened, but if a first-class or top-level NAN user forcibly breaks it, it can be opened in about 30 minutes. But now Rocky not only uses the reading text, but also uses his ability to force the upgrade. The effect of the reading text is strengthened. Rocky's will to stay on it is also strengthened. If he encounters someone who breaks it violently, the attack will even be directly rebounded. It is not impossible to break it violently, but the amount of reading energy will be about 1 million. And Camilla's reading energy is obviously far from the level of 1 million. Camilla stood up from the ground. Damn. Is this your ability? NAN is all kinds of strange, but Camilla didn't expect it to be like this. 14th Prince, you can't kill it. And in view of your behavior just now, we will notify the king's army to arrest and imprison you. Hearing this, Camilla raised his pistol and aimed it at Rocky. Bang! With one shot, the bullet was caught by Sankyande with his bare hands. Camilla was stunned to see that a little girl like Sankyunyo actually caught the bullet with her bare hands. Advertisement. There are probably not many NAN who want to do what Sankyunyo did. Enhancer. Sankyunyo. Looking at Camilla and looking back at Rocky, this person is so annoying. Rocky nodded. It's really annoying. As the second prince, it was the first time that someone dared to speak to him in this tone. Camilla wanted to shoot again, but she thought that guns had no effect on them at all. He cursed directly at the slope. You coward, coward, don't you have hands? You still need a little girl to save you. And you, little BCH, you are always a low-class BCH, don't you dare to attack me. Turning to Moore, he also began to curse, you ugly and lowly man, attack me. Attack me. Looking at Bird, you hold a weapon but dare not attack, is your knife rusty? Several people were scolded from the beginning. Bird and others were fine. 523 light gathered on Rocky. Camilla was about to insult Rocky. However, the next second Rocky raised the Ghost King wheel. Your intention is too obvious, second prince. An attacking ability, right? Rocky narrowed his eyes and looked at second prince Camilla. Camilla was not in a hurry after being exposed to NAN, because the opponent didn't know what his attacking ability was. Although I don't know what your ability is, there is one thing I have to tell you. The activation conditions of NAN, even the attacking ability, require the normal release of chi. If your chi cannot be released, no ability can be released. Rocky slowly moved the hammer and aimed at Camilla. My gun, the bullets fired can't kill people, but it can block the opponent's thoughts. Bang! The ghost chi bullet was fired, and the next second it directly sank into Camilla's forehead. Forced upgrade. Directly strengthened the power of the ghost chi bullet. One bullet, the next second Camilla felt the chi in her body was rapidly dissipating, even in the blink of an eye, the chi in her body was instantly consumed. Well. It seems that one bullet is enough to make your chi disappear. But I can continue. Every time I hit you with a bullet, you will probably be forced to enter the state of extinction for a day. Chapter 311, The Unexpected Effect of Love Slaves. Camilla's forehead is now covered with cold sweat. You look like you never thought that you would meet a person with abilities like me. Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. Bang! Another shot, hitting Camilla's forehead. Advertisement. However, since it is not a real bullet, it will not kill her but will seal her mind. This leads to a question, if someone kills her during the time when her mind is sealed, can her ability revive her? The answer is of course. No. Of course not, the abilities are sealed and cannot be activated. Even if she is killed during this period, the abilities will not have any effect. Looking at Camilla's eyes that are now beginning to be afraid and terrified. Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. Do you still think that your abilities can solve all problems? Second prince. Rocky said as he slowly walked towards Camilla. A woman who is extremely self-centered and even hysterical, such a woman will definitely not be a good king even if she becomes a king. But the secret of the Kajin Empire does not seem to be simple. Rocky wanted to see what this so-called Kajin Empire was hiding. And now was the perfect time to try another nin. Rocky walked towards Camilla. Camilla was a little panicked at this moment, and she quickly fired. Bang, bang, bang. She fired several shots in a row, directly at Rocky's head, but was directly suppressed by the chi. Rocky didn't even use the training. He just easily blocked the bullets with the most ordinary entanglement. Before, when she saw Sankyande and others helping to block the bullets, Camilla thought that Rocky's nin was not enough to block the damage of the bullets. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him was the monster with the strongest nin among these people. This guy could actually block the bullet with such a weak nin? Camilla fell to the ground. She was a little uncomfortable with her situation for a while after losing her chi. Rocky put away the Ghost King wheel, and then came to Camilla, slowly squatting down and looking at the woman in front of him. He looked at Camilla very calmly. Advertisement. I won't let you go. Even if you are from the Hunter Association, I will never forgive you. Rocky looked at the slowly floating mind beast behind the other party. This mind beast was born from the egg in the pot ritual, and it was completely different from Camilla's own nin, the million reincarnation cat. So even if the mind was sealed, this mind beast would not disappear. Rocky glanced at the mind beast. The coldness of the sick refrigerator gradually appeared on its body, and the mind beast seemed to sense the danger and slowly disappeared. A handful. Pinching Camilla's chin, Rocky stared at Camilla. Since your skin is not bad, I will also give you a chance to be my slave. At this moment, Bird, Moore, Sankyande and even Pyro, who had not reacted all the time, suddenly opened their eyes. What is this, for? Lord Rocky is interested in this woman? It seems that Camilla is indeed good looking, but Lord Rocky is only a teenager. You already want to fall in love? I am a prince, you bug, you want me. At this moment, Bird, Moore and Sancho all widened their eyes, and even Lai Nape looked as if he had seen a ghost. There was a little blush on her face, and Pyro turned his head away. Rocky slowly let go of Camilla and looked at the confused Camilla. He raised his mouth to show a smile, while Camilla stared at Rocky blankly. Himself. He was kissed by force. How dare this guy? He is a prince. You. How dare you do this to me, I will grind you to ashes. Camilla stood up hurriedly, and at this moment, panic and fear were intertwined. She seemed to have no idea how to deal with the current situation. He said to Rocky arrogantly, I order you to unlock my ability, otherwise I will definitely turn all of you, including your Kurta tribe, into my slaves, and you dare to touch me, you are looking for death. I will torture you in the most cruel way, so that you can neither live nor die. Camilla was almost crazy, and the hideous face at the moment made that beautiful skin look a bit regrettable. Rocky stood up. Looking at Camilla helplessly, you really shouldn't threaten me with the Kurta tribe. Really? Rocky's eyes flashed with a cold light. 180 points of love slave activated. Advertisement. Forced upgrade activated. The next second, Camilla's eyes suddenly turned into a heart shape, exactly the same as when Skavara was controlled by the ability in the original book. Seeing the other party's pug look, Rocky frowned immediately. Master. Master. Please be hard. Rocky didn't make any move, and Camilla directly rushed over to save Rocky's feet, like a flattering dog. The effect of the ability seems to be a little too strong. Can't it be weakened a little? Sure enough. If it is slightly modified, it should be able to control people for a long time. But it seems that there is no way to control it for a long time. This is a problem. Originally, I wanted to control Camilla, and then use Camilla to attack the fourth prince. But Camilla's current situation, normal people can see that it is abnormal. The idea seemed to be in vain. As for the love slave with 180 points of ability, this ability naturally came from Fei Ji, and Rocky had seen this ability many times. Not to mention Fei, even Bajiao's ability, Luo Qi can be considered to have learned it. While Rocky was thinking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Turning his head, Camilla had climbed up without knowing when, and was looking at Rocky with a very eager expression, wishing to eat Rocky right here and now. And Rocky frowned and released the ability. The next second Camilla suddenly came to her senses and jumped away quickly, while tidying up her clothes and messy hair. She also remembered what happened just now. At this moment, Camilla blushed, turned around and looked at Rocky with a very strange look. It seemed that she despised Rocky for having this ability. 194,677, but Camilla now felt her mind blank after turning around, and after putting on her clothes. She ran to the door quickly, and even threw away the pistol she brought. Rocky signaled to Moore, who made way for the second prince to leave, and Pei Zhou suddenly discovered something. The connection of the ability is still there. Is it the effect of the forced upgrade? The duration of the ability has been strengthened, and it can be activated at any time? Frowning, Rocky tried to activate the 180-point love slave again. Camilla, who had just taken a few steps at the door, suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Then the whole person kept shaking, and Camilla's face was full of red light. The eldest prince's private soldier Bobamaten has been guarding the passage at the door of the 14th master's room. Seeing the second prince's strange behavior, he was a little confused. What happened? After a long time, the second prince slowly recovered and panted and looked back at the 14th prince's room. His eyes were very complicated, and he fled away from here. Chapter 312 Biscuit asks for help from the disappearing room. After Camilla left, Bert and the others looked at Rocky strangely, and they looked at Rocky strangely. Rocky smiled nonchalantly. The condition for the ability to activate is kissing, there is no other way. Pyro expressed his understanding that it was an after all. Advertisement. However, this control ability is too abnormal. Camilla's appearance after being controlled is simply unbearable to look at. It seems that Rocky can get great satisfaction just by looking at her. This is outrageous. I don't know whether this ability was developed by Rocky himself or obtained through other means. At this moment, Rocky did not intend to explain too much. Instead, he began to study the new effect of 180-point love slaves, after being forced to upgrade and strengthen the effect of thoughts. Not only did the control situation become more terrifying, but it was also able to maintain continuous control for a certain period of time. Rocky felt this vague connection with thoughts. He could feel the state of the second prince Camilla, and if he felt it carefully, he could even feel the hearing and touch of the second prince Camilla. This feeling was very magical, as if the senses were shared. However, at this moment, Rocky was more interested in studying how long this operating ability could last. According to Rocky's guess, it would be about 3 days. 887 After 3 days, the ability should be completely removed, but if the ability is used again within 3 days, the operation time should be superimposed. The second prince Camilla is a very good chess piece. If it can be used, it can play a great effect. The first problem is to let her provide information about the fourth prince Celadonic. Rocky was thinking about Camilla, who had returned to his room at this moment. He ignored the questions of the guards and lay down on the bed directly. It seemed that due to the influence of Nan, Camilla was still constantly recalling what had just happened. The feeling was so unforgettable that Camilla seemed unable to feel Rocky's warmth now. She also knew that she was being controlled by Rocky Nan. But she didn't reject this feeling, and even felt that she liked it. Compared with getting out of Rocky's control, she seemed to be more eager for Rocky to use his ability to control her. Let's not talk about the second prince. At the same time, Rocky received another call. A call from the 13th prince. The other party's guard had hung up the phone before, and the first call came again, but this time after answering the phone, BHBJ, the person who spoke was not the 13th prince's guard, but Bai Tongju. Biscuit originally hoped that Pyro would answer the phone. But when she heard Bird say that the person in charge of everything here was Rocky, she immediately expressed her hope to talk to this person called Yui. Naturally, Rocky would not refuse Biscuit. As a result, Rocky waited for Biscuit to speak on the phone. Now there is a troublesome problem. Rocky listened quietly to Biscuit's narration. Advertisement. It seems that due to the automatic defense of the 13th prince's mind beast, a certain ability was activated, and the 13th prince's room was moved to another space. And it can only go in and out in one direction, you can only go out but not come in. Hearing this, Rocky frowned. So what do you need me to do? I just want to ask you if anyone can enter Higaze's room from the outside. Entering from the outside, it was said before that it is a one-way passage. In other words, it is the ability to break other people's space and enter the other party's space. This ability is somewhat similar to Nob's four-dimensional apartment. But it is not exactly the same. This ability directly wraps a space with thoughts and moves it to another invisible dimension. It is actually quite difficult to forcibly crack it with similar abilities. Rocky frowned and turned to look at Bird. Yes. Although he didn't hold much hope at first, when he heard Rocky say the word yes. Biscuit was also stunned for a moment. Is there really such a thing? Then can you please come over? Rocky nodded and said, yes, but only one person will come, and the person who can forcibly crack the ability will come. Okay. Biscuit hung up the phone, and when Biscuit hung up the phone, Weagle on the side said with disdain. What one-way channel, it's just a lie made up by you hunters. Nan or something, why can't we see it, only you can see it. Weagle, the guard of the 13th prince, is very responsible for the 13th prince, but he is too short-sighted. Biscuit chose to respect this guard, so he hoped to try to gain Weagle's trust. However, it is actually very simple to make ordinary people believe in the existence of thoughts. But obviously Biscuit doesn't want to use this method. And at this moment Biscuit stopped listening to Weagle's mocking words. He turned to think about who would be sent by Pyro to forcibly crack this ability. Advertisement. Pyro's ability was obviously not enough, but the man named Yui who answered the phone just now was very capable. Although he was a member of the Kurta tribe, Biscuit could vaguely feel that the other party might not be such a simple guy. How could the Kurta tribe suddenly have so many nin? And there are even people who can forcibly crack this kind of space ability. While Biscuit was thinking, a footstep sounded. Originally, the 14th prince was the closest to the 13th prince. So it was not surprising that he came so fast. However, as the footsteps gradually approached, Bird, holding a samurai sword on his shoulder, walked slowly. At this moment, the door of the 13th prince's room was open. However, from Bird's perspective, there was no way to see anyone. But the people in the room could see Bird's arrival. When Bird appeared, Biscuit was slightly stunned. From the aura wrapped around Bird's body, it seemed that he was a very powerful nin. Is this guy on fire behind him? Weagle said in a daze. However, Biscuit explained, this is a unique sign of the Kurta tribe. Kurta people will light a fire behind their backs, and the fire has no destructive power. Playing tricks, is this what you call nin? However, Biscuit smiled and shook his head and denied, no. This is not nin. This is the ability of blood. Suddenly, Bird opened his left hand, and a huge circle suddenly appeared from the palm of his hand. The transparent circle expanded and wrapped Prince Wang and Bird in it. Biscuit was stunned when he saw this scene. So that's it, the superposition of space. The same ability of the other party can feel the existence of others' abilities by superimposing space. As long as you can feel the abilities of others, it will be easy to crack. But the next second, Bird's mouth corners slightly raised. Swish! The body disappeared instantly, and when it appeared again, it had arrived in the room of Prince 13. Chapter 313 New Problems Hanzo's request for help. Looking at Bird who suddenly appeared. At this moment, Weagle couldn't figure out how the other party did it. Magic? But the other party was in front of him in the last second, why did he appear directly behind him in the next second? This kind of magic is impossible. Advertisement. And this is the room of the 13th prince, and the other party can't have time to arrange any props, so the only explanation is really, cold. This place is indeed covered by some kind of thought, so that this space is completely isolated from the outside world. If you want to go out, just walk out directly, but if you want to go back, I'm afraid you need some special items. Something like a door access control. Bird said, looking at the people in the room. Does the person who activated this ability, or the thought beast, have any strange changes, or leave something behind? The guards of the 13th prince did not answer when they heard this, because they didn't find anything at all. However, Biscuit suddenly said, nothing else appeared. If there was, I would not have missed it. Hearing this, Bird nodded and said, then this access control is probably the caster himself. Only the caster himself can enter and exit freely, or if he is with the caster, he can also enter and exit freely. Caster. Then it means that it is only the 13th prince. While Biscuit was thinking, suddenly Weagle looked at Bird and said, what is the nin you have been talking about? Bird glanced at Weagle, then turned to look at Biscuit, maybe you can let the 13th prince enter and exit here by himself. He completely ignored Weagle. At this moment, Weagle frowned and looked at Bird with a gloomy face, I am talking to you, didn't you hear it? If you don't answer my question, I will arrest you for trespassing into the 13th prince's room without permission. As he said this, the other party was ready to take out a weapon. Biscuit saw this and wanted to appease Weagle. But the next second, Bird took action directly, and the blade was unsheathed and cut off Weagle's head in an instant. The next second, Bird grabbed Weagle's head and threw it in the air. Rocky modified Bird's ability to be similar to the ability of the surgery fruit in the pirate world. At this moment, Bird looked at Weagle in his hand. First of all, I have no obligation to answer your questions. I came here under the order of Master Yuichi. Secondly, Master Yuichi just asked me to help Miss Biscuit. Others are not within my scope of help, including Prince 13. As he said, Bird looked at Weagle, I have the right to defend and counterattack. If you attack me again next time, I will kill you directly. Finally, even if you want to capture me, you must go through the Hunter Association. Although we are hunters hired by the Kaken Empire, we are not people of the Kaken Empire in essence. After the voice fell, Bird put Weagle's head back. At this moment, Weagle touched his head and felt that everything just now seemed like a dream. Completely unbelievable. Advertisement. My head and my body are separated. And I am not dead yet? Biscuit was also surprised at this moment. On the one hand, he was surprised by Bird's ability. He was able to split the other person's body and did not hurt the other person. Such an ability is indeed a bit weird, but the puzzling thing is that Bird does not seem to be afraid of others knowing his ability. Although the room is full of Prince 13's guards, the spies of other princes are also here. Bird looked at Biscuit and said, this is all the help I can provide. Is there anything else I can do next? Hearing this, Biscuit shook his head and said, no, but if the people we sent out want to come back later, we may trouble you a little. Hearing this, Bird glanced at the door. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the door. I can make a hole next to the door, which can connect the room to the room. In this way, you can come and go freely, but you can't enter through the door. However, Biscuit shook his head, no. If that happens, the ability of the prince's mind beast will be invalid. Hearing this, Bird didn't say anything, but turned around and prepared to leave. After Bird left, the guards looked at Bird's figure and recalled the ability Bird had just displayed. For ordinary people like them, it was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the private soldiers sent by the prince here were also sweating. Compared with ordinary guards, he didn't see Bird's moves clearly. In other words, even if he knew the other party's ability, he would not be a match if he faced him head-on. Because he couldn't resist at all. Now, the prince and the 14th prince have officially ceased fighting. So even if he got information about Bird's ability, reporting it to the prince would be completely useless. Instead, there is a thorny problem now, that is, the problem of the 13th prince. If you want to assassinate the 13th prince, you must find a way to enter here, but there is no way to enter this room now. The only way is to ask the person from the Hunter Association to send them in. Advertisement. Under such restrictions, the possibility of assassinating the 13th prince is greatly reduced. Bird returned to the 14th prince's room, and Rocky was answering a call from Hanzo at this moment. I understand. Okay, I can go. After hanging up the phone, Rocky looked at Bird. Is it okay? Bird shook his head, and did not say the specific details, and Rocky did not want to know. 0. The 13th prince will not pose any threat to the 14th prince. Both of them are people who need help. They are not threats to each other but potential allies. And Rocky looked at everyone. Tomorrow I will go to the 12th prince's room, and this place will be handed over to you. Pyro will be responsible for the guard work. Hearing this, Pyro nodded, but at the same time asked, why go to the 12th prince's room? The 12th prince was assassinated, but Nan's training continued. Problems arose one after another in Hanzo's Nan crash course. Guards died strangely one after another, and as a result, Hanzo was accused of killing the guards. Although someone spoke up for Hanzo and cleared Hanzo of suspicion. But this was not a solution. If people kept getting killed, then no matter whether Hanzo did it or not, it would be difficult to handle the matter. So Hanzo called Kurapika directly, hoping that Kurapika could help. But unfortunately, Kurapika was on the 3rd floor, and it was quite troublesome to go from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. It was impossible to make an exception and let Kurapika return to the upper floor because of this. So Kurapika recommended Yuichi, also known as Rocky, to Hanzo. And Hanzo called Rocky. The assassination was carried out without anyone noticing, and the opponent's ability might be something that even the users could not see. Only the caster and the victim could see it. But this was not a problem for Rocky at all. Chapter 314 The Hidden Killer Makes the Rules. 3 days have passed since the departure. And today Rocky left the room of the 14th prince for the first time. Came to the room of the 12th prince. However, there were many people in the room of the 12th prince at this moment. These people were sent by various princes to learn Nen, and the death of the 12th prince's Mumuzi did not stop the study of Nen. Advertisement. On the one hand, Hanzo hopes to continue investigating the death of the 12th prince. Find the murderer, and even hope to find the person behind the scenes. Such an idea is naturally agreed by the princes who did not take action. So it is said to continue to learn Nen. In fact, Hanzo wants to use the continued study of Nen as an excuse to investigate those who came to the 12th prince's room to learn Nen. For the other princes, it is a 2 birds at a time. On the one hand, they did not take action, so they would naturally support Hanzo's investigation. At the same time, they can also learn Nen 250. If anyone quits at this time, he will naturally become the first suspect. Becoming a suspect does not necessarily mean that he will be convicted, but he will most likely be regarded as an enemy by other princes and be cautious. So if it is not necessary, the princes will not easily quit. The arrival of Rocky made everyone in the room slightly stunned. They had not been notified that there would be an extra person today. Let me introduce you to you. This is the hunter of the association, and also from the Kurta tribe, Mr. Yuichi. At this moment, many people in the room were very curious about Rocky, the man with a burning flame behind him. Even a few guards came behind Rocky and carefully observed Rocky's flame. The flame seemed to burst directly from his clothes, but it did not burn the clothes at all. As long as the blood of the Kurta tribe awakens, they will ignite the flame, and the flame can protect the Kurta tribe from any harm. Nen can also resist. Hanzo made a special point. The Nen hidden in the room were slightly stunned. Even Nen attacks can be resisted? Not only direct Nen attacks, but even indirect lethal Nen attacks can be resisted. Advertisement. Hanzo had discussed these with Rocky yesterday, and wanted to observe the changes in the micro-expressions of everyone in the room in this way. After the death of the 12th prince, 2 more people died. The murderer should be someone in the room, but it is difficult to confirm who it is. If he knew that the Kurta tribe had this other ability, he would definitely be different from others. Because he should have come here with a mission to kill all those who learned Nen, or some other ability. And Rocky's appearance will obviously hinder his mission. However, no one present seemed to show obvious differences. Hanzo's method obviously doesn't work. However, Rocky told Hanzo this yesterday. Since the other party can come here to carry out the assassination mission, it must be no ordinary person. Yesterday, Hanzo told Rocky that a maid claimed to have seen a strange woman before the other party carried out the assassination. At the moment when everyone's attention was attracted, the next victim appeared. So after analysis and speculation, Hanzo first of all, this ability should only be seen by the caster and the possessed person should be the maid. Secondly, because the maid saw the strange person, she screamed and attracted everyone's attention. Ability activation. This means that the prerequisite for this ability to be activated should be to attract the attention of most people. Is it activated automatically after the conditions are met or directly activated, or is it activated by the caster? This is hard to judge. However, there is another point. The opponent's ability is activated by 4 mind snakes to suck the target's blood, causing the target's death. The fastest time is 11 seconds. Time is a limiting condition, and secondly, the opponent's mind snake can be seen. Everything was so secretive before, but the final attack can be seen by people. This means that the opponent is taking a huge risk. If the attack is launched, it will be noticed in an instant and the white snake will be killed directly. Then the attack will fail. Once the attack fails, it will inevitably bring backlash to the caster himself. How serious the backlash is unknown. Advertisement. Hanzo thinks that the opponent is a very experienced Nen. But Rocky thinks, it's just an idiot. It takes 11 seconds to kill the target. Such an ability is too rubbish as an assassination ability. Assassination requires killing with one strike and hiding oneself quickly. This guy did a good job of hiding his ability, but even with the risk of being seen, it still took him 11 seconds to kill the target. This clearly illustrates a problem. Although the opponent paid a huge price, the power was only this little. It can only be said that it was too weak. Please explain why we need to add one more person. You know the situation here is complicated. If nothing happened before, it would not matter if we added one more person. However, investigating the death of the 12th prince and the previous murders, adding more people at this time will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the investigation. Although he did not know which prince's soldier was speaking, Rocky looked at him and said, I am not here to learn mind reading, nor to participate in the investigation of any incident. I am just here to arrest the guy who used mind reading to kill people yesterday. I will arrest him today. After Rocky finished speaking, the other guards changed their faces and said, Who do you think you are? We have been investigating for so long and there is no clue. You can also. Looking at these people, Rocky smiled and said, This is the point. You can only rely on investigation to find the murderer, slowly find clues, and then check one by one, but I don't need it. I only need to make a conclusion on a result, or make a rule, and then my ability can help me find the murderer. As he said that, Rocky took out the Ghost King wheel. In addition to the forced roulette, the Ghost King wheel also has as Rocky's abilities increase, the abilities themselves change. For example, Hisoka's abilities in the original novel became significantly stronger after he experienced a death. Of course, Rocky doesn't need to die, but Rocky's abilities have indeed been enhanced in a subtle way, and even new abilities have been derived. Open the cylinder of the revolver. Rocky looked at everyone. My bullets will only kill the real murderer, and if you are not the murderer, you will not be hurt. Rocky raised the Ghost King wheel in his hand and turned it. He fired the first shot directly at Hanzo. The gunshot sounded, and a terrifying mind light burst out, hitting Hanzo's forehead directly. But the next second Hanzo was unharmed. It's just that he was a little slow to react just now, and he was shot in the head like this. He raised his hand and touched his forehead, and there was no wound at all. Was it a mind bullet just now? Rocky nodded, yes. But since you are not the murderer, the mind bullet will not cause any harm to you. Chapter 315 Zashiki doll easily solve cases. Hanzo looked at Rocky, and didn't expect Rocky to have such ability. He made his own rules and then could achieve his goal directly with his own rules. This kind of Nen has no conditions for activation and no risks. Ability like this would probably cost a lot. Otherwise, it would be used at will without any restrictions. In this case, this ability is too strong. Advertisement. Rocky turned the gun and aimed at the first maid. Bang! The maid was unharmed after one shot. When Rocky was about to shoot the next maid, a guard suddenly stood up. Wait! Your method of finding the murderer is not credible at all. The other party looked at Rocky. First of all, the ability is in your own hands. No one knows whether the specific effect is what you said. What if you just want to get rid of someone? The one-sided explanation is not enough for all of us to believe. Hanzo pointed at the maid just now, we have just tested it. If it is not the murderer, it will not be killed by the bullet at all. However, the guard shook his head, no. You can't look at it that way, 17. Although I don't have Nen, but with the knowledge I have learned these days, Nen has some special abilities. Then is there also a situation where the gun is in his hand, and if he doesn't want to kill someone, then the bullet will be ineffective. If he wants to kill someone, the bullet will have a practical effect. He can completely control this, so it can't be regarded as an absolutely safe method. The guard looked at Rocky. If you want to get rid of someone, then the other party has no chance to refute it, right? Rocky smiled. The guys on this ship always like to make all kinds of inferences. It seems to be very powerful, but in fact, in Rocky's opinion, it is nothing more than because of insufficient strength. So he can only use this method. After the guard finished speaking, he seemed to be waiting for Rocky's explanation. It would be best if he could give a reason that would convince everyone, otherwise Rocky might not be able to continue shooting. And Rocky looked at these people. Your hypothesis is indeed very good. But, first of all, as a hunter of the association, I will not be lured by the prince. I will do whatever I am asked to do. Of course, you may not believe in hunters of the association. But, advertisement. Rocky looked at the other party. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as I want, I can have the confidence to kill all the people in this room within 3 seconds. The guards' faces began to change after hearing this. They were naturally still not convinced by the reason given by Rocky, but Rocky said that everyone could be killed in 3 seconds. This made the guards completely unconvinced. Just when one of the guards was about to say something, Rocky shot directly. The bullet hit everyone accurately. And the next second, when a guard wanted to get angry, Luo Qi looked in one direction. The other party's right leg was bleeding. Rocky looked at the other party and said, "Found it." However, the moment Rocky's breath locked on him, the killer felt terrified. At first, he thought it was just Rocky's excuse, but he didn't expect Rocky's ability to be what he said. There are no conditions for activation, and you can achieve the effect by making your own rules. How is such an ability possible? The power of Nen is related to the activation conditions, restrictions, etc. And Rocky seemed to have no restrictions at all, and he activated his ability directly. I'm not the murderer, how dare you attack me? Attacking the prince's guards is a felony. But the next second Rocky smiled. Don't worry, I'll find you. I'll find a way to make you tell the truth, even if you don't say it. In fact, Rocky doesn't have the ability to force people to tell the truth, and even if he has such an ability, using them to make others say something, others can also doubt its authenticity. However, after Rocky finished speaking, this guy's eyes suddenly condensed, and the next second, the Zashiki puppet appeared. Appeared directly in Rocky's eyes. Oh. Not bad, is this your ability to kill other people? Rocky glanced at Hanzo, it seems that you can't see anyone except me. The ability that can't be seen except the caster and the target. Very good ability. Rocky smiled, but smiled the next second. Thank you for summoning this mind beast, otherwise I can't produce evidence to prove you. Hearing this, the other party immediately activated the ability of the Zashiki puppet, and 4 mind snakes attacked Rocky. However, Rocky easily killed these white snakes with 4 shots. The killed white snake fell from the air, and everyone could see the corpse of the white snake, seeing the snake corpse that appeared out of thin air. The guards were also slightly stunned, feeling very incredible. However, the next second. Advertisement. A chill swept through. The next second, an ice cube appeared in the room. And the ice cube was a Zashiki doll. Rocky looked at the maid next to him, this is the strange person I saw yesterday. The maid nodded frantically, yes, it's her. Rocky looked at everyone, and the ability of the Nen will disappear when they die. So. Rocky looked at the guy lying on the ground with a shocked look on his face, if you want to verify whether this guy is the murderer, you just need to kill him. After killing him, the Nen beast will also disappear. Bang bang. Rocky fired on the spot, but Hanzo suddenly spoke up and wanted Rocky to stop. But the bullet had already hit the other party. 220 however, it did not kill the other party. Rocky turned his head and looked at Hanzo, what I just shot was a ghost bullet, which can temporarily block other people's Nen. Let them force them into the state of absolute. Hanzo was stunned for a moment, and there is such an ability. I thought Rocky's pistol could only fire telekinetic bullets. I didn't expect it to have this additional ability. The rest is up to you. I found the murderer, and he is not dead. At the same time, I also caught the telekinetic beast that committed the crime. As for whether you believe he is the murderer or how to verify that he is the murderer, it is none of my business. Rocky said as he prepared to leave. It has only been more than 10 minutes since he arrived, and Rocky has done it. For the first time, the guards clearly realized the power of Nan. They found countless clues but could not identify the murderer, but Liu Jian did it in just a few minutes. Is this the Nan? When he arrived at the door, Rocky looked back at Hanzo. By the way, the freezing effect can only last for 25 minutes. Once the freezing is lifted, you probably won't be able to see this telekinetic beast. So if you want to deal with it, do it as soon as possible. Then Rocky left directly. Everyone in the room looked at each other. It was so easy to find the murderer. With this person around, I'm afraid that future assassinations will have to be more cautious. Chapter 316 BW Lower Class Love Etude. After Rocky left, everyone in the room looked at the captured killer and the frozen Nan beast. Everyone seemed to have not come back to their senses yet. At this moment, Rocky was walking towards the room of the 14th prince in the corridor, but on the way back, the corners of Rocky's mouth rose slightly. Because. Advertisement. The Nan of the Zashiki doll has been taken by Rocky. It is difficult to say whether the ability to learn other people's Nan with just one look comes from talent or some unknown Nan that belongs to Rocky. It even seems that as long as Rocky has seen Nan, he can use it easily. Before, he needed to see it several times, but now it seems that just one time is enough. Perhaps because Rocky's Nan is constantly growing, Rocky's ability has reached another level. If this is the case, then this ship will have many more uses for Rocky. That is to constantly gain new abilities. To say the most interesting ability in the Inheritance War chapter. Then it should be Nan Love Etude. This ability has a very good point in that it can be activated through saliva, infecting others, and becoming a patient. After becoming a patient, killing people can increase the level, increase the total amount and power of chi, and even after exceeding level 20, it can awaken new abilities like a job change. And when a patient reaches level 100, he can also form his own infection group. This ability includes the caster himself, and the upper limit is 23 people. If you can get this ability, and then use forced upgrades to increase the power of this ability, you may get a more terrible effect. The means of transmission through saliva, that is, it needs kissing to activate. So what will happen if the caster of this ability and the 180-point love slave caster kiss each other to activate their abilities? It's quite interesting to think about it, and Rocky is looking forward to it. The owner of this ability is called Melina, the controller of the 3rd level and the helmsman of the AI family. She is the illegitimate child of the lover of King Kajin, Hui Kuoro. Since she is not the official queen, this illegitimate child will be cut by 2 blades on her face from the moment she is born, leaving scars that will never disappear. Then she will survive at the cost of not being able to appear in front of people for the rest of her life. At the same time, she does not have the full strength to inherit the throne. This is the system of the Kajin Empire. Rocky returned to the room of the 14th prince, and at the same time, he was still thinking in his mind that Melina is also a supporter of the 4th prince. In other words, Melina is the 4th Prince Chelidanish who has taken refuge. If Rocky can control this woman, then it should be helpful to investigate the intelligence of the 4th Prince Chelidanish. And now the 4th Prince Chelidanish is learning Nan in his room. Rocky does not know whether he will learn it or even awaken what Nan. But the 4th Prince's room must not be easily entered. If you force it, it will work, but the noise will be too loud. After all, this is still a ship of the Kajin Empire. When the king's army is dispatched, even all the people in the association will be dispatched. That's totally unnecessary. Even if the identity is not exposed, Piro and others will be implicated. Advertisement. It's not impossible to use force, but it requires some reasonable reasons and interfaces. What's wrong with you? Have you caught the killer over there? Piro's voice sounded, and Rocky came back to his senses and looked at Piro. Then he raised his hand and the Zashiki doll appeared directly in front of him. Everyone in the room looked at the Zashiki doll that suddenly appeared. What is this? Piro looked at the humanoid beast in front of him curiously. The ability of that killer is called Zashiki doll. The ability is to assassinate the target through the white beast on his body. Only the caster and the possessed person can see it. This ability is actually a bit useless. Rocky said as he removed the Zashiki puppet. However, compared to this ability, Rocky hoped to get some ability to monitor others. Piro and others looked at Rocky and asked, how did you get this ability? However, Rocky smiled and said, it's very simple. An ability that can be learned by just looking at it. Can be learned by just looking at it. Piro was stunned for a moment. He would never believe what Pikey said. That is an ability that others have worked hard to cultivate. How can it be learned by just looking at it? However, Rocky had no way to explain it. In short, he could learn it. That's right. Piro, I need to go to the lower level. You will be in charge of the situation here for the time being. Piro was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Why go to the lower level? Our target of this investigation is the 4th Prince, Chelidanish. It seems difficult to contact this prince without a legitimate reason. In that case, use some other methods. And the third floor of the lower level, the Yunyi family is the supporter of the fourth prince. Pierrot understood after hearing this. Do you want to go through this family? That's right. Rocky looked at everyone. When I'm not here, the safety of the 14th prince is up to you. If there is any problem, you can contact me at any time. It's actually very simple for me to come back. Advertisement. Everyone nodded. Of course it's simple. The purpose of Rocky's teleportation before wrapping the entire BW with a circle was to explore all the spaces on the entire BW. The purpose of doing this is to provide a place where you can teleport at any time. But if you are seen in the lower level, I'm afraid. Pierrot said, and Rocky smiled. Then the body shape began to change, and the appearance also changed. The whole person completely became another person. The ability, I hide in the three ministers. This is the second form that Rocky stored. It was stored by a random person found on the street. It is an ordinary person. It is also because he is an ordinary person that it is suitable for Rocky to transform. The third floor is basically dominated by ordinary people. After the transformation is completed, Rocky disappears directly. The third floor. At this moment, because of a murder, MCAI, who is in charge of the crime, is investigating and interrogating one of the witnesses. After the death of 20 consecutive people, MCAI speculated that the criminal should be a nun. And this nun is one of the patients under Melina's hands. The current level has reached level 20 and has obtained his own unique ability. His ability is that in a closed room, he can tear a wall and open a passage to anywhere. However, the place he goes is limited to the place he has been. At the same time, if the door or window of this closed room is opened, or a hole is opened violently, then the closed state is lifted. The ability will be reset, and this room will never be used as a place to activate the ability again. It is a bit similar to the door fruit, but it needs to be activated in a sealed environment. And Rocky is outside the cordon of the crime scene, watching the hunter of the association investigating. Rocky looks at the remaining mental fluctuations. Relying on the remaining mental fluctuations, he quickly compares and searches in his mind the mental fluctuations of everyone on the ship that he has recorded through the circle before. Chapter 317, Ant Brigade Krollo appears. It should be possible to find this guy, but it will take some time. Although Rocky has a strong memory and basically remembers the aura fluctuations of everyone, there are so many people on the BW, and it is still difficult to accurately find a certain person among these people. And Rocky found a corner and silently recalled the time of searching. At the same time, in front of the huge dining table in the central cafeteria on the 5th floor. Advertisement. A group of people sat around. A total of 10 people. And among them is Rocky's old friend, Krollo, the leader of the Phantom Troop. Krollo's current appearance is very different from before. He is taller and thinner than before. But his aura is extremely strong. The 9 people with him are Krollo's new members. The new Phantom Troop has been established by Krollo. However, the members of these troops are not pure humans. They are all experimental subjects from the New World Research Association. And the purpose of these people coming to the ship is to destroy the ship. Destroying the Kajin Empire's exploration of the Dark Continent, strictly speaking, should be regarded as destroying V6's exploration of the Dark Continent. The people of the New World Research Association believe that the Dark Continent belongs to them, and V6 is just a thief who wants to sneak to the territory they have occupied. So the BW should be destroyed. And Krollo naturally accepted this task and boarded the ship, but as a thief, Krollo still likes to make a little noise. Take away all the precious items on the BW. Let the name of Phantom Troop appear again. As the Phantom Troop was once destroyed, it once again announced the return of Phantom Troop to the world. However, this time his members, although stronger, have many problems. These experimental subjects of the New World Research Association are not real humans. Advertisement. They are all the product of the combination of chimera ants and human genes. In order to ensure that these experimental subjects have human appearance to the greatest extent, the distribution of genes is 95% human genes and 5% chimera ant genes. Even with such 5% gene implantation, these experimental subjects have undergone tremendous changes. The speed at which they learn is far superior to that of normal humans. Under the condition of forced awakening, the experimental subjects have only a 1 in 10 chance of death. The remaining experimental subjects can easily master Nen, and after systematic learning, they can reach a first-class level in 2 to 3 months. It is impossible for normal humans to grow into a first-class Nen in such a short time. Unless they pay a very painful price and have a high talent. And there may be only one such human in a million. But these experimental subjects are not like that. Not only are they extremely talented in learning Nen, but the Nen they develop is also very powerful. At least the restrictions on Nen are much looser than those of human Nen. Krollo looked at the 9 people in front of him. This mission is not only to destroy the ship, we also need to plunder everything on it. After hearing this, some of the new brigade members raised objections. Why do we have to plunder the ship? We just need to complete the mission. There is no need to do anything else. A burly guy said, his golden hair looked like a blonde gorilla. He is probably a user of the same ability as Yuvajin. Enhancer. But compared to Yuvajin, his attitude towards Krollo is completely different. Even his eyes are full of provocation. Krollo smiled and said, do you want to be a tool for the rest of your life? Become a weapon of the organization? Don't you want to have a little life of your own? Having your own life means being a thief. Another person spoke up, a young man with ordinary looks, with sharp eyes and a strong murderous aura. Advertisement. Krollo turned his head and looked at him. Of course not. This is just a choice for you, BHDF. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be a thief. RTU. Krollo looked at everyone. Do you have any other choices? Is it to be a doctor or a lawyer? You who can only live in the dark, there are only so many identities you can choose. If you want to walk into the sun, I'm afraid the association will not allow it. After all, the choice I give you is your best choice at the moment. Do something of our own without affecting the association's mission. This may make you feel that life is meaningful. Everyone was silent for a moment after hearing this. It sounds interesting, I agree. Some people agreed, and others did not have much objection. When they came, the people of the New World Research Association also issued an order, asking them to follow Krollo's arrangements in the future. And Krollo was originally their boss. I prefer to rob openly rather than sneakily. Krollo nodded, it doesn't matter what the means are, as long as the ultimate goal is achieved. Krollo looked at everyone, but before that, I need you to find someone, his name is Hisoka. Although Hisoka did not have a duel with Krollo as in the original. But in Yokiksen City, Hisoka betrayed the brigade and revealed a lot of information about the brigade, which led to the brigade's demise. Krollo has never forgotten this, so he must kill Zasu. And after Hisoka's death, the next one is Rocky. Why kill this person? Someone asked the question, and Krollo said calmly, you don't have to follow my orders, you can withdraw and act alone to carry out the association's mission. But I will never provide any help, I have my own way. Someone just wanted to speak, but seeing that no one else spoke, he immediately shut up. If you really act alone, it is impossible to complete the association's mission. Moreover, the person designated by the association is Krollo, who has the power to command. If the guys who don't obey orders are reported by Krollo, they will suffer. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with completing Krollo's orders without affecting the mission. If you have no objection, go. The man named Hisoka will not let you down. If you find him, kill him on the spot, but bring his head back to me. Krollo smiled. At this moment, Rocky on the 3rd floor has found the guy. This guy actually ran to the 4th floor. Very good ability. Being able to travel to various places at will, this ability can be snatched. As for snatching abilities, it is natural to use Kurapika's ability to snatch them. Using forced upgrades may be able to permanently take away other people's abilities. Chapter 318, The Frivolous Fake Phenomenon of the AI Family. The person Rocky is looking for is in the armory. At this moment, the other party tore open the ceiling and was staring at the people below. For the patients, killing an ordinary person can upgrade 1 level, killing an N can upgrade 10 levels, and killing a prince can upgrade 50 levels. In general, as long as you kill people, you can continuously upgrade. And even the prince was listed as a target to kill, which shows how much Melina hates the entire Kajin royal family. Advertisement. It can be said that the AI family controlled by Melina came to this ship for the purpose of completely revenge on the Kajin Empire. However, at this stage, she is still a supporter of the 4th prince, Chelidanish. Melina felt the patients affected by her ability love etude in the room. The higher their level means more people will die. And some of them have reached level 20. Very good efficiency. But the next second Melina was stunned, because she felt that one of the patients who had just reached level 20 was dead. Melina could feel it after death, but she had no way to know the specific situation. At this moment, he is in the armory. The patient who was about to continue hunting, before he could do anything, suddenly a group of thoughts appeared and directly stuck his mouth. While he was still wondering what this ability was, the next second the chain wrapped around his body, and then he felt that he could not activate it at all. The binding middle finger chain was activated, directly forcibly putting this guy into a state of absoluteness. Then the plundering index finger chain was activated. The ability of this guy was directly extracted. Temporarily stored. This ability is a very good ability for Bird. Bird himself has an ability similar to the surgery fruit. If he can still have this ability now, it should be more convenient for Bird. He does not need to launch the slaughterhouse every time to activate his ability. But what Rocky is curious about now is that if he uses the forced upgrade to upgrade the stored Nen, and then uses the forced upgrade to strengthen and upgrade the ability of the plundering index finger chain. Then inject bird, will bird, who has obtained the ability, directly obtain the enhanced or upgraded ability. This Rocky is very curious. But there is no rush to experiment now, but to meet this AI family's Melina. Although the other party's ability is also transmitted through saliva, it is better to use chains to force the other party into absolute, or directly use the Ghost King's rotation to make her chi dissipate. Then use the slaves with 180 points of love to control, then there should be no problem. Advertisement. Through teleportation to the 3rd floor. And just after Rocky left, several people came to the armory. They happened to be members of Phantom Troop, and 3 of them seemed to be acting in a group. They came here to retrieve their weapons, and planned to go to the upper floor to collect information while looking for the person Krollo wanted to find, Hisoka. And at this moment, Rocky came to the 3rd floor. It just happened to be perfectly staggered with these members of the troop with Chimera Ant genes. Melina was in the room and was a little surprised just now. But even if there are patients who die, it doesn't matter. Just find another subordinate to turn him into a patient. And Rocky came here and was still thinking about whether to go in directly or how to go in. Suddenly I saw a man preparing to walk towards Melina's room. He looked like he could enter the room. Rocky's eyes flickered slightly, and the next second this guy was easily knocked down by Rocky. Then I used my ability hidden among the 3 people to transform into this guy's appearance. Rocky had recorded 2 people before, one was his own tribe member, Yuichi from the Kurta tribe, and the other was an ordinary person. The empty space left behind is for the convenience of the current situation. I am hiding among the 3 people, and there is a restriction that I cannot become a dead person. So I have to ensure that this guy or Rocky directly freezes the other party into ice. Then put the things on the other party on himself. Zoro. This guy's name. A 32-year-old male, Anan, but just a beginner. His combat power is only a little stronger than that of ordinary people, and he can kill them with a random shot. At this moment, Rocky looks like Zoro. He retreated to Melina's door. There was no one in the room, only Melina, and she seemed to be praying to something. She looked very pious. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Melina turned her head and looked at Rocky. Of course, in Melina's eyes, Rocky looked like Zoro at this moment. You're here. Come here. Advertisement. Melina stood up and looked at Zoro with admiration. Because of your loyalty, you are chosen by me. You will undergo a special ceremony to give you the power I give you. Are you willing? Asterisk. Rocky nodded when he heard this. Ceremony? Why does it feel like a cult? When Rocky was wondering, Melina stretched out her hand. Due to her height, Melina's height was much higher than the Zoro that Rocky transformed into. She came to Rocky, put her hands on Rocky's shoulders, and said slowly. After you get this power, you will become stronger and have everything you want. Now I will bless you. She lowered her head as if she was ready to bless Zoro. However, Rocky raised his eyebrows slightly. This woman is really good at eating. Zoro doesn't look good. A short and fat man in his 30s can eat this, although the 2 striking scars on Melina's face look scary. But if the 2 scars were removed, this woman was indeed very beautiful. After all, being able to become the lover of Grey Quoro, it can be seen that her mother is naturally a very beautiful person. But it's a pity that there are 2 scars on her face. However, the next second, the Slave of Love 180 points was activated. At the same time, the chain wrapped around Melina. Her ability could not be activated, and she was forced into a state of absoluteness. Instead, Melina was completely controlled. After being controlled, she looked a little different from Camilla. Unlike Camilla, this woman seemed to suddenly become a little shy. This is too much of a contrast. Someone who can kiss others casually would actually be shy? However, Rocky glanced at Melina's face and said, it might look better without this thing. Rocky raised his hand. The frivolous fake phenomenon was activated. The scars suddenly became smaller, and Melina was also slightly stunned. There must be a mirror in the woman's room. Although there was only a small mirror, the moment Melina saw her flawless face through the mirror, the whole person was completely stunned, standing there shaking. At this moment, Rocky has returned to his original state, looking at Melina. Your ability is very good, show it to me. The plundering food chain has stored Nen, and now it can no longer plunder, so Rocky can only let Melina show it herself. As long as he has seen her ability, Jiangqi believes that it should not be difficult for him to master it. Long. Chapter 319 Special Upgrade of the Fourth Prince. As it turned out, it was just as Rocky expected. He only looked at Melina's Nen once. Rocky had roughly understood it. To be precise, it seemed that he had simulated the operation of this Nen in his mind. One more time. Then Melina continued to use Nen. Advertisement. The so-called use of Nen is to directly release one's own Nen. However, after Rocky looked at it again, he immediately felt something different. Love Etude, Infected person number 0. Generate. Rocky, Ivo the infected person. This ability is actually useful to Rocky himself regardless of whether it is used on others. However, the limit of this upgrade is level 100. It's a bit regrettable. According to this situation, even if it is upgraded to level 100, the actual increase in NN is not too much. At most, it can reach the level of 100,000. 840 if the infected group belongs to Melina, then even if it is upgraded to level 100, it may only reach about 50,000 NN. It may even be less, and level 100 has reached the limit, and there is no way to upgrade at all. Strictly speaking, this ability may be quite good for ordinary people, at least it can be upgraded quickly. The upgrade conditions for the patients of Love Etude are what Rocky finds interesting. Melina asked them to kill people to upgrade, but in fact, the upgrade conditions can be set by themselves. In other words, it is not only possible to upgrade by killing people, but also by other methods. Advertisement. But for Melina, at the moment when Nan was born, she tacitly agreed that only this way can the chi be maximized. In fact, it is true that killing can indeed bring the maximum improvement of the amount of Nan. Just like Franklin at the beginning, he believed that cutting off the fingers could further increase the power of the two-handed machine gun. And in fact, it is true. Rocky looked at Melina. Let's try it with you. Become the first patient. Use the ability of Love Etude on Melina, and in this process Rocky directly used forced upgrade. Let the ability of Love Etude be strengthened again. And the ability of Love Etude after strengthening is generally the same. But the number of patients has increased to 30. What's more important is the level. After reaching level 150, it seems that because Rocky is 0, the people in Rocky's infection group will have a stronger improvement with each level up. The increase in the amount of mind energy is very obvious. At the same time, the upgrade method formulated by Rocky is to practice mind energy. Each time you practice the complete entanglement, absolute, practice, and release, you can increase your proficiency a little. And you can upgrade to a level with 10 proficiency. Every 20 levels is a critical point, and the proficiency required for upgrading increases each time. Only 200 proficiency is required for levels 1 to 20. 2000 proficiency is required for levels 20 to 40. 20 to 60 requires 20,000 proficiency. And so on until level 140, and the last 10 levels require defeating a first-class NAN player with a mind energy of no less than 50,000 for each level up. Advertisement. Such upgrade conditions do not seem too difficult at first, but the difficulty doubles as time goes on. The increase in the amount of NAN brought by upgrading is huge. Level 20 can only be regarded as a beginner, who has developed his own abilities, but the abilities are still very immature. Level 40 is equivalent to a second-rate NAN. Level 60 has reached about 50,000 NAN. Level 80 is equivalent to a quasi-first-rate NAN. Level 100 is completely a relatively strong existence among the first-rate NAN, and levels 120 to 140 are equivalent to quasi-top NAN. Reaching level 150 is completely in the ranks of top NAN. This is Rocky's forced upgrade, which improves the terrifying ability after the Love Etude. At the same time, it may also be due to the changes brought about by Rocky's own terrifying NAN. And this ability can quickly train a group of NAN for Rocky. In the 3 months on the BW, Rocky was able to use this ability to recruit a group of people in the human world and train a group of powerful NAN. As the president of the Hunter Association, it is naturally impossible for him to compete with V6 by himself, and he needs a large number of NAN. Not bad. You've helped me a lot. Hearing this, Melina lowered her head, looking quite shy. This made Rocky a little doubtful. Did the 180-point slave support actually work? Could it be that it didn't work? How much do you know about the fourth prince, Chalidanish? What does the master want to know? Everything about the fourth prince. Melina thought about it and began to talk about everything about the fourth prince. As an observer, Rocky felt that all kinds of information about the fourth prince were revealed, and it should be said that he was several times more perverted than he had imagined. A completely twisted weirdo. If such a person became the king, I'm afraid the entire Kajin Empire would become a purgatory on earth. But for ordinary people, it may not have much impact. Because those things must have been done in private. What about the red eyes? After listening to part of it, Rocky felt that there was no need to know the gossip about the fourth prince. The focus now is the red eyes, and it is the red eyes of the clan leader grandfather. Melina frowned. What I know about the red eyes is that after the fourth prince, Chalidanish, got the red eyes, he conducted some experiments on them. The eyes seem to have a very powerful mind left. And this mind has some special abilities. It is regarded as a very powerful weapon by the fourth prince. The cursed item seems to be kept secretly. Hearing this, Rocky frowned. Did you take it on board? Melina shook her head. I don't know about this. It doesn't matter if you don't know. At least there is still something to gain. The eyes left by the clan leader grandfather actually have NAN. It seems that when the clan leader grandfather faced the attack of Phantom Troop, I don't know what kind of belief he had in fighting, so that when he died in the end, Nan could still remain on the red eyes. 0.3 This is quite incredible. At this time, the phone in Melina's room rang. It's the news of the fourth prince. A call from the fourth prince? Rocky asked. Melina shook her head. No. It's not so easy for the princes of the first level to contact the lower level, so the usual communication is through special items. The fourth prince's instructions are connected through special symbols, and special methods are used to decipher them before we can get the news about the fourth prince. It's a very secret means of communication, an irrelevant symbol, and it's impossible to translate the specific content in a short time without the manual used for internal deciphering. When Melina picked up the phone, the other end of the phone just said a few simple words. After Melina hung up the phone, she looked at Rocky. The fourth prince needs a woman to celebrate his successful practice of mindfulness. Chapter 320 The strange illegitimate daughter devours the mind beast. Need a woman? Is the fourth prince lustful? If the fourth prince is lustful, then he can be used. However, Melina smiled and said, the fourth prince needs a woman not to satisfy his sexual needs, but to satisfy his deeper psychological needs. He uses her to torture and kill. Torture and kill. It is totally inappropriate for such a word to appear on a prince. Advertisement. After all, he is a prince. A prince actually has such a special fetish. Then do you want to prepare a woman for him? Melina shook her head. The fourth prince often makes unreasonable requests. It is impossible to send a woman to the first floor under the current circumstances. After all, that is the residence of the royal family. Area, in this case, it is absolutely impossible to send it up, and even if it is sent up, it will definitely be discovered by the king's army. Then the AI family will be accused of some crimes. So you don't plan to follow the orders of the fourth prince? Melina nodded. Even if there is no master, the AI family is not a subordinate of the fourth prince. It is good that the AI family supports the fourth prince, but it does not mean that the AI family must completely obey the orders of the fourth prince. Yet. I roughly understand, but in this case, the information that the AI family can grasp about the fourth prince seems to be almost here. And while Rocky was thinking, Melina was approaching. Rocky thought that the ability was ineffective and this woman wanted to sneak attack him. But the next second Melina hugged Rocky with a gleam in her eyes. Rocky probably understood her. Although the activation of the ability made Melina look a little different from Camilla, the effect of the ability still existed. Temporarily removing the ability, Melina's reaction was slightly normal. Pull the distance between him and Melina. Just when Rocky wanted to say something, Melina, who had regained her freedom, looked at herself in the mirror. Looking at her delicate face. How long can this ability last? Unexpectedly, the first question Melina asked was this. It seemed that she didn't mind controlling her. This made Rocky couldn't help but sigh at how perverted the effect of the 180-point love slave ability was. Moreover, under the blessing of the forced upgrade Nan, the effect of this ability seemed to have been able to subtly make the person controlled by the ability have a great liking for him. Rocky looked at Melina. If I don't die, it should last forever. If I die, it may last for several years before disappearing. The duration of the frivolous false phenomenon itself is very long. It doesn't even need too much mind to maintain it. What's more, the frivolous false phenomenon is activated under Rocky's forced upgrade. The duration of the mind can basically be said to be as long as Rocky doesn't die, the energy will never dissipate. Melina touched her face after hearing this answer. Thank you for the gift, Master. Rocky frowned. If I remember correctly, he should not be able to activate the ability now. Advertisement. This woman actually. Melina turned her head and looked at Rocky with almost the same eyes as when the ability was activated just now. Her face was a little ruddy, and her eyes flashed with a different look. Gather as much information as possible about the fourth prince, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Melina nodded to Rocky's order, indicating that she would definitely do it, but the next moment, Melina suddenly asked, can you let me see what the master really looks like? Rocky was a little confused. How do you know that I am not the real me now? Although Rocky has lifted the transformation, he is using the image of Yuichi. Logically, Melina should think that he is the real him now. But Melina actually revealed her ability in one sentence. It's just a feeling. I always feel that the master's true appearance should not be like this now. Rocky looked at Melina, and Rocky smiled after a few seconds. Why do you want to see my true appearance? If you don't even know what your master really looks like, you are not a qualified slave. Rocky didn't expect such a statement. But I don't know if Melina will be surprised after seeing her true appearance. As Rocky said this, the transformation effect on Rocky was lifted, revealing his original face. And at this moment, when the violent flames burst directly from behind Rocky, Melina's eyes flashed with light, and the whole person trembled with excitement. She thought about who this adult with strange abilities might be, but she didn't expect it to be the president of the Hunter Association. Didn't they say that they didn't get on the ship because the president strongly opposed exploring the Dark Continent, or more accurately, it should be against V6's oppression of the association. Exploring the Dark Continent is not impossible, but the relationship between V6 and the association was mutually cooperative before. But now V6 unilaterally treats the association as a private tool to deal with various difficult problems. What? Unsatisfied? Melina smiled and said, "Of course not, I am very satisfied. It is my honor to have a master like you. A 180-point love slave can only have the time when the master is gone." Advertisement. Rocky, I will come again in 3 days. Rocky was about to leave, and then Rocky was going to find another person. And this person is probably the best candidate to attack the fourth prince. The other party happened to be on the 3rd floor. And when Rocky took the next step, on the 1st floor, in the room of the 8th prince who was obsessed with women, the ability of his mind beast had been figured out by the 763 private soldiers sent by the eldest prince. The mind beast would spit out white smoke, and people who inhaled the smoke would increase their favorability towards the 8th prince. And when the favorability reached 100%, these people would completely believe in the 8th prince. The private soldiers of the eldest prince were ready to start. This private soldier who was responsible for monitoring the 8th prince had an ability called the Foreigner. A larger mind beast. It was able to devour other mind beasts, and its main ability was to eliminate thoughts. With his ability, he easily devoured the mind beast of the 8th prince. During the 4 hours and 8 hours when the Foreigner devoured the mind beast, this private soldier could not generate dynamic energy. And this ability is quite good. If it fell into Rocky's hands, then the assassination of the 4th prince would be more successful. At this moment, Rocky has found Hisoka. Looking at the sturdy man in front of him, what surprised Rocky even more was that Hisoka actually became a member of the king's army. And he was in charge of the 3rd level security management. 11% at. And you've become a management? The man smiled and said, "I can't help it. I spent a lot of effort to hide my identity on the ship. I used the flexible love to stick the things needed for disguise on my body, and then covered it with a thin fake phenomenon. In this way, I can achieve a disguise without any trace. How about it? Not bad." Chapter 321 Kajin's Egg in the Pot Ritual. After taking off his disguises one by one and revealing his true face, Hisoka felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to carry these things around all day, and he didn't have to keep a straight face all day. "So what's your plan for coming to me?" At first, Rocky was looking for Hisoka, just to ask Hisoka to find a way to get on the ship and hide his identity. As for what Hisoka was going to do, it was not Rocky's concern. Advertisement. And he didn't say what he wanted Hisoka to do specifically. So Hisoka is now very curious about what he was going to do. Kill a prince. Hearing this, Hisoka was stunned. Kill a prince? This ship is called BW, which was built by the Kajin Empire, and the prince on this ship is also the prince of the Kajin Empire. On Kaken's ship, killing Kaken's prince, this made Hisoka excited. "Aren't you afraid?" Hearing this, Hisoka looked at Rocky and said, "I'm just afraid that I won't have the chance to challenge you in this life." Hisoka, who set hunting Rocky as his goal, also strengthened his nin a lot, and maybe 3 points stronger than the original. "Who is the prince to be killed?" Hisoka asked directly. "The 4th prince, Caledonic." Hearing this, Hisoka thought carefully about the information about the 4th prince, Caledonic. Soon Hisoka understood. Because he might be holding the flaming red eye of the Kurta tribe in his hand. "Yes. That's right." Hisoka narrowed his eyes and looked at Rocky. "It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill him." Rocky nodded. "It's not difficult. But it might expose your identity." This made Hisoka confused. "With your ability, you killed a person and left without anyone noticing. I'm afraid no one in this world can prove that you killed the prince." Rocky sighed. "Don't underestimate it. The thoughts that Kaken has inherited for so many years." From the moment he boarded the ship, Rocky felt a strange thought staring at him. Although this thought was not too strong, he could feel it all the time. Advertisement. And this thought probably came from the thought beast of King Kaken. Rocky didn't know what King Kaken's nin was, but Rocky had no doubt that the king of Kaken would use nin. You know, it's not easy to survive the succession war. Not to mention becoming a king. To say that Kaken's past was not nin, Rocky said he didn't believe anything. When he used the circle before, his chi couldn't get close to King Kajin at all. I don't know if it was his nin or the ability of his mind beast that made Rocky's chi dissipate when he approached a certain distance. So the king of Kajin might be the most terrifying existence on the BW this time. Rocky speculated that even if the other party could use nin, at most he would have reached the level of a top nin user, and the amount of mind energy should be between 100,000 and 200,000. It shouldn't exceed too much. Otherwise, he would be one of the top 5 nin users in the world. Let's not talk about King Kajin's ability for now, the most noteworthy thing is King Kajin's mind beast. Perhaps the succession war is not just to compete for the final king, and the prince's mind beasts may not be the final form now. Only after all the other princes are dealt with, the mind beast may be able to truly evolve to the final form. Become a terrifying mind beast that protects the king. And the mind beast of Kakin's king is obviously likely to have reached its final form. What specific abilities and power it has are unknown. So if Rocky attacks the prince, he may encounter a defensive counterattack from the mind beast. At that time, facing unknown abilities and unknown attack power, Rocky's identity may be exposed. Even if he finally escapes unscathed, V6 will have a handle on him and can completely turn the Hunter Association into a tool. As the president, he clearly rejected V6's proposal, but secretly ran to the ship and assassinated a prince. This is unacceptable in any case. At that time, not only will the Hunter Association be in trouble, but even the Kurta tribe will be in trouble. So things can only be done privately. And the reason for asking Hisoka to board the ship is here, in case of emergency. If Hisoka is not there when there is a need for him to take action, Rocky will also be in trouble. It seems that Kakin's mind is more terrible than I thought. Hisoka looked at Rocky. Advertisement. The thought that Rocky felt could not be underestimated was indeed worthy of attention. But since even you find it difficult, wouldn't I have no chance of winning if I took action? It's different. Rocky shook his head. The effect of your action is completely different. It should be said that my action has exceeded the limit that the princes can deal with, so Kakin's thought may react strongly to it, but you are different. Looking at Hisoka, when you take action, Kakin's thought beast will think that this is within the range that the princes can deal with, and it is a normal manifestation, so the thought beast will not react violently. Everything depends on how the prince himself responds. I understand. There may be some unknown restrictions, right? Rocky nodded. The thought beast created by the Kakin Empire's egg in the pot ritual is definitely not just for the succession war. You have to know that the person who created this thing at that time may have created the thought with the intention of continuing Kakin. Then various abilities will inevitably be derived around this point. Since it is for the continuation, the protection ability cannot be weak. If faced with a powerful Nin attack, will the Nin beast react? Of course. But the succession war requires the princes to kill each other, so the reaction of the Nin beast cannot be done with all their strength every time. Such a dozen masters killing may lead to the exhaustion of Kajin's power. So there must be some restrictions. And there may be many unknown conditions. These secrets can only be understood after becoming the king of Kajin. If you don't understand the rules, Mazaya how, it's best not to act rashly. It is naturally the best choice to act within the range where it is known that there will be no problems. When will you act? Hisoka asked. Rocky thought for a while and said, wait for my news. You play your role first. Speaking of this, Rocky suddenly remembered something. By the way, when I used the circle to sense the entire ship, I found that there seemed to be several powerful guys in the lower floor. It gave me a very familiar feeling. I don't have time to investigate. Are you able to investigate on the 4th and 5th floors? Hearing this, Hisoka nodded. Of course there is no problem. I am the head of the security team on the 3rd floor. If you don't have this ability, then it's too bad. Rocky nodded. On the 3rd floor, if there is anything, if you want to find information or something else, you can go to the leader of the AI family, Melina. She has been controlled by me. Hisoka nodded. You are worthy of being Lord Rocky. Chapter 322. End the succession war and open the door at will. The room of the 14th prince. At this moment, Pyro had just met the guards of the 9th prince. The other party came here in the hope of reaching a cooperation with the 14th prince. To be precise, they wanted to cooperate with the hunters guarding the 14th prince. Because the 9th prince hoped to stop the succession war and wanted to protect all the lower princes. Advertisement. The princes did not need to die to avoid the succession war. The 14th prince's guards, the hired hunters, were strong, as can be seen from the incident with the 12th prince. The hunters hired by the 14th prince were basically top combat forces. And their abilities seemed to be diverse, able to provide effective protection and respond to various emergencies. The 9th prince naturally wanted to cooperate with the 14th prince's guards. Together, they could achieve the goal of ending the succession war. After all, the 14th prince was young, and even if he had any ideas, he could not express them at this stage. So the 8th princess's request was only to ensure the safety of the 14th prince. On this basis, the 14th prince's guards were the ones to be won over. Cooperation should be the best situation for the 9th prince. He can also help protect the 14th prince, and even not just the 14th prince but also other lower-ranking princes. However, Pyro did not clearly agree or refuse. We know your proposal and will convey it to the 8th princess truthfully. We don't know how the 8th princess will judge it. The guard of the 9th prince nodded. Then can we talk to the 8th princess? Not now. Why? The 14th prince just woke up and ate, and the 8th princess is now coaxing the 4th prince to sleep. The other party sighed, how long will it take? Can we arrange a meeting with the 8th princess? Pyro thought for a while, according to the past situation, you can come back in an hour. After getting an accurate answer, the guard of the 9th prince did not say anything else, but agreed directly. And agreed to meet the 8th princess in an hour. When the other party left, Rocky just appeared in the room. Advertisement. The sandball slowly opened and Rocky walked out of it. In order to prevent Rocky from teleporting back at any time and being discovered, a sandball was specially prepared in the room. Rocky looked at Pyro at the door. What's wrong? The guards of the 9th prince hope to cooperate with us. Rocky nodded and didn't seem too surprised. Beg, is it the 9th prince's intention or? Does the 9th prince hope to cooperate with us to end the succession war and protect the lower princes at the same time? End the succession war? The 9th prince has good intentions, but it's a pity that the succession war is not so easy to end, at least it is absolutely impossible to end it now. I'll deal with the cooperation later. Although Rocky didn't want to cooperate, he was somewhat interested in the 9th prince's mind beast. How are you doing? Pyro looked at Rocky. Unexpected gains. Rocky told Pyro about the 3rd floor. If the AI family, as the supporter of the 4th prince, Chalidanish, is now under your control, then the 4th prince has lost an arm on this ship. Pyro smiled, but it seems that the exact location of the clan leader's eyes is still uncertain. Yes, I don't know whether the 9th prince left this thing in the Kajin Empire or took it on the ship. If it was left in the Kajin Empire, then he would be able to find it slowly after returning. If you bring it on board, then you don't have to worry about it. You will definitely find it. I also found a very convenient ability to find the red eyes. Rocky looked at Bird. I'll give you this ability. If you feel it, there may be some unexpected changes with your ability. The chain appeared. Pyro was naturally familiar with this chain. This was Kurapika's ability. Advertisement. And Rocky was not surprised that he could use Kurapika's ability. The next second, the index finger chain was plundered and the stolen ability was directly injected into Bird's body. Through forced upgrades, the ability of the chain was strengthened, and the stolen ability was strengthened, and then injected. I don't know what the final effect will be. In a few minutes, the ability was injected. And the next second, Bird slowly closed his eyes and carefully felt the new ability. How is it? Rocky asked. He didn't know what this ability would look like. However, Bird slowly opened his eyes. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Lord Rocky. But just after saying the word Rocky, he was stared at by Pyro next to him. On this ship, you can't call him Rocky, but you have to call him Yui. But Bird quickly shut his mouth and began to show his new ability. Coming to the wall next to him, Bird stretched out his hand and tore a crack. This ability can open a passage anywhere, and the place you can go to is limited to the place you have been to. Speaking of this, Bird retreated from inside, and then the torn crack slowly recovered. Well, this is similar to that guy's ability, but you don't need to find a closed room specifically. Of course, reducing this condition is actually very good. It doesn't have to be a closed room. If you can open the door and shuttle freely at any place, it would be pretty good. But suddenly, Bird pointed his hands at the air and tore it suddenly, and a crack appeared in the air. There are indeed no restrictions. This ability has two abilities. One is to travel directly to the place you want to go, and the other is to enter another space. In this space, I can move freely, just like a soul. When you want to get out, you need to be within 100 meters of the entry point. If you exceed the range of 100 meters, then you can't create an exit. A straight line distance of 100 meters is actually not a small amount. On this BW, you can basically travel easily. Rocky looked at the fluctuations. This ability plus your original ability will make your battle more diverse. Yes. Bird cut a crack in the air with a knife. Then he went into it. The next second, a crack appeared behind Moore, and the blade appeared in front of Moore, and then the blade was retracted and the crack disappeared. It appeared again on the other side. Moore had no time to react. However, Bird did not really attack, but just showed it. Such an elusive attack is completely impossible to defend against. Even Yuan could not feel it. As long as Bird's movements are fast enough, he can basically guarantee that he will not be hurt. What a strong ability, this way of fighting is too shameless. Moore couldn't help complaining. However, Bird suddenly appeared. In the air world, the amount of mental energy consumed every minute and every second is amazing, and the amount of mental energy consumed will double as time goes by. If I open the air door to enter another space, and stay too long, I will eventually be forced out of the entrance, and I will directly enter the state of absoluteness. Chapter 323 The Prince's Wish Melody asks for help. How long can you last? After hearing Rocky's question, Bird thought carefully and said, a conservative estimate is only 10 minutes. 10 minutes. In that place, You call it the Void Realm, right? Yes. Bird nodded. Advertisement. Rocky continued to ask, what is your moving speed? It's about the same as the speed outside, but you can't use Qi. Well, this means that when you are in the Void Realm, you can run at full speed, which means that the moving range within 10 minutes should obviously exceed 100 meters. And once you leave that space, Bird should not need to continue to consume Nian. What about the other ability? Directly shuttle. Bird thought for a while, it should be determined by the distance, but I think even if the distance is a little farther, it shouldn't consume too much Qi. Since Bird feels this way, it should be correct. After all, as the owner of the ability, Bird's feeling is probably correct. In that case, we can find several fixed locations on the ship to facilitate the transfer of Prince 14 in case of emergency. Pierrot thought for a while and continued to add, not only consider Prince 14, but even find several safe locations, so that if anything happens, we can respond immediately. Indeed. This is a good idea. Rocky looked at Bird. You can do this yourself. Just when Rocky was about to take a break and think about the various situations on the BW. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang. Rocky was closest to the phone and picked it up directly. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Rocky was slightly stunned. This is the voice of Melody. If Rocky remembers correctly, Melody should be the guard of Prince 10. The name of Prince 10 seems to be Coswo. He has a good relationship with another prince, Prince 11, named Fugits. The two have a good relationship and are often together. Is it Mr. Yuichi? Rocky responded, it's me. Melody on the other end of the phone exhaled slowly, Mr. Yuichi, you should know me, right? Yes. You are the hunter Melody of the 10th Prince's Guard Association, right? Advertisement. Yes. Melody nodded, then held the phone tightly with both hands and looked at the people around her. They were all a little far away from her. There should be no problem in the conversation, so she said directly, then Mr. Yuichi, as a member of the Kurapika tribe, you should understand my ability. After Melody finished speaking, Rocky was slightly stunned. Melody's ability is to be particularly sensitive to sound, and even just by splicing the heartbeat, you can judge whether someone is lying. And you can roughly hear what the other person is thinking. At least the emotional judgment is not wrong. However, Melody took the initiative to mention this, and Loki was stunned for a moment. In other words, Melody is likely to know that she is Rocky. Because she can hear the heartbeat, and her heartbeat should not change. Rocky was silent for a few seconds. I know. Don't worry, Mr. Yuichi. Although my ability has allowed me to know some things, I have not told anyone. Rocky was slightly stunned when he heard this. Melody would not say anything nonsense. Rocky knew that it was obvious that she had something to say when she specifically mentioned this at this time. Tell me. What do you want us to do for you? Melody smiled when she heard this. She could probably hear Rocky's heartbeat through the phone. She could only say that he was worthy of being the president. Although he did not seem to be worried at all when he knew that his identity was exposed. On the contrary, he seemed very calm from beginning to end. This situation surprised Melody. However, considering Rocky's strength, it seemed normal. Although he was young, Rocky could not look at him with the eyes of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Melody said softly, I hope to use the power of Mr. Yuichi and you to help me fulfill the wishes of the 10th Prince and the 11th Prince. At this moment, Rocky frowned, wish. Ah. The 10th Prince has a good relationship with the 11th Prince due to some special reasons, and this battle for the throne may not have much to do with these two princes. Their existence can't help at all. So I want. Rocky probably understood. It has been 3 days since the voyage. Rocky suddenly said. Hearing this, Melody nodded, yes. Why didn't you come to me at the beginning? This is indeed a problem. Advertisement. Melody was helpless, because if I had bothered Mr. Yuichi directly at the beginning, I felt that the timing might not be right. Please give me flowers 00. But I didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly. The situation changed quickly, meaning that a prince was assassinated yesterday. So Melody has understood that 3 months is a problem for ordinary princes to survive the first few weeks. I see, but are you sure I can help them? Rocky thought carefully, the only way to help them is probably to save them from death. Hearing this, Melody said excitedly, it's already very good to be able to do this. Reward. Rocky suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Melody didn't seem surprised, using the identities of the 10th and 11th princes, I have collected as much information as possible. This information about the possibility of the red eyes is and I. Okay. Rocky didn't care much about the reward. The fact that Melody knew her identity and didn't mention it to anyone was enough reason to help her. However, Rocky still wanted to see whether Melody really didn't think of using this to threaten him, or whether she really knew the rules. Although Rocky didn't think much of what Melody provided, it showed that Melody had carefully considered this matter, which was enough. At least Melody wouldn't bring this matter to trouble Rocky again and again in the future. Thank you. When can we meet? However, Rocky directly rejected Melody's request. No. Time may be tight. So there is no need to meet. Rocky glanced at the time, and there were about 5 hours left until the evening. Are you responsible for protecting the 10th prince today? Melody quickly replied, yes. That's fine, just take care of the 10th prince. You don't have to worry about the rest. Don't you need to specify a plan first? Rocky smiled and said, no, although plans are useful, they are not very useful in this matter. The ship has been uneasy recently. If I were you, it would be best to let the 10th prince and the prince stay in their rooms when they go out in the middle of the night. Melody instantly understood what Rocky meant. Okay, I'll go and remind the two princes. After hanging up the phone, Melody was a little worried. Will they start taking action in the middle of the night? Isn't that too hasty? Chapter 324 Breaking the Rules, Cooperation of the 9th Prince. After hanging up the phone with Melody, Rocky didn't wait too long. The 9th Prince's men came. And this guard came alone, without any weapons, and was not an. This was quite sincere. The other party entered the 14th Prince's room. Rocky asked Moore to pour a cup of tea and handed it to the other party, then looked at the other party and asked, "What's your name?" Advertisement. Bell. Mr. Bell, then tell me. How does the 9th Prince want to cooperate? Rocky looked at Bell and asked. After taking a sip of tea, Boar looked at Rocky and said, "On behalf of the 9th Prince, I beg you to help us end this meaningless succession war. The king selected through this system is not the best, and many innocent people will die." Hearing this, Rocky interrupted him immediately. "I don't care about this. If the 9th Prince wants to cooperate, he must at least come up with conditions that impress me, otherwise there is no need to continue this conversation." After hearing Rocky's words, the other party was not angry, but nodded. The 9th Prince is very sincere, but the 9th Prince doesn't know what you want. If possible, can you reveal it? Rocky did not answer, but Pyro on the side said, "You know we are from the Kurta tribe." The other party looked at it. Would be too shabby if we couldn't see the flames behind Rocky and the others. Isn't it quite obvious? I know. Very good. Have you heard about the genocide of the Kurta tribe? The other party thought for a while and nodded. I know a little but not too much. Pyro, it's enough to know a little. The Kurta tribe was genocide, and only about half of the tribe members escaped. And the reason why we were genocide is because of the Kurta tribe's fiery red eyes, which are known as one of the 7 beauties in the world. Advertisement. Our purpose is very simple, to reclaim the eyes of our tribe members. Hearing this, Boar nodded. Such a request is reasonable, and I believe that the 9th Prince will support you. So the purpose of your boarding this ship is to retrieve the eyes of your tribe members. That's right. Rocky nodded, and then the other party looked at Rocky. It seems that among all the princes, only the 4th Prince is more interested in human organs. What you want to find should be in the hands of the 4th Prince. Although this Boar is not an, he is not stupid. It is good to be able to analyze to this point. Indeed, our target is the 4th Prince. We agreed to become the guard of the 14th Prince because the 8th Princess promised that after the succession war, as long as they are still alive, they will find a way to even ask King Kajin to let the 4th Prince return the fiery red eye to us. The guard of the 9th Prince frowned when he heard this. Although it is the request of the princess, the king may not agree. But if the 14th Prince becomes the final winner, then no matter what the request is, it will naturally be agreed. Boar thought for a while. The 9th Prince does not want to be the heir to the throne, and the real purpose is to stop the succession war. So the purpose is not exactly the same. Cooperation or something. However, I think if we look at it from another angle, maybe we can cooperate. You want to protect the 14th Prince and the 8th Princess in exchange for the red eyes, and we want to stop the succession war. If the succession war can be stopped, then maybe the 9th Prince will let you search the 4th Prince's room. Hearing this, Rocky was slightly stunned. Are you sure? Of course. If the war of succession can be stopped, then the 9th Prince must take the initiative. The king has clearly stated that he will not interfere in any affairs. Rocky suddenly thought about it and it seemed that it was okay. It's a double insurance. But Rocky felt that the 9th Prince had fallen into a misunderstanding. I think we can consider cooperation, but I want to ask a question. Advertisement. Rocky looked at Boar. Hearing the possibility of cooperation, Boar looked at Chachi very respectfully. Please speak. You want to stop the war of succession. I think it seems impossible to stop the war of succession through the king, right? Boar sighed. The 9th Prince sends letters to the king every day, but the king never responds. Hearing this, Rocky smiled and said, "Of course. I think the king's meaning is very clear. No matter what the princes want, you can do it with your own abilities. With your own abilities? Belle was slightly stunned. If the war of succession wants to be stopped, the king may have to take action. If all the control of this ship falls into the hands of the 9th prince, and the subordinates of the princes, those who hold real power are also controlled by you. Then who do you think has the final say on whether this war of succession should be stopped? Hearing this, Belle seemed to be enlightened. Yes. They have always wanted to stop the war of succession, but they only thought of stopping it through the king, and have not considered using their own strength. However, it seems that it is better to win the war of succession than to stop it. Obviously, he has already controlled the entire ship, so he might as well become the next king of Kakin directly. How to use power is up to the person who uses it, but if someone who doesn't have this power wants to break the rules, it's impossible. Bor pondered for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Yuichi, I will tell the 9th prince all your words. He said as he was about to stand up and leave. At this time, Bor suddenly thought of something and looked at Rocky. Mr. Yuichi, you should all use Nen. Rocky looked at him and said, why are you asking this? If you can you teach us to learn Nen? Hearing this, Rocky smiled and said, if you want to learn Nen, even if you are talented, you need more than a year of practice to slowly master the Qi. And if you want to become very strong, you need to practice for many years. It's only 3 months on the BW. If you want to learn Nen in such a short time, even if you learn it, your strength will not be too strong. However, Rocky suddenly thought of his new ability, the Love Etude. Originally, Bor had given up a little when he heard Rocky say this. 1.3 However, there are ways to quickly master the mind. But this method is only available to women, and it's better not to be too ugly. Belle was a little confused when he heard this. Why can it only be used on women, and it can't be too ugly? Why? However, Rocky was too lazy to explain this reason. Anyway, that's it. Although the love exercise is not limited to gender, Rocky really can't kiss men, but he can consider women. Kissing Rocky doesn't care too much, but he doesn't care about kissing men. After Belle left, Pirol looked at Rocky in confusion. Why can it only be women? The ability is activated by saliva. I don't want to kiss men. Saliva? It doesn't have to be kissed. Pirol lightly complained, but suddenly Rocky was stunned. Yes. Chapter 325, Escaping from BW at Risk. Yes. Saliva doesn't have to be kissed. As long as it's your own saliva, the fungus it carries can infect others, so that the ability can be activated, right? Suddenly Rocky thought of an interesting thing, but it still needs to wait a little longer. At present, the ability modification cannot be used, whether it is Rocky's own ability modification or the ability modification of the Kurta tribe. Advertisement. At this moment, the guards of the 9th prince have conveyed the content of the conversation with Rocky to the 9th prince. Every word was reported without missing. However, after hearing Rocky's words, the 9th prince was suddenly stunned, and he seemed to understand a little. The real meaning of this succession battle. What rules? Nothing matters, what matters is that only one can survive in the end. And the process is not important at all, whether it is to find a way to assassinate others without leaving any traces, or to kill others directly and openly. Because even if you kill someone openly, as a prince, you will not be sentenced to death, at most you will be imprisoned for 17 days, or even life imprisonment. But at the beginning of the succession war, the father clearly said that he only needed to ensure that there was a prince who survived in the end, and then he would be the new king of Kajan. This means that even if he was imprisoned, it did not mean that he had lost the qualification to be king. Even if he stayed in prison, as long as he could survive to the end, he would be the king. This is the true meaning of the succession war. Those rules are simply just fooling people. Even if you don't follow them, it doesn't matter. Strictly speaking, King Kajan has not specified any rules. All the rules are guessed by hunter, guards, and princes themselves. And the basis of their guesses is actually the national laws of Kajan. But King Kajan did not say that the succession war also needs to fully comply with national laws. It's just that if a crime occurs, it will be punished according to the law. That's right, it's a punishment. It's just a punishment. It's not execution. Advertisement. For example, the second Prince Camilla, who is currently on trial, is openly preparing to murder the eldest Prince Benjamin. But even if the second Prince Camilla said it openly, what would be the result? There was not even imprisonment, but only 24-hour close surveillance until the next banquet began. Such a punishment seemed terrible. Being monitored by the king's army, it seemed even more impossible to do anything. But now the 9th Prince Halkenbrug felt that there was no need to worry at all. What mattered was the 24-hour close surveillance of the king's army. As long as you could hide from the king's army's surveillance, then the king's army would not care about your actions. This means that as long as you can overcome any difficulties you encounter, you are the king. This is the true face of the succession war. At this moment, Halkenbrug felt very angry. I didn't expect the succession war to turn out like this, and it was really shocking. If this news was known to others, to other princes, then there would be a huge melee on the ship. If they killed without scruples, then the most terrifying person at that time should be the eldest Prince Benjamin. The private soldiers he controls are the most terrifying among all the princes, and it can be said that they have an overwhelming advantage over all the princes. Even if all the other princes unite, they may not be as powerful as Benjamin. This news must not be known to others. Halkenbrug still wants to see his father. If he can persuade his father, perhaps the worst situation will not happen. The time has come tonight. Rocky slowly got up and sat up from the sofa. The person in charge of keeping watch today is Bird. He just glanced at Rocky, and seeing that Rocky didn't have anything to order, he didn't intend to ask anything. The next second Rocky disappeared. And after Rocky disappeared, a sandball appeared directly in the room. Pyro, who had fallen asleep, woke up in the room at this moment. Although it was not in the same place as the living room, with his current ability, it was very simple to control the sand at this distance. In the room of the 10th Prince Coswo, Melody was waiting anxiously. Advertisement. Kajo was also very anxious. Is there really no problem? Although Melody was not sure, she said, don't worry. That gentleman is the only one among the hunters I know who can take you away from the BW directly. What is his ability? Why can he take us away directly? Melody smiled. His ability may be similar to the effect of teleportation. Teleportation, Kajo was thinking that if he teleported, he could go back to Kajin directly. But at this time, Rocky appeared. A person suddenly appeared silently, and Kajo was frightened and almost screamed suddenly. But after seeing Melody's actions, she quickly calmed down. Then she looked at Rocky on the side and looked at him curiously. Can such a young guy really help her and Feng Gates leave the ship? However, the next second, Rocky disappeared again, and Melody hadn't asked what was going on. Suddenly, Rocky appeared again, and then Kajo turned around, and Fu Gates was sitting behind him. The two hugged each other as soon as they met, and at this moment Rocky looked at Melody. Before I leave, I want to do a small test. Test? Melody was slightly stunned. Mr. Yuichi, what else do you need to test at this time? Why don't we send them away first and then do the so-called test? J923. However, Rocky shook his head. It is because we need to take them away safely that we need to do the test. Why? Rocky looked at the two of them. Kajin's thoughts are not that simple. If there are no restrictions, why do you think the king of Grey Quarrow, as a country's past, should come here in person? The Dark Continent is indeed a gold mine, but why didn't the other heads of state of V6 come? Is it only King Kaken who can't keep his cool? When Melody said this, he was also stunned. Yes. As a king, he can have whatever he wants. At least more than 95% of the things in the world can be easily obtained, but why did he still get on the ship? He came here even though he knew there might be huge risks. Lord Yuichi, just tell me what you think. Melody felt that it was not simple, but she didn't know where the problem would occur. There is a problem with this ship, or it should be said that the distance is limited. Rocky looked up. King Kaken, who was in the room at the moment, was looking at the dark sea. He couldn't see anything and didn't even know whether he was looking at the sea or the sky. Once you leave this ship, you may encounter unimaginable attacks. Do the two princes still want to leave this ship? Rocky looked at Kazuo and Fugate. Chapter 326. A small test for the two princes. Kazuo and Fugate looked at each other. If it is possible to leave this ship, then we definitely don't want to stay here. But Kazuo did not continue to pretend at this moment, but looked at Melody with some worry. If we leave the ship, we will die. Then, let's think of other ways. Melody was also thinking at this moment. Kajin's Nen. These Nen beasts born in the egg in the pot ceremony seem to have abilities that are too amazing. And this kind of Nen has no restrictions. Advertisement. It seems that using it will not cause any burden to the princes. In addition to losing some physical strength, there is no danger to life. This is quite incredible in the use of Nen. Many abilities, even if they are not particularly powerful, will bring life-threatening dangers to the caster, and the princes do not have such restrictions at all. In the past, this part of the reason was always ignored, or attributed to the ritual of the corridor. But after thinking about it carefully, this is not in line with common sense. Strong abilities usually require corresponding prices. For example, Rocky initially gambled his own eyes and his own talent. The princes of the Kajin Empire have no such restrictions at all. They're mind beasts, if regarded as independent Nen. Then each prince is equivalent to drawing an A-level skill card, and even some princes the ability of the mind beast is quite terrifying. In reference to this situation, the ability of each mind beast should not be so strong. This is too wrong. Now that Rocky reminded her, Melody suddenly realized that perhaps, the price had been paid at the beginning. That is the so-called succession war, which is itself the condition for the egg in the pot ceremony to start. The descendants of the bloodline of the pot maker, through the method of dripping blood, combined with the mind to create a mind beast. And these mind beasts are closely related to each prince. It can be said that they are connected to the prince's life. The activation of the mind beast consumes the power of the princes, and these mind beasts can only be active at the place where the succession war is held. If you want to move freely, I am afraid you need to meet another condition and become the king of the Kajin Empire. Advertisement. Survive the succession war. Among these vassal beasts, only one beast can leave the ship. So the succession war is not only a war between princes, but also a fight between beasts. Although they will follow the will of the host to a certain extent, they will also act according to some situations they think are good before the dust settles. For example, the beast of the 12th Prince Mumuzawa directly launched its ability against Rocky at the beginning. Perhaps this beast thought that after controlling Rocky, it could directly win. The fact seems to be true, so this is the judgment made by the beast according to some rules. But it encountered a strong counterattack from Rocky. As a result, Mumuzawa's beast was severely injured by Rocky. During the recovery period of the beast, Mumuzawa also vomited blood and fainted, becoming the first prince victim. The beast will indeed make a more favorable judgment, but it is not a human after all, and it has no way to accurately judge whether there will be any terrible consequences if it does so. These are obviously not within its consideration. At this moment, Rocky looked at the two princes. It is indeed possible to be dangerous to leave this ship, but I am not sure whether it is life-threatening, so I say that we need to do a small test before we officially leave. Hearing this, the two princes looked at each other and asked, "How do you want to test?" "It's very simple. I will take you to try to leave the ship. See what kind of reaction your mind beasts or the mind of the club Kaken will have." "Fu Gates, wouldn't it be dangerous to do this?" "Danger is inevitable. If you are not willing to take even this little risk, then you want to escape from the BW, I think you can give up as soon as possible." Ka Zhou on the side suddenly clenched her fists and turned to look at Melody. "If there is danger, will you protect us?" She did not ask Rocky, but asked Melody. It is obvious that Melody has won her trust during this period. Melody smiled and said, "I can't guarantee others, but this lord will definitely not stand by and watch us die, and since this lord has accepted our request, he will definitely be able to complete it. Although this is considered flattery, Rocky will not stand by and watch us die." And she accepted it herself. The 10th prince and the 11th prince are just little girls. They have no interest in the succession war at all. Logically, if you really want to choose a powerful ruler, you only need to choose from adult or outstanding princes. The succession war seems a bit redundant. Advertisement. But if you think about it from another angle, the more princes participate in the succession war, the more the power of the future king's mind beast will be enhanced. How strong the mind beast can burst out in the end depends on how many princes participate. Under normal circumstances, the 13 princes sacrificed their lives to strengthen the only surviving prince, and the mind will also be obtained by him, and will also be used to strengthen his mind beast. No one knows what level the mind beast will reach in the end. Then let's try it. If we don't try, we will never be able to leave BW. Fugit seemed very brave. Although Coswo didn't speak, her eyes were full of worry. She seemed to have a bad premonition, as if she saw her own death. "If you are ready, then hold hands." Rocky put one hand on Melody's shoulder. Melody held the 10th prince, and Prince Tian was next to the 12th prince. 4 people instantly disappeared in the room. Then appeared outside the BW. When the two princes were terrified, they suddenly found that they could stand on the sea. No, it should not be said that they were standing on a huge piece of ice. The ice created by Rocky using the power of the ice god was very close to the BW, Qian Li. And this distance allowed Rocky to take the two princes back at any time to avoid possible danger. However, at the moment when the two princes just landed on the ice, strange black arms emerged from the air around them. Grabbed towards the two princes. At this moment, Rocky raised his hand and the cold air surged instantly, and these grabbed black arms were directly frozen. Fugaz and Kazu, who were still worried, did not even have time to be afraid, and found that these strange things that suddenly appeared were actually frozen. Rocky narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there will be a strange power to prevent the prince from leaving the BW. I just don't know if this strange attack will appear again if the two princes are brought back to the human world directly. If it doesn't appear, it means that even if it attacks, it is limited by the distance. If it continues to appear, it means another problem. This attack is probably from the attack of the beast in the pot ritual. Chapter 327 The 9th Prince of the King of Kajin. If the attack was launched by the mind beasts generated by the egg in the pot ritual, then it means that these mind beasts, for the host. The host's will is not the highest level. Above the host's will, there should be something more terrifying hidden. Or there is a higher level of will controlling these mind beasts, or they are constrained by some rules. In either case, it shows that the egg in the pot ritual is very problematic. Advertisement. And Rocky is quite suspicious that the creator of the egg in the pot ritual really created the iron with the idea of continuing the Kajin Empire. I'm afraid it's not like that. Based on the current situation, Rocky feels that this may be the case. Let them devour. Fight each other, only the strongest deserve to enjoy everything. Under such a belief, the egg in the pot ritual created is more in line with the current weird situation. At this moment, Rocky looked at the black arms that were gradually attacking them from all directions. Rocky narrowed his eyes. Can't feel it. Can't feel whether these thoughts are strong or weak at all. Can't feel any fluctuations of thoughts. This is very strange. Why did this happen? But no matter why, Rocky's hands did not slow down at all. Cold air surged. Rocky's hands emitted bursts of white smoke, or to be more precise, cold air. The moment the white smoke 773 appeared, the 10th Prince Coswo and the 11th Prince Fugaz felt a little cold. And at this time, the black arm that suddenly appeared around them was suddenly frozen. Looking at the black arm that instantly condensed into ice around them, Coswo and Fugaz were both stunned at the same time. Looking at Rocky again, is this his ability? The two thought so in their hearts. The ability to freeze even thoughts. No wonder this man said he wanted to test it. It turned out to be like this. Even if he encountered danger, as long as it was a thought attack, this person could freeze it. Advertisement. In this way, they would not be hurt. Good, so powerful. The two princes were still calm, but the melody on the side exclaimed directly. This made the two princes speechless. It turned out that you didn't know this guy's ability at all. You swore that there was no problem before. For a moment, Coswo's feeling about Melody seemed a little unreliable. It seems that there is indeed danger now, but it should be controllable for now. Listening to Rocky's words, Melody also said, how long can it be frozen? If it is unfrozen, will these things continue to attack? Rocky also wanted to know about Melody's question. The freezing time can last about half a month. If there is no external force, can breaking the ice make these thoughts disappear? Rocky shook his head no. If it is not a thought, any physical object will be shattered as long as the ice is broken. But thoughts are different. Thoughts are air and have no physical appearance. So even if the ice is broken, the chi will not disappear. Instead, it will make the chi perform the previous action. It's a pity. Melody thinks that if all the chi is directly eliminated, then Coswo and Fugazi should be fine. There are two issues to consider now. The second is where does this chi come from? The power source of the mind beast is the host, but Coswo and Fugazi don't seem to have changed. This means that the power does not come from them. Then this energy should come from somewhere else. Where? Rocky looked at BW, and there was only one possibility. King Kajin, Grey Quoro. But it is still uncertain at present. The second question is there a limit on the attack distance for this attack? If there is a limit, then as long as they are outside the attack distance, their safety will be fine. If they attack directly regardless of the distance, then if they want to be safe and sound, they must have a person like me who can prevent others from launching their abilities. Melody was stunned when she heard this. The first point is easy to say, but if the second point is true, it means that the two of them can never leave BW. Because Rocky will not always be by their side. Although Melody really wants to say that if he dodges the attack many times in a row, maybe this Nen will not continue to attack Coswo and Fugits. Many abilities, although this situation was not set at the beginning. But Nen will automatically complete. If he could escape the pursuit, 3 or more times, even the deadly Nen might be released directly. Advertisement. And at this moment, the 9th Prince Harkenbrug has come to the king's room. Of course, he was stopped by the king's army as usual. The captain of the king's army responsible for protecting the king looked at the person in front of him and said, sorry, 9th Prince, no matter how many times you come, we will not let you in. The 9th Prince was not surprised by their words, but smiled, I know, and today I am not here to send a letter to my father, but to prepare a new gift for my father. 1. Harkenbrug took out his pistol and pointed it at the captain of the king's army in front of him. Now you have only 2 choices, either let me go, or die like this and I will go. The guards of the 9th Prince also took out their pistols and controlled the other guards. These guards were helpless. It was their duty to protect the king. If they let them go, they would be considered dereliction of duty. Even if they didn't die now, they would still be sentenced in the future. No matter what choice you make, it seems impossible to be perfect. Let him in. The king's personal guard came out of the room and said to the king's army. With the king's order, the king's army was spared from a disaster. Entering the king's room, Harkenbrug looked at his father sitting on the recliner. Please stop this succession war immediately. However, Grey Quoro didn't even look at him. Just said lightly, the succession war is no longer within my control. Even so, as long as you stand up and say stop, it will be enough. Harkin Brug pointed his gun at Hui Kuoro, and at this moment, Hui Kuoro turned around and looked at his son. Although he was the 9th, this child was still smart. Would he be the helper of those people? Did he come here to disturb him deliberately? But looking at Harkin's eyes, Hui Kuoro felt that he had thought of it himself. Still clear stupidity. I refuse. How the succession war ends is now up to you. Hearing Hui Kuoro's answer, Harkin Brug was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid that I will shoot you to death? You have a mind beast, and I have one too, and I am Kaken's past. You can't kill me on this ship, and you won't do it. A guy who doesn't want to see his brothers killed, would have the heart to shoot his own father? If that's really the case, then Harkin's kindness is not really kindness. Chapter 328, Kajin's resentment cannot be interfered. Looking at Kennedy Brugger, Hui Kuoro smiled and said, go back. If you want to stop the succession war, do it in your own way. I will not interfere with the will of all of you. Now the succession war is no longer something I can control, and I can't interfere with it. Hearing this, Kennedy Brugger immediately realized that something seemed wrong. As the king who has dominated the Kajin Empire for so long, even he said that he couldn't interfere with the succession war. Does this mean that there is some more mysterious reason that makes the person who dominates the entire empire unable to do anything? Advertisement. Kennedy Brugger looked at Hui Kuoro and said, refuse to continue to participate in the succession war. If you don't stop, I will never hurt any master. FFLX. Raised the pistol, but this time Kennedy Brugger aimed at his own head. This is my choice. Bang. Kennedy Brugger pulled the trigger without hesitation and wanted to commit suicide, but the next second the bullet stopped at Kong Chen. However, in Hui Kuoro's eyes, it was not the bullet that stopped in midair, but that was caught by Kennedy Brugger's mind beast. Humph. Hui Kuoro sneered, it seems that your mind beast does not agree with your choice. Hui Kuoro turned his head and waved his hand, go back. Think about what you should do now. Before, the people of the 9th prince gathered together, and even Hui Kuoro could clearly feel the fluctuations of mind energy that burst out. Hui Kuoro was quite optimistic about this prince. As long as they are united, they can burst out terrible thoughts. If such abilities are waited for the mind beast to complete the evolution and really become the king, they can gather the will of the entire country. How terrifying will Kajin become at that time? Just thinking about it makes Hui Kuoro feel a little excited. This ability is too suitable for being a king, but Hui Kuoro has no right to interfere with who will become the next king. At this moment, Kennedy Brugger did not feel terrible because his suicide was stopped by the mind beast. He suddenly had a strange feeling. Kajin. Father. Even now, it seems that including himself, it is not them who are operating, but being manipulated. Being controlled by that pot, by a certain will that was left behind, if you can't even commit suicide. So is it that you are controlling the mind beast, or is the mind beast controlling them subtly? Coming out of Hui Kuoro's room, the 9th Prince Kennedy Brugger felt worried, and the other guards wanted to ask what happened. They clearly heard the gunshot just now. Could it be that the 9th Prince really killed the king? However, when the king's army wanted to enter the room to check, they were stopped by the king's guards. The king is fine. Go back and continue to stick to your posts. The king is fine? What about the gunshot just now? Advertisement. Who fired the gun? Kennedy Brugger's departure made Hui Kuoro more certain of one thing, that this guy was not here to stop him from delaying time. The escape of the 10th and 11th princes, I'm afraid the 9th prince didn't know. Hui Kuoro sighed, this is the succession war, no one can escape. Now that the 9th prince has left, he will continue. On the ice outside BW. Rocky was really going to take the 10th prince and the 11th prince, continue to distance himself from the BW, and then try to break the ice. Then see if these thoughts will come after him. Just as Rocky was about to do this. Suddenly, the ice that froze these thoughts broke directly, and the black arm quickly came towards the prince and Tien. At this moment, Rocky frowned. Surprisingly, being able to break through his freezing means that the power of this thought has at least reached the same level as his own. Otherwise, it would not be able to break through his own freezing. Interesting. There are people in this world whose thoughts can reach the same level as his own? No. It may not be someone, but the thoughts left behind. But if the thoughts left behind can reach the same level as himself, then how terrifying was this guy's thoughts when he was alive? In the blink of an eye, there was not much time for Ronki to think. Since freezing doesn't work, then burn it. Cause woe. Fugates. Melody saw that the black thoughts were about to come to the two of them, and rushed forward to protect them. The next second, the flame ignited a flame that flew directly in an instant, dispersing the black thoughts. Directly swallowed this group of thoughts, and then directly ignited the crazy burning. In a few breaths, the black arm just came to Melody and was completely burned. At this moment, Melody stared at the disappearing fire, turned his head and looked at Rocky, who was surrounded by flames. Freeze. Flame. Advertisement. How much ability does this man have? Freezing can directly freeze thoughts, and flames can even directly ignite thoughts and then burn them out. At this moment, Rocky looked at the black thoughts that were still attacking the two princes. The flames suddenly exploded more violently. However, this place was too close to the BW. Rocky frowned, and suddenly released a stream of cold air with his right hand towards the sea behind him. The cold air instantly drew a straight line on the sea, directly freezing a straight ice road. Run forward along the road. When the two princes saw the road appear, they instinctively opened up their distance and ran wildly towards the distance without even listening to Rocky. And Rocky burned the black thoughts with flames in the back. At this moment, Hui Kuoro on the BW sighed silently, what a powerful ability. It can even directly wipe out the thoughts left by Kajin. If this continues, it may be consumed until the end, which is not a good thing for Kajin. Let's do it in one go. Thinking of this, the thoughts behind Hui Kuoro began to make strange roars. Rocky, who was fighting and retreating on the ice, felt a strong energy bursting from the direction of BW. Boom! A black energy passed directly from above and quickly swept towards the two princes. At this moment, even Rocky's flames could not stop it. He directly broke through the flames and rushed towards Fugits and Coswo. Melody, what a terrifying energy! Is this the power of the Kajin Empire? If even the flames could not be stopped at this moment, it means that there is no way. Suddenly, a silver-white shield appeared in front of him, emitting an extremely bright and dazzling light. The black energy hit the shield and was blocked by the power of eliminating thoughts that burst out from the shield. Coswo and Fugits were safe and sound. Rocky, who suddenly appeared, stood in front of the two, but frowned. While resisting the continuous impact of the black energy, he felt the history of this energy. It seems that it is unlikely to take the two princes away. Kajin's resentment. It is so strong. There must be some secrets hidden on the ship. The air just now clearly came from the ship. Rocky looked back at the two of them and said, it seems that it is impossible to leave like this. Chapter 329 The Last Solution, the Black Chi disappears. Rocky looked back at Melody. This energy seems to continue, and will follow the two princes wherever they go. It will only disappear when the prince who escapes is killed. Looking at the King of Mercy's shield that appeared, Rocky's identity is no longer necessary. Melody looked at the shield at this moment, can't eliminate it. Advertisement. Rocky's King of Mercy's shield can eliminate thoughts, but there is no way to completely eliminate this energy. This shows that this thought is not ordinary strong. It can only be barely blocked. It is difficult to completely eliminate it. If you really want to eliminate this thought, it may take a month. Or more time. Rocky obviously does not have such time. And at that time it is not called eliminating thoughts, it should be regarded as completely consuming the energy. This makes the thought disappear. Rocky looked at the two princes, it seems that today's plan has ended in failure. 827. Coswo and Fugits were certainly disappointed, but at least they did not lose their lives. It is not so easy to escape the succession war. Suddenly Rocky thought of something and looked at the two of them. But I have one last idea, maybe it can work, but I don't know if you two are willing to give it a try. Hearing this, Coswo and Fugits frowned. What method? It may not work if I tell you. It depends on whether you are willing to try. The roar from the back was very strong. The black air was trying to break through the shield of King Ci. The power of the shield of King Ci alone seemed to be unable to completely block the black thoughts. The next second, Rocky raised his hand and released the staff of the Holy King. Under the power of the two phantom swords, the black air was blocked again. Coswo gritted his teeth and said, then give it a try. As long as there is a slight possibility, we will not give up. Staying on the ship is also full of dangers. Compared with the experiment of Rocky's method, if it is useful, then the two of them can escape. If Coswo stays, the situation that may appear in the end is that she and Fugits are both dead. Or even if they survive to the end, they need to kill each other. Only one of the two can survive in the end. No matter which situation it is obviously not easy to accept. Rocky nodded, then I will do it. The next second, a phantom appeared in Rocky's hand, and this phantom flashed and passed directly over Fugaz and Coswo. A strange blue light lit up, and the next moment Fugaz and Coswo were both stunned. Then, with two sounds of plop plop, the two fell to the ground and lost their breath. At this moment, the black air around them seemed to stop the impact, and the mind beasts on Coswo and Fugaz seemed to turn into three and floated towards BW. Advertisement. Left the bodies of Coswo and Fugaz. At this moment, the king of Kajin, Hui Kuoro, sighed helplessly, your death will become a part of Kajin, and it is your honor to offer your strength to Kajin. After saying that, Hui Kuoro closed his eyes. He was a little tired and wanted to rest. Melody was testing the breathing of the two people and found that they were both dead and their heartbeats had completely stopped. At this moment, the black gas was hovering over the two people's heads, but it did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, it floated away after hovering for more than 10 seconds. When the black gas disappeared, Melody looked at Rocky. "What did you do?" "Killed them," Rocky said very calmly. Melody frowned and listened to Rocky's heartbeat. He was telling the truth, but Rocky had no bad intentions, which was a bit strange. Obviously Rocky killed two people, but he didn't have any bad intentions. What's going on? Can a person still hold a kind thought and kill others? What kind of kindness is this? Rocky looked at the black air dissipating around him. Sure enough, when the prince dies, the air will disappear. The mind beast formed by the air attached to the two people is not only protective but also restrictive. Looking at Melody, Rocky slowly said his guess. And now Melody just wants to know how Kazuo and the others became like this. Looking at Melody's impatient look, Rocky smiled and said, "Don't worry, I left a thought on their hearts." Speaking, Rocky raised his hand and took out something like a glass box. The two glass boxes contained the hearts of Kazuo and Fugits. And the hearts have stopped beating. Advertisement. Just now, he tried to remove the hearts, but after removing the hearts, the two were still alive. There was no way Rocky could only use the thought to force the hearts of the two to stop beating. Sure enough, after death, the thoughts on the two people also dissipated, and the thoughts left by the egg in the pot ceremony had completely disappeared. Is this their heart? Melody looked at the two hearts in Rocky's hand. Rocky nodded, yes, they are wrapped in special abilities, don't worry. Then what Rocky had to do was to make the two hearts beat again. The thoughts left on the two hearts were Hisoka's thoughts, the love that can be stretched and retracted. Now use the power of the love that can be stretched and retracted to make the two hearts beat again. Boom. When the hearts started to beat again, Gates and Kajo stood up from the ground in the next second. Looking around blankly. Melody looked at the heart in Rocky's hand while turning to look at the two people on the other side. The hearts were not in the body, why could the two be resurrected? And the next second Rocky directly put the hearts back into the two people. Be alert to the surroundings, the air is gone. It seems that it is safe now. You are lucky. I am not sure that this ability will succeed. But since it succeeded, I will send you two away now. Where do you want to go? Rocky said. At this moment, in Huequoro's room, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the light spots on the screen in front of him. The two light spots on the screen are not marked positions, but represent the survival status of the princes. The light spots of the 10th and 11th princes, which had been extinguished, lit up again. Asterisk, LA? Huequoro was stunned for a moment. Resurrect the dead? Is there such an? But he soon regained his composure. If 2.6 was resurrected, it would be their good luck. Anyway, their energy has been absorbed. Huequoro didn't care about the life and death of the two. Find a corner to live. Live in anonymity for the rest of your life. Huequoro smiled and closed his eyes again. On the other side. At this moment on the BW, the room of the fourth prince, Chelidanish. TT looked at the fourth prince in front of him with amazing talent. After just a few days of practice, the other party has mastered Nen, and the speed is simply terrifying. What is even more amazing is that when the other party is practicing Nen, the Nen beast formed unconsciously is just as perverted and weird as the Nen beast spawned by the egg in the pot ritual. This makes TT very uneasy. If it is allowed to develop like this, I am afraid, the fourth prince will become a very terrifying evil Nen. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 330 The Terrifying Talent of the Fourth Prince. TT is the teacher who knows that the fourth prince, Chelidanish, is practicing Nen. From the time he started practicing until now, TT has seen him getting stronger step by step. Even the speed of this strengthening can be called abnormal. The practice of Nen should be quite difficult for people, but for the fourth prince, it is as simple as eating and drinking water. Even as if the valve of the reservoir was opened, the power that kept pouring out was getting stronger crazily. Advertisement. And at this moment, the fourth prince, Chelidanish. He is practicing Nen. The four basic elements of Nen are entanglement, absolute, practice, and release. Now His Highness the fourth prince has mastered the basic Nen, which is entanglement. The next step is the practice of absolute. TT said while looking at Chelidanish. At the same time, he was quite shocked in his heart that he mastered Nen in such a short time. This is enough to show how terrifying the fourth prince's talent is. In the Hunter Association, the only people who can be compared with the president are probably President Netero and the current President Rocky. Didn't you say that learning 17 Nen is a very long process? It will take about a year to learn Nen. Kelly looked at TT. For this prince who was skeptical of women or anyone, he now doubted the truth of what TT said. TT's face changed slightly. I didn't lie to the prince. Under normal circumstances, it takes about a year to learn the use of Nen. This is the norm for most Nen people. And only a very few can master Nen quickly, but people like you, the fourth prince, who master Nen almost in an instant, are very rare even among Nen people. TT looked at the fourth prince and said, so it's not that I didn't tell the truth, but your talent is too amazing. Hearing this, Celadoni smiled rarely. When he learned Nen, Caledonic had a vague feeling that his talent might be pretty good. But now that he has been officially certified by TT, it also shows that his talent is indeed amazing. Even in the Hunter Association where all Nen are available, your talent, the fourth prince, can only be compared with very few hunters. Hearing this, Caledonic was stunned for a moment. Oh. Who are they? Former President, Lord Netero. His talent and realm above Nen have reached almost the ultimate level. A dead man, this makes Caledonic not interested at all. Advertisement. Although Netero is a legend, Caledonic has no interest in him at all. Kite. End. Caledonic was stunned for a moment and turned to look at TT. TT nodded, and there is the current Hunter Association President Lu2 who rejected V6's proposal to explore the Dark Continent. Oh. This person is very talented. Rocky seems to be only 13 years old this year. 13 years old? Even though Caledonic had no impression of the name Rocky, he was surprised when he heard the other party's age. A 13-year-old kid became the president of the Hunter Association. It is absolutely impossible to say that he has no talent. I really didn't expect that the president of the Hunter Association is just a 13-year-old kid. Although the president is relatively young, his ability in mind is comparable to that of the former president. Oh. Caledonic was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party had reached this level. It's a pity that your president is not on the BW, right? TT nodded, yes, because the president rejected V6's commission, and the person who accepted the commission was the 12 earthly branches, so the president was not on the ship. At the same time, TT was also thinking that if the president was on the ship, it would not be so troublesome to deal with the fourth prince in front of him. Is your president really that strong? Seemingly a little unconvinced, TT smiled and said, of course. Although he is not very old, his mental capacity is very terrifying. Just like his clansmen who released a circle to cover the entire BW, the president's circle can even cover the entire palace. After hearing this answer, Caledonic couldn't help but think about it. Even he might not be able to do that. But if he can't do it now, he may not be able to do it in the future. Let's practice the absolute now. Okay. Caledonic closed his eyes and prepared to practice the absolute. Only if you stay in the absolute state for an hour and don't let any movement break the absolute state, can it be called a success. This practice is indeed correct, but TT proposed that the purpose of practicing the absolute is to kill the fourth master Caledoxy. Because she felt Caledoxy's terrifying talent, if she waited until Caledoxy's power became strong, then for the whole world, it might be a big disaster. So TT wanted to strangle the fourth prince in the cradle in advance. Advertisement. However, TT did not want to fight, because she strongly asked Chalidonish to maintain the state of absoluteness, but accidentally opened his Nen. Time goes back. Although Chalidonish kept his eyes closed while maintaining the state of feeling, Chalidonish in another dimension had already opened his eyes. He looked at everything around him, and at the same time saw TT pointed the pistol at his head. Bang! With a gunshot, the fourth prince's head exploded. Blood splattered. TT looked at the fourth prince who was lying on the ground and was dead, and she was relieved that she had finally solved it. 690 But the next second, TT felt that her eyes were blurred, and the body of the fourth prince in the room disappeared, and even the blood on the ground disappeared. And then the voice of the fourth prince came from behind. How about it, my absolute is pretty good. Even if you shoot me, I can't get rid of my own absolute. TT was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and when she turned around suddenly, she saw the terrible woman's face of the fourth prince, Caledonish's mind beast. Next time you lie to the prince, you will become a non-human thing. And then TT fainted. At the same time, the guards rushed in after hearing the gunshot. The fourth prince, Chalidonish, waved his hand and asked the guards to keep TT to rest. He stayed in the room and continued to practice Nen. Nen. I didn't expect this power to be so wonderful. This feeling is great. The fourth prince, Chalidonish, showed a terrifying smile. At the same time, in the room of the 14th prince, Rocky had just returned. The 10th prince, Coswo, and the 11th prince, Fugits, had been sent to a very safe place by Rocky. In order to prevent any other mind from attacking the two, Rocky temporarily put the two in a place where they would never be attacked. And this place is in someone else's Nen. Unless they leave that place, they will never be attacked. Chapter 331 The Terrifying Power of 10 Seconds in a Flash. The next day, in the room of the 12th prince, Hanzo was still teaching Nen, but there was a problem. So far, he still hadn't found any clues about the murderer of the 12th prince. So he didn't really care about teaching Nan. But this also led to the guards who came to learn Nan becoming more and more unhappy with Hanzo. I say. Can you teach us something useful? Advertisement. Always let us practice by ourselves. If we can practice by ourselves, then why do we still have to stay here? As one person raised an objection, the second person would raise an objection. The guards shouted one after another to express their dissatisfaction. At this time, Hanzo felt very helpless. Now his friend was still on the 3rd floor, and it would take a very troublesome procedure to come up. Although the people in the association have already helped him arrange it, it will take until tomorrow at the earliest. I promise to teach you Nan, and you don't have to worry about how to teach you. But Hanzo's promise was not of much use. Because now everyone feels very dissatisfied, and some are even ready to attack Hanzo. At this moment, the eldest prince's private soldier, Shulikov, is standing behind the crowd. Watching this farce quietly, Hanzo obviously does not have the ability to handle the emotions of so many people. As a result, the situation becomes more and more responsible. Even if he stops the 2 people, the other guards don't seem to be afraid at all and just want to attack him. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, a major change occurred in the room of the 12th prince. And at this moment in the room of the 4th prince on the other side. Time goes back a little bit. After TT fainted and was taken away, the 4th prince Caledonic began to study his ability just now. At the moment when he completely entered the state of absolute, his perspective seemed to look down from the sky, forming a 3rd perspective. In the 3rd perspective, he clearly saw himself and TT. TT knocked out the state of absolute many times, but soon after he entered the state of absolute, TT directly said that his left shoulder seemed to be stuck with something. The next second, due to conditioned reflex, Chi appeared on his left shoulder, and the state of absolute was broken. At this moment, he found that his eyes were blurry, and he hadn't figured out what was going on. Suddenly, TT's voice came to his ear. Advertisement. There is something stuck on your left shoulder. Asterisk. Is this what he heard TT say in the 3rd person perspective just now? He instinctively opened his eyes, and Chi did appear from his left shoulder, breaking the state of absolute. But he looked at TT very calmly, and looked back at TT as if he didn't notice it. He closed his eyes again and entered the state of absolute, and the 3rd person perspective was once again in love, and this time he saw TT actually throwing a cup on the ground. Then he really lifted the state of absolute again, but Caledonic suddenly thought. Are these scenes that he has seen all things that will happen later? In a blink of an eye, the 3rd person perspective seemed to be over. Suddenly he vaguely heard a strange voice, and then his 3rd person perspective ended. And then he opened his eyes, but he still maintained the state of absolute. He watched TT throw the glass to the ground, but he caught it. But TT seemed not to notice, turned his head and looked in a certain direction and said, the state of absolute has been broken again, please continue. Your Highness. At this moment, Chelidonish was very surprised. He did not close the state of absolute, and even caught the glass, but TT seemed not to notice anything. And this ability is the ability of the 4th prince. 10 seconds in a moment, when you close your eyes and activate the absolute, you enter the 10 seconds in a moment. You can predict what will happen in the next 10 seconds. If you open your eyes and make changes after the 10 seconds in a moment, there will still be no change in the eyes of others. The reactions and actions they would have made will still be made. And only he knows this process. Even this ability can continue to be activated. After the 10 seconds in a moment are over, it can be seen in theory. The time to activate the ability is 1 second, and what will happen in the next 10 seconds is what you do in this second. The next 9 seconds is the free action time of Caledonic. At the same time, if you maintain the state of absolute and close your eyes, and continue to activate the 10 seconds in a moment, then when you watch the world from a 3rd person perspective. At the same time, you can also control your body. Advertisement. But if the 10 seconds in a moment are activated at the moment, his body cannot move at all at this moment. In other words, the body is out of control. At first glance, this ability seems very powerful. But think about it carefully, you need to close your eyes and activate the ability of absolute at the same time. Both of these are fatal in battle. For experienced Nen, if the blink time is too long, it is also an opportunity. And it is still in the state of absolute. The moment the enemy finds that your energy is reduced, he will immediately make 2 responses. First, take the initiative and hit you with the fastest attack. Second, keep the distance and defend with the most powerful mind. But no matter which situation, it is actually not too good for the prince who maintains the state of absolute. 10 seconds of predicting the future is too short. For fighting, 10 seconds of predicting the future can allow the enemy to maintain the previous action to fight, and at this time it is not easy for him to complete the release of 10 seconds in 10 seconds. However, if you can achieve the extremely perverted speed like Netero releasing Bei Shi Guanyin, then 10 seconds in a moment is a magical skill. Complete 10 seconds in a moment, close your eyes and enter the state of absolute, and see what will happen in the next 10 seconds. He immediately opened his eyes and burst out a powerful attack, directly hitting the enemy. If he could reach the level of Netero, then there might be no one in this world that he couldn't kill. Because as long as they meet, as long as they appear in Caledonica's field of vision, then the life and death of this person is already controlled by Caledonic. Good money. What a wonderful ability. Caledonic said, his eyes full of excitement. The key to victory lies in the time of the launch of the absolute and the launch speed of 10 seconds in an instant. As long as these two skills can be brought to the extreme, then there is no problem at all in calling this succession war. And in fact, it is indeed as Caledonic thought. If these two abilities can be brought to the extreme, then he will not only dominate the succession war, but also be a monster in the entire world of Nen. Because once it can be brought to the extreme, then every blink of an eye, Caledonic can instantly complete the absolute and then release the energy. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary ability users, Caledonica's energy has no changes at all. But he has already predicted what will happen in the next 10 seconds. If he keeps blinking once every 10 seconds, then theoretically, Caledonic can always know what will happen in the future. Chapter 332 The Prince's Determination. The ninth prince invites. In addition to the 10 seconds of a moment, the fourth prince, Caledonic, also has another ability, which is his own mind beast. Compared with the mind beast obtained through the egg in the pot ritual, the mind beast condensed by the fourth prince's own mind is also quite strange. The terrifying appearance may also have terrifying abilities. At this moment, the fourth prince looked at his hands and smiled coldly. After learning the mind, I have changed so much that even I can't expect it. Now I think women who are inconsistent on the outside and inside seem to be quite cute. Advertisement. The former fourth prince, Caledonic, hated people lying to him. But now it seems that it doesn't matter. The fourth prince's ability awakened. On the other side, the ability of the ninth prince also awakened. Unlike the fourth prince, the ninth prince did not awaken his mind by learning Nen. But will. Among the many princes, the ninth prince Kennedy Brugg is also a very outstanding existence. Not only does he have a high IQ, but his philosophy is to overthrow the king's system. This also led to him having a lot of supporters at home and abroad, and he was also assassinated many times. The ninth prince's subordinates also maintained a high degree of loyalty to the ninth prince. 493 After finishing the conversation with Hui Kuoro and returning to his room, Kennedy Brugger understood. If he wanted to end this internecine battle for the throne, he could not rely on others, but on himself to do it. If all the princes had the same opinion, then the battle for succession would definitely not be able to continue even if the king disagreed. So what he needed was a way to unify the power of all the princes. Out of the desire for this idea, the ninth prince's ability appeared. Even the ninth prince could feel it vaguely. At this time, the ninth prince decisively chose to attack the private soldiers sent by the great prince to monitor them. Advertisement. The private soldiers sent by the great prince to the ninth prince were called Hakaku. When he first saw the ninth prince unite all the guards to mourn the 12th prince, the unprecedented thoughts that broke out. This made Hakaku regard the ninth prince as a major obstacle to the great prince's succession to the throne. Even the top men may not be able to resist such a level of thoughts. This is based on the fact that the ninth prince has never learned how to use the mind. If the ninth prince gets information about the mind from the 12th prince's guard Hanzo, and then skillfully uses the huge mind energy he has now, then it will be quite difficult for the eldest prince Benjamin. However, Hakaku did not expect that before the eldest prince Benjamin had time to attack him, the ninth prince Harkenbrug had already attacked him first. In the ninth prince's room, the ninth prince walked out directly and condensed the mind into the form of a bow and arrow. He shot an arrow made of mind directly at Hakaku in the distance. Although Hakaku saw the ninth prince's actions, this kind of control of the mind was completed almost in an instant. And Hakaku had no time to dodge and could only defend. But the moment the mind entered his body, it seemed to penetrate his mind directly and could not be blocked at all. Hakaku fainted directly and then a guard behind the ninth prince also lost consciousness. The other guards were still confused. Why did this happen? At this moment, Hakaku slowly stood up and looked around blankly. Then he stepped forward quickly and said, "Your Highness the ninth prince. What's wrong with me?" Although the person who spoke was Hakaku, his way of speaking was obviously not Hakaku's. The ninth prince looked at the unconscious guard, and then looked at Hakaku. "Did your soul come to this person?" The other party was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether it was or not. Looking at his own body, the guard was also a little scared. And the ninth prince told him not to worry too much, this should be his ability. For this situation, the ninth prince didn't know why. If necessary, they need someone who is proficient in Nen to help them analyze. And the first choice for this person is naturally the Nen from the 14th prince who has already dealt with them. The other party wants to find the red eyes, and then protect the 14th prince. There is no conflict between the 2 points for Harkenbrug, and even out of selfishness, Harkin also wants to help the other party. So soon Rocky came. Of course, it is not so easy to call Rocky, but the ninth master said that there is a way to easily make the red eyes in the hands of the four. So Rocky came. As soon as he entered the door, Rocky felt something was wrong. Advertisement. The eldest prince's private soldiers seemed to have a very close relationship with these people. Although he was not sure what kind of personality the eldest prince's private soldier had, he would definitely not have such a good relationship with the ninth prince's guards. And the most strange thing for Rocky was the difference in chi. The eldest prince's private soldier should be able to use Nen. Now this private soldier, if we use the words of Nen, this guy is releasing his chi unscrupulously, and he is spreading the chi without any scruples. It doesn't look like something that a person who can use Nen would do. If we only look at the form of chi, this guy is more like a person who can't use chi. This is interesting. He has learned Nen but has become a person who can't use Nen. So, although I don't know what the ninth prince wants to say, but now I am more curious, as the eldest prince's private soldier, you should be able to use chi, but now you are acting like you can't use chi at all. There is only one result in this situation. You are being manipulated. Either the ability to control you is limited and can't let you perfectly control the chi of this body, or you are brainwashed or something like that. Rocky said while looking at Hikaku. The ninth prince was stunned. He didn't expect that Rocky could see something wrong with him as soon as they met. How do you know that he's not right? Chi. Rocky walked towards Hikaku. Everyone's chi is very special and has its own shape. Although this irregular change can't actually be called a shape, I can clearly remember the shape of the chi that every ability user emits unintentionally. By analyzing the shape change of chi, we can probably get some information, such as what system the other party belongs to, the strength of chi, and some simple emotional changes. The ninth prince secretly sighed. If they only rely on their own analysis, they may not get much. It turns out that finding someone who knows the business to analyze their abilities is the best decision. This is my ability, the private soldier of this prince. The person who controls this body now is my guard. Rocky nodded after listening. No wonder. I was wondering. Why does it seem that he can't use chi? Just like a person who can swim, he will never forget it. Chapter 333 Ability Analysis and Unification of Will. I want you to come here to help me analyze my abilities. If you can master the correct way to use my abilities, then it should be quite easy for you to get the fiery red eyes from the fourth prince. And you can't attack the prince at will. Even if you are powerful. The ninth prince Harkenbrug looked at Rocky. With the combat power of you guys, you should be able to assassinate anyone on this ship as long as you want. But you haven't taken action yet. I think it's not just the law that constrains you, but also something more unknown. Advertisement. And this thing, I thought about it, and after learning about Nen, I thought of a possibility. Halkin looked at Rocky. There is only one possibility, that is the mind of the Kajin Empire. Although I don't know much about the egg in the pot ceremony. But if you use your brain a little, you will understand that the egg in the pot ceremony, which has been passed down for generations, can easily help ordinary people like us give birth to mind beasts. Then this mind is probably quite powerful. The ninth prince looked at Rocky. What you are really afraid of is this thought. If the egg in the pot ceremony is the beginning, then I think the succession war may be the 10th part of the ceremony. And once the ceremony begins, if the prince is assassinated by an outsider, it may trigger some special power, causing your people to be injured or killed. That's why you haven't been in a hurry to do it, right? The ninth prince's guess is indeed correct, but assassinating the prince should not be a problem. The only trouble should be another situation. After assassinating the fourth prince, it is also not easy to get the flaming red eye in the hands of the fourth prince. It is even possible that the flaming red eye is already in the hands of the Kajin Empire. So if you want to get the eyes of your tribe, you must be cautious. It is naturally best to get the flaming red eye in the Kajin way. If there is really no other way, then Rocky will want to use force directly in the last step. It is considered to be a lot of right. Hearing this, the ninth prince was a little confused. Is there anything else you have considered? The association in V6. After Rocky said it lightly, the ninth prince immediately understood. The relationship between the association and V6 has become very delicate. On the one hand, the 12 earthly branches accepted V6's commission, but on the other hand, the president directly refused. Although the ninth prince didn't know much, he roughly understood that the association did not want to be constrained by V6, so the president refused the commission. Advertisement. On the other hand, he couldn't turn against V6 immediately, so the current situation occurred. But this is not what the ninth prince cares about. So in general, if you are willing to come, it means that you actually hope to use our power to achieve your own goals. Rocky nodded. Yes, that's right. Harkenbrug smiled. Then you can help me analyze my abilities now. If you can find the correct way to use my abilities, then your goals may be easily achieved with my abilities. Before analyzing the abilities, he roughly explained his abilities. According to the current situation, Rocky also understood a little. After Harkenbrug used his abilities to attack the private soldiers of the first prince, one of his guards lost consciousness, and his consciousness appeared on the private soldiers. Instead of the private soldier controlling this body. This is a typical emitter ability, but it is not absolute. The mind system is not absolute either. The specific situation is quite complicated. Some people look like emitters, but in fact they may also have the talent of transmuter. Even through acquired training, they can master the power of enhancer. Then it is normal for a person to master the abilities of 3 systems at the same time. There is more than one system of mind. In addition to the innate mind system, 2 adjacent systems are also likely to be successfully cultivated. But this is a test of talent. For the 9th Prince Harkenbrug, there are 2 possibilities. 1. One is his own system. 2. The mind beast created by the egg in the pot ritual may also combine the abilities of other systems. So it seems that there is no need to pursue what system the ability of mind belongs to. Instead, Rocky asked another question: what was in your mind at the moment when you realized that you had the ability to attack? This question made the 9th prince slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Rocky did not ask about the details of the ability, but asked himself such a confusing thing. Advertisement. Please recall it carefully. The 9th prince thought carefully, as if he realized that he could launch an attack. What came to mind was that if everyone's will could be unified, even those who disagreed with his will would be conquered by force by his own power. Hearing this, Rocky smiled. I roughly know. If you really think so in your heart at that time, then basically there is no need to ask you anything else, and basically know what abilities you may have. Rocky looked at the 9th prince. First of all, you hope that everyone's will is united. Then this feather that appeared in your and your guard's hands, we will temporarily call it a mark, and I think this mark may need a premise. Unity symbol. Rocky looked at everyone. Now I want you to experiment. If all of you work together with the same belief or think about the same thing, everyone and the prince together, do something important. Come to the cabinet against the wall. Rocky pointed to a vase. I will use this vase to hit the 9th prince later, and all of you need to think about one thing, that is, this vase will never hurt the prince, or absolutely ensure the prince's safety. After everyone was ready, Rocky just picked up the vase and looked at the prince, and a strong air instantly filled the room. Rocky put down the vase in his hand. The 9th prince looked at Rocky in confusion. Aren't you going to throw it over? There's no need for that. When you are united, your chi is so strong that even a small vase can't be killed by a bullet. The 9th prince was slightly stunned when he heard this. He couldn't feel any changes at all, but it seemed that his body was full of strength. Having the confidence to deal with all unknown dangers. When the will is unified, a powerful force will burst out. This is probably your 3rd crystal. Secondly, you just said that even if you use power, you want to forcibly unify the will of others. Rocky looked at the eldest prince's private soldiers. This is probably another ability of yours, which allows your people to occupy the target's body and forcibly unify his will. Hearing this, Harkenbrug was slightly stunned. This, analyzed it. But thoughts are usually risky. When powerful abilities are used, there are basically corresponding risks. Rocky looked at the 9th prince. I guess, if your attack fails to hit the enemy, then the soul that you threw out to forcibly unify the will disappear directly. In other words, if you can't hit the person, one of your guards may die. Chapter 334, Attack Awakening Thought Waiting for the Banquet. As soon as Rocky finished speaking, the 9th prince was stunned. Now he suddenly felt that his attack seemed to have become a little heavy. If the attack missed, one of his guards might die. Of course, there may be other conditions. Rocky's words were not finished yet. Advertisement. For example, if your guards are not present, there may be no way to launch an attack. Of course, this is just my speculation. It is actually very simple to verify. But what the 9th prince is more concerned about now is whether his guards will die if his attack misses. The more powerful the ability, the more terrible the risk. Rocky began to talk about another concept of mind. Basically, most Nen practitioners usually practice their mind 500 in 2 directions. The first one has very harsh conditions and high risks, but it is very powerful. This kind of mind requires constraints and oaths, and even risks life. The second kind is a very simple mind. Speaking of this, Rocky threw a ball of mind directly at the guard beside him, which the 9th prince could naturally see. The next second, the mind stuck to the other party and pulled the other party over. For example, this kind of Nen has a very simple ability, which is to have the characteristics of rubber and chewing gum. This kind of mind can be used at will and has no side effects at all. If you want to say that it is powerful, it is not strong at the beginning of practice. But Rocky changed the subject. If you continue to practice for 10 or 20 years, the height that this ability can reach will be completely different from the first type of Nen. Restrictions and oaths can enhance Nen, but at the same time they also impose restrictions on Nen. Although Nen will naturally become stronger when you become stronger, but, the efficiency is different. For the first type, if you enhance yourself by 10 points, your Nen may only be enhanced by 1 or 2 points, but for the second type, if you enhance yourself by 10 points, your Nen may be enhanced by 15 points. After listening, the ninth prince roughly understood. In other words, the first type starts very high at the beginning, but the subsequent ability cannot be enhanced too much. And the second type is very weak at the beginning, but as the strength increases, the ability will become extremely terrifying. Advertisement. That's right. Rocky looked at the ninth prince. The former president of the Hunter Association has the ability to simply release Nen Chi to attack, but, the reason why this president can become a legend is because he has cultivated his attack to the extreme. At the moment when you are completely unaware, he launches an attack, not to mention dodging. Even if you can see his movements, it is considered top-notch. Only Nen can do it. An impeccable ability. Under any circumstances, as long as he wants, his attack will definitely hit you the moment it is launched. It can almost be said that it is an attack that cannot be avoided. The ninth prince can understand it better after hearing this. If you want to practice to that level, you probably need countless days and nights of hard practice. Thinking of this, the ninth prince exhaled softly. Am I awakened now? Yes. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 1 year of practice to awaken Nen, and this is something that only talented people can learn. For those without talent, I'm afraid this time will be longer, 10 or 20 years, and it may also be related to each person's own environment. But you are different. Rocky came to a guard. It's better to show it than to say it. And after understanding your ability, I guess you will be of great help in helping me find the red eyes, so this is a bonus. Next is Rocky's one-sided explanation. Forcing the awakening of Nen is called an evil way in Nen. Because this method is not recognized and is accompanied by a certain degree of dangerous ability, it is not recognized. If you want to forcibly open Nen, the method is very simple, that is, to be attacked by Nen. But the reason why the word attack is used does not mean that it will definitely cause harm. For example, using Nen to treat is actually considered as attack. It's just that the attack of Nen does not have malicious intent, or it will not cause any harm to people. The method of forcibly awakening Nen like Gon and Killua is the real danger, because Wing has no other way. But if there is a kind of granting Nen, it can help people who can't awaken Nen. And this ability is to plunder the index finger chain. When this ability is used to forcibly inject someone's ability into the body of an ordinary person, then because of the effect of the ability, this person will open Nen, and this method of opening is much less dangerous. If the physique is not very good, there is a high probability that he will faint directly because of consuming too much physical strength. But the physique of the ninth prince's guards should be pretty good. Advertisement. Ordinary people who have not received any systematic training will probably feel very tired if they use this method to open their minds. And this feeling of tiredness should last for a while. Rocky directly extracted the ability of the eldest prince's private soldier Hikaku. He injected it into the bodies of the ninth prince's private soldiers in turn. And these private soldiers, as Rocky expected, all showed signs of fatigue. Only 2 of them did not react much. Their physique is the strongest. I will teach you how to train Nen. Train according to this method every day, and after about a month, your respective abilities will slowly appear. Abilities do not necessarily appear when you want to practice. Even if you do nothing, abilities will be directly generated according to each person's personality, temper, and even environment. And if you want to practice a specific Nen, you need to pay a huge willpower. And the process is even more unbearable for ordinary people, not to mention it. Therefore, usually, when the ability users learn systematically and awaken their abilities, they will be guided to develop in the direction they want. And constraints and oaths are discovered on this basis. 3.5 The ninth prince looked at Rocky. So I have almost figured out my ability. Yes. When are you going to attack the fourth prince? The ninth prince glanced at Rocky. Wait for me to get familiar with the ability and test your previous analysis. If nothing goes wrong, I will find a suitable time to attack the fourth prince at the dinner every week. He was looking at his guards at the moment. The number of guards could not control every prince, and this was without anyone sacrificing. If someone was sacrificed, the situation would be even worse. He would not be able to unify the will of all the princes. I will create opportunities for you. There are still 3 days before the banquet. Rocky thought as he was about to leave. And at this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the ninth prince's room. There seemed to be some noise coming from outside, which seemed a bit chaotic. Chapter 335 Hunter and his guards capture Hunter. The guards of the ninth prince opened the door, and everyone in the room was ready to deal with various emergencies. Among these guards, only 3 were equipped with pistols. The reason why not every guard was equipped with a pistol was because of Kakin's special rules. Each prince could bring guards, that is, private soldiers, on board, but there was a standard for the number of private soldiers and weapons. The more private soldiers you carry, the fewer guns you can allocate. Advertisement. On the contrary, the fewer private soldiers you carry, the more guns you can allocate. Even if you know that 1 or 2 guards are on board, you can also allocate heavy weapons and rocket launchers. This means that most non people cannot face such weapons attacks safely. The private soldiers of the 9th prince are not too few, but not too many either. The fact that they can be allocated 3 pistols probably means that they already know that the private soldiers of the 9th prince are not non people. So in order to balance the fighting power, 3 pistols were equipped. As the door of the room opened, the person outside was the private soldier of the great prince. There was chaos in the room of the 12th prince, and the members of the Hunter Association attacked the private soldiers of the prince now 17. While speaking, the other party saw Rocky. All hired Hunter Association members should be summoned together for interrogation, and if necessary, all Hunter Association members hired by the prince should be sent to the lower level. Why? The 9th prince thought this behavior was a bit ridiculous. Just because the Hunter Association members in the 12th prince's room attacked the king's army of Kakin, such an action should be taken? But from the private soldiers of the great prince, the reason can be roughly known. This should be the idea of the great prince. As the deputy military advisor of Kakin, the great prince Benjamin has the power to make such a suggestion. Almost instantly, the 9th prince also understood Benjamin's plan, which was to eliminate all hunters hired by all princes. The existence of these hunters has too much influence on the succession war. It can be said that every hunter is a non, and their existence has seriously affected the succession war, and most importantly, it has affected Dokai Benjamin. That's why he used this excuse to expel all hunters from the first floor. Advertisement. At this moment, the private soldier looked at Rocky and said, "You are also a hunter. Then please follow me." Rocky looked at him and said, "Has the Hunter Association agreed?" Hearing this, the other party was stunned for a moment and then smiled and said, "I think you may not have heard it clearly. This is the order of Kajin." However, Rocky also smiled, "Sorry, I am a hunter, not a Kajin person. If you want me to obey orders, you can ask the Hunter Association to order me. I will naturally respect it. Besides, even if it is the order of Kajin, you can communicate with the people of the Hunter Association. If the association agrees, it will naturally send Hunter to gather us together. You are not a hunter, so I will not obey your orders." As he said this, Rocky even took out a pistol directly. "Even now, if you come close to me again, I will attack you directly. I believe the 9th prince will prove for me that you attacked me first." Hearing this, the 9th prince also laughed, "This is my room. No one can come in without my permission. You have already stepped into my room. According to the rules of the succession war, each prince can deal with any illegal intruders on his own." The face of the eldest prince's private soldier changed continuously at this moment, and his face was very ugly. He quickly left the room. "Your Highness the 9th prince, this is Kajin's order." "Of course I know this is Kajin's order, but I didn't hire any hunter, so I don't need to cooperate with you." It's true that the 9th prince didn't hire any hunter. But there is a hunter in your room now. Well. This hunter is teaching me to practice Nen, so naturally it's in my room. The eldest prince's private soldier saw this and had no way to do anything. The room could not be entered casually, even if he received the order now. But the 9th prince obviously didn't intend to follow the order honestly. But he didn't believe it. "Okay. Then I'll guard here, I don't believe he won't come out for the rest of his life." However, Rocky had walked out of the room the next second. At this moment, the eldest prince's private soldier's forehead was covered with cold sweat. When he noticed Rocky coming out, Rocky had actually passed him by. If Rocky wanted to attack him at that moment just now, he didn't even start Nen. It was equivalent to standing there without any defense. At this time, let alone the attack of Nen, even the attack of ordinary people would be enough to kill. This man is too scary. Advertisement. What if he comes out? Are you going to fight? Rocky looked at the man in front of him with a smile on his face. However, the other party did not speak, but looked at Rocky in horror. "I don't care what orders you received, and without the notification of the Hunter Association, I can treat all your orders as lies. Based on this, I have reason to suspect that you have some purpose, so if you attack me, I can directly fight back." Rocky spread his hands. "So you want to fight?" The other party was stunned again, looking straight at Rocky. There was nothing wrong with the other party's words. Hunters naturally could not surrender, and the idea of the eldest Prince Benjamin was to bring the hunters together as quickly as possible, and then send all 470 hunters to the lower level on the grounds of endangering the prince's safety. In this way, the succession battle would be a sure thing for him, and there would be basically no enemies worth his attention. But Benjamin overlooked one thing: hunters are not easy to be manipulated. Who can become a hunter is simple. It is not so easy to pass the hunter exam. Moreover, none of the hunters who have learned Nen are simple. Even the worst hunters should not be underestimated. As a result, almost all the private soldiers sent by Benjamin were rejected by all hunters for similar reasons, and some even took a fighting stance directly. The Hunter Association soon learned about this situation and protested to Kakin. The personnel were hired by Kakin, and Kakin did not have the final say on the BW. The ship was well built by Kakin, but the real controllers were V6 and the Hunter Association. Even the Hunter Association played a pivotal role on the ship, because the people of the Hunter Association were needed to maintain order on the ship, so that this ship carrying hundreds of thousands of people could arrive at the New World smoothly in 3 months. Dealing with various complex events is inseparable from Hunter. If the Hunter Association turned against them, it would be a very uncomfortable thing for V6. There are quite a few Nen who sneaked into the ship. If there were no people from the Hunter Association, it would be difficult to manage these people. Chapter 336, a small conflict breaks out and confronts the king's army. The room of the 12th prince. Hanzo's left leg has been shot and is bleeding, but several guards are lying in front of him. As a Nen, he should not be shot so easily. Although guns do pose a certain threat to him, it is not too difficult for Nen to dodge bullets. Even for enhancers or Nen who have cultivated enhancer abilities, as long as they concentrate their thoughts, it is not a big problem to withstand bullets. Advertisement. But in front of Hanzo, there are not only many guards pointing guns at him, but also 2 Nen, the prince's private soldiers. The eldest prince's private soldiers can use Nen. And the one standing in front at this moment is one of the eldest prince's private soldiers, Shulikov. This guy is very powerful, and even suppressed Hanzo in the head-on battle, which led to Hanzo being shot in the left leg by the prince's guard. But Hanzo is a hunter of the Hunter Association after all, so his combat power is naturally good. The 2 guards lying on the ground are now seriously injured and unable to stand. With a large number of the king's army coming from all directions, the room of the 12th prince was almost surrounded by the king's army. But the Hunter Association's hunter number 927 was notified and came at the same time. After all, the Hunter Association sent so many hunters this time, and being responsible for the safety of these hunters is also a necessary job for the Hunter Association. Although it cannot be really guaranteed that there will be no hunter deaths, the death must be explained accordingly. The hunter who came was Kangze, a member of the 12 earthly branches. As a combatant, Kangze was dispatched to the first floor. After all, the situation on the lower floor is still good at present, and no combatants are needed for the time being. So Kangze was responsible for protecting the V5 investigators on the first floor. Advertisement. After learning that the hunters and the king's army had a conflict, Kangze, as a member of the 12 earthly branches, naturally came as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the eldest prince's private soldiers fighting with Hanzo. The guards of other princes around were still shooting and attacking. Although they could not participate in the battle, they seized the opportunity to shoot and suppress Hanzo, so that Hanzo and Shulikov finally found some opportunities to counterattack, but they were directly interrupted and could not counterattack. At this moment, Shulikov did not use any Nen, but simply used thoughts to fight. However, even the private soldiers of the eldest prince were far less experienced in combat than Hanzo. Dragging an injured leg, they were able to deal with the shooting beside them while also restraining Shulikov. This combat power gave Shulikov a new understanding of the hunters of the Hunter Association. At this moment, Rocky had brought Pyro. Before, Rocky wanted to come alone to see what happened, but Kurapika called and originally wanted Rocky to deal with it to avoid too intense a conflict between Hunter and the king's army. But Rocky was not there at the time and went to the room of the 9th prince, so Pyro came after hearing it. The 2 met at the door of the 12th prince's room. Rocky looked at Pyro, who did not go in, being beaten by the king's army. "Hunter, don't get close. If you get any closer, we'll shoot. These are the real king's army. Their job is to surround the BW. The rifles they hold are more powerful than 9mm pistols. Normal Nen will die if they are shot by machine guns." However, Rocky and Pyro looked at each other and didn't say anything to each other. Advertisement. But they just walked over. The warning was ineffective, and the other party dared to move forward. "Shoot again." Da-da-da-da-da. There were dense gunshots outside the door. Kangze had not yet dealt with the situation in the room. Hearing such dense gunshots outside the door, he hurried out to check. However, the king's army was stunned at this moment. The 5 soldiers in the front almost fired at the same time. However, after firing, the crazy bullets had no effect on the 2 people. Back, the bullets hit the 2 people and bounced off directly. The bullets that hit Rocky seemed to be melted by something. The side of the bullet that fell on the ground was still glowing red. This scene was captured by the surveillance screen. The eldest prince who was checking the situation here through the surveillance at this moment, and his private soldier Captain Barasa were stunned. 5 rifles indiscriminately fired, but they couldn't break through their thoughts. Benjamin was very surprised. To be able to do this, your strength is no longer ordinary. Barasa was even more surprised. They are obviously not enhancers. They just used their thoughts to wrap their bodies lightly. They didn't use condensation or training. They were able to easily block the bullets. The nin of these Kurta people is too strong. After thinking for a while, Barasa continued to analyze, they may have mastered multiple nin systems. In addition to their own nin system, they have also cultivated other systems and successfully cultivated them. Expert nin users usually master 2 or 3 nin systems. For example, an enhancer may also cultivate the ability of releasing and changing the 2 systems. After all, the success rate of cultivating these 2 systems is 80%, which means that there is still a lot of hope to succeed in cultivation. To successfully cultivate all systems, it is not just a matter of time, but also depends on talent. It is not easy for ordinary nin users to cultivate their original systems. In this comparison, the abilities shown by Rocky and Pyro on Enhancer are completely abnormal. Rocky was also a little surprised about Pyro. When did you master the Enhancer ability? Pyro smiled and said, I can't stay the same. That's right. Kangze stood at the door and looked at the 2 people. He was also a little surprised at this moment. If it were him, he would not be able to block so many bullets with just a little thought. These 2 guys. Pyro. You are here? Just come to help. Kangze now needs manpower to deter the king's army. And now Pyro's arrival just solved his troubles. As a member of the 12 branches, it would not be good for him to act rashly. But Pyro is different. Stop and don't move forward. Seeing that these king's army still refused to let them move forward, Rocky glanced at Pyro, and Pyro probably understood what Rocky meant. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The next second, sand flew out from the snoring behind Pyro. It quickly shuttled through all the soldiers. The next second, all the soldiers' wrists were covered with sand, and then bang bang bang. They were directly attached to the walls on both sides to form a big word. Rocky and Pyro easily passed through the encirclement of the king's army and entered the room of the 12th prince.